The story carries us up to the 8th floor of the tower, a frozen battlefield known as the Plains of Extinction. Across that bleak, snow-covered land, warriors from different groups have gathered together, standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the cold sky. Behind them, an enormous army pushes forward through the falling snow, their footsteps moving as one as they prepare themselves for whatever waits ahead on this dangerous journey. At the very front of the expedition stands a young blonde man, clearly the one leading this massive force. He turns toward the gathered soldiers, his expression firm, and begins raising his voice to ignite their courage before the battle begins. That young man is Kazuki Kyojo, the guildmaster of the Blue Zone. Kazuki reminds everyone that they have come here to defeat the guardian of the 8th floor. His voice grows sharper as he warns them not to let their guard down, because if they fall here, reaching the 9th floor will become completely impossible. Just then, in the middle of the gathered crowd, a figure everyone recognizes finally arrives at the battlefield. Kazuki's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes exactly who has come to join the fight. It is the Blue Eyes Guild. At their head stands their mysterious masked master, appearing with an overwhelming presence, Subaru Narukami. Subaru is the #1 guildmaster, and he is also the protagonist of this story. Kazuki's face immediately brightens when he sees Subaru arrive, and with a wide, genuine smile, he steps forward to welcome his friend. Subaru calmly apologizes for showing up late, his tone steady despite the tension hanging over the battlefield. As soon as Subaru speaks, the masked master instinctively rests a hand near his weapon, ready to react at the slightest sign of danger. But instead of drawing his blade, Subaru reaches out and hands something to Kazuki, leaving the blonde leader staring in confusion. Resting in Subaru's hand is a bright, shining ring, and he offers it directly to his blonde friend. The item is the Archangel's Blessing, a rare ring capable of recovering fatigue, and Kazuki is visibly stunned that Subaru would give him something so valuable. Kazuki quickly says that Subaru needs the ring too, but Subaru makes it clear that what matters most right now is ensuring this mission succeeds. Then Subaru tells Kazuki that once the battle is over, they should return to the Blue Earth together. He adds that Kazuki can simply give the ring back after they both make it home alive. Those words hit Kazuki deeply, and for a moment, his expression softens before he gives Subaru a small, grateful smile. Subaru then adds, almost teasingly, that Kazuki can keep the ring if he does not plan on going back home with him. Before Kazuki can fully respond, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the ground beneath them, and both men snap their attention toward the threat approaching. Kazuki realizes at once that the monster has arrived, and with a tense expression, he admits that he never expected it to appear this quickly. The earth continues to rumble, and at last the guardian of the 8th floor emerges, towering over the frozen battlefield and spreading terror through the gathered warriors. Kazuki immediately raises his voice and shouts for every soldier to prepare themselves, because the battle they feared is about to begin. The creature reveals itself as a monstrous sea dragon, a hydra with several terrifying heads, each one lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Subaru looks up at the hideous beast in disgust, glaring at its twisted form as he curses its revolting appearance. Dark energy begins gathering around Subaru's hand, crackling ominously as a cold shiver runs down his spine. Lightning surges across Subaru's body as he declares that today will be the day this creature finally dies. In front of him, the Hydra glares down at the warriors with a furious, bloodthirsty gaze, ready to begin its massacre. The Hydra opens one of its massive mouths wide, drawing in power as it prepares a devastating breath attack meant to wipe out the entire army. Kazuki screams for everyone to defend themselves, panic flashing across his face, but Subaru stops him and calmly says there is no need. Without hesitation, Subaru launches himself forward alone, racing straight toward the incoming attack with incredible speed and not the slightest trace of fear. In one swift, precise motion, Subaru prepares to slice through the Hydra's breath head-on. He draws his sword, and with a single clean strike, he takes control of the entire situation. A wave of dark lightning bursts from Subaru's blade and tears through the creature's attack with ease, splitting the breath in two. The blast veers away on both sides of the army, passing right before the stunned eyes of the soldiers. Kazuki watches in amazement, impressed once again by Subaru's overwhelming strength, and says his friend never fails to surprise people around them. The guild members break into cheers, while a red-haired warrior grumbles that he wanted to be the first one to strike the beast. One of Subaru's companions asks what he handed to Kazuki earlier, but Subaru keeps the answer to himself, leaving the item shrouded in mystery. With his eyes fixed firmly on the Hydra, Subaru turns to his team and asks if they are ready. Then he declares that they will bring down that dragon and clear this hellish floor once and for all. The Blue Eyes Guild stands before the many-headed Hydra, weapons ready, their bodies tense as they prepare to throw themselves into the final battle. From a distance, Kazuki watches them closely and remarks on how united and powerful Subaru's team appears to be. Farther away, the Mern Alliance is also making its preparations, and one of its leaders reports that the soldiers have been positioned exactly according to plan. Kazuki listens to the report carefully, then asks whether their forces should begin attacking the monster as well. The hooded man agrees, and another member offers a few words of encouragement, wishing them success in the fierce battle about to unfold. Nearby, a boy named Toshi watches everything from a distance, his face serious as he takes in the movements of every group on the battlefield. At the same time, the Blue Eyes Guild has already shifted into position, ready to launch their assault against the mighty Hydra. Together, they charge forward and begin attacking the creature with everything they have. The Hydra answers with a furious roar, twisting its massive heads toward the warriors as it prepares to strike back. A girl suddenly leaps straight into the attack, moving before anyone can stop her, and her partner immediately complains that she rushed ahead without warning the rest of them. With a wild, fearless look in her eyes, the masked girl raises her dagger and aims for the Hydra's thick hide. She darts in at high speed, confidently saying that this fight will be easy for them to handle. Another member follows by unleashing ice magic, the freezing power spreading forward as she complains about just how stressful this entire situation has become. With a wicked grin stretching across his face, Chia challenges his companion to see which of them can deal more damage to the monster. Chia then swings his dagger and releases a powerful attack, the blade wrapped in a sinister red aura as he drives his strike toward the Hydra. Chia's attack lands cleanly against the Hydra, and his blonde companion immediately takes the challenge with a fierce grin of his own. As he prepares to strike, he says the loser will be the one paying for dinner, then sends his blue energy blades flying straight toward the monster. The blonde hooded boy rushes in without hesitation, swinging his glowing blue blades with all his strength as they tear into the Hydra's massive body. But the force of the clash makes the Hydra thrash violently, sending one of their companions flying to the battlefield. Another boy quickly turns toward the healer, Shino, and apologizes for letting the situation get so dangerous. Shino tells him not to worry and urges everyone to keep attacking while she focuses on her own spell. A bright pink barrier expands around her as she creates a large shield, calmly telling the others to leave the defense to her without fear. One of Shino's companions calls out her name in alarm, clearly sensing how dangerous the moment has become. But before she can fully react, Kazuki suddenly appears behind her with a wicked smile and asks if she can block this too. Shino freezes in shock, her eyes widening as she realizes too late that the real danger is not coming from the Hydra in front of her, but from Kazuki standing right behind her. Kazuki strikes Shino from behind without mercy, his expression cold as he says their biggest problem is that they have all become far too full of themselves. The moment Subaru sees Kazuki's betrayal, rage explodes across his face, and he prepares to unleash everything he has against the blonde traitor. Shino collapses heavily onto the ground, gravely wounded and completely unable to understand why Kazuki would suddenly attack her from behind. Kazuki stands over Shino's fallen body, staring down at her with a satisfied smile as if the betrayal had gone exactly the way he wanted. Subaru's eye begins glowing with an intense blue light, and the fury burning inside him becomes impossible to hide. With dirt smeared across his face, Kazuki warns Subaru that this is not the time to take his eyes off the main battle. Subaru can barely believe what he is seeing, and with anger shaking through his voice, he demands to know why Kazuki would commit such a meaningless betrayal. A mysterious message had once appeared before them, declaring that they had been chosen by the tower for a special mission. That message commanded them to climb the tower and prepare themselves for the beginning that was soon to come. And so, unable to resist the tower's command, they followed its will and set their sights on the very top, a place no one had ever managed to reach before. Warriors from many different worlds, including Earth and Murim, gathered inside the tower, each one carrying their own mission and their own reason for climbing. Years later, the brutal outcome of the battle against the 8th floor's Hydra lies spread across the battlefield in blood and ruin. All around Subaru, the bodies of his fallen companions cover the ground. Friends who had fought beside him but did not survive the fight. Tears stream down Subaru's face as he kneels among the dead, overwhelmed by the pain of losing every friend he had tried to protect. Kazuki shouts that everything Subaru gave him only tormented him, and that was why Kazuki chose the world instead. Subaru stays silent for a moment, trying to process the betrayal of the person he once called a friend. Kazuki looks down at him and says it is a shame because Subaru's end is already near as he lies wounded on the ground. With a cruel smile, Kazuki shows Subaru the ring and says he will not need to return it since everyone is going to die anyway. Then he throws the item away and tells the masked hero not to look so sad because Kazuki will become a hero. Subaru gives Kazuki a faint smile and says that even at the very end, Kazuki only hears the words he wants to hear. Subaru's hand trembles from exhaustion and blood loss, but even in that broken state, he still refuses to let the fight end. Kazuki turns his back on him and begins walking away, abandoning Subaru on the battlefield to die alone. Subaru knows his life can no longer be saved, and he understands that death is closing in. But even then, that does not mean he will simply lie there and accept the end. Kazuki notices Subaru still trying to move, and for the first time, surprise flickers across his face at the stubbornness of his former friend. Subaru reaches into his inventory and draws out a legendary dagger called Aeolus. Kazuki's eyes widen when he sees that the item still has charges left, while Subaru glares at him and calls him trash. With Aeolus gripped tightly in his hand, Subaru smiles through the pain and says he can still use the dagger 4 more times. When Subaru looks back, he sees that only 4 members of Blue Eyes are still alive. Without hesitating, he activates Aeolus and releases a powerful gust of wind to save his remaining companions. The violent wind sweeps across the battlefield and hurls all 4 survivors far away from the danger, carrying them out of reach before the enemy can finish them off. Kazuki sees the survivors being blown away and immediately flies into a rage, ordering his men to chase after the fugitives at once. The soldiers of the Moraine Alliance rush forward, breaking into a sprint as they try to capture the fleeing members of Blue Eyes. But Aeolus begins glowing in Subaru's hand with an intense purple light, and Subaru steadies himself as he prepares for the worst. With a sinister smile spreading across his bloodied face, Subaru says he will not allow a single person to get past him. Then, Subaru forces himself back onto his feet and declares that everyone there will remain on the battlefield and fight him until the very end. A system warning appears, announcing that Subaru's fatigue has risen to 95 and that the power he is using comes with a strict time limit. Subaru ignores the warning completely and unleashes his ability, bringing the full force of the Thunderlord crashing down onto the battlefield. Kazuki watches the terrifying scene unfold with a smile, calling Subaru a truly stubborn bastard. To endure the pain and keep himself conscious, Subaru stabs himself, forcing his body awake as his fatigue rises even higher to 96. Subaru then asks what kind of reward Kazuki promised all of them, but his voice turns cold as he warns that he hopes they are ready to pay for it with their own lives. He declares that from this point on, no one will leave unless he allows it. Faced with Subaru's unshakable determination, one of the soldiers begins to panic. With no other option left, the warriors decide to gamble everything on one final push, and they charge at Subaru together. Subaru refuses to fall and continues fighting through the swarm of soldiers. But in one careless moment, one of the warriors manages to stab him, and the bloodied weapon drops to the ground after piercing him. Even then, Subaru is not truly defeated. The soldier starts celebrating, believing he has killed Subaru Narukami, but that confidence is horribly misplaced. With a furious glare, Subaru grabs the soldier and demands to know who he claimed to have killed. In the next instant, black lightning erupts around Subaru and slams into every nearby soldier with devastating force. The warriors scream in agony as Subaru's power surges through them, their bodies convulsing under the brutal shock of his lightning. One after another, the soldiers collapse onto the ground, completely overwhelmed and defeated by Subaru's sudden counterattack. Subaru then reaches down and pulls out the dagger he had used to keep himself awake and focused, his body still trembling as the battle continues around him. With the battlefield finally cleared of enemies, Subaru's strength gives out, and he drops heavily to his knees, his body pushed past its limit after the endless fight. The few soldiers still standing stare in disbelief, shaken as they wonder whether they have finally brought down the monster before them. From a distance, Kazuki watches Subaru collapse, his eyes fixed on the scene with a twisted kind of awe as he calls his former friend a true monster. Kazuki looks at Subaru's broken state and thinks that the era of Subaru Narukami has ended in an almost laughably simple and pathetic way. Subaru's fatigue rises all the way to 99, and the system warns him that death is now unavoidable. Even so, Subaru lifts his gaze toward Kazuki and says that Kazuki, more than anyone, should understand what kind of man Subaru really is. Dragging himself through pain and exhaustion, Subaru forces his body upright one last time. He grips an enemy's spear in his hands, shouts that victory belongs to him, and hurls it with terrifying speed straight toward Kazuki. Kazuki smiles confidently and tries to activate the Archangel's blessing to protect himself from the fatal strike. but his expression changes the moment he realizes the ring is not working the way he expected. The spear pierces Kazuki directly and disbelief spreads across his face as he takes the hit. Subaru looks at him through the pain and declares that he is the one who won. After that final strike, Subaru's consciousness begins sinking into darkness, drifting away as he quietly reflects on the reality of his own death. Then Subaru discovers something impossible. Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago, and somehow he has awakened inside a completely different body. Panicked and disoriented, Subaru wonders if all of this is nothing more than some insane dream. He tries to climb out of the trash can where he has awakened, but his body slips and he crashes hard onto the ground. Lying flat on the ground, still struggling to understand what is happening, Subaru notices a tablet resting nearby. Subaru reaches for the tablet and picks it up, quickly recognizing it as a guide device used inside the tower. Without wasting even a second, Subaru searches for his former guild, Blue Eyes, hoping to find some trace of what happened after his death. But what Subaru finds instead leaves him shaken. Blue Eyes has become the Blue Zone, and Kazuki, the traitor who destroyed everything, is now its new master. When Subaru sees Kazuki's picture on the screen, shock spreads across his face, and he wonders how that bastard managed to survive. The sight pulls Subaru back into the past, reminding him that Kazuki Kyojo had not always been his enemy. In that memory, Kazuki calls Subaru aside for a private conversation and says he has been thinking about leaving the guild. Subaru is caught off guard, and Kazuki asks him to tell the rest of the team for him. Kazuki tells Subaru that one day he will understand the reason, but all Subaru can think about in that moment is the bond they share as friends. Kazuki then reassures him, saying there is no need to worry because he will always remain Subaru's shadow, and years later, he goes on to create his own guild, the Blue Zone. Back in the present, Subaru wonders why Kazuki has not truly progressed at all in 20 years. A tear slips down his face as the weight of everything that happened while he was gone finally begins to sink in. The tablet then displays a location called the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall, leaving Subaru frozen in stunned silence. Subaru looks up from the screen and realizes that he is standing right in front of his own memorial. Cold sweat runs down his face as he admits that the building is far more grand and impressive than he ever would have imagined. Inside the hall, a massive screen displays Subaru's past image to a crowd of people who gaze up at him with deep admiration. Subaru watches the scene in disbelief, wondering what meaning there is in people remembering him after so many years have already passed. Staring at his own image on the huge screen, Subaru questions who built all of this and what purpose they had in turning his name into a memorial. Kazuki appears on the screen and declares that the Blue Zone is the only guild that has inherited Subaru's noble spirit. Fury surges through Subaru, and he snaps at Kazuki to shut up, bitterly thinking that killing him once clearly was not enough. Kazuki boldly proclaims that the Fallen will never return, but Subaru's eyes harden as he silently promises that Kazuki is about to learn otherwise. Kazuki ends his false speech by saying they will never forget that memory. Watching him with a sinister smile, Subaru swears that he will rebuild this entire story from zero. Then Subaru turns pale when he notices something even stranger. The people in the hall are wearing masks modeled after his former guild, and the sight leaves him completely confused. Subaru drags a hand over his face, trying to steady himself as he struggles to process the bizarre situation unfolding around him. Sweat gathers on Subaru's skin as he looks around and wonders what the hell is happening in this place. Everywhere Subaru looks, the people inside the memorial hall are wearing the same kind of mask, filling the room with an unsettling reminder of Blue Eyes. Without stopping to think, Subaru begins forcing his way through the crowd, pushing people aside as he tries to get closer to the altar. The people around him grow irritated, yelling at him to watch himself and wait his turn like everyone else. But in the middle of the pushing and confusion, Subaru loses his footing and falls to his knees before the memorial. His hand landing on the flowers, glowing with a strange bluish energy. Subaru picks up one of the flowers, and the moment he feels the energy inside it, he recognizes it as the power of an old teammate. Far away, on top of a building, someone quietly watches the city from above. The hooded man looks out over the city and comments that they have managed to get through another year without any major incident. One of his companions says they almost ran into the people from the Blue Zone, while another questions whether holding this ceremony every year is truly necessary. Shiguri answers calmly that they never know what might happen, so it is better to stay prepared. With a faint smile, Shiguri says that maybe Subaru will notice the flowers he left behind as a gift. His partner doubts that Subaru could still be alive, but Shiguri replies that he has not seen Subaru's death with his own eyes yet. The hooded man thinks Kazuki is more likely to find Subaru before they do, and irritation slips into his voice as he says that if their leader were truly alive, they would not have been trapped in this situation for 20 long years. The view then shifts to a beautiful sunset, with birds gliding across the glowing sky as the day slowly fades. Back with Subaru, he stands there panting, his breath uneven, but a small spark of hope has returned to his eyes. Subaru wonders if his old companion might really still be alive after all this time. Alone in a quiet place, he keeps turning the possibility over in his mind, and as he stares down at the flower in his hand, he whispers Shiguri's name with certainty. Later, Subaru finds himself inside Subaru Rozoi's room, where he notices just how plain and simple the place is. Subaru grabs the device again and searches for information about his old guild, but no useful results appear. Even though Subaru is certain Shiguri survived the massacre, frustration builds inside him as he thinks about how Shiguri must have stayed hidden for 20 years. Subaru concludes that Kazuki is at the center of everything because Kazuki would never allow the truth about that day to spread. Subaru wonders whether Shiguri truly survived on his own and whether the other three escaped as well. But he also understands that as long as Kazuki is alive, trying to contact them recklessly would be the same as walking straight into a suicide mission. On top of that, Subaru has no real power in this new body, and forcing the situation now would only put him in danger. Looking down at the flower and the mask, he realizes there is something far more important he must handle first. With determination sharpening in his eyes, Subaru decides that his first goal must be to regain his former strength. Using Subaru Rozoi's memories, he reaches for a training sword left in the room and grips it tightly. 2 days later, the tutorial that would determine whether Subaru Rozoi could officially become a player finally begins. Subaru tells himself that if he can survive this trial, then everything can still work out in the end. As long as he and his old companions are alive somewhere in this world, he believes they can still find each other again. The trial takes place inside a massive coliseum, a huge examination arena built for the tutorial's brutal test. Across the arena floor, bodies are scattered everywhere, making it painfully clear that this test is far more dangerous than an ordinary entrance exam. Watching from nearby is a bald, bearded examiner named Ugar, his eyes narrowed with a stern and serious expression. Not far from him, a young warrior stands panting heavily, his body worn out after defeating several green creatures. After examining the result, Ugar says the young warrior only passed by an extremely narrow margin. Then, Ugar asks if he wants to challenge the next step, leaving the boy visibly confused by the unexpected offer. A screen appears and explains that every new step will summon another goblin, and the higher the step, the greater the rewards become. The warrior refuses immediately without even considering it, and Ugar clicks his tongue in irritation, saying that just hearing that answer is enough to make his head hurt. But the boy stubbornly insists that the only thing that matters is that he passed the test, no matter how barely he managed it. Ugar looks disappointed, irritated that he has no choice but to pass someone so weak. He complains that aside from Isaac, who managed to clear step 20, there does not seem to be anyone promising this year. With open disgust on his face, Ugar mutters that the quality of this year's recruits is absolutely terrible. Then, something on Ugar's clipboard catches his attention, and he lowers his gaze before looking more carefully toward the arena. It is Subaru, stepping onto the battlefield with a sword already in hand. Ugar reads the name Subaru Rozoi and remarks that it is a heavy name to carry, warning him that he will only be worthy of using it if he passes the test. Subaru calmly agrees, and a screen appears in front of him, signaling the start of his challenge. The system generates 2 goblins in the arena, and the mission given to Subaru is simple: defeat both of them. Ugar prepares to officially begin the tutorial, but before he can finish speaking, a blur suddenly flashes past him. Before Ugar's sentence even ends, Subaru has already cut down both monsters in the arena. Ugar stares in confusion, wondering what just shot past his eyes. He had not even blinked, and pieces of the goblins were already scattering across the Coliseum floor. Subaru smiles to himself, relieved that spending the last 2 days testing the limits of his new body was the right decision. Now he understands that the body he woke up in is far more exceptional than he first expected. The screen asks if Subaru wants to move on to the next step, and he accepts instantly, without the slightest hesitation. After seeing Subaru's speed, Ugar is left completely speechless, unable to process what just happened. As more bodies begin piling up across the arena, Ugar watches in disbelief and wonders what the hell is unfolding in front of him. The longer Ugar observes Subaru fighting, the more he realizes that Subaru is not simply swinging his sword at random. With a trained eye, Ugar notices that Subaru is reading every enemy movement 2 or 3 steps ahead, predicting their attacks before they even fully commit. Subaru's hand stays firm around the sword hilt as he continues cutting through the monsters, one after another, never slowing down for even a second. Ugar quickly understands that this is not just ordinary talent with a blade. Even Ugar himself cannot do something like that. Meanwhile, Subaru wears a confident smile, moving with the calm control of someone who already owns the battlefield. For a moment, Ugar even wonders if the boy before him might be the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami himself. Subaru finishes another creature with a precise strike, then turns his sharp gaze toward the final goblin before bringing it down as well. When the next monster appears, Ugar screams for Subaru to give up at once, warning him that fighting it would be pure madness. He insists that it is suicide because the gap in power between Subaru and the creature is far too great. Subaru knows that with his current stats, he cannot deal proper damage in a normal fight. Even so, he tightens his grip around his sword and refuses to show fear. Subaru has no intention of backing down. Then, to everyone's surprise, he suddenly drops his weapon to the ground and calmly says he refuses. Ugar panics, wondering if Subaru has finally lost his mind. At the same time, the Goblin King charges forward at full speed, rushing towards Subaru while he stands completely unarmed. In that instant, something small shoots through the air and strikes the monster's shoulder, catching the Goblin King completely off guard. The beast looks down at its leg and finds a thin needle lodged in its flesh. Clearly confused by what just happened, a drop of blood falls from the Goblin King's body as it struggles to understand the attack. Then the monster turns its gaze towards Subaru, who is crouched low to the ground, calmly picking something up. With a slight smile, Subaru opens his hand to reveal a handful of needles and asks the creature if it is surprised. Still crouched on the ground, Subaru watches the monster closely, waiting for exactly the right moment to strike. As he studies its movements, an old memory rises in his mind and guides him through the battle. In that memory, a younger Subaru practices throwing at a target drawn onto the trunk of a tree. A woman named Rina scolds him, telling him that he cannot throw like that. Then, with a smile, she explains that almost anything can become a throwing weapon if he knows how to use it. Rina shows Subaru the proper way to hold an object before attacking, teaching him that anything can become a knife as long as he understands its center of gravity. With one smooth motion, Rina launches the object and strikes the target perfectly, proving the precision behind her intense training. Back in the present, Subaru's needles slam into the Goblin King's face, cutting into it and making blood spill from its wounds. The impact makes the creature scream in agony, and its massive body begins to stagger backward as the damage and poison start weakening it. Subaru calmly explains that power comes from rotation, while precision comes from throwing without the slightest hesitation. With a serious look in his eyes, Subaru remembers that it was his former companion Rina who taught him everything about this technique. He also realizes that the poisonous needles had not disappeared, and he uses that fact to his full advantage. Ugar is stunned when he realizes Subaru has been fighting with both his sword and hidden weapons at the same time. Sweat runs down Ugar's face as he admits that Subaru's methods are enough to win the fight, and that the boy standing before him is a true genius. The Goblin King, pierced all over by needles, roars in pain, but the poison has already spread through its body and left it badly weakened. At last, the monster can no longer endure it. The Goblin King's strength gives out, and it collapses heavily onto the arena floor, completely defeated. Subaru walks toward the fallen Goblin King and picks up his sword again, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Looking down at the creature, he says he has no personal grudge against it, but he needs to end this tutorial already. With one clean, precise strike, Subaru cuts down the Goblin King for good, bringing the brutal battle in the examination arena to its end. After the fight, Subaru hesitates over how to use his points, weighing raw destructive power against the safer choice of survival. In his mind, it feels like a scale is tipping back and forth, and he knows one wrong decision could cost him later. Then, while studying the shop screen, Subaru suddenly notices something strange hidden in the display. He realizes the list does not end where he first thought, and that he can scroll even farther down to reveal more items. That is when Subaru discovers a skill called Brand of Greed, an ability that can suppress the side effects caused by certain items. The sight pulls Subaru back to a memory from his past life, when someone once asked him for an autograph and Subaru awkwardly said he did not have one to give. But the kid refused to give up and kept pressing him, asking Subaru to at least write his name inside the notebook. Back in the present, Ugar scolds Subaru for his rude attitude, but Subaru only mocks him in return, clearly not bothered by the examiner's anger. Subaru refuses to answer Ugar's questions and instead demands that the results of his test be kept secret. Ugar's temper flares and he snaps that he will personally teach Subaru some manners. Ugar then invites Subaru to join the cavalry guild, but Subaru rejects the offer immediately without showing the slightest interest. A screen appears in front of Subaru asking whether he wants to advance to the second floor, and he accepts the choice without a moment of hesitation. In the next instant, Subaru vanishes from the arena, leaving Ugar shouting after him to wait. Left alone, Ugar lets out a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, Subaru arrives on the second floor of the Great Tower in a bustling place known as the Land of Beginnings. As Subaru looks around the lively streets, he realizes just how long it has been since he last stood in this place. This is his second chance, and he knows he cannot afford to waste an opportunity this rare. Because Subaru has already lived through this once before, he understands that he has to do everything better this time for the companions who may still be waiting for him, and for the revenge he still carries in his heart. With that goal burning clearly in his mind, Subaru heads to a private training room to test the new abilities he has obtained. Outside the training rooms, the attendant sits at his desk, peacefully dozing off as if nothing unusual could happen. Suddenly, the attendant jolts awake after sensing a strange presence nearby. Still half asleep, he rubs his eyes, unsure whether he has woken up or is still caught inside a dream. Then Subaru steps out of the training room, leaving a thin trail of blood dragging across the corridor floor behind him. The attendant is stunned because not even 10 minutes have passed since Subaru entered room 5. Worried by the blood and the silence, the attendant walks to the door and knocks, asking whether the dreamer boy is still inside. He opens the door just a little and peeks through the gap, only to freeze in complete horror at what he sees. The entire room has been utterly destroyed, and the attendant can only stare in disbelief, wondering what on earth happened inside. Elsewhere, Subaru wakes up in his bedroom with sunlight falling across his face. He stretches his stiff body and wonders how long he slept, thinking that if it had been a normal cursed sword, he would never have escaped its effects so easily. Later, while sitting in a cafe, Subaru realizes that the burden on his body has clearly decreased and that he successfully extracted the power of the sword. With Subaru's current stats, he should not even be able to lift that weapon properly, much less draw out and use its strength. That means the compatibility between Brand of Greed and the sword is far better than Subaru expected. So perfect. It almost feels tailor-made. Subaru smiles as he thinks that combining the sword's power with his lightning skill should also work well, but then another problem comes to mind. His skill levels are still too low. Since Subaru only has 50 credits left, he complains to himself that he has fallen so far that even managing credits has become a serious struggle. Just then, a cheerful blonde boy enters the cafe, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around him. The blonde boy, who appears to be a streamer, suddenly receives a donation of 1,000 credits from a fan named Alexandra and lights up with excitement. In his excitement, the streamer spills coffee all over himself, but he still keeps thanking Alexandra for the donation. Watching from a distance, Subaru stares at him and wonders if that guy is completely out of his mind. With a sharp look in his eyes, Subaru keeps observing the scene, slowly beginning to understand what is happening around him. On his tablet, Subaru reads an article about how to earn points and discovers that this era has become dominated by live streams. Subaru finally understands what the blonde streamer was doing. But before he could think any further, someone suddenly calls him by the name Subaru. The one who greets him is a well-dressed young man with silver hair and a polite smile. The man approaches Subaru, saying it is crazy to run into him here and asking if he lives nearby. The instant Subaru sees him, a chill runs through his body and he realizes this body is reacting to the newcomer on instinct. In a sarcastic tone, the silver-haired young man complains that Subaru is ignoring him and acting like he is talking to himself. Subaru then realizes his discomfort is not random. This man must have been connected to the original Subaru Rosoi from the moment he arrived on this floor. The man leans casually against Subaru's table and says he is surprised to find him in a place like this. Then, with a cruel smile, he adds that he never imagined a weakling like Subaru Rosoi would actually pass the tutorial. Those words irritate Subaru, and at that moment, he finally remembers the face of the bastard standing in front of him. In a flashback from the original body's memories, Subaru Rosoi asks Isaac why he's doing this to him. Isaac looks down at Subaru Rosoi with pure contempt, snapping at him not to make that angry face. Isaac shouts that even Subaru's name annoys him and that Subaru cannot even follow a simple order, while the poor boy cries that the credits Isaac gave him were not enough for the mission. Isaac continues boasting, bragging that he even learned a B-rank skill as a reward from the tutorial. Back in the present, Subaru stands up to leave and tells Isaac not to rush their conversation, but Isaac orders him to buy a coffee on the way back, saying even a cheap one will do, then grows irritated and complains that Subaru is still as disobedient as ever. Anger rising in his voice, Isaac asks what is wrong with Subaru and whether his soul was swapped with someone else. Subaru calmly says he has no credits, then impatiently tells Isaac to buy his own coffee. Isaac's expression hardens, and with a firm, threatening voice, the silver-haired young man orders Subaru to say it again. Subaru thinks that he has no time to waste on the original body's petty revenge, but if Isaac gets in the way of his plans, then the situation becomes completely different. With determination in his eyes, Subaru makes it clear that he will not let anyone ruin his future. Seeing that defiant attitude, Isaac loses his temper and grabs Subaru's arm tightly to stop him. With his eyes burning red in fury, Isaac threatens Subaru and asks what happens to runaway trash, but Subaru only stares back coldly and tells Isaac to let go if he knows what is good for him. Isaac's eyes burned with open rage, the glow in them growing sharper as his fingers dug even harder into the protagonist's arm, tightening his grip like he wanted to crush him right there. Even with the pain shooting through his arm, the protagonist forced himself to stay still, knowing he absolutely could not make a scene in a place like this. If he lost control now, it would only drag him into even more trouble, and the situation would turn against him faster than he could explain himself. When Isaac saw how calmly the protagonist endured it, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, as if watching him hold back was the most entertaining thing in the world. Isaac leaned into the moment with that mocking attitude, telling the protagonist not to look so frightened because he was only giving him a little scare, just like back in the old days. Then he twisted the knife even deeper, sneering that with skills that pathetic, it was a miracle the protagonist had even managed to scrape through the tutorial. Instead of backing away, the protagonist stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the bully who had been looking down on him for so long. Isaac's face twisted with contempt as he called the protagonist trash, asking if he was seriously trying to start a fight, then threatening that he could make him disappear without much effort. Then, as if none of that had happened, Isaac suddenly released the protagonist's arm and called him his friend with a fake, disgusting smile. The protagonist stared back at him coldly, his expression filled with revulsion, silently wondering what kind of twisted friendship was supposed to sound like that. A system screen then laid out the basic truth of the Tower World. For players who wanted to grow stronger, there were two main paths they could take. The first method was to challenge the trials prepared by the Great Tower. By passing those trials and claiming the rewards that came with them, players would steadily strengthen themselves step by step. The second method was far more direct: hunting. By taking down monsters or clearing additional dungeons, a player could push their progress forward much faster than simply relying on tower trials alone. But there was one terrifying catch, because those hunting grounds existed in the real world death. There was not some harmless game penalty. If a player died outside the tower, they died for real. The scene shifted to a deadly dungeon known as the Nest of the Whispering Orcs, a place thick with danger, and it became clear why most players avoided hunting whenever they could. But the protagonist did not think the way ordinary players did. Sitting beside the body of a defeated orc, catching his breath in the grim silence of the dungeon, he understood one thing clearly: the safer the path, the slower the progress. And the reverse was just as true. The more danger he was willing to face, the faster he could grow within the tower's ruthless system. After taking a brief rest, the protagonist reached for his tablet, bringing up the screen so he could check the latest information. As he browsed through the feed, something immediately caught his eye. A streamer was broadcasting under his old name, Narukami Subaru, and shockingly 80,000 viewers were already watching live. On the live stream, the imposter boldly announced that he was about to challenge the third floor trial of the tower. People were out there using his name and even copying his mask. And then, out of nowhere, a mission worth 20,000 credits appeared on the stream. The fake Narukami Subaru cheerfully thanked the donor like it was nothing, while the protagonist stared at the screen in disbelief, unable to imagine a single mission being worth that much. More donations quickly followed one after another, and the fake streamer kept smiling and thanking everyone as the credits continued to pour in. While that imposter sat there, earning easy money off the protagonist's identity, the real one was risking his life in brutal battles just to become stronger. Looking at his own balance of only 50 credits, the protagonist could not help but complain that the imposter was making an absolute fortune. Still, as he watched the stream on his device, a new idea slowly began to take shape in his mind. With a quiet sigh, the protagonist rose to his feet again, shaking off the moment of frustration as he prepared himself for the next fight. A faint smile crossed his face as he drew out his demonic sword, saying that he might as well take on one more job before leaving. At that instant, the ground suddenly trembled beneath him, and a massive orc foot slammed down right in front of him with crushing force. A furious horde of orcs emerged inside the dungeon, all of them looking ready for a massacre. At the same time, the system warned him that the dungeon boss, the general, had finally appeared. The protagonist looked straight at the monsters and calmly said he had something far better than poisonous needles. After he finished clearing the dungeon, the protagonist stood there, holding his mask, staring down at it as he admitted that he would have to use it again. Back in his room, the pieces finally came together. He now understood how he could make money, and if he was going to do it, he decided he would do it properly. Holding the mask in his hand, he declared that he would go all out because this was the one thing he knew he was truly good at. The protagonist placed his old mask back over his face, returning to the identity he had once used as he prepared himself for what was about to come next. With his sword secured on his back, he stepped out with renewed confidence because no matter how many fakes appeared, he knew one thing for certain. He was the real Narukami Subaru. At that very moment, a notification appeared announcing that Narukami Subaru had just started a live stream. The scene shifted to an empty office at SOT Entertainment where a woman dressed in traditional clothing sat quietly watching something unfold on her device. Her expression quickly twisted with disgust, and the more she watched, the more irritated she became. Then, without warning, she shot up from her seat and kicked her coworker, startling him completely. Furious, she called the streamer trash and snapped that not even 5 people could get past that point. Her coworker, still shaken by the sudden kick, asked what had happened. She answered sharply that the streamer's name was Sue Beckett. The man asked if this was just another fake, but she replied that it might be something stranger than that. Maybe a mixture of both truth and imitation. He groaned that everyone seemed obsessed with copying Subaru while she told him not to say such scary things so casually. The man added that even actual players were starting to find the whole thing boring, then called her by name Hatsuka. Hatsuka asked him why he had given up on climbing the tower just to stay in a place like this. With a sad look on his face, the blue-haired man answered that the tower had simply become too boring. Then he pointed out that she had given up as well, saying that if she were free, she would probably be out searching for fresh talent herself. A smile tugged at his face as he remembered that his original goal had been to meet Subaru. And once that goal slipped away, his motivation disappeared with it. Then he suddenly shouted that there was an incredible boy out there, making Hatsuka look at him with suspicion as she asked if he had found yet another weirdo. Hatsuka showed him the new cosplay imitating Narukami Subaru, and the man could only stare at it before saying the whole situation had become completely absurd. He complained that she was seriously watching a live stream with 0 viewers, but Hatsuka did not deny it. Instead, she simply agreed. Hatsuka admitted that whenever she saw someone wearing that mask, she could not stop herself from feeling a small spark of hope. Then she sent a donation of 1,000 credits, and the man immediately dropped to his knees on the floor, begging her for forgiveness in pure desperation. The scene returned to the protagonist as he began the second floor trial, stepping forward with the goal of clearing the dungeon. Even as he moved ahead, a strange feeling crept over him, like someone on the live stream was watching him more closely than an ordinary viewer should. A viewer named Love Money typed in the chat, asking what floor he was on and whether this was his first time attempting it. The protagonist answered that it was, confirming that this was indeed his first real great challenge. The viewer then asked if it was really okay for him to be streaming, since he might not even know the correct route. And just then, a bat-like monster suddenly appeared, spreading its wings before flying straight toward the protagonist. The bat-like creature lunged straight for his face, snapping its jaws toward the mask as if it wanted to tear it off, but the attack missed so badly it barely even shook him. In the next instant, the protagonist moved with clean, practiced speed, drawing his sword in one smooth motion and cutting the monster in half with a single decisive slash. The system immediately confirmed that the bat had been defeated, and with his confidence still unshaken, the protagonist looked ahead calmly and asked if there was any problem. Right after that, the system announced the beginning of the second floor trial inside the beginner dungeon, making it clear that the protagonist's real challenge was only just starting. With 3 viewers now watching the live stream, one of them praised his sharp reflexes, while another warned him that he should probably stop and wait for a proper party before going any deeper. The protagonist politely thanked the viewer for the advice, but his answer stayed firm as he said that waiting for a group simply was not an option for him. He openly declared that he preferred to face every challenge on his own, and the viewers immediately started mocking him, assuming he was just another reckless rookie trying to act tough. Even so, the protagonist noticed that the name Narukami Subaru was already pulling in attention, and while the viewers kept talking, the next monster quietly waited for a chance. Without warning, a strange, fish-like monster suddenly shot toward him, its body twisting grotesquely as it charged in for an attack. The protagonist did not panic for even a second. He tightened his grip around the demonic sword and steadied himself, ready to bring the creature down before it could reach him. With one quick movement, he cut through the monster as if it were nothing, then calmly said he wanted to see just how far he could push himself. A notification appeared, confirming the monster's defeat, but the viewers were left completely confused because the strike had happened so fast they had barely seen anything at all. As the viewers watched the dangerous situation unfold, some of them immediately decided he was finished, casually saying they would probably see him again on his next attempt. Then a new mission appeared, offering 100 credits if he defeated all the monsters ahead, and the viewers quickly assumed it had to be some kind of trap. The protagonist simply thanked the donor for the 100 credits, staying so calm about the impossible-looking request that everyone watching became even more confused. Meanwhile, back at the office, the blue-haired man clenched his fist hard, his frustration written all over his face. He shouted in disbelief, wondering what he had done wrong. He had been doing well up to that point, yet somehow he had still failed the mission he had received. Back in the dungeon, the protagonist moved like a blur and cut down 3 more creatures in a single strike, showing off just how far beyond an ordinary beginner he really was. The viewers were stunned into silence for a moment, until one spectator called out the person who had labeled him a rookie and demanded that they show themselves. The protagonist paused briefly, looking almost thoughtful, before saying that trying to communicate with monsters was actually pretty difficult. One of the viewers reminded him that he still needed to accept the mission credits, and the protagonist admitted he had completely forgotten. He quickly pulled out his tablet and moved to finalize the mission. Because of the sudden delay, the spectators started getting suspicious, asking whether his stream was lagging or if he was having connection problems. In the office, Hatsuka grew more and more excited, saying that he might actually be the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru, just like the story she had read. Holding her head as if the thought was making her dizzy, she asked her coworker what would happen if she closed her eyes right then. The man immediately shouted for her not to do it, asking if she was seriously thinking about recruiting the streamer into their agency. Hatsuka said that was a perfect idea, but her coworker warned her that he was still just a brand new streamer with no real audience. He insisted that Hatsuka did not understand the situation at all, and that their boss would absolutely scold them if they tried to bet on someone so risky. With determination burning in her eyes, Hatsuka told him to wait and see what would happen with his new talent. Then she turned her attention right back to her device, completely absorbed in watching the protagonist fight through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally reached the end of the path, where a huge stone structure stood waiting in the dim dungeon. He stopped in front of the massive stone door and said that this was the end of the dungeon he had been searching for. The giant stone gate towered over him with a heavy, intimidating presence, and the protagonist gathered himself ready for whatever waited beyond it. He stretched his hand forward and pressed it against the cold stone surface, preparing to discover what was hidden on the other side. Beyond the door, he found a massive, werewolf-like creature seated on the ground, its sheer size making the chamber feel even more oppressive. This was the wolf warrior Greg, and the moment the viewers saw him, they began commenting on the overwhelming pressure radiating from his body. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist, revealing that the mission was simple in wording, but heavy in meaning. He had to earn the approval of the dungeon's guardian. The protagonist realized Greg was not just some monster meant to be hunted, but a gatekeeper placed there to judge the players who arrived. Then another mission suddenly appeared, offering a reward if he could defeat the wolf warrior himself. The protagonist's eyes widened when he saw the reward amount, because the mission was offering an unbelievable 3,000 credits. The viewers quickly warned him that Greg was not an opponent players were supposed to defeat, making it clear that challenging him directly was far from normal. Ignoring every warning on the screen, Greg slowly rose from where he had been sitting, his huge frame preparing to begin the battle. With his HP fully restored, the wolf warrior readied himself to face the masked boy who had dared to challenge him. The guardian of the second floor stood tall before the protagonist, staring him down with a deadly gaze. A sinister smile spread across Greg's face as he called the protagonist a user and prepared for the fight ahead. Another screen appeared, repeating the true purpose of the trial. The protagonist simply had to be acknowledged by the great wolf warrior. Greg looked at him with suspicion and asked whether he had truly come alone. When the wolf pressed the question again, the masked protagonist answered without hesitation. That, of course, he was alone there. The Guardian found that interesting and said he could smell the scent of a great warrior. The protagonist realized that the wolf tribe could distinguish a very special kind of scent, and Greg explained that it was not the scent of the body, but the essence of a true warrior. With that, Greg declared that the test was already over and that the protagonist could move forward. But the protagonist was confused and said it was a shame because his real target was Greg himself. The wolf warrior stared at him in surprise and asked if he truly meant him, not the door standing right behind him. With a serious expression behind the mask, the protagonist confirmed it, saying that someone had ordered him to take down the wolf warrior. Greg smiled at that answer, saying it was exactly the kind of thing he would expect from someone who carried the soul of a warrior. Then the scene shifted away to a potted plant sitting inside a bright modern office. Hatsuka and her blue-haired partner stood in front of their boss, who looked far too busy with his work to entertain their excitement. His hands flew across the keyboard as he typed at incredible speed. This was John Tai, the department head, and without slowing down, he asked how many viewers the live stream had. The blue-haired man answered that it had around 20 people, but Hatsuka immediately corrected him. With a proud little smile, Hatsuka said the stream had already passed 30 viewers, which instantly irritated her partner for being corrected. Their bickering only made John Tai angrier, and he snapped at them, asking if they were treating work like a joke. John Tai complained that he already knew the two of them liked making bets, but what he had asked for was someone promising, not a streamer barely being watched by 20 people. Hatsuka corrected him again, without hesitation, insisting that it was 30 viewers, and that only made John Tai look even more annoyed. John Tai then turned the conversation on Hatsuka, suggesting that maybe she should become a streamer herself, because with her talent and presence, she would probably attract plenty of fans. Her blue-haired partner glanced back at the screen and nearly lost his mind when he saw the viewer count had already climbed past 40, even while John Tai continued yelling at them. At the same time, the focus shifted back to the battle, where the protagonist stood face to face with the towering wolf warrior, ready for the fight to begin. Greg bared his razor-sharp claws, lowering his body like a predator about to pounce before charging straight at the protagonist with terrifying force. The protagonist tightened both hands around his demonic sword, forcing his mind to go completely clear as he reminded himself not to overthink anything once the fight started. The system warned him that the weapon would consume his life in exchange for boosting his stats, and the pain of that power immediately tore through his body. But the wedge of greed pushed back against the effect, and the protagonist steadied his breathing, telling himself to fight with the same focus as if this were his very first battle. Greg wasted no time at all. The wolf warrior kicked off the ground and rushed forward at an absurd speed, closing the distance toward the protagonist without the slightest hesitation. The masked protagonist met the charge head on, his sword crashing against Greg's claws in a heavy clash that sent the force of both attacks ringing through the air. A blue glow gathered around Greg's paw, the light pulsing dangerously as the Guardian prepared another devastating strike meant to crush the fight in one blow. Greg unleashed the attack with brutal power, but the protagonist planted his feet and raised his sword, managing to defend himself even against that overwhelming force. Even though he blocked it, the impact still drove him backward, his boots scraping against the ground and proving just how monstrous Greg's strength really was. As he continued blocking Greg's rapid attacks, the protagonist admitted that the wolf warrior was incredibly strong. Brute force alone would never be enough to bring down an opponent like this, so he knew he had to find another way. Even in the middle of the assault, Greg praised him, saying that this level of resistance was exactly what he expected from someone worthy of being called a great warrior. Greg followed up with a spinning attack, trying to catch the protagonist off guard from an unexpected angle, but the masked boy slipped away with sharp agility and warned that the Guardian's movements still could not match his own abilities. With that opening in front of him, the protagonist clenched the handle of his demonic sword even tighter, preparing to turn the fight around with a counterattack of his own. The viewers watching the live stream noticed that he had mostly been defending himself, yet even that was enough to leave them amazed, because his movements were still ridiculously strong. People in the chat began saying that whoever had given him the mission was probably regretting it now, because if the protagonist had simply followed the normal route, he would have passed without any trouble. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he said that sometimes there were methods far more effective than relying on strength alone. Then Greg's massive body suddenly gave out, and the proud wolf warrior collapsed heavily to the ground in defeat. The system announced that the protagonist had defeated the wolf warrior, rewarding him with a level up and increased stats. On top of that, he received 500 achievement points, leaving the viewers completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. With dirt smeared across his face and the aftermath of the fight still hanging around him, the protagonist confirmed that Greg had been defeated. While the live stream viewer count climbed all the way to 56, the mission was officially completed and the protagonist received the promised 3,000 credits, calmly thanking the donor for the money. His credits and points both increased, and at last the great dungeon door opened before him. Back at the agency, the entire team watched the outcome unfold on a huge screen in the room, their attention completely locked on the stream. When they saw what happened, Hatsuka and the others erupted with excitement, shouting and celebrating as the numbers rose faster than expected. Hatsuka was especially thrilled, not only because the viewers were increasing, but because the protagonist now had 3 trial options in front of him. John Tai had to admit that the result was impressive, especially since people had always said the Wolf Warrior could never be defeated. Even so, he still believed that recruiting a rookie from only the 2nd floor was far too risky for their agency. Hearing that hesitation, Hatsuka looked straight at John Tai and challenged him on the spot, asking if he wanted to settle it with a bet right then and there. Hatsuka declared that if the protagonist failed, then she and Seed would work on a fixed salary for the next 5 years. Seed immediately panicked, shouting that he never agreed to be dragged into the bet, but John Tai cut him off and told him to shut up. John Tai still doubted her, pointing out that the only player who had ever reached the lightning trial was Norukami Subaru. But Hatsuka smiled with confidence and said they would only know the answer if they actually let this play out. With a sharp smile of his own, John Tai accepted the bet, while Hatsuka clamped a hand over Seed's mouth to stop his panicked protests. Meanwhile, inside the portal, a new screen appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that the lightning trial had begun. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something dangerous and shouted a warning to the nearby man, telling him to be careful. The monster slammed its fist into the ground with explosive force, unleashing a destructive blow that could have crushed anything in its path, but the protagonist reacted quickly and dodged out of the way. The protagonist could already tell that the monster had a weakness, while the man he had just saved shouted for him to run, but instead of retreating, the protagonist decided to finish the fight quickly before anyone else could interfere. With his sword in hand, the protagonist rushed straight toward the monster, and the real confrontation began. Moving with incredible speed, he used the monster's arm like a springboard, stepping onto it and launching himself upward. The creature swung with all its strength, trying to smash him down, but the protagonist was already in the air before the attack could reach him. Ready to counter, he planted his foot firmly on the monster's arm, using the impact to build even more momentum and propel himself higher. His eyes glowed red as he prepared to deliver the final blow, while below him, the rescued man stared in complete awe at the masked hero soaring upward toward the monster. Without wasting a second, the protagonist ran along the giant's body, aiming for the weak point at its neck. Then, with a clean and precise strike, his demonic sword carved deep into the creature's flesh. The monster let out a pained roar from the unexpected attack, but the protagonist was not finished yet. Irritated by the deafening noise, the protagonist prepared to silence the beast once and for all. He told the creature to stay quiet for the rest of its life, then brought his sword down to deliver the finishing blow. With one precise slash, the protagonist ended the creature's life, and the massive body toppled backward before crashing lifelessly onto the ground. The giant fragment's eyes lost their glow, and the monster was finally defeated for good. The system announced that the protagonist had beaten it and cleared phase 4, leaving everyone watching the live stream in complete shock. With that victory, the protagonist gained a huge amount of points along with new items, including the giant's heart. The viewers could hardly believe he had earned 4,000 points, and they realized he had cleared everything in one massive run. The rescued man could only stare at the protagonist in silence, still shaken by the unbelievable fight he had just witnessed. He asked what the protagonist even was, and the masked hero answered calmly that it should be obvious just by looking at him. Then the protagonist made it clear that he had come there for one reason only: to defeat the giant. The scene shifted to a quiet mountain village, peaceful and still, where people walked along the stone streets of the small town as life continued at a gentle pace. Inside a simple room, the protagonist sat on the bed with his device in hand, calmly scrolling and checking through it after the battle. The livestream viewers grew curious and began asking him to show the items he had earned from defeating the giant. The protagonist agreed since he was curious about the rewards himself and decided to bring them up on the screen for everyone to see. The first reward he checked was the giant's heart, a rare ring pulsing with power, and its effect was impressive enough to raise both his maximum health and his natural regeneration. The second reward was a rare piece of armor infused with the power of lightning, and its special ability allowed it to nullify negative status effects before they could drag him down. The protagonist equipped the new lightning armor right away, and the moment it settled onto him, a new mission worth 5,000 credits suddenly appeared on the screen. As soon as that mission appeared, several more requests began popping up one after another, and the protagonist looked at the stream while thanking everyone for all the support. Then, with the viewers watching closely, he promised that he would learn the lightning skill for them. Still, he could not help wondering why so many people were waiting for that particular skill, and that was when he realized his old identity, Narukami Subaru, carried far more weight than he had ever imagined. Just then, someone knocked on the door and the protagonist told them to come in. The man he had saved earlier stepped into the room, accompanied by a mysterious blonde knight. The rescued man apologized for arriving late, then introduced the blonde knight as the village captain, Lord Peleus. He explained that giant attacks had become more frequent lately, forcing the knights into a state of high alert, and for everyone's safety, the villagers were being told not to leave their homes under any circumstances. The man added that it was strange to find an unfamiliar outsider during such a dangerous time, while Peleus turned to the protagonist and sincerely thanked him for protecting the village while he had been away. The protagonist answered calmly that he had only done what anyone should have done. Peleus, remembering his name, introduced himself more formally as the face of the village and explained that, fortunately, they had managed to locate the giant chief. With determination hardening his expression, Peleus said that he and the knights were prepared to risk their lives in order to corner the enemies. Then, swallowing their pride completely, Peleus and his companion lowered themselves to their knees and begged the protagonist to save the village. The protagonist remained silent for a moment, while the livestream viewers began worrying about Peleus and what might happen to him. Searching through his memories, the protagonist tried to recall what happened next in this part of the story. He remembered that in the original story, the blonde knight Peleus was destined to die. Returning to the present, the protagonist extended his hand toward him and quietly asked the knight to raise his head. With a firm, determined look, the protagonist told Peleus that he would cooperate with them. Peleus thanked him with visible relief, and at that moment, the system began Phase 5 of the protagonist's survival challenge. Peleus's companion pointed ahead, and in the distance they saw a massive giant lying motionless on the ground. It was the body of the giant chief, stretched out across the earth as if the terrifying creature were simply asleep. Peleus said he would draw the giant chief's attention and asked the protagonist to strike from behind, but the protagonist immediately stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him to wait. Something about the creature's behavior did not feel right, and the protagonist narrowed his eyes as he said that thing was strange. Suddenly, a mysterious light began shining from the ground, glowing dangerously close to the fallen giant chief's body. The earth started trembling violently, throwing the knights into panic as the situation spiraled out of control. With a serious expression, the protagonist realized the creature was not a normal living giant at all. Then the giant chief's chest began to split open, revealing a strange, unnatural energy pulsing from deep inside its body. From within the giant's open body, several smaller monsters began crawling out, their sinister smiles making the scene even more horrifying. The moment they emerged, the horde of creatures rushed straight toward the knights, throwing the entire group into chaos. Peleus panicked and screamed. Completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes, one of the giants grabbed a knight in its hand, and the trapped man cried out desperately, begging the monster to stop. Seeing the knights being overwhelmed, Peleus shouted another order, commanding everyone to run away as fast as they could. The knights were terrified, but one of them still forced himself to speak, insisting that this could not be the end for all of them. Everyone began fleeing from the battlefield, and Peleus called back to the protagonist, saying he was counting on him. The blonde knight turned toward the protagonist with a serious look, but the protagonist looked back at him and said those were actually his words to say. Peleus was confused, and the protagonist asked why he still was not running. The protagonist made it clear that he could not fight properly with Peleus still there, warning that if the knight stayed behind, both of them would die. Peleus shouted that he could not abandon an outsider like that, but the protagonist sharply ordered him not to say something like that again. Reluctantly, Peleus finally pulled back, telling the protagonist to hold out until he could return with reinforcements. Peleus ran off, shouting for the protagonist to stay alive as he left him to face the monsters. With a roar, the horde charged straight toward the masked hero without hesitation. The protagonist did not retreat. Instead, he ran directly toward the monsters with his sword in hand, meeting their charge head on. He warned the creatures that if they wanted to fight, then he was the opponent standing in their way. As one of the giants attacked, The protagonist slipped past the blow and sliced through its leg with incredible speed. Then he spun through the middle of the horde, his blade flashing as he cut across multiple enemies in a single sweeping strike. One creature screamed in pain, while the others froze in confusion, and the system immediately informed the protagonist that he had defeated 2 creatures and earned 20 conquest points. The protagonist remarked that he was not exactly used to being left behind to fight alone. Meanwhile, Peleus sprinted desperately through the forest, trying to escape and save himself. Even as he ran, Peleus glanced back over his shoulder, clearly worried about the battlefield he had just left behind. Sweat ran down his face as he pushed himself forward, breathless and tense, constantly looking back while forcing his legs to keep moving. With a determined expression, Peleus bit his lip and continued running away from the dangerous battlefield, carrying the weight of that decision with him. Back at the battlefield, the protagonist continued the massacre, swinging the demonic blade and cutting down another creature in his path. He leaped into the air and began slicing through multiple enemies at once, then descended from above with full force onto the monsters already gathered below him. The creatures reached up, trying to grab him out of the air, but the protagonist moved far too quickly for their hands to catch him. With a powerful kick, he slammed his foot into one giant's face with all the strength he could put behind it. The live stream chat erupted as viewers pointed out that in a battle this insane, a single wrong move would mean instant death for him. The wedge of greed pushed back against the demonic sword's draining effect, and little by little, the protagonist felt both his stamina and mental strength begin to recover. Even so, the protagonist knew he had to locate the leader quickly before his body reached its limit. Then, all at once, he sensed a powerful presence among the horde and finally found the one commanding them. A bearded giant appeared with a wicked grin stretched across his face, sharp teeth showing as he swung his massive club. The protagonist reacted instantly, leaping away just in time to avoid being crushed. The protagonist understood that this fight would be decided in a single moment. If he failed to finish the giant in one strike, then he would be the one lying defeated. And as the monster prepared to smash him down, he could only hope his plan would work. There would be no second chance. The protagonist stretched out his hand, gathering an enormous amount of energy as he prepared to release everything in his next attack. The system immediately warned that the protagonist was activating Thunderstrike at full power. A massive burst of lightning exploded across the battlefield, the thunderous impact echoing through the chaos like the sky itself had split open. The smaller giants were swallowed by the electric blast, screaming in pain as their bodies froze and convulsed under the shock. Even the horde leader was caught off guard by the lightning, his huge body forced backward as the electric force stunned him for a brief but crucial instant. Burning with fury, the giant roared the word human with every bit of hatred in his voice. The protagonist seized that tiny opening without hesitation, sprinting up the monster's arm as he closed in to deliver the finishing strike. With the demonic sword ready in his hands, the protagonist prepared to end the battle once and for all. He drove the blade deep into the giant's shoulder, and the sudden impact made the massive creature stagger under the force of the attack. Refusing to back off, the protagonist pushed the sword even deeper while blood spilled from the giant's mouth as the monster struggled to endure it. Then, with one final burst of strength, the protagonist unleashed a powerful finishing blow and brought down the giant leader. The monster's massive body collapsed to the ground, completely defeated, and the system announced the protagonist's victory. The protagonist cleared stage 5, earning a major achievement, leveling up and gaining even more increased stats from the victory. The live stream erupted into chaos as the viewers tried to understand how he had defeated a monster that was never supposed to be beaten. The protagonist thought that if he were some kind of manga hero, this would probably be where the scene ended in the coolest possible way. But the dark sky above still rumbled with lightning, making it painfully clear that the trial was not over yet. The remaining giants began surrounding him from every direction, while exhaustion weighed heavily on his body. Then the system warned that his ability had failed to resist the demonic sword's power. His body finally reached its limit, and the protagonist started staggering, barely able to stay on his feet. Even though he had cleared the stage, the monsters around him had not disappeared. He dragged himself forward through the battlefield, knowing the creatures would only vanish once the trial itself had truly come to an end. The very mechanism that had helped him gain the upper hand earlier was now tearing through him, turning his advantage into unbearable suffering. With blood smeared across his face, the protagonist realized just how desperate the situation had become. His strength was almost completely gone, and the giant slowly closed in, ready to deliver the final attack. Then, without warning, a strange golden energy erupted from the ground with overwhelming force. The protagonist released every last bit of power he had left, desperately pouring it all into one final attempt to end everything. The golden energy detonated violently, blasting outward and carving a massive crater into the battlefield. Then the scene shifted far away, deep into a dense and isolated forest. Hidden among the towering trees stood a small wooden cabin, tucked away like a secret place no ordinary person was meant to find. On the cabin's porch, a black-haired girl sat casually relaxing in the quiet air while playing on her handheld console. She seemed completely absorbed in her game, so focused on the screen that she did not even notice someone approaching. A long-haired, silver-haired man stepped into view, carrying the air of someone who clearly knew her from long ago. He asked what she was doing there, but the girl did not seem bothered at all, calmly commenting instead on how pleasant the weather was. She said this peaceful moment was something they could only enjoy right now, and the silver-haired man agreed, adding that they had at most 1 year left before their plan would be ready. His expression turned serious as he said that the time was coming to put an end to everything. The girl complained that he was the one getting distracted in the middle of their serious conversation. The silver-haired man stepped closer, looking down at the device in her hands as he asked what could possibly be so interesting. She showed him an image on the screen and said that the boy in it was called Norukami Subaru. The moment he heard that name, the silver-haired man panicked and asked if she had really just said Subaru. The girl quickly calmed him down, explaining that it was only a streamer using Subaru's name. On the live stream, the protagonist appeared on screen, and with a serious look, she asked whether he already knew the truth. She said that if the real Subaru were still alive, the traitor Kazuki would have already been erased from the tower. Anger sharpened her voice as she declared that their former leader was dead, and that the silver-haired man needed to accept that reality. The silver-haired man turned as if to leave, but the girl called after him by name Shigur. Furious, now she asked how long Shigur intended to keep hiding in the shadow of their former leader. Irritated, Shigur turned back toward her and asked what she meant by that. Then he snapped that this was exactly why she stayed trapped in distractions like the console she was holding. The girl answered that she had only been passing the time, but before she could brush it off completely, her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened as she stared at the live stream screen, completely shocked by what she was seeing. Shigur came back over and turned to ask if she was still thinking about that, even after everything they had just talked about. His own expression froze. Stunned, Shigur grabbed the device from her and stared at the screen, asking himself what in the world was happening. On the live stream, golden energy exploded across the battlefield, slamming into every giant around the protagonist with overwhelming force. The creatures shrieked as the strange light washed over them, their twisted bodies writhing in agony, while the mysterious power purified them from the inside out. Right after that, Norukami Subaru obtained the lightning ability, and the system immediately flashed its congratulations, announcing his new achievement as if he had just cleared a major milestone. Thanks to that success, Subaru earned another 2,000 points, and with the requirement finally met, he was now allowed to proceed to the next floor. Meanwhile, the live stream chat completely exploded with excitement, the viewers flooding the screen with messages as they demanded to know how Subaru had suddenly learned a lightning skill. But while everyone watching was thrilled, Subaru himself could only frown, because deep down he knew very clearly that nothing about this situation was normal. A system window appeared in front of him, explaining the details of the ability, and Subaru turned his eyes back toward the remaining monsters, silently thinking that whatever had happened, at least he had managed to survive. Not long after, several huge donations worth thousands of credits began popping up one after another, and Subaru looked at the sudden support with surprise before sincerely thanking everyone who had sent them. His total credits quickly climbed past 20,000, and seeing how generous the viewers had been, Subaru told them that since they'd gone this far for him, he might as well give them a proper show. Ahead of him, the remaining giants let out furious roars, their massive bodies tensing as they prepared to rush him with every last bit of strength they had. Subaru decided it was time to reveal just how much power he could draw out. And without hesitation, he spent 20,000 credits to raise the level of his ability. The Wedge of Greed rose to level 3, and with that upgrade, it became far better at enduring the overwhelming force produced by the lightning skill. Crackling lightning gathered tightly in Subaru's hand, the bright energy twisting around his fingers as he prepared to strike down every monster in front of him at once. Standing alone in the middle of the battlefield, Subaru faced the advancing horde head-on, his small figure staring down the wave of monsters charging toward him. Once Subaru felt he had enough control over the power, he kicked off the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, racing straight into the crowd of giants coming to meet him. His grip tightened around the mysterious demon sword and the blade began to glow with violent, destructive lightning that pulsed as if it could tear the air apart. Subaru lifted the sword high above his head, his posture steady despite the danger, and declared that it was finally time to let loose just a little. Just like he had done long ago, Subaru brought the sword down with overwhelming force, unleashing a huge red rift of energy and lightning that ripped through the enemy ranks in a single devastating sweep. When the attack was over, Subaru remained standing, but only barely. He panted hard sweat pouring down his face as he cursed himself for miscalculating, realizing too late that he should have saved enough strength to make it back. He slowly looked around the battlefield and saw giant corpses scattered everywhere. And only then did it sink in that he had poured every last bit of his energy into that one strike. His body started to sway and he drove his sword into the ground to keep himself upright. But just then, a group of armored knights appeared in the distance, running toward him at full speed. Commander Peleus spotted Subaru beginning to fall and his face went pale with shock as he cried out, "The savior?" Without wasting another second, Peleus rushed toward him while Subaru's completely exhausted body finally gave out and began collapsing toward the ground under the weight of his fatigue. Through his fading vision, Subaru saw Peleus running toward him with panic written all over his face, and Subaru weakly muttered to himself, calling him an idiot for actually coming all the way back. At the very last moment before Subaru hit the ground, Peleus stretched out his hand and caught him, stopping his exhausted body from crashing down. Hatsuka stared at him in stunned silence, while her companion beside her bluntly said that he really did not understand women at all. Clutching her head with both hands, Hatsuka's expression crumpled as she realized that the situation had become seriously bad for every one of them. Her face flushed bright red, and panic took over as she frantically wondered what on earth she was supposed to do now. Regret immediately hit her, and Hatsuka began thinking that her message had sounded far too cold, wishing she had softened it with more emojis. Her partner pointed out that the message looked more like a business proposal, which made the boss think she wanted to act like a businesswoman. But Hatsuka snapped back in frustration, shouting that before anything else, she was a passionate fan and simply could not help herself. Then she jabbed a finger toward the boss and reminded him of exactly what she had warned him about before. This was Hokkai, a man known for using his sharp eyes and sharper judgment to crush his rivals inside the tower. He announced that a new rising talent named Kurokawa Amon had appeared, climbing through the tower at an astonishing speed. Hokkai also brought up Kazuki Kyojo, the former member of Blue Eyes who was now representing Earth. Even so, Hokkai made it clear that no matter what anyone else said, aside from Narukami Subaru, he would always consider himself the greatest of all time. With that confident declaration, Hokkai began his stream and told his viewers that today he would be breaking down the hottest player in the spotlight right now, Narukami Subaru. When one viewer asked for his final summary, Hokkai suddenly paused and realized that he had completely forgotten to give his one-line comment. After thinking for a moment, Hokkai said that when it came to control, this kid might even surpass the original Narukami Subaru during his prime. Hearing such a massive comparison, Subaru was left completely stunned, his eyes widening as the weight of those words sank in. Then, the system announced that Stage 6 was ready and asked Subaru whether he wanted to suspend the trial. Although his physical fatigue had recovered, Subaru was still mentally drained, and for the first time in a while, he seriously considered pausing the test. He picked up his device and glanced at the live stream details, only to notice something that truly caught him off guard. When Subaru saw that 742 viewers were watching, he thanked everyone with genuine surprise and wondered when his audience had grown that much. Subaru apologized to the viewers and explained that the next stream would be the day after tomorrow because he needed proper rest. After ending the broadcast, a blue portal of light appeared before him, finally giving him a way out of the trial. Subaru stepped out of the ordeal and returned to the strange white space that stretched between the tower floors. Now alone in that empty place, Subaru began looking around, exploring the vast white stage that surrounded him on every side. As he carefully checked his device, Subaru walked forward, and before long, a stone gate appeared in his path. Then, a message arrived from Soida Entertainment, sent by a woman named Hatsuka from the management department. Sweat gathered on Subaru's face as he stared at the message, wondering if this was some kind of spam trying to trick him. Without his mask on, Subaru looked even more confused by the company name, unable to understand what was really happening. Soon after, the scene shifted to a bright sunny day at a cafe, the place he seemed to be heading toward. Inside the cafe, Subaru sat calmly with a cup of coffee, sipping it in peace while searching for more information on his device. He found information on Soida Entertainment, a streamer company, and as he read through it, Subaru could not help thinking about how much the world had changed. He soon realized that the company was quite large and even ranked among the best in the entertainment industry. On Subaru's device, comments about Hokai's livestream filled the screen, with viewers still buzzing over how openly Hokai had praised the new Narukami. As Subaru kept reading, he learned that Hokai also belonged to Soida Entertainment and had a reputation for being an extremely harsh critic. Even so, Subaru couldn't help smiling a little, admitting that the streamer clearly had a sharp eye for talent. Just then, the quiet mood inside the cafe shifted, as someone in stylish black boots stepped through the entrance, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. It was Kurokawa Amon, stopping in front of the cafe with a firm posture and a serious, determined look fixed across his face. On his device, Kurokawa Amon saw Hokai's comment comparing the new Narukami to the original one, and the words immediately dug under his skin. Sitting inside his Audi, Kurokawa Amon boiled with rage, gritting his teeth as he complained that the guy had only reached the second floor and had no right to be compared to the original. Furious at Hokai's nerve, he swore that once he found him, he would rip those eyes out for daring to say something like that. Then he slammed his foot against the ground, letting his frustration spill out completely. With his morning already ruined, Kurokawa Amon entered the cafe, trying to push the whole thing out of his mind. He forced a dark, stiff smile onto his face, pretending he was calm. But the anger underneath was far too obvious to hide. Then his eyes landed on Subaru. And Kurokawa Amon wondered if today was just his unlucky day, since he kept running into one irritating person after another. Subaru, meanwhile, remained relaxed at his seat inside the cafe, quietly scrolling through his device, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Without warning, Isaac appeared behind Subaru, standing close with a heavy, intimidating presence and a cold seriousness in his posture. Isaac deliberately knocked into Subaru's table, and the impact sent Subaru's coffee tipping over before it crashed down onto the floor. As the hot liquid splashed out, Subaru jerked back in pain, shouting as the burn caught him by surprise. Subaru turned a sharp, angry glare toward Isaac. But Isaac only answered with a fake apology, his tone dripping with mockery instead of regret. A grin spread across Isaac's face as recognition clicked in his eyes, and he asked whether this was really the Subaru he knew. Isaac remarked that they had been running into each other far too often, adding that the second floor was starting to feel too small for the two of them. Subaru, completely uninterested in playing along, ignored him and returned to his device like nothing had happened. Seeing Subaru refuse to react, Isaac leaned in and asked whether he wanted compensation for the coffee, mocking him as if Subaru were too broke to afford another one. When Subaru still gave him nothing, Isaac's eye began to glow with an intense red light, his rage flashing through in a way he could no longer conceal. Subaru finally stood up, ready to leave the cafe behind, but Isaac stopped him halfway by calling out after him. Subaru looked back with a serious expression and asked if Isaac had a screw loose in his head. The insult pushed Isaac over the edge, and he grabbed Subaru by the collar, snarling at him like a furious bastard. Isaac threatened Subaru through clenched teeth, warning that if Subaru refused to listen, he would finish him off just like he used to in the old days. But before Isaac could keep going, Subaru cut him off with a sarcastic apology and suddenly grabbed Isaac's hand with crushing force. Subaru coldly said he didn't have time for this nonsense, then squeezed Isaac's hand even harder. Isaac's expression twisted in shock as he wondered whether Subaru had always been this strong. Subaru released him and calmly told Isaac to consider the coffee paid for, then turned away and walked off without giving him another glance. Isaac, burning with humiliation and anger, shouted after Subaru, ordering him not to leave and to wait right where he was. But Subaru did not even slow down, simply ignoring Isaac's voice as he walked straight out of the cafe. The door swung shut behind Subaru, and the small bell rang through the cafe, leaving Isaac standing there alone with his fury. Now, isolated in the cafe, Isaac let out a long, frustrated sigh, his anger simmering in the silence around him. All Isaac had wanted was to climb the tower in peace. Instead, he angrily complained that first it had been Narukami, then Raso, and now Subaru was irritating him too. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Isaac stormed out of the cafe, yelling that all of them kept provoking him nonstop. Outside, Subaru checked his device again, and something suddenly came back to him. Holding the device in his hand, he remembered the message he had received earlier. The view shifted to a rubber duck floating gently in a bathtub, bobbing between thick layers of white foam. In that bath, Hatsuka from Soida Entertainment relaxed in the warm water while sending Subaru a message asking him to meet with her. Then everything shifted again. this time to a dark cave littered with the corpses of monsters Subaru had already cut down. With his demonic sword in hand, Subaru stood ready, preparing himself for whatever would come next on his journey. Moving with incredible speed, Subaru slipped past the creature's attacks, streaking by so quickly that he looked like a bolt of lightning crossing the battlefield. His focus sharpened, and for a moment, the image of his old self seemed to overlap and merge with him, revealing just how far Subaru had evolved. The salamander roared in frustration when its attack failed to catch its fast-moving target. Enraged, the beast opened its jaws and launched a massive fireball straight towards Subaru. Subaru poured lightning into his demonic sword, the blade crackling with power as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Without slowing down, Subaru charged directly through the incoming fireball, cutting straight through the danger as he pushed toward his final attack. His skill could not fully resist the strain, and his fatigue began rising fast, but Subaru refused to stop and continued pressing his attack against the beast. Then a stranger approached and casually made a comment about hunting, leaving Subaru confused as he tried to understand who this man was and why he had appeared. The hooded man fixed Subaru with a sinister stare, his eyes glowing from beneath the shadow of his hood in the darkness. The man finally revealed his face and said this was quite the surprise, claiming that he had known Subaru for a very long time. Subaru looked back at him with a guarded expression and called him persistent for showing up and standing in his way. Isaac said he had thought about this a lot, but his anger had finally burned through every bit of patience he had left. The two of them stood facing each other in tense silence, ready for whatever might happen next, until Isaac caught up to Subaru with a smile and suggested they settle everything right there. Subaru stared at Isaac with a serious look, quietly realizing that this guy was turning into a real problem. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to a lively city, where crowded streets stretched around a massive tower rising at the center. Among the people moving through the streets, the famous streamer Hawkeye walked with a stern expression on his face. Suddenly, Hawkeye stopped in place and his boss called out to him, saying he had finally found him there. Inside a cafe, the agency boss, Johnny Tell, sat waiting for his employee with a calm but expectant air. Johnny Tell greeted Hawkeye calmly and asked how his recent streams had been going, watching him with the relaxed confidence of someone who already had another topic in mind. Hawkeye answered without much excitement, saying they were only doing okay, since the people watching were always the same familiar viewers. But Johnny Tell saw that as something positive, telling him that slow growth was actually healthier because something that rises steadily is much harder to knock down. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes and asked why he had been called out so suddenly. Johnny Tell praised his sharp intuition, then got straight to the point and asked whether Hawkeye had truly meant what he said about the new rising newcomer, Narukami Subaru. Hawkeye confirmed it without hesitation, saying that in his honest opinion, the newbie's talent might even surpass the original Narukami Subaru. As Subaru's potential became the focus of their conversation, Hawkeye's eye gleamed with interest, and Johnny Tell finally revealed that he was considering recruiting Subaru into the agency. Hawkeye liked the idea, but he also pointed out the obvious problem. Subaru still had very few viewers, and outside of the recent attention, his public recognition was still low. Johnny Tell agreed, but said Hawkeye's own praise had given him even more confidence in Subaru's future. That was why he suggested arranging a collaboration between Hawkeye and Subaru, hoping it would raise the boy's name and help him chase the kind of lightning mastery that had made Hawkeye so interested in the first place. Elsewhere, Isaac's anger exploded as he cursed the name Narukami Subaru, snarling that someone with that name should have stayed silent in the grave. His eyes burned with a red glow full of hatred, and Isaac growled that everyone around him just kept irritating him again and again without giving him a moment of peace. Then Isaac seized Subaru by the collar, yanking him close as he demanded to know whether Subaru understood the situation he had gotten himself into. Sweat slid down Subaru's face as he stared back at Isaac, thinking that he never imagined he would wake up in an era filled with so many people imitating him. Subaru then asked why Isaac treated him like some kind of sworn enemy. Isaac snapped back that it was because of Subaru's name, and Subaru pressed him again, asking why that name filled him with so much hatred. The question hit Isaac hard, and the blonde-haired young man froze in place, his expression stiffening as if he had suddenly lost the ability to answer. Isaac screamed something about his father, but Subaru only looked at him and asked what that had to do with the conversation in front of him. Then the name Reinhardt came up, revealing that Isaac's father was a ranker from the 9th floor of the tower. Subaru's eyes widened in shock as he asked whether Isaac was talking about the famous one-slash-swordsman Reinhardt that he knew. A memory from the past rose to the surface, bringing back an unbelievable emergency that had once shaken the tower. In that flashback, Narukami Subaru faced Reinhardt, the the ranker from the Runar continent, and defeated him with a single strike. The entire fight lasted less than 30 seconds, and even though Reinhardt tried to force himself back up and continue, his trembling arm made it painfully clear that he had already lost. With that, the mighty swordsman's strength finally gave out, and Reinhardt collapsed to the ground, completely defeated by Subaru. Back in the present, Isaac erupted in fury, yelling at Subaru not to say his father's name so casually. Subaru began to understand and asked if all of Isaac's hatred came from the nickname his father had carried as a swordsman. Then Subaru asked if Isaac had any idea how much Narukami Subaru had suffered because of that incident too. Isaac, furious at his nerve, shouted for him to shut up as flames suddenly ignited around his body. But Subaru faced Isaac head-on with a serious expression and said he would not shut up for him no matter what happened. With a firm, unwavering gaze, Subaru stood directly before Isaac's flames, showing no trace of fear even as the heat flared in front of him. Isaac's entire body burned brighter, and he gathered his firepower, preparing to unleash everything he had against Subaru. Isaac screamed at Subaru to stop talking and hurry up and die already. Wrapped in flames from head to toe, he shouted that he hated Narukami Subaru and that the very name made him sick. Isaac spat that the guild leader had been arrogant, and because of that arrogance, all of his teammates had become conceited as well. With hatred twisting his face, Isaac declared that they had deserved the tragic end they met inside the tower. Isaac sneered that they were probably rotting in hell right now, and that carrying the Narukami name meant Subaru's luck had finally run out. With that, he hurled a powerful fireball straight at Subaru. But when the smoke rolled across the area, Subaru simply stepped through it unharmed, showing that the attack had done nothing at all. Isaac's confidence cracked instantly, and he panicked, insisting that he must have miscontrolled the strength of the flames. Trying to regain his composure, Isaac smiled and said that maybe his next victim would be that masked streamer from the live broadcast. The moment Isaac said that, he froze, repeating the word masked as realization began to creep into his voice. Confused and unsettled, Isaac stared into the smoke, and there he saw Subaru's silhouette slowly emerging from within the fading flames. Subaru revealed his mask and asked if this was the person Isaac had been talking about. Isaac immediately panicked, shouting that it was impossible. Isaac demanded to know how Subaru had taken his fire head on and walked through it like nothing had happened. Subaru stomped the ground beneath him and asked whether that unpleasant feeling had finally reached Isaac. With furious eyes, Subaru charged forward and said a brat like Isaac had no right to talk that way. In the next instant, Subaru drove his fist straight into Isaac's face, and the sheer force of the blow shocked Isaac completely. Pain flashed through Isaac's eyes as the impact sank in, the powerful hit rattling him harder than he expected. Subaru slammed Isaac down into the ground, and Isaac screamed endlessly in agony. Blood dripped from his mouth as he writhed there, unable to stop crying out from the pain. Subaru looked down at him coldly and scolded him for speaking ill of his comrades. Isaac twisted on the ground beneath him, struggling to breathe as he asked why Subaru was doing this. Isaac could not accept what was happening, as if the truth in front of him could not possibly be real. Subaru then leaned into the moment and offered the fallen bully a little quiz. Subaru asked Isaac to guess who he really was, the loser named Subaru, the mysterious masked streamer called Narukami Subaru, or the real blue-eyed Narukami Subaru that everyone remembered. Isaac refused to believe it, snarling that Subaru was only trying to protect some fake streamer. Still angry, Isaac claimed that the lightning ability had never been anything special in the first place. Then he asked whether Subaru truly thought he could beat him with that level of power, bragging that this only proved he stood above even the real Narukami Subaru. With that, Isaac screamed and charged forward again, his flames surging around him. But Subaru moved faster, and with a single strike, he cut cleanly through the fire attack. Isaac stood frozen, stunned by what had just happened before his eyes. His powerful flame technique had been destroyed far too easily. Subaru calmly said the answer was wrong, adding that he was honestly amazed by how much nonsense Isaac could say. With Subaru's blade now pressed against Isaac's throat, Isaac swallowed his fear and asked what Subaru meant, unable to understand the truth in front of him. A bead of sweat rolled down Isaac's face as he finally realized just how dangerous the situation had become. Subaru then looked down at Isaac and asked if he had even the slightest idea how much Subaru Oz had suffered because of everything tied to that name. He said it was deeply unpleasant to hear a brat like Isaac look down on his friends as if their pain meant nothing. At those words, Isaac began to break out in a cold sweat, finally realizing exactly who was standing in front of him. The fire user's eyes widened as the truth struck him, and with a trembling voice, Isaac realized that the person before him was the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru himself. Without a moment of hesitation, Subaru drove his demonic sword straight into Isaac's chest, cutting through the bully's arrogance in one brutal strike. With a cold, serious look in his eyes, Subaru told Isaac that playtime was over, and from this moment on, things were going to change. Isaac's legs finally gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, completely defeated by Subaru's sudden attack. Subaru calmly placed his mask back on and said he had already given Isaac far more attention than he deserved. Then he told Isaac to consider it his thanks for lending him that body before turning away and walking off. Flustered and overwhelmed, Hatsuka tried to explain that the others were far more professional, but Subaru told her that was not what he meant. Still, as Hatsuka thought back on the way he fought, she became certain that he was no ordinary player, and the realization left her feeling completely doomed. Subaru knew very well that from this point forward, the enemies waiting for him would only become stronger, and that meant he had no time to sit around and rest. Hatsuka grew increasingly anxious, worrying that she had to leave a good impression no matter what, because one wrong move might make Subaru reject the contract entirely. But then, Subaru reached out his hand toward her and said he understood, adding that he believed he could trust her, which left Hatsuka staring at him in shock. With his hand still extended, Subaru asked Hatsuka to take good care of him from now on, his calm words carrying a surprising amount of sincerity. Overcome by emotion, Hatsuka quickly took Subaru's hand in both of hers and said that she should be the one saying that to him. Soon after, Subaru began his live broadcast, and the moment the stream went live, the chat burst into motion with excitement from every direction. Looking at the screen, Subaru realized that more than 700 viewers were already watching his live stream, far more than he had expected. Subaru was genuinely surprised by the sudden crowd and wondered if so many spectators had gathered because of Hatsuka's announcement. Hatsuka then stepped in to announce the schedule for distributing abilities to all of Subaru's fans, making the event feel even more official. Without wasting any more time, Subaru decided to begin, and the system immediately activated the 6th legendary phase. The setting shifted to a rain-soaked camp deep within an extremely dark forest where the sound of falling water filled the gloomy night. Inside one of the tents, wooden crates were stacked in the corner, giving the place the look of a temporary base prepared in a hurry. Around a table at the center of the tent, a group of knights gathered closely together, discussing their next strategy beneath the tense atmosphere. The blonde knight asked his men where the benefactor who had helped them had gone, but one of the knights remained wary, thinking it was dangerous to depend on an unknown outsider. Another man warned that they might have been deceived, saying the enemy might not actually be the chief of the giants. Hearing his men doubt the boy who had saved him, the blonde knight's face tightened with irritation, and he snapped at them in anger. Suddenly, one of the knights announced that their benefactor had finally awakened, and Subaru appeared before them. The captain hurried towards Subaru in concern, but Subaru calmly reassured him, saying he could already walk normally again. Even so, the other knights continued staring at Subaru with suspicion, their eyes lingering on his mask as they silently wondered why he looked so strange. Subaru noticed their doubtful gazes and asked whether they truly did not believe him or whether they simply did not want to believe what had happened. A memory surfaced of Hatsuka explaining how Subaru could adjust his microphone so that only the viewers could hear his voice. Subaru found the feature extremely useful for troublesome situations like this, while the knights, unable to understand his side of the conversation, mistook his attitude for insolence. Then an older knight stepped forward, extending his hand towards Subaru and saying that before anything else, he needed to thank him properly. The older knight introduced himself as Dale, and from the way the others treated him, he seemed to be one of the group's leaders. Subaru greeted him in return, and Dale continued by explaining that everyone in the village had been trampled down. With a worried expression etched across his face, the old warrior confirmed that the village had been destroyed by that terrifying being. Subaru asked whether there was truly someone even more dangerous than the chief giant, and Dahl nodded with complete certainty. Dale explained that the true ancient giants, the ones said to have fought against the gods themselves, had long ago been sealed away and disappeared from the world. He went on to say that only fragments of those ancient giants remained scattered across the land, and most modern giants were little more than lingering thoughts left behind by their existence. But Dahl warned that the giant who had appeared this time was different, something far closer to the ancient myth than anything they had faced before. In the live stream chat, viewers reacted immediately, saying that an enemy like this sounded like something from the 8th floor, a stage no one had ever reached before. Even after hearing that, Subaru's gaze remained firm, and he said they had no choice but to defeat the giant. Subaru admitted that he had confidence, but Dahl quickly said the request was impossible, because Subaru still had not seen the monster with his own eyes. Before the discussion could continue, the blonde knight interrupted and called out to Subaru, drawing everyone's attention back to him. With a serious look, the blonde knight told Subaru about an ancient legend involving a lightning fragment hidden within Millennium Mountain. He explained that the legendary item was not something anyone could simply stumble upon, because only a special person would be able to find it. Then the blonde knight revealed that he believed Subaru was the only one capable of locating that lightning fragment. A memory appeared of the village under attack, with terrified villagers fleeing through the flames in desperation. The giants known as Pytal stormed through the settlement, attacking the residents without a trace of mercy. Then a giant far larger than the others emerged, and in a dark, terrifying voice, he referred to the smaller creatures as his children. A helpless knight screamed in agony as the massive giant crushed him, his desperate cry swallowed by the chaos around him. With sinister eyes, the creature lifted the knight into the air and declared that he would finish him once and for all. With just one merciless squeeze, the monster ended the man's life instantly. The giant then raised his bloodied hands and declared that he would send them back drenched in human blood. In the reflection of Subaru's eye, the horrifying scene burned clearly, showing exactly what he was witnessing. Mounted on his horse, Subaru watched the monster from a distance, while the livestream chat erupted in shock at the terrifying sight. The horse trembled and panicked under the pressure of the creature's presence, and Subaru realized aloud that the monster was trying to kill them. The blonde knight warned Subaru that the giants would arrive in 3 days, and if he could not find the lightning fragment before then, he needed to flee. Subaru rode straight toward Millennium Mountain, knowing he needed greater power if he wanted to win, and the thought of running away never even crossed his mind. With his gaze fixed ahead, Subaru declared that there was no trial inside the tower that he could not overcome. The moment those words left his mouth, Subaru realized he had accidentally used one of his old catchphrases, and the livestream viewers recognized it almost instantly. Subaru quickly checked the missions on his device, and relief washed over him when he realized that, at least for now, his identity had not been exposed. He tightened his grip on the reins, leaned forward over the horse, and urged it to run even faster across the rough path. With that, Subaru pushed onward at full speed, racing toward the mountain where his final challenge was waiting. At last, Subaru reached the base of Millennium Mountain and dismounted from his horse, landing in front of the towering rocky slope. With his horse standing beside him, Subaru stared up at the enormous stone wall and thought that the lightning fragment had to be hidden somewhere within that mountain. Subaru stepped closer and placed his hand against the cold rock, preparing himself for the challenge ahead. In his memory, Peleus explained that the fragment came from ancient legends, and no one truly knew what it actually was. Subaru had asked how he was supposed to obtain it, but Peleus could only tell him the location and the myth passed down around it. However, Peleus added one thing he knew for certain. The person who once wielded that lightning had annihilated the giants. Then Subaru's thoughts returned to the present. Meanwhile, Hatsuka stared down at her device, blinking in confusion as she tried to understand what had just happened. A moment later, Hatsuka shouted into the phone in celebration, thrilled that the contract with Subaru had finally been completed, while her boss celebrated the success as well. But when Hatsuka heard that familiar phrase, her eyes suddenly widened in complete shock. Startled by the coincidence, Hatsuka sat upright in disbelief, unable to ignore what she had just heard. A single tear slipped down Hatsuka's cheek as the memory struck her harder than she expected. It was a phrase from more than 20 years ago. Back on Millennium Mountain, golden energy began pouring down from the sky with overwhelming intensity. Golden lightning wrapped around Subaru's body, leaving the livestream viewers confused by the sudden change. With one foot planted firmly on the ground, Subaru asked which of them was tougher and braced himself for the test. Subaru clenched his fist tightly and said they would keep fighting until the very end without giving up. Then he drove his fist into the mountain with all the strength he had, and a massive burst of energy exploded outward from the point of impact. The ground shattered around him, cracks spreading violently in every direction as Subaru stood at the center of the destruction. Surrounded by golden lightning, Subaru smiled and said that he had finally found the thing he had been looking for. The ground split wide open beneath him. Subaru stared at the result of his strike while golden energy swirled around his body, feeling a sensation so intense that nothing in his old life could compare to it. Subaru felt the immense lightning power calling out to his own electric ability. When he looked ahead, he saw a fissure torn into the mountain, almost like an entrance leading to the final test. With firm, steady steps, Subaru moved toward the enormous stone entrance waiting inside the cracked mountain. He stopped before a gigantic door, and the live stream chat immediately began urging him to smash it open. Without hesitating, Subaru lifted his hand and reached toward the massive stone door in front of him. The instant his palm touched the surface, golden lightning appeared, and Subaru realized the clue had been obvious from the very beginning. Lightning surged from the system's response, and Subaru's ability resisted the pressure as he prepared himself for the next test. With his pulse racing, Subaru filled his body with power while the livestream chat went wild at the thought of him breaking through the door. Subaru said that if this power was calling him so strongly, then he would definitely answer it. With a shout, Subaru threw a punch with all his strength, answering the mountain's call head on. The lightning-charged punch struck the door directly, and the enormous stone barrier shattered into countless pieces. Subaru stepped through the newly opened passage, moving toward the golden light glowing on the other side. The massive stone door had been destroyed, revealing a path that led deeper into the next challenge of the tower. With the door reduced to rubble, the livestream chat erupted with excitement, but Subaru simply kept moving forward. Subaru fell silent as he faced what waited ahead with a deeply serious expression. Step by step, he walked into the darkness without showing the slightest fear, and as he continued down the corridor toward his next trial, the system warned him that he had entered the path of lightning and could not leave until the phase was cleared. Meanwhile, back at the camp, heavy rain poured down over the tents as the knights prepared themselves for the worst. Inside the tent, the warriors gathered once again, discussing what they should do when the next battle began. Dale asked Peleus if he truly believed Subaru would succeed, and Peleus answered with a confident smile, saying he was certain the boy would make it. Dale said Peleus was putting far too much trust in a stranger, but Peleus replied that Subaru had already proven his strength. Since they were going to die anyway if nothing changed, Peleus turned to the older knight with a serious look and told him that he did not understand anything. Nearby, a young knight trembled in fear, remembering the overwhelming power of the giant he had witnessed in the village. Peleus crouched in front of the young knight and told him that even so they could not give up. He asked everyone there to believe in the young hero who was risking everything for them without asking for anything in return. But the young knight remained desperate, saying it was easy for the captain to speak so bravely when fear was not crushing him the same way. The other knights turned toward him with grave expressions, and just then a powerful tremor shook the camp, sending a mug tumbling off the table. A knight suddenly burst into the tent, shouting in panic that the enemy had finally arrived. The warning struck every warrior in the tent at once, leaving them shocked as they braced themselves for the disaster about to unfold. At the same time, the scene shifted to a vast ice cave, silent, freezing, and surrounded by an almost unnatural stillness. Inside the icy cavern, Subaru looked around in confusion, wondering where he had ended up. He trudged through the snow, thinking carefully about what this place expected him to do. The livestream chat pointed out that there seemed to be nothing there, but another viewer commented that lightning moved too fast to be seen so easily. Subaru thought about that for a moment and realized it made sense. After all, lightning was a charge moving through the air. He finally pieces it together. The reason he cannot see the answer is because this trial was never asking him to search with his eyes in the first place. Whatever the path is, it has to be sensed, understood, and followed in a completely different way. Then the name of the trial flashes back through his mind, the path of lightning. In that instant, the protagonist feels a fierce, powerful current calling out to him from somewhere ahead, and his eyes widen in shock as he realizes this test is connected directly to the very strength inside him. A faint smile rises on his face as he understands that his guess was right after all. But even with that answer at hand, there's no shortcut waiting for him. The only thing he can do now is keep moving forward. The protagonist breaks into a run, his footsteps echoing through the cold passage as he quickly grasps the true nature of the trial. This is not just about finding the path, it is testing how long his body and willpower can endure. With his mask already cracked and his breathing growing heavier, he understands the danger clearly. If he fails to withstand what is coming, then this trial will end right here, and so will his chance to continue. Across the live stream, all kinds of missions, comments, and challenge prompts begin appearing one after another, each one urging him to hold on, keep pushing, and refuse to collapse under the pressure. His expression hardens with determination. Even while struggling through the trial, he still takes a moment to thank everyone watching for their support, their encouragement, and the rewards they have sent to help him keep going. The scene shifts away from the harsh trial and into a much warmer place, where a pot of stew bubbles gently over the fire and the soft glow of a cozy fireplace fills the room. Not far from the hearth, a silver-haired boy sits back in a relaxed position, quietly fiddling with the device in his hands while enjoying the comfort of the room around him. But as he looks down at the screen, his relaxed mood disappears. He suddenly goes quiet, his face turning unusually serious as if something on the device has captured his full attention. Without warning, a girl appears beside him, and the sudden interruption catches him completely off guard. The silver-haired boy jolts in panic and practically jumps out of his chair. She steps closer, eyes narrowing with curiosity, and asks what exactly he is doing with that device. Then, with a sly smile, she teases him by asking whether he was hiding something from her, or maybe watching something he definitely should not be watching. The silver-haired boy immediately denies it, insisting that he was not hiding anything at all and that he was only tired, but the girl only smiles more playfully, teasing him with a comment about how certain things can make someone's hair grow faster. She admits that she had stopped watching the live stream because of him, yet in the end, curiosity got the better of her and she came back anyway. Noticing how tense he has become, she asks whether he really does not want her relaxing on the sofa in her own home. His face turns bright red at once, and he shouts that she does not need to say it in such a suggestive way. Flustered and overwhelmed, he complains that his eardrums might burst, then quickly tells her to just relax without worrying about him. While trying to act normal, the silver-haired boy secretly lowers the sound on his device, making sure that nothing from the live stream can be overheard by the girl standing near him. The girl finds his behavior odd. After all, he is usually stubborn, difficult, and the type who never listens to anyone, so seeing him suddenly act disobedient makes her even more suspicious. Her patience runs out. Annoyed by his strange attitude, she gets up, grabs him firmly by the arm, and starts pulling him away before he can make another excuse. He quickly tells her that she can stay a little longer if she wants, trying to calm the situation. He even says she can lie down and relax properly, as long as she stops pressing him about the device. In the end, the girl turns away and heads up the stairs, leaving the silver-haired boy behind in the room, alone once again with the device still in his hands. Once she is gone, the silver-haired boy lets out a deep sigh of relief. He realizes just how close he came to being caught, and the thought alone makes him tense. If she found out about the live stream, it would turn into a huge scandal, and he does not even want to imagine the chaos that would follow. His expression grows serious again as another thought settles in his mind. Even if the situation has changed, even if everything looks different now, Subaru would never forget them. As he keeps watching the live stream, he notices something that feels almost impossible to ignore. The hero's personality, his tone, and even the way he speaks all resemble the old Subaru far too closely. On the screen, the hero thanks everyone for the donations pouring in, yet the silver-haired boy still senses a difference because the original Subaru would have made sure to give proper credit in his own way. Then, out of nowhere, the girl taps him on the shoulder again. Her voice cuts through his thoughts as she tells him that he should really start questioning what all of this means. The silver-haired boy freezes, then turns around in shock to find her standing right there. She asks if he truly believed she would not notice anything, and with a dark, almost sinister look in her eyes, she warns him that he is still 100 years too early to fool her. Back on the trial screen, a message appears demanding that he trace the path of lightning. At the same time, a tear mixed with golden energy slides down his face, glowing as it falls. Inside the ice cave, the protagonist steadies himself and focuses completely on the challenge ahead. Surrounded by the frozen walls, he prepares to face the path laid out before him. The moment he takes a step forward, golden energy begins crawling around his feet like living sparks, spreading across the ground and revealing just how powerful this place truly is. A bolt of golden lightning crashes into him without mercy. At the same time, the screen displays his progress, showing that despite everything he has endured, he has barely advanced at all. He clenches his fist tightly as the lightning's energy surges through him. The current races across his entire body with terrifying force, making every nerve feel like it is being struck at once. The hero recognizes the sensation immediately. This power of lightning feels deeply familiar to him because he has faced and handled that kind of force countless times before. With a sharp, serious gaze, he braces himself for the trial, knowing that this kind of challenge falls directly within his specialty. His progress finally rises to 3%, and he understands at once that the road ahead is still painfully long. Even so, he continues forward with steady steps because he already has a plan forming in his mind. He starts running through the trial, but the viewers watching the live stream quickly begin to wonder why he is not moving even faster. To them, it looks like he should be trying to escape the lightning as quickly as possible. The hero explains that he cannot read the chat right now, leaving the audience to guess what is happening. Some viewers suspect that his injuries are so severe that even checking the comments has become impossible for him. With one hand extended forward, he thinks through the situation carefully. Reaching the goal is already something he believes he can guarantee in this test, but if there is a chance to push beyond that, then he wants to aim even higher. Elsewhere, someone advises that Subaru may still be a rookie, but Rocky does not need to overthink it. All Rocky has to do is keep creating his content the way he always has. The boss smiles, saying this could become a real chance to ride the momentum of a comet. John Tyre encourages Rocky to become a star rising alongside the hero, and Hookie's expression shows that the words have clearly reached him. A brilliant golden flame lights up in his eye, burning with fierce intensity and revealing the enormous determination now surging inside him. He remembers how he once ran away because he did not trust himself enough to climb the tower, but deep down, that desire never disappeared. He still wanted to surpass everyone. The reflection in the streamer's eye begins to change, transforming into a vast universe filled with shining stars, distant planets, and endless space stretching out before him. As he stares at the starry sky on his screen, his thoughts drift toward a dream that feels almost too big to say aloud. He imagines himself becoming one of those brilliant stars someday. He reaches his hand forward as if trying to touch that distant light and wonders whether a day might truly come when he could stand among them and shine in the same way. Suddenly, a loud shout snaps him out of the daydream. Startled and confused, the streamer blinks back to reality and wonders what on earth he was doing, drifting off like that in the middle of work. On the live stream, the protagonist continues to endure the lightning as it strikes him again and again, each bolt crashing down with brutal force. His body is already badly wounded, yet he refuses to give in. Even with pain spreading through him, he keeps bearing the overwhelming power of the trial head on. He plants his foot against the ground with a heavy stomp, steadying himself as if preparing for the next stage of the journey waiting ahead. Golden lightning continues to hammer down around him, but the hero stands firm, enduring every strike with a fierce intensity that refuses to break. His face is smeared with dirt, and his body shows the signs of everything he has already suffered. Still, his eyes remain serious and determined as he faces the challenge directly. He understands the danger clearly now. The stronger the lightning becomes, the deeper it pierces into him, spreading through his body and forcing him to withstand its power from the inside out. With lightning crackling around both of his hands, he tells himself that this should finally be enough. The power no longer stays only on the surface. Now, even the tiniest meridians inside his body begin carrying that violent lightning through every corner of him. His progress suddenly climbs to 20%, and the golden energy keeps pouring into him. Even as the current burns through his body, he continues absorbing it, forcing himself to take in more and more of that overwhelming power. But then the system issues a warning. The activation has already begun, and the lightning is no longer just striking him from the outside. It is starting to settle deep inside his body. Even so, the protagonist refuses to back down. With his resolve burning stronger than the pain, he tells himself that no matter what it costs, he has to master this power. The screen explains that once his meridians opened, the internal energy began spreading through his entire body. He realizes that Subaru never purified his meridians properly, which is why he is now forcing his way forward through a dangerous shortcut. Pressing one hand against his wound, he thinks through the process with gritted teeth. Normally, this kind of purification would be done using the user's own mana, but by relying on external lightning, he can speed things up. The only problem is that the pain is beyond anything a normal person could imagine. His body is already pushed to its absolute limit, yet he still refuses to collapse. Bolt after bolt crashes into him, and not once does he allow himself to falter. Meanwhile, in her own room, the black-haired girl sits watching the live stream in silence. Her face is tense, and the serious look in her eyes shows that she understands just how dangerous this has become. On the device in her hands, she watches the hero endure the terrible pain right in front of everyone. The longer she looks, the more her concern grows, until it becomes impossible for her to hide. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes what he might be doing. She wonders if he is truly trying to open his meridians right there, in the middle of that brutal trial. Then she notices the details of his movements and understands the method he is using. Instead of relying on his own mana, he is moving his body while forcing external power to do the work. She knows exactly how unbearable that must feel. Most people would have passed out over and over again from that level of agony, and even if death inside the trial does not affect reality, every bit of pain he feels is still completely real. The question tears through her mind as she watches him suffer. Why would he push himself this far? And why would he go to such extremes just for this challenge? Her cheeks flush slightly, but she still cannot look away from the live stream. She keeps staring at the screen without blinking, completely drawn into every second of what is happening to him. His progress rises again, reaching 50%. At the same time, the activation of his meridians continues at full force, with the golden lightning surging through him more intensely than ever. Bent over in pain, the protagonist begins blaming himself, his thoughts sinking into guilt. He feels as though everything was his fault, as if he personally caused the deaths of everyone he cared about. Then a memory rises in his mind. He once told his companions that there was no trial they could not overcome together. In that memory, his past self smiles with complete confidence. Facing his friends, he reassures them warmly, telling them not to worry about anything at all. Back then, he truly believed it. No matter how difficult the battle became, no matter what stood in their way, he was certain that in the end, he would always win. Now, blood seeps from beneath his mask as he tears into himself over the past. Every thought becomes another accusation, and every drop of blood feels tied to the mistakes he cannot forgive. He thinks that none of it would have happened if he had not been so careless, if he had not been blinded by his own confidence, then maybe everything could have turned out differently. With blood running from his eyes, he grieves that none of them should have had to die like that. Then the image of the traitor appears in his mind, a sinister smile on his face, a dagger held cruelly in his hand. Kazuki's words echo back to him. Kazuki had said they failed because they were too arrogant, because they believed they were untouchable and invincible. Back in the present, the hero keeps enduring the crushing pain of the trial. Yet even as lightning tears through his body, the guilt from the past hurts him just as deeply. He continues walking slowly, each step heavy and unsteady. Again and again, he repeats that everything was his fault, as if the words themselves are dragging him down. At last, he falls onto the cave floor. Surrounded by the immense power of the lightning, his body looks small and fragile against the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Even while he lies on the ground, the golden energy continues rushing through his body without stopping. With his heart weighed down by sorrow, he feels himself sinking further and repeats once more that all of it was his fault. Then, all at once, he opens his eyes in a green field, confused and disoriented. He looks around and wonders where on earth he has ended up. When he looks ahead, he sees a sight that should have been impossible. His former companions are gathered together around a campfire, sitting there as if nothing had ever happened. Sweat breaks out across his face and his eyes go wide with disbelief. Completely shaken by the impossible scene in front of him, he questions whether they are truly his old friends. Overwhelmed, the hero begins calling out to them one by one. Each name leaves his mouth with a mix of shock, longing, and desperate hope. A strange force suddenly pulls him downward, and he wonders if this can only be a dream. But before he can understand it, the scene shifts again and he finds himself back there. He is once again among his friends, surrounded by their familiar faces as though nothing terrible had ever happened between them. A relieved smile spreads across his face. For a brief moment, he tells them that he knew everything would work out in the end, as if his heart is trying to believe this reunion is real. Then he begins to open up to them, saying that he had a nightmare. With the comfort of seeing them again, he wants to tell them everything he saw. But in an instant, the warmth around the campfire disappears. The mood turns cold, and his friends begin accusing him of abandoning them in the past. Startled by the sudden change, he calls out to them in confusion. His voice trembles as he tries to understand why they are looking at him that way. One of his companions confronts him directly, asking why he did not protect them when they needed him most. Then Shino appears before him, her body marked by a fatal injury. After he had been so certain they would survive, she asks him why he failed to protect them. The terrible sight reflects in his eye, and his heart twists with unbearable pain. In a broken whisper, he says Shino's name. The campfire suddenly goes out, swallowing the warmth of the scene. Then a red energy spreads over his former companions, consuming them one after another. Panic takes over him completely. The hero screams in desperation, refusing to accept the nightmare unfolding before his eyes as anything real. From the darkness, frightening, distorted shadows begin to emerge. Twisting toward him like nightmares given shape, the souls of his friends pull at him. dragging him down into a dark abyss. He reaches his hand toward them, crying out as he begs them not to leave. His voice breaks again and again as he pleads with his companions not to abandon him a second time. Tears seem to pour from the deepest part of his soul, streaming down his face as he feels the agony of losing everyone all over again. Collapsed on the ground, he begs them to stay with him. His voice is filled with desperation as he pleads for them not to disappear. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue light tears through the darkness. The flash shatters the illusion around him and violently pulls him back into reality.
Back on the cave floor, he lies there breathing heavily and realizes what just happened. It was a hallucination and he had almost been swallowed completely by the trial.
Then the system announces that his progress is almost complete. At the same time, his magical power increases by 1, marking the result of everything he has endured. He feels a deep sense of gratitude at that approval. More than a simple reward, it reminds him of the true reason he is still alive and still fighting. With the image of the traitor still burning in his mind, the protagonist steadies his heart. Instead of letting the past crush him, he fills himself with determination for the future. Meanwhile, back in the village, the knights and residents began gathering together, bracing themselves for the battle that was about to break out right in front of their homes. The villagers clutched whatever tools and weapons they could find, their faces pale with desperation as they prepared to fight for their lives. Then, without warning, a massive giant appeared in the heart of the village, casting a terrifying shadow over everyone there. Fear spread through the crowd in an instant. The creature stared down at the warriors with a sinister smile, its huge body looming over them as if it had arrived for one final massacre. One of the knights completely lost his nerve and shouted in panic, claiming that the masked man had run away and abandoned them all to die. But the captain refused to accept that despair. Standing firm before his men, he told them their benefactor would definitely return to help them when the time came. The blonde knight snapped in anger, yelling at the others for doubting themselves and relying on a stranger to fight in their place. His voice rang out sharply as he questioned whether men who thought that way could truly call themselves knights. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder and steadied him. The older knight stepped in calmly, agreeing with the blonde knight's words and quietly bringing the tension under control. The old warrior explained that before they worried about who was to blame, they had a duty to fulfill. Their first responsibility was to protect the village. Then he drew his crystal sword, its blade shining with a fierce bluish glow, and declared that true knights are the ones who protect others, not the ones waiting to be protected. With a roaring battle cry, the older knight told them to die like knights if that was what it took. His words ignited the warriors around him, and without fearing death, they charged straight toward the giant. At the same time, the hero's progress inside the trial climbed all the way to 99%, bringing him to the very edge of his goal. A sphere of golden energy formed in front of him, glowing so intensely that the air around it seemed to tremble with overwhelming power. He still did not know exactly what the strange golden sphere was, but judging from the progress shown before him, he understood that this had to be the final objective waiting at the end of the trial. The system warned him that his fatigue had already reached 97. Even through the pain and exhaustion, he could sense it clearly. Only a tiny distance remained. His mask continued to crack apart as he endured the terrifying force pressing down on him. The hero told himself that only one final step was left, while the system kept warning him of the danger he was walking into. Ignoring every warning in front of him, he forced his body forward and took that final step toward the goal. Meanwhile, the battle in the village finally erupted. One of the knights slammed his foot into the ground with all his strength, and with a fierce war cry, the older knight launched himself toward the giant. With his sword gripped firmly in his hand, the old warrior closed in and readied himself to deliver the first strike. In one sharp spinning motion, his blade flashed through the air and cut cleanly through the giant's arm, severing it before the creature could react. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, splattering everywhere and revealing just how much strength the older knight still carried in his body. The giant howled in pain, stunned by the sudden attack. It immediately tried to retaliate, but the blonde knight rushed in and placed himself between the monster and his comrade. With a powerful shout, Peleus told the older knight to leave the rest to him, making it clear that he was ready to take over the fight. The captain stomped the ground and prepared his next move. Then, with a forceful leap, the blonde knight shot toward the giant with his sword raised high. The creature roared furiously as it saw the knight flying toward it, realizing that another decisive attack was coming straight for its body. Peleus tightened his grip around the sword, determination burning in his eyes, and brought the blade down with everything he had. The Demon King's energy surged through the strike, cutting through the giant in a powerful flash of blue light. The creature let out a deep, pained growl as the force of the blow tore through it, leaving it reeling from the impact. Then its head burst apart, and the monster screamed in agony. After unleashing the attack, the blonde knight landed safely on the ground, already preparing himself for whatever came next. One of the knights shouted in celebration, saying they had finally brought the monster down. Fueled by rage and relief, the other knights cursed the creature and kept striking its fallen body. L told them to calm down, reminding everyone that the most dangerous threat in front of them had already been dealt with. But the older knight did not share their relief. Even after the giant fell, his expression remained tense and uneasy. With a grave look in his eyes, the old warrior said the monster he had truly been afraid of was not this one. Even so, the other knights kept cheering, praising their leaders, and saying they were incredible for winning such a fierce fight. One of the warriors pointed out that all they had to do now was deal with the remaining giants scattered throughout the village. Then, all of a sudden, an enormous hand slammed down into the ground, right where the fallen monster lay, crushing the area with terrifying force. The two leaders looked upward in panic. And in that moment, they understood what the true danger was. A young knight screamed desperately, realizing that this monster was on an entirely different level from the one they had just defeated. Meanwhile, the hero's progress finally reached 99%, and he obtained the golden orb waiting at the end of the trial. Holding the orb in his hands, he declared that he would make the traitor apologize for everything. At that exact moment, the system displayed 100% progress. With hatred burning in his eyes, the hero swore that he would take Coyote's head as a souvenir. Then he turned and began walking out, golden lightning swirling fiercely around him. The energy suddenly exploded outward, transforming his entire body into a figure wrapped in pure golden light. His new armor shone brilliantly across his body, and he said that he had finally obtained the power he had always longed for. Covered in blood, he wondered if the trial was truly over at last. Then his eye blazed with an intense golden radiance, revealing the frightening strength now awakened within him. The system announced that his meridians had been fully opened, and with that achievement, his powers and overall status had increased dramatically. But even after surviving, he knew the truth clearly. If he had taken even one more hit, he definitely would not have been able to withstand the pain. With blood dripping from his hand, he weakly begged the system to at least warn him before something like that happened again. Then his strength finally gave out and he collapsed completely onto the ground. The protagonist lost consciousness, and as he fainted, the system notified him that he had passed the legendary phase. In the agency office, Chief John Kyle watched the broadcast with a deeply serious expression. Seeing the hero lying unconscious, he muttered that there had to be a limit to how reckless a player could be. He slammed his hand down hard on the desk, anger rising as he decided that a boy like that was not suited to becoming a real streamer. Just then, his device suddenly began ringing. The incoming call was from a famous streamer. John Kyle answered the call, and the streamer immediately burst out in excitement, asking if he had seen the insane scene that had just unfolded on the broadcast. Hawkeye praised the hero as a star, but Chief John Kyle told him to calm down and explain himself properly. Hawkeye insisted that the boy was outstanding both as a player and as a streamer, while John Kyle could only think that he was still far too rough around the edges. With a confident smile, Hawkeye said that was exactly what made the boy so exciting to watch. The original Narukami had been a true player, the kind of person whose every move felt raw, bold, and impossible to imitate. Hawkeye explained that viewers were hungry for that kind of feeling again. They wanted to see the style of a genuine player in action, someone who did not just perform for the screen, but fought with real instinct and danger behind every choice. At that moment, Chief John Kyle began to understand what Hawkeye was really saying. This was not just another reckless broadcast. Right before their eyes, they might be watching the beginning of a new legend. His gaze sharpened as the realization fully settled in. In real time, through that chaotic live stream, they were witnessing the rise of the new Narukami. Back on the broadcast, the hero's hand twitched faintly against the snow, a small movement that proved he had not fallen for good. The live stream audience erupted the moment they saw it. Comments exploded across the screen as the boy finally began pushing himself up from the ground. His eyes lifted with a fierce, unwavering stare, glowing with an intense golden light that made the power inside him impossible to ignore. He grabbed his tablet to check the system, but the moment he saw his condition, he clicked his tongue in frustration and complained that his fatigue was already sitting at the very edge of its limit. With the tablet in his hand, he looked over the numbers carefully. His fatigue had dropped to 81, but in exchange, his overall status had clearly risen. Several missions had been completed at once, and the rewards came flooding in, granting him thousands of credits for everything he had just endured. When his total climbed past 20,000, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction at the wealth he had managed to build up. Even so, he quickly realized that it still was not enough. To upgrade his greed ability, he would need roughly 40,000 more credits. Holding the golden orb in his hand, the protagonist looked at it with renewed focus and declared that this would become the key to defeating the giant. A screen appeared before him, revealing the item's true identity. It was the lightning spear, a legendary weapon that could only be used once inside the tower. The boy studied the item and understood just how rare it was. After seeing its description, he could only agree that something like this was not an ordinary reward. The livestream audience quickly pointed out that it did not look like a normal spear at all. Hearing their reaction, he opened his inventory and began examining the new item he had just received as a gift. The hero explained that high-rank items could change their form depending on the situation. The viewers immediately took note of how calmly he explained it, and many of them began treating him like a real professional. With his goal now clear, he stepped out of the cave and headed forward, moving toward the final challenge, waiting beyond the frozen darkness. Meanwhile, back in the village, one of the knights screamed in pure terror at the monstrosity standing before them. The captain and his partner found themselves facing a dark, massive creature that had emerged to attack, its presence far more oppressive than anything they had fought before. The monster revealed itself as a white-haired giant with a sinister gaze. Wrapped in a thick, dark aura, it stared down at the knights as though it had come to turn the small village into a slaughterhouse. The system announced its name: Giant King Greg, the sea that had swallowed lightning itself. Seeing the terrifying scene, the captain shouted furiously as one of the knights suddenly ran toward the giant to surrender. The knight cried out in desperation, insisting that his companions knew nothing about the monster and should not be punished. Staring up at the giant's enormous foot, the knight called it a god, saying it was nothing like the foolish humans trembling in the village. The warrior dropped to his knees and begged the giant for mercy. But the monster only looked down at him and questioned whether he truly believed it was a god like the others. With fury burning in its eyes, the creature warned him not to compare it to the filthy gods it despised so deeply. The older knight grabbed the kneeling man and shouted at him to stand up. Even in the face of death, he demanded that the knight rise and fight with the honor of a warrior. Then the older knight turned toward Peleus and ordered him to flee with the villagers as quickly as he could. With his resolve already made, the old warrior prepared to lay down his life, using himself as a shield so the others might survive. Seeing what was about to happen, the captain panicked and screamed his comrade's name. But before anyone could stop it, a powerful attack descended from the sky, and the massacre of the knights began in the village. The blonde knight was thrown backward by the force, and as he hit the ground, the truth became painfully clear. There was no path to victory for his people. Still, with a grim and serious gaze, he understood that his only remaining option was to find an escape route. But that hope disappeared almost immediately, because more giants had already blocked the way out, leaving the villagers trapped and exposed. The captain stared at the scene in shock, realizing with a sinking heart that none of them had any real hope of surviving this. Despair spread across the blonde knight's face, and he clenched his teeth so hard it looked like he was holding back a scream. Then he suddenly shouted at the monster, declaring that he knew who was responsible for the death of its son.
Giant King Greg turned its gaze toward the small knight, its expression shifting with cold curiosity.
The creature demanded to know who had dared to touch its son. With his sword still in hand, the captain prepared to point in the direction of the hero. He pointed toward the mountain and claimed that the killer had gone there. The knight explained that the boy had headed to the mountain to gain enough power to defeat all the giants. In his heart, the blonde knight desperately prayed that the monster would believe the lie and leave the village behind. For a moment, Giant King Greg turned as if it had accepted the story. But then it stopped and coldly said the words were false because it could sense the deception hidden inside them. The monster asked whether the assassin was not really there, or whether the knight was simply pointing at some random place in a desperate attempt to fool it. Just then, the blonde knight froze in shock as a massive burst of power exploded in the distance. Through the blinding light, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared, descending like a god, stepping into the battlefield. Peleus recognized him at once and whispered the name of the benefactor who had returned to save them. The system announced the beginning of the 7th phase while the hero looked over the horde of giants gathered below. He thought that if anything stronger appeared now, this could no longer be called a second floor test. Even so, he remained calm and said it was fine, because there was no reason to panic over the current situation. He told himself there was no need to overthink it. Right now, he only had to land one strike on the monster. He knew perfectly well that with his current strength alone, he could not truly win. But before it was too late, he still had to stop the monster from destroying everything. The protagonist raised the orb high, and the system immediately announced that the lightning spear had been activated. A massive pillar of golden energy descended from the sky, flooding the battlefield with light as the system confirmed that the weapon was beginning its initialization. The golden energy started spinning faster and faster, twisting into a huge vortex of power above him as the air itself seemed to tremble around the awakened weapon. High above the battlefield, the Demon King's golden energy gathered into the sky, swirling together as if the heavens themselves were preparing to unleash a devastating strike. The hero reached his hand toward that overwhelming power, drawing it closer as the weapon began to respond. At the same time, the initialization rate climbed to 10%. The golden energy wrapped around his body in a blinding glow, pressing down on him with the weight of the legendary weapon. His fatigue immediately rose to 84, showing just how heavy the burden had become. Little by little, the golden light took form, stretching and sharpening until a spear appeared in his hand. He rushed forward with it and the initialization rate jumped to 33%. His skill tried to resist the spear's overwhelming power, but the resistance failed almost instantly. The effect was too weak and he understood right away that his current skill level was still far too low to properly wield a legendary item. The creature suddenly leaped away and the captain shouted in desperation, knowing that the giant's opponent was supposed to be him. With a grim expression, the blonde knight watched the monster leave their battlefield behind. Seeing the giant move, Peleus's face tightened with worry. If that monster changed targets now, the villagers could be the ones caught in its path. Standing before the mountain, Giant King Greg called out his son's name in sorrow. His gaze darkened with grief as he imagined the terrible pain his son must have suffered before dying. Then that sorrow twisted into rage, and Giant King Greg vowed to repay every bit of that pain. With his massive body tensing, he prepared to strike with everything he had. With one powerful stomp, Giant King Greg released an enormous wave of energy, sending the force forward as the opening of his final attack. His eyes burned red with fury. As he advanced toward the mountain, every step carried his rage with it, and the Giant King looked ready to unleash all of his wrath at once. The hero steadied the spear in his hands, forcing himself to hold on as the initialization rate climbed higher and finally reached 80%. The weapon's power continued building, but at the same time, Giant King Greg's fist smashed into the mountain. The impact pushed forward mercilessly, threatening to crush everything in its path. The hero judged the situation in a single breath. His chances were split right down the middle. 50-50 from here on, it was all or nothing. Suddenly, a human voice echoed through his mind, telling him never to look away from what was about to happen. In that memory, a man had once taught him that the spear throw truly begins at that exact instant, guiding him into the proper stance. His master told him to clear away every unnecessary thought. He was not supposed to worry about throwing in a straight line or tracing an arc. He had to ignore the path of the spear, forget its weight, and even disregard its shape. With a knowing smile, his master said the hero was different from other spearmen. Then asked him if he understood why. The memory revealed the answer clearly. It was because he was the true Subaru Narukami, not some false imitator wearing the name. Back in the present, the spear's initialization surged again, rising all the way to 95% power. The hero's mind raced as he stared down the coming impact. He wondered what he still needed to do in order to complete the attack successfully. The image of his master appeared before him once more, reminding him that no matter what happened, this would not be the same as throwing an ordinary spear. His master's voice cut through the chaos with a simple answer. He did not need to throw it, he needed to make it explode. The protagonist tightened his grip around the golden spear as Giant King Greg closed in. Giant King Greg's fist slammed into the mountain with crushing force. The livestream audience erupted in panic, begging the hero to hurry and warning that even one moment of hesitation would mean death. But the boy held on through the impact and said he only needed a little more time. He planted both feet firmly against the ground, bracing his body so he would not be swept away by the monstrous force crashing toward him. Giant King Greg roared with all the fury in his body as his fist continued driving down against the mountain. The giant was only moments away from crushing the hero, who stood surrounded by a blazing golden aura. Then a massive explosion of golden energy erupted across the scene, bursting outward with terrifying intensity. At last, the preparation was complete. The spear's initialization reached 100%. With his face battered and his body barely holding together, the protagonist gripped the spear and stared ahead with fierce determination. He knew this was his only chance to end everything in a single strike. Holding the completed spear in his hands, he shouted with everything he had, declaring that he would finish the fight with one blow. He focused every last bit of strength into the final throw. Twisting his body into a powerful spinning motion, he hurled the lightning spear straight toward the monster, and after releasing it, the protagonist crashed down to the ground, battered beyond belief, but already having given the attack everything. The spear struck Giant King Greg directly in the head, and for a brief instant, the creature froze in shock as the attack pierced into him. Golden energy swallowed the monster completely, tearing through him with unbearable force. Then a tremendous explosion of light and power erupted, annihilating Giant King Greg once and for all. Giant King Greg's eye stared into the blinding explosion as he released one final gasp of pain. His massive body began to crumble and disintegrate, and though he tried to speak, it was already far too late. After the brutal clash, the hero landed safely back on the ground, though his body was covered in injuries from everything he had endured. He looked across the battlefield to take in the result while the live stream audience exploded with celebration after realizing he had truly landed the blow. The system announced that he had defeated the monster and successfully passed the 7th phase of the lightning trial. With that victory, he leveled up and gained several new stat increases, along with a new item known as the lightning heart. The protagonist stared at the item in his hand, confused by its strange presence, and wondered aloud what this lightning heart he had received was supposed to be. Suddenly, the crystal in his hands shone with a fierce, brilliant light. A wave of immense pain struck him at the same time, and a tear slipped down his face. He barely managed to wonder what was happening before his body was transported somewhere else. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar and unsettling place, unsure where he had ended up. A giant, mysterious shadow appeared behind him, its presence so overwhelming that the hero was left completely stunned. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Confusion spread through him as he struggled to understand what was happening. Then he realized something even worse. His body would not move at all. He was completely paralyzed, trapped in place before that unknown presence. The system warning appeared again and again, telling him that a mysterious presence was staring directly at him. The enormous shadow continued watching in silence, and under its gaze, the hero felt painfully small, powerless, and unable to resist. Sweat ran down his face as he wondered if the creature was trying to communicate something to him, or if it was simply observing him from the darkness. Then he tightened his hand around the lightning heart, and a powerful golden light began to shine from within his grasp. A brilliant flash burst outward, blinding him completely and pulling him out of that strange, dark place. The protagonist found himself back on the mountaintop, right where the battle against Giant King Greg had taken place. A new image appeared on the screen, and the chat immediately reacted with viewers commenting that the hero had fainted. Then Asuka told Subaru that she had prepared a gift for him, and the moment those words left her mouth, his attention sharpened with curiosity. Asuka leaned in a little closer, her expression turning playful as she said, this was not just any ordinary present, it was something so special that Subaru would never be able to turn it down. And the sly smile on her face only made the atmosphere feel even more mysterious. There's no way you'll refuse it, Asuka said, smiling with a secretive little spark in her eyes. Then, while Subaru watched her in confusion, she blushed slightly and told him to search for a streamer named Hai. Subaru followed her instructions and began searching right away. Sure enough, within moments, a live stream appeared on the screen showing a blonde-haired man chatting casually with his viewers. The blonde streamer spoke to the camera with an easy confidence. All right, just like the title says, today's topic is this. Or maybe I should switch to something else for today. Well, forget the extra chatter, everyone. Just watch this first Narukami the second. Or maybe the streamer continued, letting the words hang for a moment, the one who might become the original. The chat exploded almost instantly. Comments flooded in, asking if this was more Narukami content, again calling it otaku material, and saying the challenge was completely insane. Hai kept talking, promising to break everything down piece by piece, and before long, the warm evening sunlight had begun slipping through the narrow gaps in the window. Even after all that time, Hai was still focused on the challenge, continuing his explanation without letting up. In simple terms, what he was saying was that Subaru had placed an extra restriction on himself while taking the exam, making the whole situation even more ridiculous. Across from Subaru, Asuka sat quietly, watching his reaction without saying a word. Her cheeks were flushed, and she seemed almost nervous as she waited for him to take it all in. Just then, Hai lifted one finger on the screen as if he'd reached the main point. Oh, sorry, let me summarize this. I don't really need to explain this part any further, so I'll put it in one sentence. Subaru listened in silence as Hai's voice carried through the room, arrogant and certain, leaving no room for doubt. He himself is Subaru Narukami. Asuka's face instantly turned bright red. so red it looked almost like a ripe jackfruit, and for a moment it seemed as if steam might rise straight from her head. Embarrassed by the situation, Asuka quickly sat back down, trying to steady herself. Money really was important after all. Subaru apologized for asking such a strange question, but Asuka brushed it off and reached into her bag. Right? The gift, Asuka said, finally getting back to the point. Let's talk about Hi. The streamer you just watched, he's affiliated with Sion, and he's a reliable streamer who's locked into a 6-year contract. His biggest strength is his analytical live streaming style, and he already has a huge fan base. On top of that, he has a sharp eye for talent. Asuka then handed Subaru a document. This covers Hawkeye's recent stream, and from now on, all revenue from related content will be split 50-50. Subaru looked down at the document in front of him, his expression turning doubtful as if he wasn't sure he had heard her correctly. Split with whom? Subaru asked. Asuka answered without hesitation. With you, of course. The content comes from your material. So that includes ads, donations, archive videos, everything connected to it. Subaru accepted the thick stack of documents, still looking slightly stunned by the offer. Really? Ever since I signed with the management company, good things just keep happening. Hearing Subaru say that made Asuka shy all over again. She lowered her eyes, turned her face slightly away, and awkwardly scratched her cheek. You really think so? She asked softly. Subaru nodded and said, yes, this is a very unexpected gift. Asuka brushed her hair back, trying to hide how flustered she had become. This may sound sudden, Asuka said, choosing her words carefully, but as a gesture of goodwill, would you be interested in collaborating with Hi? After that conversation, time passed quickly. By the time the scene changed, Subaru had already returned home. After being outside for so long, he finally took off his mask. Maybe he no longer needed to keep wearing it, or maybe taking it off simply made the issue weighing on him feel clearer, the issue of money. Subaru stood in front of the mirror and looked at his own reflection, quietly studying the face, staring back at him. The more people he became connected with, the harder it grew to decide exactly how much of himself he should keep hidden. With that thought in mind, Subaru turned his attention toward the system panel. His alias name had risen to rank C, reaching skill tier 4. When fully activated, it could cancel out the side effects of skills and items while also increasing their rank and level. Then Subaru saw the requirement: 80,000 reputation points. His brow tightened immediately. Rank C needed 80,000 reputation points. Compared to that massive number, Subaru's current balance was only 120. Disappointed, Subaru let out a heavy sigh. Whether he wanted to focus on it or not, money was still his biggest priority. At the very least, the collaboration with Hawkeye from 2 days ago should bring in a decent amount. Subaru reached into the system space, and from within it, he seemed to pull out a single flower. Now there are a few things I need to take care of, Subaru thought. Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to Asuka. Asuka was lying face down on her pillow, her cheeks still burning red, and even her hands looked flushed from how worked up she was. In her mind, Subaru's almost godlike handsome face appeared again and again, refusing to leave her thoughts. Maybe it was because of money? Or maybe she was only trying to convince herself of that. Asuka suddenly punched the pillow with all her strength and let out a muffled scream. That's right, she shouted into the room, even as her thoughts drifted further and further away. Behind Subaru's stylish mask, there was an extraordinary mystery that pulled at her curiosity. But Asuka also understood that if she dug too deeply into that mystery, she might end up hurting Subaru. She struck the pillow again and again, fighting with her own curiosity. I won't ask, I'm curious, but I won't pry. Ever since Subaru had met her, Asuka, good things had continued happening to him. The thought made her face grow even redder, and she swung her fist at the pillow again.
Ah, me too, she blurted out, overwhelmed by her own feelings. Her punch landed so hard that the pillow finally ripped open, sending stuffing flying all over the room.
Asuka was in love. Subaru Narukami was a man wrapped in secrets that no one else knew. And after meeting him in person, he only seemed even more perfect than before. From there, the focus shifted to Noxa on the 7th floor. There, towering buildings rose high into the air, looking both majestic and terrifying, like monuments built to intimidate anyone who entered. Inside a glowing room within the main castle, a man was exercising while watching television, his attention fixed on the screen. What played on the TV was a replay of Hawkeye's broadcast. From the screen came Hawkeye's voice again. I don't need to say more, so I'll summarize this in one sentence. The man's hands were soaked with sweat as the metal bar creaked under his grip. While doing pull-ups, he spoke in an annoyed tone. I don't like it. Pick one, casual speech or formal speech. And who exactly is this guy, he asked? Lemon answered from nearby, a small-time bird named Hawkeye. He averages around 8,000 viewers and comes from the blue zone. Lemon continued. Kurokawa Amon tightened his grip, aimed his body upward, and released the bar. A small bird, huh? Amon said, sounding intrigued rather than impressed. Then I'll experience it myself. But a moment later he added, still, more than Hawkeye, I want you to pay attention to Subaru Narukami in that stream. Lyman looked surprised, and Amon continued speaking as if the real subject had only just begun. Oh, that fake has already learned lightning? Amon muttered as he watched Subaru's previous battle on the screen. Then he let out a short laugh. Ha, that really is impressive, Lyman asked. You think so, Amon replied. Sako Suai, the spear knight of the blue people, once said this. Never take your eyes off your opponent while throwing. Lyman looked genuinely surprised. Wait, Ayman, you still remember casual lines like that? A man raised his head, his expression calm but intense. I trained myself to absorb everything about them, their breathing, their habits, every little detail. They were players who once stood at the very top, but everyone keeps overlooking something important. The blue people weren't powerful because of Subaru alone. Amon continued. Every single member was among the strongest, and when it comes to how they died, there are still suspicious and vicious circumstances surrounding the whole thing. Just then, Hawkeye's voice rang out again from the TV screen, cutting through the room. He himself is Subaru Narukami. No explanation needed. The moment those smug words came through the broadcast, Amon's face tightened into a deep scowl. That arrogant brat, Amon muttered, irritation rising in his voice. What gives him the right to talk so smugly? Speaking about them with that kind of disrespect? Lamoon let out a tired sigh. That's the biggest problem with streamers, isn't it? The moment attention is involved, they throw away belief and pride without hesitation. Unable to listen any longer, Amun reached over and turned off the TV. Then Amon glanced back at Lemon, his annoyance still clear. Why did you even make me watch this? Lyman immediately stiffened and stammered out an explanation. It wasn't my decision. Guildmaster Kyojo gave the order. Amon froze for a second. Is that so? He was the one who ordered it? Amon's gaze grew heavier. Lightning is the symbol of the blue people, and the blue people are the very origin of our blue zone. At that moment, a cart was pushed into the room. Lemon continued, we've confirmed that this streamer is obsessed with money. The cloth covering the cart was pulled away, and in an instant, brilliant gold light spilled across the room. Iman stared at the sight in disbelief. Stacked high on the cart were heavy gold bars, shining so brightly they almost looked unreal. Lyman spoke with absolute certainty. We've secured more than enough funds. Bring him back no matter what it takes. Ammon was stunned for a moment before muttering under his breath, are you kidding me? He's really that much of a money grubber? Meanwhile, back in the village, everyone was busy repairing the damaged system. An announcement echoed throughout the area, warning everyone that the second floor challenge was almost about to begin. Belos waved his hand and quickly started giving orders. Gather all the injured in one place, the critically wounded get treated first. For those with lighter injuries, hand out medicine as soon as possible. Then, all of a sudden, a set of familiar footsteps reached Belos' ears and pulled his attention away. When Belos turned and saw who it was, relief spread across his face as if a savior had finally appeared in front of him.
Benefactor, you're finally awake. Belos hurried over, his voice filled with concern. How do you feel? You collapsed outside the village, and we were all so worried if you hadn't opened your eyes. I honestly wouldn't have known what to do.
Subaru stretched his arm slowly, still looking a little dizzy from everything that had happened. Belos nodded as if it made perfect sense. Yes, it only happened yesterday, so feeling that way is completely normal. Let's not focus on that right now, Subaru said after steadying himself. Can we talk later in the guest room? I have a few questions. Belos bowed his head slightly and answered. Of course, ask me anything you want. Belos said before leaving as Subaru watched him go. He couldn't help thinking that Belos really was a genuinely good person. In the comments, some of the viewers seemed to agree, reacting as if they had been waiting for this exact moment. Looks like it's finally time to end his misery. Congratulations on the wedding back inside the small wooden house. Subaru ignored the chaos in the chat and immediately opened the system panel. Let's check the rewards first. Subaru said, focusing on the item in his hand. A shining gem rested in his palm as he began reading its description. Lightning core, bound unique item. No level requirement. It granted 30% lightning resistance along with a 20% increase in resistance against electric shock. Subaru sucked in a sharp breath. No way. Seriously, the viewers immediately started buzzing in confusion, wondering whether that reaction meant the item was good, bad, disappointing, exciting, or somehow all of it at once. But only Subaru truly understood its value. For a lightning user like Subaru, the stats were practically perfect. Behind his mask, where no one could see his expression clearly, a bright smile spread across his face. This is insane, Subaru thought, still staring at the treasure in his hand. But just as he was enjoying the moment, a sudden knock interrupted him. Here, please accept this, someone said as they entered, carrying a large basket filled with fresh fruit. Subaru stared at the basket, and the viewers seemed just as confused as he was. Huh? Fruit? Then Bellos peeked into the room with a warm smile.
Did you sleep well? Bellos asked cheerfully. Your lover came to visit you. You know, someone has been missing you quite a lot.
Before long, Subaru and Belos were seated across from each other at the table. After thinking things over for a moment, Subaru finally spoke. So the legend was true, Subaru said quietly. Bellos misunderstood what he meant, but still nodded with excitement. Yes, I saw that light too, Bellos said, his eyes shining with emotion. You saved the entire village. Subaru then removed the item from his shoulder and held it out. This drop from the giant's corpse, Subaru explained, it's called a lightning core. Even Bellos, who usually tried to stay composed, couldn't hide the emotion that flashed across his face. Wait, that can't be seeing that reaction. Subaru immediately leaned in with hope. Do you know what this is? Subaru asked. Unfortunately, Belos shook his head. No, Belos admitted, it looks unfamiliar to me. The answer hit Subaru like a bucket of cold water. The chat instantly exploded. Yeah, of course he knows. That guy knows everything. Bellos lowered his head in embarrassment, clearly feeling bad that he couldn't give Subaru the answer he wanted. I'm sorry, Bellos said softly. I only know the old legends. I don't even know whether they were real or what happened after them. Subaru couldn't tell how much of it was truth and how much had been lost to time. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go. It's fine, Subaru said. Just tell me whatever you do know. Hearing that, Bellos began recounting the old story. I only know 2 legends. Subaru repeated the number with curiosity. 2. At the same time, images he had once seen began surfacing in his mind. The first legend says that lightning was used to kill giants, Bellos explained, and it seems you're the one who obtained that power, benefactor. The second legend says that the gods and the giants once fought over lightning itself. The moment Subaru heard that, his eyes sharpened. They fought over it? Bellos nodded firmly, confirming that Subaru had heard him correctly.
Yes, it's basically a legend within a legend, Belos said. The gods and the giants went to war to gain control over lightning. In the end, the giants were defeated. Subaru looked down at the gem in his hand. So this gem was created deliberately by someone? Subaru slowly rotated the lightning core between his fingers, studying its glow while turning the question over in his mind. Who could have made something like this? Even if the legend never said it directly, the purpose behind it was already becoming clear. Bellos spoke up, answering the doubt hanging in the air. It was so humanity could use lightning, because above all else, humanity needed that power if they ever hoped to stand against beings far beyond them. The moment Bellos spoke of the gods and the giant gods, the look on his face changed completely, as if the weight of those ancient names had settled over him. Just thinking about them made Belos realize the difference in strength was overwhelming. Compared to those terrifying existences, ordinary humanity had been far too weak. In Belos' mind, he pictured a future where every single human carried a lightning core of their own. Each person finally able to grasp the same power that once belonged only to legends. Belos stared at the stone in Subaru's hand and spoke with certainty. This item had been created so humanity could face those impossible enemies and win. The instant his words ended, the system announced that all forgotten legends of humanity had now been clarified. The lightning trial had been completed. Subaru's skill level rose as the reward was confirmed. Achievement points were added to his total. The timer showed 17 hours and 50 minutes. Subaru's lightning skill advanced from level 1 straight to level 3, and before anyone nearby could even process what had happened, the system's light wrapped around Subaru and transported him away in front of Belos, sending him directly to the 3rd floor. Belos shouted in panic, his voice filled with alarm as the light swallowed Subaru. Benefactor, what's happening? Belos cried out, but the glow vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared, and Subaru disappeared with it, leaving Belos standing there in complete confusion. Huh? In the next instant, a magnificent palace came into view, grand enough to make anyone stop and stare. This was the 3rd floor, Tenon. At the center of its massive city, a teleportation circle lit up with a brilliant glow. Subaru appeared in the middle of that light like a god descending from above.
But the viewers immediately began putting words in his mouth, shouting that he had finally reached the 3rd floor and wondering if he had truly made it here at last. The people nearby looked at him with visible irritation. Another fake Narukami had appeared, and they were already tired of the trend. Before the challenge could even begin, the system suddenly announced that a viewer named Subaru Narukami Love had donated 1,000 reputation points. A message followed right after, congratulating Subaru on reaching the 3rd floor. Then came the question, how do you feel right now? Subaru was caught off guard by the sudden interview-style prompt, and for a moment had no idea how to answer. How do I feel? Subaru repeated inwardly. His thoughts drifted back to old memories connected to this place. So he was here again. Back then, a woman had asked him a question in this very place, and Subaru had instinctively turned his head in surprise.
Yes, he had answered at the time. Now that he remembered it, a wave of nostalgia passed through him. Back then, she had seemed incredibly hard to approach. The girl had shyly explained that she had lost her party, then stretched out her hand to show the height of the person she was looking for.
Have you seen someone about this tall? Kyokujina asked, looking up at him with anxious hope. Hearing her description, Subaru rubbed his chin and thought about it for a moment, as if carefully searching through his memory. He was about a head taller than me, right? Subaru said after a pause, yeah, I've seen him. Kyokujina's face immediately lit up with happiness. Really? She exclaimed. Subaru lifted his hand and pointed toward the hazy distance. He went that way. Subaru told her. Kyokujina believed him right away and ran off without a second thought. Thank you so much, she called out, dashing ahead with the innocence of a child. But after running a short distance, she stopped, spun around, and began searching anxiously again. After turning in place several times, her worried gaze eventually landed right back on Subaru. In the end, Subaru let out a quiet sigh and followed after her. Let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. That day, Kyokujina was so happy she could barely believe it. Wait, really? Are you sure? Kyokujina asked again, still looking at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Subaru simply nodded and began walking ahead.
Yeah.
Subaru said casually, I don't have anything to do today anyway. If Subaru had only pointed the way and left her behind, Kyokujina probably would have chased after him no matter what. That helps so much, Kyokujina said with obvious relief. This place is really confusing. I'm Kyokujina. What's your name? Back then, Subaru had answered Subaru Narukami. Even now, he found himself wondering whether those people were still alive. When his thoughts returned to the present, the system panel was still waiting for his answer about how he felt. Subaru's gaze hardened, becoming sharp and firm, as if the question had touched something buried deep inside him. Looking into the empty space before him, Subaru answered, it feels like I've lost something important. The viewers immediately started mocking him. What's he suddenly talking about? Is this because he left Belos behind? Why is he getting emotional out of nowhere? To avoid being disturbed during the next phase, Subaru decided to end the stream. He politely said goodbye to everyone and let them know the next stream would be a collaboration with Hai. The viewers were instantly reluctant, complaining that it was already over, saying the stream was too short, and begging for the chat history to be saved. Finally, the system announced that Subaru Narukami had ended the live stream. Inside a vast, luxurious room, chandelier light shimmered overhead, casting a brilliant glow across the polished space. Then a hand suddenly came to rest on the table where Subaru was seated. Sorry to keep you waiting. Joe stood across from Subaru, looking down at him with a calm smile. Hasuka is on her way here now, Joe explained. Unlike clearing floors through challenges, traveling between floors takes time. Then he smiled brightly and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Joe from Seion Entertainment. Subaru felt a slight flicker of annoyance and immediately remembered what Hasuka had once said about him. So this was the talkative one, the chatterbox. Joe blinked in confusion. Huh? Subaru shook his hand and answered politely. I've heard the manager mention you. Nice to meet you. Joe smiled again and took the seat across from him. Normally, I would have Asuka relay this, but I wanted to meet you in person. She has only ever praised two players to that degree, Joe said, his eyes narrowing slightly with curiosity. So naturally, I became interested. Subaru looked a little surprised, too. Joe nodded and began to explain. The first one goes without saying, but when he mentioned the other person's name, Subaru suddenly froze. Subaru Narukami of Blue Eye, Joe crossed his arms and gave a small, respectful bow. That surprised me, Joe admitted. For someone as strict as her to take notice of you, especially when you share the same name. Subaru scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I'm not sure about that, Subaru said carefully, but may I ask something sudden? Before he could finish, Joe cut straight to the point. Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eye? Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Joe slipped a hand into his pocket, his eyes narrowing with interest. That look on your face, so you're not completely uninterested after all, are you? Subaru frowned slightly, unable to hide his confusion. Why ask me something like that out of nowhere? Joe didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled out a small device and lowered his gaze to its screen. That's actually one of the reasons I wanted to meet you in person, Joe said. He placed the device on the table in front of Subaru. 5 days from now, this will be the grand prize for a tournament being held on the 3rd floor. The screen's glow reflected across Subaru's mask and face as he stared at the image in silence, then his voice dropped. You're joking, right? Beneath the table, where Joe couldn't clearly see, tiny arcs of lightning began crackling around Subaru's clenched hand. Elsewhere, Rina stood in silence, staring down at the notification glowing on her own device. The message on the screen was simple. Subaru Narukami had ended the live stream. Rina let out a quiet sigh. It's over. Then she turned away and walked into the forest, still unsure whether everything else had truly ended as well. Her high heels brushed through the grass with each step, making soft rustling sounds in the otherwise quiet forest. Soon, Rina entered a wide grassy area dusted with white snow. The farther she went, the heavier the snow became beneath her feet. Rina finally stopped behind Seeger and asked, "Is it over?" Seeger turned back toward her, a cloud of white breath escaping his mouth in the cold air. "It ended a long time ago," Seeger replied. Rina looked confused and immediately complained. "Then what were you doing until now?" Seeger turned his gaze away, and in front of him stood a person frozen solid in the middle of an attacking stance, with several more frozen figures scattered farther behind. The question hung between them. Should they kill them or let them go? Rina raised her arm, and the frozen figures were lifted into the air under her control. Her hand stayed perfectly steady, and the blades around them stopped in place, suspended midair. With the light flick of her fingers, Rina sent the blades shifting forward, and every blade instantly aligned toward the same direction. Her face remained completely unchanged as she stared at the frozen group before her. When Seeger realized what she was about to do, he panicked and shouted, "Hey, stop!" But Seeger's warning came too late. The blades shot forward all at once, tearing through the frozen bodies with brutal force. The frozen figures were ripped apart where they stood, unable to move, unable to resist, and unable to escape the storm of blades. By the time the attack ended, nothing orderly remained. Only a chaotic mess was scattered across the snow-covered ground. Seeger shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Rina turned her firm gaze toward him without the slightest hesitation. "It doesn't matter whether Kyojo sent them or not," Rina said coldly. "If we let them leave, they'll know we're still alive." "Your hesitation is dangerous, Seeger. You need to be more ruthless." Seeger turned his face away, accepting the criticism with a heavy expression. "You're right. I'm sorry." Just then, the device in Seeger's pocket suddenly began to vibrate. Seeger pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and immediately held it toward Rina. "Look at this." Rina snatched the device from his hand, and the moment she saw what was displayed, anger burst out of her. "What the hell is this?" She trembled with rage, her eyes blazing red. "Those bastards," Rina spat through clenched teeth. Seeger, on the other hand, calmly crossed his arms. "You're furious, aren't you?" Seeger asked. Rina's voice shook as she answered, barely containing herself. "Of course I am." Rina stared again at the shoes displayed on the device, and this time she screamed in anger, because those are Zia's shoes. Before her rage could spiral even further, Seeger reached out and took the device back from her hand. "This is bait," Seeger said flatly. "A trap meant to lure us out." Hearing that only made Rina angrier, veins bulging on her forehead. Kyojo had already realized that they were still alive somewhere. "But that doesn't mean we can just sit here and do nothing," Rina snapped. "We have to take those relics back." Rina turned her face aside, looking slightly dejected despite her anger. "I know what you're about to say." Your eyebrows just drooped. "I'm not good at moving from the shadows." "But you've always been good at that kind of thing, haven't you?" she added. Then, without waiting for Seeger to answer, Rina turned and started walking away. "You're stating the obvious," Rina said over her shoulder. "Even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to act myself." Seeger hurried after her and grabbed Rina's arm. "Wait," Seeger said quickly, stopping her before she could go any farther. "I'm not saying we should charge in recklessly. Let's wait until the winner of the tournament is decided before we make our move." "That is the safest approach," Seeger said, his grip firm enough to make sure Rina understood he was serious. Back in the room, Joe raised the photo of the shoes with a cheerful expression. "These are Talaria, the relic of a Blue Eye member. This is the reward the Blue Zone is offering for the tournament." Joe smiled as if he were gently testing Subaru's reaction. "Are you interested in joining?" Subaru cut him off immediately. "I am." In that instant, the air around Subaru became unbearably heavy. Joe kept smiling, but his expression grew a little awkward as he sensed the sudden pressure coming from Subaru. "That's good to hear," Joe said carefully. "I didn't expect you to be this interested. This entire plan depends on whether you agree or not." Hearing that, Subaru paused slightly. Joe quickly returned to his usual calm tone and explained things plainly.
Considering that you're broadcasting under the name Subaru Narukami, I believe a storyline centered around pursuing the relics of blue would make incredibly compelling content. Behind Subaru's mask, his face twisted with rage. How dare Joe say something like that? Subaru clenched his fists so tightly they trembled and power continued to radiate from his body. They wanted to use Zia's relics as an emotional gimmick for entertainment. Seeing Subaru's condition, Joe grew uneasy and asked, "Is something wrong? Is there anything bothering you?" Joe added, watching Subaru carefully. Subaru gave no answer. When Subaru finally spoke, his voice was cold enough to freeze the room. "Let's do it that way." Joe still looked somewhat worried, but a flicker of joy appeared on his face.
Really? That's wonderful.
Subaru stood up from the table and pulled his chair back. "Then I'll take my leave," Subaru said. Joe looked up at him from his seat and answered, "Yes, I look forward to working with you." As Subaru walked farther away, Joe raised his voice, trying to make sure Subaru could still hear him. "I'll always be cheering you on from behind my screen," Joe called out, but Subaru didn't hear a single word of it. Rage and resentment had already swallowed Subaru's thoughts completely. "I won't let anyone else have it, absolutely not." Later, back in his room, Subaru lay flat on the bed, staring silently up at the ceiling. A slight frown formed on Subaru's face as he wondered what kind of format the tournament would use. After a while, he turned onto his side and faced the wall. Subaru would have preferred the tournament to be a solo competition, something he could handle entirely on his own. But given the situation, he knew he wasn't exactly in a position to be picky. Just then, a hesitant voice came from outside his door. It's Hasuka." The moment Subaru heard her voice, he quickly pushed himself upright from the bed. His gaze slid toward the mask lying on the table. For a brief moment, conflict flickered in his eyes as if he couldn't decide whether to show his face or keep hiding behind it. In the end, Subaru walked over to the door and opened it. Asuka stood on the other side, looking gentle and composed as always. Still, her eyes shyly drifted toward Subaru's face the moment she saw him. Even after that short hesitation, Subaru had chosen to put the mask back on, seeing that. Hasuka couldn't help thinking to herself that he even wore the mask inside his own room. Subaru was the first to speak. "Please come in." The instant Hasuka heard those words, her face flushed deeply, and she began to stammer.
Yes, you mean I should come inside?" Hasuka asked, clearly flustered by the invitation.
Subaru had no idea how easily his words could be misunderstood, so he answered with complete innocence. "If you'd prefer, we can talk in the hallway too." Hasuka hesitated for a moment, and Subaru explained, "No, it's just that you weren't saying anything. I heard you had reference materials for the tournament." Only then did Hasuka snap back to the reason she had come, nearly forgetting her main purpose as she hurriedly pulled out a stack of documents.
Sorry.
Hasuka said quickly. She handed the documents to Subaru and explained, "This tournament uses a free-for-all format. It's a very simple structure," Hasuka continued. "Everyone fights for the same grand prize, and thousands of participants will be thrown into battle, all clashing with each other without mercy. In a tournament like that, the result can be victory or being sent back to the earth at any moment." Subaru skimmed through the pages and summed it up calmly. "So it's basically a solo competition." Hasuka nodded and replied, "Yes, since there's only one reward, it naturally turns into that kind of fight." Then Hasuka grew a little more excited as she added, "The venue will be a virtual training arena. The requirements are simple. You must be a third-floor player, pay a registration fee of 1,000 reputation points, and there's no limit on the number of participants." "I'll send you some materials from past free-for-all tournaments too," Hasuka said. "Just skim through them, and you should understand the general flow." While she was still speaking, Subaru's phone vibrated again. A series of notifications appeared on the screen. Divine highlights of Subaru Narukami's free-for-all battles. Natsuki Subaru's undefeated free-for-all path. Subaru Narukami's free-for-all matches end in 10 seconds. Another title followed, How Subaru Narukami Becomes Subaru Narukami in Free-for-Alls. After reading through them, Subaru quietly thought to himself that every single one was about him. Then he returned to the conversation and set the documents aside. "I'll use these as reference material. Thank you for your hard work," Subaru said. Hasuka scratched her head and answered politely, "It's nothing. It's my job after all." Then she hesitated before asking another question. Have you heard anything from the guild leader?" Subaru didn't understand what she meant. "Heard what?" Hasuka explained carefully. "We actually received a message." But the moment she mentioned the blue zone, Subaru's body stiffened. He immediately remembered the man named Itsuki. In an instant, a sharp, killing intent surged from Subaru's body, heavy enough to change the air around him. "Did you say from the blue zone?" Subaru asked in a low voice. Hasuka quickly explained that they wanted to meet him once. "Since they couldn't contact you directly, they sent an email to us instead," Hasuka said. Subaru was surprised. So they had already started reaching out. Hasuka hesitated, then continued. Maybe they want to negotiate with you directly. Higher pay, better benefits, more favorable conditions. Subaru clenched his fist tightly. Ignore it? Hasuka hurriedly answered, yes, I understand. Then Hasuka paused as if the answer had only just registered. Wait, ignore it? Subaru spoke frankly without leaving any room for misunderstanding. I have no intention of joining the Blue Zone or any other guild. The next second, Hasuka suddenly jumped up, raising both hands in celebration before she could stop herself. She let out a long sigh of relief, her smile bright and honest. I really wasn't sure whether I should tell you, but now I'm glad I did. As Hasuka spoke, she began walking lightly toward the door, her mood clearly lifted. Then please enjoy the time until your collaboration, Hasuka said before leaving. Watching her go, Subaru muttered to himself that she was celebrating as if this were her own achievement. Subaru removed his mask and smiled faintly in amusement. She's just a regular employee, but she's this devoted to her company. Hasuka really is extraordinary. From there, the focus shifted to a stadium. Inside the stadium, Joe and Hawkeye stood close together, speaking quietly as if they were discussing a plan that couldn't be said too loudly.
Joe was the first to speak, so this is today's project.
A talent comparison test, Hawkeye said. The old Subaru Narukami versus the new one. Hawkeye looked at Joe and asked, what do you think? Sounds interesting, right? Joe answered calmly, directly challenging your own statement is a bold move, but if you lose, the damage to you will be enormous. You understand that, don't you? Joe asked. Hawkeye didn't look especially worried. I welcome it. There will be a result either way, and if I want viewers to trust me, I have to accept whatever that result is. His eyes shone with confidence. Besides, have I ever lost a match? Joe let out an arrogant laugh. In the end, Joe said, everything depends on Narukami. Hawkeye scratched his head. I guess so, Hawkeye replied. Suddenly, the sharp sound of high heels interrupted them. Leader Hasuka and Subaru are here. Hasuka walked over with a smile, her steps calm and confident as she approached the two of them. You did well today, Hasuka said. Joe greeted them warmly. Ah, hello. The moment Hawkeye saw Subaru, excitement surged inside him. This was Hawkeye's chance to become a rising star. And now the person at the center of that chance was finally standing in front of him. Subaru, meanwhile, looked around the vast space and quietly thought to himself, this place was huge. Had Hawkeye rented out the entire arena just for this? Hawkeye stepped forward and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm the streamer Hawkeye. Subaru accepted the handshake. I'm Subaru Narukami. I look forward to working with you. Hawkeye scratched his head shyly, unable to hide how moved he was. Wow, it really feels like meeting Subaru Narukami in real life. I'm honestly touched. I'm a fan, a hardcore fan. Subaru hurriedly tried to explain himself. I'm still just a rookie. Nobody special. I can't compare to you, Joe stepped in before the conversation could grow too awkward. All right, save the formalities for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get acquainted. Hawkeye nodded and suggested, then let's continue this on stream. The system panel appeared, immediately lighting up in front of them. Hawkeye had started a live broadcast. He looked toward the screen, raised his hand with a friendly wave, and smiled. Hello everyone, it's Hi, thank you all for tuning in today. In an instant, status panels flooded across the screen. Deep inside Hawkeye's mind, a darker thought quietly surfaced beneath his bright streamer smile. He had heard that the notification system had been especially popular lately, but even so, the stream had already reached 12,000 viewers right from the very start. Hawkeye raised his voice and spoke with excitement. Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've invited that person here, as Hawkeye said it. Subaru stepped forward, his feet landing firmly on the arena floor. Hawkeye turned toward the audience and began introducing Subaru. Narukami Subaru gave the audience a calm little greeting, his voice steady despite the flood of attention pouring in. Hello everyone, I'm Narukami Subaru. The moment he said it, notifications began stacking up non-stop, racing across the screen one after another. Hawkeye glanced over the comments as they rushed by, then read one aloud with a faintly amused look. No, I haven't seen his face either. From what I heard, even his own manager hasn't seen it. A new comment immediately popped up, aiming straight at Subaru. Narukami, do you have some kind of secret you're hiding? Subaru rubbed at his cheek, looking a little awkward, but still completely composed as he answered, no, it's nothing like that. Besides, I'm handsome anyway. Even Hawkeye was caught off guard by how intense the audience's reaction had become. Hawkeye stared at the stream activity in disbelief. This was even livelier than his own broadcast, and the effect of Subaru's appearance had clearly gone far beyond anything he had expected. Subaru kept chatting with the viewers, his tone relaxed but full of confidence. "Sorry, but I'm not planning to lose to any of you." Then he softened it with a casual follow-up. "Of course we're not fighting. Think of it as a friendly exchange." Hawkeye let out a quiet sigh in his heart as he watched Subaru handle the crowd so smoothly. His reaction speed and communication skills were even sharper than Hawkeye had imagined. Subaru continued answering questions as they appeared. "A girlfriend? No. Friends? None of those either." The moment Asuka heard that key answer, she finally relaxed with a visible sigh of relief, while Joe could only watch her reaction helplessly. After letting the teasing go on for a while, Hawkeye finally stepped in and raised his voice to bring things back under control. "Alright, that's enough. Let's stop picking on our guest of honor." Then Hawkeye shifted the mood completely. "Now, let's move on to the main event." The instant those words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out across the arena, announcing that the challenge was beginning. In the next second, bright lights burst on all around them. Across the field, the golem monsters slowly came to life, their massive bodies stirring as if awakened from a long sleep. Thousands upon thousands of golems stood lined up across the arena, each one ready to rush forward the moment the battle began. Hawkeye kept his voice calm as he explained, "You may be wondering why I chose this challenge. I'll tell you," Hawkeye continued, just as the heavy feet of the golems began shifting against the ground. "There are two reasons behind this choice. The first reason," Hawkeye said firmly, watching the battlefield come alive, "is that this challenge tests a person's controllability to the absolute limit." Then his tone became a little more mysterious, almost as if he was waiting for the result himself. "As for the second reason, this is where I can prove whether the thing I said earlier was right here and right now." At that exact moment, a notification appeared in front of Subaru. K-Kitch had sent 100 reputation points along with a sharp question, "Do you really think you can win?" Subaru looked at it without the slightest panic and answered calmly. "If I wasn't confident," Subaru replied, his voice steady and unshaken, "then I wouldn't have accepted this offer in the first place." The robots shifted into battle formation, and one by one their eyes lit up with a dangerous red glow, signaling that the fight was about to begin. The comment section instantly erupted with encouragement, doubts, and predictions about whether Subaru could break the record on his very first attempt. Meanwhile, Subaru stood alone in front of the robot army, calmly lifting his gaze toward the scoreboard hanging high above the arena. Viewer quests began pouring in one after another, and one of them offered 10,000 credits if Subaru could defeat more than 43 robots. But the condition was brutal. If he failed, he would have to reveal his face. Subaru's first reaction was to refuse, because exposing his identity this early was far too risky. But soon, more donations and similar quests flooded the screen, with viewers offering thousands of credits just for a chance to see his face. After watching the support pile up, Subaru changed his mind, accepted the challenge, thanked everyone backing him, and promised that if he failed, he would reveal his face. One viewer quickly pointed out that the penalty would fall entirely on Subaru, while the reward would normally be split, which made the whole deal feel unfair. Hawkeye agreed with that comment and immediately announced that every credit from this quest would go directly to Subaru alone. With a confident smile spreading across his face, Hawkeye declared that it was finally time to begin. He pressed the timer button and the countdown started ticking down from 3 minutes. The robot swarm charged at Subaru all at once, rushing toward him from every direction like a metal tide closing in. Subaru activated his thunder skill, and a brilliant golden aura wrapped around his entire body. In the next instant, his speed shot up to a supernatural level. He slipped past incoming attacks, struck with deadly precision, and scored his first kill within only a few seconds. Hawkeye froze in shock at what he was seeing, barely able to believe that the legendary power of thunder was unfolding right in front of him. Subaru kept pressing forward, fists crashing into robot bodies, one after another, as he destroyed them at an unbelievable pace. As the seconds passed, the robots grew even more aggressive. Their red eyes burned brighter, and they tightened their formation around Subaru from every side, trying to trap him in the middle of the arena. But Subaru did not back away. Instead, he launched himself high into the air, twisting through the battlefield with agile, acrobatic movements. Using the same aerial combat style the original Narukami Subaru had once been famous for, he kicked off the bodies of the robots like they were stepping stones, using each metal frame beneath him as a platform to change direction and keep his momentum alive. Then Subaru drew his sword, wrapping the blade in the crackling glow of his electric aura. With every slash, more robots fell and his kill counter climbed rapidly until it reached 26. With more than half the time still remaining, Hawkeye and his manager watched Subaru's performance in complete fascination. The viewers were already predicting that he would easily take second place, and some even began wondering if he might actually break the record. Hawkeye kept his eyes fixed on the arena as Subaru continued tearing through robot after robot. At that point, he realized that everyone who had bet against Subaru had already lost their wager. When only 13 seconds remained on the clock, Subaru's kill count had reached 41. His eyes shone with fierce concentration, every movement sharpened by the pressure of the final stretch. In those last few moments, Subaru pushed his offense even harder, smashing through another robot and raising his total to 42 kills. With only 5 seconds left, he was now just one step away from tying the record. With only 3 seconds still ticking down, Subaru found himself surrounded by robots on all sides. But his gaze did not waver and his eyes burned with intense focus as he prepared for one final move. In the blink of an eye, just as the timer dropped toward the final second, Subaru lunged at another robot with a movement so fast and precise that the audience could barely follow it. The very moment his attack landed, the timer announced that time was up. The system's voice echoed across the arena. Challenge complete. Total kills 43. Then the next announcement struck even harder. Record updated. First place, Narukami Subaru. The comment section exploded instantly. AOE 43? That's insane. He was just one away. The screen filled with shocked reactions as viewers tried to process what had just happened. "This is history," someone shouted in the comments, and Hawkeye immediately rushed towards Subaru, unable to hide his excitement. 43, Hawkeye exclaimed, staring at the result. He tied with Narukami Subaru. It's a draw. He was so close. "What do all of you think?" Hawkeye asked, and the comments surged again like a wave. "I've got goosebumps. I thought he only got second place by luck. I didn't expect this at all." Then another notification appeared. Rumbling had donated 100 reputation points. "I was so scared, I almost peed myself," the viewer wrote. "I subscribed." Hawkeye burst out laughing as he read it, the tension from the challenge finally breaking. "Thanks for the 100 points, Hawkeye said with a grin. Right after that, another donation notification appeared, and Vit Weeper Heist sent 200 points. Hawkeye immediately reacted, sounding half grateful and half exhausted. "You again? Please change your username already. But thanks." Then Mushroom Village donated 1,000 points, making Hawkeye scratch his head as more comments appeared. Are people seriously asking if this is Narukami Subaru's livestream? Hawkeye quickly shook off the confusion and corrected them. No, it's not. But before the chat could settle down, a massive notification suddenly appeared. Reinhardt had donated 10,000 reputation points. The moment Hawkeye saw that name, he froze in place, his expression stiffening as if he could not believe what was on the screen. The comments went wild all over again. "Seriously? Is that Ren? It's probably fake. But what if it's real? The 1/swordsman is here? No, it's real." Hawkeye scratched his head awkwardly, clearly struggling to keep his composure. Reinhardt, Hawkeye said, forcing himself to sound calm despite the shock, "Thank you for the 10,000 points." Subaru quietly watched the reaction unfold, surprised that someone of that level was actually watching the stream. A high ranker like Reinhardt, the 1/swordsman? For a brief moment, Dell's image flashed through Subaru's mind, sharp and sudden, before another notification pulled his attention back to the screen. Reinhardt had donated again, this time sending another 1,000 reputation points. A message followed the donation almost immediately. "I always watch your streams. Narukami Subaru's run inspired me." Those words appeared in front of everyone, making the atmosphere around the stream shift in an instant. Hawkeye smiled as he read the message, clearly pleased by the praise. "Really? I'm honored." But Subaru only glanced sideways at the screen, his thoughts tightening. Why was Reinhardt watching this stream? Had he somehow found out about what Subaru had done to Isaac? Then another donation appeared, and Reinhardt sent 1,000 more points. The new message was even more direct than the last. "I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru, will you collaborate with me?" The request hung there in front of everyone, impossible for Subaru to ignore. Subaru froze as he stared at the screen, caught off guard by the sudden invitation. The comments instantly started flying. "Joe, this new guy is rising fast. I knew he'd blow up." But Subaru did not answer right away. He only scratched his head awkwardly, clearly unsure how to respond in front of everyone. Beside him, Joe and Asuka both reacted at once, silently signaling for Subaru to accept. From their expressions alone, it was obvious they thought this was a chance he absolutely should not let slip away. After a short pause, Subaru finally spoke, choosing his words carefully. I need to focus on my own challenges first, so I'll have to decline for now. His voice stayed calm, but the decision stunned everyone around him. Joe and Asuka stared at him with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what they had just heard. Subaru lowered his head slightly in a small bow and added, "Sorry, I've used up too much energy today." Then Subaru turned toward Hawkeye and asked, "Hawkeye, could you end the stream for me?" Hawkeye blinked in confusion. Huh, what? But Subaru was already walking away, leaving Hawkeye to call after him in a panic. No, wait, Narukami. Joe immediately chased the question that everyone was thinking. Why did you refuse him? That was a huge opportunity. Asuka quickly added her own reaction, just as shocked as Joe. I'm shocked too, Asuka said, still staring at Subaru like she could not understand his choice. Subaru, however, only answered in his usual calm tone. Is it really that important? Joe was stunned by how lightly Subaru said it. Collaborating with a ranked player was already rare, but collaborating with a high-ranked player was something that almost never happened. That's all? Joe said blankly, struggling to process Subaru's attitude. Subaru simply looked back at them and said, if becoming a ranked player is that important, then I'll just become one myself. After saying it, Subaru quietly shifted his gaze between Asuka and Joe, as if the answer was simple enough that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. The heavy silence between them was suddenly broken when Hawkeye stepped in, cutting through the tension at just the right moment. Narukami, that performance went way beyond what I expected, Hawkeye said, still carrying the excitement from the challenge. I'll send over your share of the revenue later. Then Hawkeye's expression turned more serious. Since the stream is over, can I ask you something? When you were fighting earlier, something about you felt different. It looked like you weren't in your best condition, Hawkeye continued, studying Subaru more carefully. Were you injured? Subaru's thoughts shifted the moment he heard that. So Hawkeye had noticed it too. Subaru had thought he covered it well enough, but Hawkeye had still seen through the subtle difference in his movements. No wonder people called him HCK Ice. That sharp eye really did match the name. Hawkeye let out a small laugh as if trying to make the question sound lighter. Was it trouble for you? Subaru lowered his voice a little before replying. The highlight of today's stream was whether I could surpass Narukami Subaru. Subaru said quietly, that's the part where people would see growth. If I had won outright today, I would only get a short burst of attention, and once the excitement passed, the hype would fade. And if I lost, Subaru continued, his tone still calm and measured, people would just say I was never on the real Narukami Subaru's level in the first place. So this test needed a result where both sides could stand on equal footing. A draw was the best possible outcome. Hawkeye hesitated as the meaning sank in, then looked at Subaru with a strange expression. So if you really wanted to, you could have beaten him? Subaru stepped slightly to the side, avoiding a direct answer. Who knows, he said lightly. The result has already been decided and we can't change it now. What matters from here, Subaru added, is how everyone chooses to interpret what they saw. Elsewhere, far from the fading excitement of the stream, a furious hand slammed down with enough force to shake the room. Nearby, a flag marked with a proud lion emblem fluttered in the air, its symbol standing out like a warning. A man's fist crashed down again, and the table in front of him split cleanly in half under the force of a single punch. That man was none other than Rank 121, the Guildmaster of the Golden Lion Guild, Ren. That insolent brat. Ren growled through clenched teeth. His phone slipped from his hand and dropped to the floor, the screen still showing one cold message: viewer has left the live stream. After hearing the violent crash, Shanghai rushed into the room, his face tense as he hurried toward the source of the noise.
Lord Ren, is something wrong? Shanghai asked carefully. Ren's anger only burned hotter as he snapped back. It's that Subaru Narukami you mentioned?
The streamer Shanghai asked, startled. Yes, Ren said, his voice full of fury. That brat rejected my offer. Shanghai quickly tried to flatter him. How arrogant, refusing an offer from someone like you. But before Shanghai could finish speaking, Ren cut him off with a colder, sharper tone. I was planning to crush him in public and shut down those irritating rumors once and for all. I don't care about the reputation points I spent, Ren said, his pride clearly wounded far more than his wallet. What enrages me is that some nameless rookie dared to injure my pride. Shanghai silently bent down, picked up the fallen phone, and offered it back with both hands.
Your phone, sir? Shanghai said cautiously. Ren snatched it back from him without even a word of thanks.
Then Ren's gaze sharpened again. And what about the matter I entrusted to you? Shanghai scratched his head nervously before answering, if you mean Isaac, we're searching as thoroughly as we can. But for someone his age, disappearing for a few days isn't exactly unheard of. Before Chang Hai could finish that sentence, an invisible force suddenly clamped around his throat. Chang Hai's body was lifted straight into the air, his feet leaving the floor as his face quickly started turning purple from the pressure. Ren stared at him with chilling eyes and demanded, "Are you mocking me too?" I'm S. Chang Hai tried to speak, but the air was cut off before he could force the words out. Tears and mucus streamed down Chang Hai's face as he struggled helplessly, his hands clawing at his own throat. With a casual wave of his hand, Ren sent Chang Hai flying across the room. Chang Hai crashed into the wall with a brutal impact, leaving cracks spreading out from where his body hit, while Ren slowly stepped closer. "Since when?" Ren asked coldly. "Did you start questioning my orders?" Terrified, Chang Hai dropped to his knees at once and begged for mercy. "Please forgive me. I'll continue the search immediately," Chang Hai said, trembling as he lowered his head, desperate to escape Ren's wrath. Meanwhile, in another place, a phone began vibrating with an incoming call from a superior. Wika stared down at the ringing phone, exhaustion written all over her face. She looked like the last thing she wanted to do was answer it. But the moment she picked up, her voice instantly brightened into a polite and energetic tone. "Yes, hello. Good evening, manager." Zoe's voice came through the line, already filled with reproach. "Does my call annoy you that much? Where did all your energy go?" "At least talk to me the same way you talk to Narukami," Zoe complained through the phone. Uika's expression stiffened slightly as the familiar headache returned. "Here we go again," she thought, while Zoe continued speaking. "We've built trust over all these years," Zoe continued, his tone carrying that familiar mix of complaint and attachment. "Even if things between us are only business now," Uika cut him off before he could drag it out any longer. "You called because you want to propose a collaboration with Ren, right?" "Yes, damn it, Zoe," admitted at once, frustration bursting through his voice. "We absolutely cannot let a chance like this slip away." Uika let out a tired sigh, her shoulders sinking slightly. "But what exactly are we supposed to do about it?" Zoe quickly tried to reassure her. I know, but Narukami Subaru is still a climber. He should understand how huge this opportunity is." Then his voice became more persuasive. "Since you're his manager, why don't you try talking to him again?" Uika answered with a serious tone. "Narukami Subaru cares more about climbing the tower than working with other people." And honestly, Uika added, her voice firm, "For a player, that way of thinking is actually correct." Zoe gave a half-joking, half-scolding laugh through the phone. "You only sound this energetic when you're arguing with me." After a brief pause, Uika decided she had heard enough. "I'm hanging up." Zoe immediately panicked. "Wait, but Uika ignored him completely and ended the call without letting him say another word." Once the call ended, Uika stood there in silence, reflecting on what she had just said. Even though she had defended Narukami Subaru's decision, she could not deny that Ren's offer really was a massive opportunity for him. After gathering her courage, she finally raised her hand and knocked on the door. Narukami Ika called softly from the hallway. Maybe she could try persuading him just one more time, she told herself, forcing her nerves to settle. Before Yuika could fully prepare herself, the door suddenly swung open, making her flinch in surprise. Subaru spoke first, calmly saying her name, Aika. When she saw that he was still wearing his mask, the question slipped out before she could stop herself. "You're still wearing the mask?" Subaru answered as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Yes, it feels more comfortable this way." Then he looked at her and asked directly, "Are you curious about my real face too?" Wika was completely caught off guard by the question. Her words tangled for a moment as she stammered. "No, I mean," she hurried to recover, clearly trying not to make the situation even more awkward. "Well, it's just," Uika struggled to explain herself properly. "The mask makes the viewers connect you even more strongly with Narukami Subaru. I mean, obviously you're Narukami." She paused, flustered, then continued, "But one day you'll probably have to reveal your face." In this world, stability was nothing more than an illusion. If someone wanted to survive, there was only one true path forward, and that was to keep climbing the tower. Climbing meant earning reputation points. And once people had enough reputation points, they could finally stop drifting from danger to danger. They could settle down, build a life, and breathe a little easier. Little by little, people began believing that this world could truly become their home. Back then, the greatest players gave everyone hope that the tower could be conquered and that humanity could one day settle safely in this place. And standing above all of those great players, towering over them, like a symbol of hope, was Narukami Subaru. His accomplishments were not simply about reaching higher floors.
Narukami Subaru was the first person to prove to everyone that conquering the tower might actually be possible. Back in the present, Subaru looked at Yuika with a hint of skepticism in his eyes, as if he was testing how much of that belief she truly held. "Do you really think that way too?" Subaru asked. Uika leaned a little closer to him, her expression turning playful as her voice took on a teasing, mysterious tone. "That's a secret," Uika replied lightly, "just like the face hidden behind your mask. Maybe one day I'll tell you?" Subaru quickly shifted the conversation before that atmosphere could continue. He opened the door wider and politely invited her in. "Anyway, you came here because you had something to discuss, right?" "Sorry for asking so many questions," Subaru added calmly. "Please come inside and we can talk properly." The moment Uika heard that, her face turned bright red and she hurriedly waved both hands in front of her. "It's nothing important," Uika blurted out, clearly flustered. "I'll be going now. Good night." With that, she quickly turned away and left, while Subaru remained by the door, silently watching her disappear down the hallway. On the other side of the corridor, Uika finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. After rambling for so long, she no longer had the energy to persuade him about anything. Why did he always try to invite her inside every time he did that? It made her heart pound. Subaru stayed where he was, still standing near the open door as he muttered to himself, "Hope? Huh?" Soon after, the setting shifted to a pure white room, and the system's voice echoed through the empty space. "It's nice to see you again. Subaru Narukami love, thank you for the 1,000 reputation points." Subaru responded in his usual composed voice, "Today, I hope we win as well." The system display flashed with a new mission message. Golden Lionhead had donated 500 reputation points, and the question that followed was blunt. "You really don't plan to cooperate with Lord Ren?" Then another large donation appeared. J Roll 3 had sent 5,000 reputation points with a formal message. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mondo from the JR Greco Guild. I have something important to discuss. Are you free?" On the live stream screen, Subaru let out a quiet sigh as viewers kept pressing him about his next move. "Which faction are you joining on the 3rd floor? Are you going to keep moving solo?" The questions kept piling up one after another. In Subaru's heart, all this talk of cooperation felt like complete madness, but the donations and comments continued pouring in without pause. At this rate, Subaru realized that as long as he gave the audience what they wanted to see, they would keep rewarding him with reputation points in return. While that thought crossed his mind, the system announced that the 3rd floor challenge was beginning to initialize. A selection panel appeared before him, offering two choices: the Kingdom of Ottoman and the Kingdom of Conrad. On the 3rd floor, faction alignment was almost everything. The two kingdoms despised each other, and Subaru's missions would change completely depending on which side he chose. At last, the system displayed his decision. You have chosen the Kingdom of Conrad. Only about 3% of players chose that side, and there was a clear reason for that. 3rd floor, Kingdom of Conrad. Subaru arrived at a resting place for mercenaries, a rough and tense area filled with people who looked like they had survived more than a few battles. The moment Subaru stepped inside, a man nearby noticed him. The man's eyes lit up with excitement as if he had just found something entertaining. "A newbie?" "Perfect timing," the man said, grinning as he moved closer. "I was bored out of my mind." His approach carried obvious ill intent, and his posture made it clear he was looking for trouble. As the two passed close to each other, the man deliberately slammed his shoulder into Subaru, trying to knock him aside and humiliate him in front of everyone. But Subaru did not fall. Instead, he shoved back with enough force to throw the man off balance, making him twist his foot awkwardly just to keep himself from collapsing. The surrounding mercenaries immediately perked up. "Huh? A fight? Who's the newbie?" Kenken is bullying in E rank again. Subaru listened to the noise around him and replied indifferently, "B rank, perfect?" "Let me test something," Subaru said. Kenken blinked in confusion, not understanding what he meant. "Test? What?" But before Kenken could even finish asking, lightning began gathering around Subaru's legs. In the next instant, Subaru drove his knee upward with terrifying speed, slamming a vicious blow straight into Kenken's jaw. The impact was so brutal that it left the man with a very memorable new arrangement of teeth. Kenken's body went limp as he was kicked into the air. Then he came crashing back down and slammed flat onto the ground. The crowd froze in shock. "Huh? What just happened?" "He flew backward. Did I just see a flash of light?" Someone even muttered, "Was Kenken sick or something?" "Even if he was sick, people don't fly like that." Another mercenary shot back. While the crowd buzzed with confusion and disbelief, one man kept his gaze locked firmly on Subaru, watching him more carefully than the rest. Several others rushed forward angrily, their faces twisting with hostility. "Think you're tough now?" One of them barked. kicking Kenken's fallen body aside as he stepped in. I saw what happened. How dare an E-rank show off like this? You bastard! Another savage voice snarled. I'll tear that mask off your face, skin and all. Within moments, Subaru was surrounded on every side. One of them sneered coldly. This place is going to be your grave, newbie. Subaru said nothing. He simply stood there with a cold gaze, calmly observing each person closing in around him. Then, after a short but brutally one-sided clash, the outcome became painfully clear. Every last one of them lay battered and bruised on the ground. Their earlier arrogance had vanished completely, replaced by trembling fear and disbelief. What the hell is he? One of them whispered, staring at Subaru like he was looking at a monster. He's not human. At that moment, someone approached Subaru with calm, steady steps. You're strong, kid, the man said, extending his hand toward him. My name is Doman. I'm an appraiser. Then another man stepped forward, pounding his chest as he introduced himself with confidence. And I'm Raymond, a rank examiner. Raymond shook Subaru's hand and looked him over carefully. I've never seen you around here before. So what jobs have you completed so far, Raymond asked? As everyone knew, low-rank mercenaries could only accept a very limited range of jobs. The chat quickly picked up on the meaning behind the question, and viewers began piecing together Subaru's strategy. The viewers quickly figured out what Subaru was doing. He had caused that entire commotion on purpose, using those low-rank vulture types as stepping stones so he could speedrun through the mercenary job process. Right then, the system brought up the final objective in front of him. The third floor trial was brutally simple, but that was exactly what made it so troublesome. Players had to complete multiple mercenary jobs and earn a total of 10,000 points before they could move forward. The problem was that a low-rank mercenary could earn at most around 50 points from a single job. That tiny reward was the reason so many players ended up stuck on this floor. Subaru understood that reality perfectly, and his voice turned cold. That's why I had to take a shortcut. I can't afford to waste even 1 second here, Subaru continued, his gaze steady beneath the mask. This isn't the time for me to climb the ranks slowly, one ordinary job at a time. Raymond stroked his beard, repeating the word shortcut under his breath as if the idea itself bothered him. Then he looked at Subaru more carefully. Hey, are you an otherworlder? Even if you are, I still can't give you special treatment. Everything has to follow the proper order. Subaru immediately pressed him back. Then there must be a way to shorten that order. His tone sharpened slightly. Does it really make sense to hand special benefits to an otherworlder who might eventually leave anyway? Subaru's eyes carried absolute confidence as he put his proposal on the table. There was only one way to clear the third floor trial in one move. I'll make your dream come true. Raymond's expression tightened the moment he heard that. What do you mean by that? Raymond asked, his voice tense now. Subaru did not hesitate for even a second as he revealed exactly what he was aiming for. The Thunder Cave, Subaru declared with unwavering determination. I'll conquer it. The instant those words left his mouth, Raymond cried out in pure terror. Wait, Raymond shouted, his face paling. You mean that place? Only high-rank mercenaries are allowed to take that job, Raymond warned him. Beneath Subaru's mask, one eye glowed faintly. I know. It's the dungeon at the center of the Pride War between Osman and Conrad, Subaru said. An unconquerable place neither side has been able to claim. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating the sinister tower-like dungeon known as the Thunder Cave, one of the most dangerous special dungeons on the third floor. No player, mercenary, or knight had ever cleared it in all recorded history. Between the kingdoms of Osman and Conrad stretched a massive mountain range, an impassable barrier that both nations had fought over for decades. On the strategic map, the importance of the Thunder Cave was obvious. Whoever conquered it would open an easy route through the mountains, and that passage alone could shift the balance of military power between the two kingdoms. Subaru made his bold offer to the stunned examiner without backing down. If you issue me a rank A status trial, I'll clear it. I swear I won't abuse that status. Raymond nervously touched his mustache, hesitation written all over his face. As Raymond weighed the proposal, Subaru's gaze quietly darkened behind the mask, carrying a pressure that made the air around them feel heavier. If Raymond rejected him here, Subaru knew things were going to turn ugly. If it came down to it, Subaru was already prepared to take Raymond down too. Under that silent pressure, Raymond finally gave in. Fine, Raymond said at last. I'll write you a letter of recommendation so you can join the raid. Then he quickly tried to justify the decision, as if speaking more to himself than to Subaru. Raid parties always need more manpower, Raymond muttered. The moment he said that, the chat seemed to breathe out in relief, glad that the situation had not turned into another fight. Raymond turned to leave, giving Subaru a short instruction over his shoulder. I'll bring the recommendation letter, wait here for a bit. The raid party departs in 5 days. Almost immediately, new mission windows appeared in front of Subaru. One mission showed Dylan challenging Subaru to clear the Thunder Cave solo, putting up 20,000 credits as the reward. Another request appeared right after it, this one more mocking in tone, with Claire Chan Layers offering 5,000 credits for Subaru to attempt the exact same thing. Subaru silently studied the system screens, calculating the timing in his head. The raid departure lined up exactly with the end of the third floor tournament. Did Blue Zone arrange the tournament schedule with this in mind? While Subaru considered that, Raymond stared down at the ground and finally spoke with a bitter honesty. Thunder Cave, Raymond murmured. Honestly, I'm still desperate when it comes to that place. Holding the scroll in his hand, Raymond seemed to sink into an old memory he would rather forget. It was a challenge I took on when I was younger. I lost half my party there. Raymond's voice carried the weight of that failure. But Subaru simply reached out and took the document firmly. That won't happen this time, Subaru said. Raymond blinked in confusion. What? Subaru lifted the scroll slightly, revealing the plan he had already decided on. Because I'm planning to go alone. The chat exploded with disbelief the moment he said it. Raymond shouted in panic. Are you out of your mind? Thunder Cave is meant to be cleared by a party. You're telling me you want to go in there alone? Raymond could barely believe it. They can barely gather 20 people for that raid in the first place. He let out an anxious sigh. Honestly, this is going to be rough. I assumed you already had companions.
I don't. Subaru cut in immediately. Beneath his mask, his eye glowed with firm resolve as he declared it without hesitation. No allies. At that same moment, a pair of boots landed hard on the edge of a rocky cliff.
A hooded figure stood there, watching Subaru's stream in silence. The question crossed the figure's mind with quiet disbelief. Was Subaru really planning to clear Thunder Cave all by himself? He really is just like Subaru, the hooded figure thought. On the broadcast, Subaru spoke bluntly to the viewers. Are you asking whether I'll take other trials? No, I'm not interested in any of them. Then he added casually, that said, I'll be taking a break from streaming. Complaints flooded the chat instantly. Somewhere else, a woman gasped. No. When she saw his farewell message, she clenched her device tightly, frustration flashing across her face. Just when I thought this would help me kill time until the third floor, she muttered, clearly disappointed that the stream was ending so soon. Then all of a sudden she broke into a bright laugh, her cheeks turning faintly red as amusement replaced her irritation. He really does resemble him, she murmured, her smile growing wider. No matter what anyone says, he walks his own path. She lifted her gaze toward the cloudy horizon, and a nostalgic look softened her expression as memories quietly surfaced. It's almost like the real Subaru is streaming. She pressed the phone close to her chest, holding it there as if the thought itself was precious.
Oh, right.
She suddenly remembered. He's entering the tournament too, isn't he? Looking down from the cliff with a predatory gleam in her eyes, she made up her mind. Maybe I'll stick around and chat with him a little. With that thought, the figure leapt from the cliff, carrying a clear and dangerous intent. I hope he doesn't win, she said, her voice carrying a sharp edge as she descended. Meanwhile, Asuka walked cheerfully beside Subaru through the city streets, her mood bright as she spoke with clear satisfaction. As expected, Asuka said happily, you really captured the original's vibe. Subaru thought quietly to himself that this was exactly how Narukami Subaru would have acted, even though the viewers were still cursing him nonstop. Asuka continued arguing with infectious enthusiasm. If you had just taken normal jobs, the stream wouldn't have felt special at all, right? Subaru glanced at her and answered,
You think so?
Then he added, that was thanks to your advice. Asuka looked at him with curiosity. So what are you doing now? Subaru answered plainly, I'll hunt until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents might show up, so I want to level up a bit first. He reflected on it more seriously as they walked. I also need to test how much lightning I can use with my current stats and how well the Thunderheart performs. His eyes shone with absolute determination beneath the mask. I'll never hand the Thunder memory over to anyone. Subaru's resolve was unshakable and the decision had already settled deep inside him. Elsewhere, a man stormed down a hallway, his anger spilling out with every heavy step. Damn it, don't mess with me. Normally, when Blue Zone calls, people come running. How dare he make me come all the way here just to see him? Jin Saki grumbled as he reached the door, his irritation only growing. I don't care if it's thunder or whatever. Why the hell do I have to dance to the tune of some nobody stuck on the third floor? Jin Saki snarled under his breath without even bothering to knock. He kicked the door open with arrogant force. Hey, I'm here, he announced casually, waving one hand as he walked inside like the room already belonged to him. The man waiting inside barely lifted his eyes from his phone, giving Jin Saki only the faintest glance.
Drinks were soon placed on the table between them, while the orange glow of sunset poured through the room, making the silence feel even more tense. Tae-lee sat across from Jin Saki with a composed expression and confirmed his identity. So, you're Mr. Jin Saki from Blue Zone? I heard you wanted to discuss something with one of our streamers. Jin Saki answered impatiently, already looking around the room instead of focusing on Tae-lee.
Yeah, Jin Saki said with obvious annoyance. But where's the guy who actually matters?
Tae-lee replied without the slightest change in tone. Narukami isn't here. He's out handling other business. Jin Saki leaned back in his seat, his irritation immediately sharpening. Other business? More important than this? What an arrogant brat. Jin Saki spat. Tae-lee's gaze cooled as he answered, that matter is private. We are not able to disclose it. Then Tae-lee shifted the conversation back with a firm voice. More importantly, we have already conveyed Narukami's wishes to you, haven't we? That is exactly why Narukami is not here. Tae-lee continued. From our side, we intend to handle this matter directly with him. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for you to meet him. Jin Saki clenched his teeth, anger tightening across his face. It's not that you can't arrange it, Jin Saki snapped. You just refuse to. His palm slammed down hard against the table, rattling the drinks between them. If I go back without seeing Narukami, I'm the one who gets punished. Jin Saki growled. Then he leaned forward, his expression twisting into a sneer. You're just trying to hold on to your golden goose. Jin Saki accused. Think about it carefully. Wouldn't Narukami Subaru be far better off joining a major guild than wasting his time streaming? He smiled provocatively, trying to push Tae-lee into a corner. Don't you think so? Tae-lee simply crossed his arms, remaining calm despite Jin Saki's pressure. Who knows? Tae-lee answered evenly. These days, famous streamers can earn just as much as top-ranked players. His voice stayed composed as he continued. Every now and then you meet players who look down on streaming as a real profession. I've met that kind of person myself, Tae-lee added. Jin Saki gave a mocking laugh, his eyes narrowing. Careful! The way you're talking makes it sound like you're trying to turn Blue Zone into your enemy. Tae-lee calmly interlaced his fingers on the table and made his position clear. We prioritize our streamers' wishes above everything else. Since Narukami has already made his decision, our company will support that decision completely. Jin Saki pointed at him threateningly. For a man your age, you really are painfully out of touch. Do you honestly think Blue Zone will stay quiet after this? Tae-lee's expression turned ice cold, and a terrifying darkness seemed to spread from him. You're the one who doesn't understand, Tae-lee said in a low voice. There are people in this world who cannot be forced to bend, no matter how much power or threats you use. Then he gave a quiet order. If you're finished talking, get out. Jin Saki froze, cold sweat running down his face. What the hell was this? That overwhelming mana pressing down on the room was far beyond what Jin Saki had expected. Jin Saki stumbled backward for a moment, but his humiliation quickly turned into rage. Get out, you say. Do you even know who you're talking to? Tae-lee did not bother answering with words. He merely waved one hand dismissively as if shooing away an annoyance. Jin Saki stormed toward the exit, shouting threats over his shoulder as he left. You'll regret this, Jin Saki barked, his voice echoing back into the room. I swear it. Tae-lee watched him leave with his arms crossed, a mocking smile slowly forming on his face.
Oh my.
Tae-lee murmured lightly, not sounding afraid at all. How terrifying. 3 days passed after the announcement, and the atmosphere around Narukami Subaru's next move grew heavier with every hour. On the 3rd floor, deep inside the Sky Serpent's Nest dungeon, Subaru stood face to face with a massive serpent that filled the cavern with its monstrous presence. The creature was enormous, with a vicious appearance that made it look like it had crawled straight out of a nightmare. Its huge fangs were stained with blood, and its crimson eyes glowed fiercely in the darkness. The Sky Serpent seemed almost offended that such a small human dared to challenge it alone. But from the very beginning, the beast had already made a fatal mistake. It had underestimated Narukami Subaru. Without the slightest hesitation, Subaru drew his demonic sword and poured thunder into the blade, awakening its power in a crackle of electricity. In the next instant, he unleashed a massive slash straight toward the Sky Serpent's face, forcing the beast to hiss loudly in pain. The serpent could not understand how a mere human had managed to inflict such heavy damage with one strike. But now that it had been wounded, it had no choice but to fight back, and the battle truly began. The Sky Serpent roared in furious retaliation, its massive body shifting to attack. But before it could properly launch a counterattack, Subaru moved first and struck again. With just one more slash, Subaru carved even deeper damage into the beast. The Sky Serpent began to stagger, its gigantic body trembling violently as the impact shook through its entire frame. Subaru stood calmly before it,
his posture alone radiating overwhelming confidence. He slid the demonic sword back onto his back and quietly wondered whether this test run was already enough or if he should simply end the fight right here. In the next instant, Subaru stepped forward without hesitation and leapt straight toward the sky serpent. His eyes shone with a sharp yellow light, and every trace of hesitation vanished, leaving behind nothing but pure killing intent. Subaru propelled himself through the air like a bolt of lightning. As the sky serpent opened its massive jaws, it became clear that Subaru intended to attack the beast from the inside. Once again, Subaru channeled thunder through his body and crashed directly into the sky serpent. Lightning exploded outward in every direction, flooding the entire dungeon with blinding light so intense that anyone watching could have lost their sight to the flash. When the light finally settled, a system notification appeared before Subaru, informing him that he had successfully defeated the Sky Serpent boss. Subaru leveled up, and his strength, stamina, and concentration each increased by 1 point. Soon after, the view shifted to him sitting atop the lifeless body of the Sky Serpent, calm and quiet after the fight. Compared to the serpent's enormous corpse, even the cave itself seemed small. Then Subaru's attention was drawn to something nearby, a faint glow shining from the remains. It was one of the Sky Serpent's fangs, glowing a deep crimson red like a precious gemstone. Subaru studied it and wondered if it could still sell for 10,000 credits, remembering that 20 years ago it had been worth around that much. After setting the fang aside, Subaru opened his status window. He was now level 35. His strength, stamina, and mana had all reached 36, while his speed was 33 and his concentration was 30. Even Subaru found it hard to believe that he had gained 9 levels in only 3 days. Subaru decided that this was enough for today and that he should not let greed push him too far. Soya was still waiting for him, and Subaru had to keep his focus on avenging his friend. As that thought crossed his mind, his expression turned serious. The scene changed once more. At a cafe, the cute and elegant Hatsuka looked even more radiant than usual, dressed beautifully for the day. When Subaru walked in, she waved at him with a bright smile as he made his way over and sat down. Seeing the huge smile on Hatsuka's face, Subaru wondered if something good had happened. Her whole expression seemed to glow as she leaned forward and asked him if he had seen it. Subaru looked at her in confusion and asked what exactly she was talking about. Hatsuka quickly realized that Subaru probably had not noticed yet. When he asked again, she explained that she meant the collaboration video. In typical Subaru fashion, he replied that he had been so busy grinding that he had not even had time to watch it. Hatsuka took a moment to calm herself, then smiled as if she had expected that answer. To her, it was completely normal for Narukami Subaru to act this way, putting training first and treating everything else so casually. That nonchalant attitude was part of what made him feel like Narukami Subaru. Even so, Hatsuka could not shake the feeling that this Subaru was somehow different from the original. Hatsuka pulled an envelope from her bag and asked Subaru to check it. Subaru opened it, glanced over the contents, and was left slightly shocked by what he saw. Hatsuka explained that the envelope contained the revenue statement from her recent collaboration stream with Hawkeye. Subaru stared at the numbers in disbelief, stunned to see that he had earned nearly 50,000 credits, far more than anyone would have expected from his D-Stream performance. Hatsuka told Subaru that this was something she never would have simply forgotten about. She admitted that, if she had wanted to, she could have handed it over to him much earlier. But this time, there was another reason she had gone out of her way to meet him. The moment Subaru heard that, his curiosity sharpened, and he listened more closely as Hatsuka began to explain, her cheeks slowly taking on a faint blush. Hatsuka said she knew a man named Kai, the kind of guy who had a serious weakness for gambling because of Kai. She had stumbled across a certain piece of information that felt too strange to ignore, even as she brought it up. Hesitation flickered across her face like she almost regretted having to say it out loud. She explained that there was a type of gambling where people placed bets directly on players, wagering on who they believed would come out on top. In that system, the stronger a player's chances of winning were, the lower their payout rate became. In other words, betting on a highly favored player would not earn much in return. But since that player's ability made victory feel far more dependable, gamblers still treated the smaller reward as the safer choice. What truly caught Subaru off guard was his own number. Right now, his payout rate was sitting at 6.1 times, which was already enough to make him pause. But then Hatsuka mentioned that there was another player whose payout rate was only 2 times, meaning that person was being treated as the overwhelming favorite. Subaru's interest deepened at once, and unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked Hatsuka who that player was. Hatsuka answered by telling him about Omar, a Blue Zone player who had remained stuck on the 3rd floor of the Cave of Thunder for 10 long years. During all that time, he had been completely consumed by the idea of finally clearing it. That almost terrifying obsession had made Omar famous in its own way, even though he was not a streamer and had never been a ranked player.
According to Hatsuka, someone like Omar was probably already plotting some way to cross paths with Subaru. To Omar, Subaru's public declaration on stream that he would clear the Cave of Thunder alone must have sounded like a direct insult. It was as if Subaru had laughed at the 10 years Omar had poured into that place, then stepped right over them without a second thought. Just then, Subaru abruptly broke away from the topic and pointed out that Hatsuka was standing far too close to him. From the outside, their position looked dangerously easy to misunderstand. The instant Hatsuka realized what he meant, she became painfully aware of the distance between them. Her face flushed bright red, and the embarrassment seemed to spread through her entire body. She quickly turned away and hurried back to her seat, trying to regain her composure. Even so, she continued speaking, explaining that with the Cave of Thunder challenge placed between the upcoming tournament and the next trial, there was a very real possibility that Subaru would eventually end up confronting Omar. Hatsuka made it clear that she had not brought this up to frighten him for no reason. She only wanted to warn Subaru ahead of time and urge him to be careful. Once their conversation came to an end, the focus shifted to the third floor of Ortonel. There, the streets stretched between rows of large, old-fashioned buildings, their heavy structures giving the district a historic weight along the roads. Horse-drawn carriages rolled back and forth without pause, filling the area with constant movement. Inside one of those carriages, several people were already talking about tomorrow, the day they would finally meet that bastard who had been bragging about clearing the Cave of Thunder by himself. Two men sat inside, one carrying a spear while the other had a sword at his side. The swordsman turned to the man beside him and said Subaru was only running his mouth because he did not truly understand what kind of place the Cave of Thunder was. He told the man not to let Subaru's reckless words get under his skin. In his view, those claims were not worth taking seriously at all. The man sitting there was none other than Captain Omar. He remained quiet, repeatedly flipping a gold coin between his fingers, as if that small, steady motion was the only thing keeping his unease under control. With a calm voice and an unreadable expression, Omar told his subordinate that none of those remarks had disturbed him. He sounded composed, almost too composed. After all, Subaru already had a reputation for saying bold things, but the others kept talking, saying Subaru's career would not last long and that he was only advancing so quickly because he had become the new Master of Thunder, a title they themselves had been waiting on for a very long time. Even then, they felt Subaru had let it all go to his head. Just because he had gained mastery over Thunder, that boy had apparently started imagining himself as the true Narukami Subaru. But as the subordinates continued throwing insults, Omar suddenly cut them off. He told them this was not the time to sink into envy or jealousy. Omar said that belittling someone or brushing aside their achievements as empty nonsense was completely wrong. One of the bolder subordinates hesitated, then asked what they were supposed to do instead. Were they meant to respect Subaru? Omar tightened his grip around the coin in his hand and said that if respect was necessary, he would give it to Subaru without hesitation. The subordinates were left stunned by his answer. Then their eyes dropped and they finally noticed something chilling. The gold coin Omar had been flipping so calmly all this time had been crushed by the force of his hand, bent almost completely in half. In that instant, they understood the truth. Omar's voice might have stayed calm, but deep inside his pride had already been shattered, and that made the situation dangerous. Because the streamer they had watched so casually make those grand claims had no idea what kind of man he had provoked. They could not help wondering how Subaru planned to take responsibility for his own words once he stood face to face with a monster like Omar, a man who had dedicated his entire life to conquering the Cave of Thunder. The focus shifted again. On a table lay Subaru's demonic sword, and beside it rested Narukami Subaru's mask, both sitting there in silence like reminders of the identity he had taken on. Subaru was completely absorbed in research, reading every piece of information he could find about Omar. The more he looked, the clearer it became that Omar's obsession was real, and that the man had started drawing serious attention around 5 years earlier. Omar had entered the blue zone around that same period. But what shocked Subaru most was how quickly Omar had stepped into the spotlight of the Cave of Thunder challenge, as if that one place had become the center of his entire existence. Elsewhere, a hunter stood before a shopkeeper with a hide that had clearly been handled carelessly. The work was rough, and scratches covered the surface. After inspecting it, the shopkeeper offered him 15,500 credits. The hunter paused, visibly reluctant to accept the price, but the strain on his face made it obvious that he needed money badly. And that desperation left him with very little room to argue. The shopkeeper understood the hunter's situation perfectly and used it without mercy. He told him bluntly to either accept the offer or walk away, because 15,500 credits was his final price. With no better option in front of him, the hunter gave in and took the money. As the shopkeeper rolled up the hide, he quietly congratulated himself on his good fortune. Red roll hides naturally repaired themselves over time and were extremely valuable.
But very few people actually knew that he had made a habit of profiting from that ignorance. Just as he finished rolling it up, a red crystal-like fang was suddenly placed on the table in front of him. The person who set it down was none other than Subaru. The shopkeeper froze the moment he saw it and instantly recognized the item as a sky serpent fang. Subaru asked calmly how much the man was willing to pay. After inspecting it, the shopkeeper realized the fang was flawless S+ material with almost no visible damage at all. Even after realizing its value, the shopkeeper smiled to himself. In his mind, Subaru had picked the wrong person to bargain with. He began by praising the fang's condition, speaking smoothly about how excellent and impressive it was. Then, just as expected, he shifted into excuses. He explained that sky fangs were usually treated as high B rank to A rank materials, but pointed to the tiniest scratch and claimed that this particular product failed to meet the highest possible standard. He went on to say that Subaru's timing was terribly unlucky. According to him, the market had recently seen an increase in Sky Serpent Fang supply, which had caused demand to fall sharply. The shopkeeper pulled out his tablet, typed in the number 8,000, and turned the screen towards Subaru. With a fake air of generosity, he said that because he happened to be in a good mood today, he was willing to make the deal a little sweeter. Subaru thought back to the prices he remembered from 20 years ago, and for a moment felt that 8,000 credits was not actually terrible. But then a voice came from behind him, cutting through the exchange. The voice said that in its current condition, the Sky Fang was worth at least 15,000 credits because Sky Serpent Fangs were extremely rare and were usually sold at whatever price the seller demanded. Subaru turned around, and at the same time the shopkeeper's face drained of color. Standing there was Omar, walking slowly towards Subaru with a presence that immediately swallowed the space around him. His massive build alone made the surrounding area feel smaller. And despite that overwhelming, almost threatening aura, Omar was strikingly handsome. His appearance carried both power and refinement, making him difficult to ignore. Omar looked Subaru over carefully, his gaze measuring every detail in his mind. He seemed to be asking whether the boy standing in front of him could truly be Narukami Subaru. At that very same moment, Subaru also understood who he was facing. The towering man before him was Omar, the player Hatsuka had warned him about. The focus moved once again to a cafe on the 3rd floor, where Subaru and Omar sat across from each other at the same table, the air between them tense despite the ordinary surroundings. Subaru wanted to skip the small talk and get directly to the point. Around them, people could not help stealing glances, wondering what a man like Omar was doing in such a small cafe in the first place. One thing was already clear in Subaru's mind. He and Omar were not friendly acquaintances who could casually relax together in some date-like atmosphere. On top of that, Subaru had never been fond of long introductions or unnecessary prefaces. Omar, however, seemed completely unbothered by the awkward mood. He sat there enjoying himself, drinking cup after cup, as if this meeting were nothing more than a pleasant break in his day. At last, Omar spoke. He asked Subaru how exactly he had come to claim that he would clear the Cave of Thunder. Subaru did not see anything wrong with what he had said and wondered why Omar was treating it like such a serious problem. Omar explained that at first he had assumed Subaru was nothing more than an arrogant drifter, the kind of reckless newcomer who spoke loudly without understanding the weight of his words. That had been Omar's first impression, because someone who had only just reached the 3rd floor suddenly declaring that he would clear the Cave of Thunder sounded absurd. Subaru asked whether Omar's opinion had changed now. Omar answered that he was still split evenly, half convinced and half against the idea. Because of that, Omar said he had decided to give Subaru half of his respect. He acknowledged that Subaru had talent, and not just a little of it, but talent overflowing from him. Even so, Omar still could not accept the idea of Subaru being compared to the real Narukami Subaru. While Omar spoke, Subaru kept studying him over and over. At first he had thought Omar might simply be some strange, obsessive man. But now looking into his eyes, Subaru could tell that Omar was completely serious. Subaru finally asked whether Omar had dragged him back to the same cafe again and again, just to earn a badge of bravery and hear a few words of praise. Omar immediately replied that he had a proposal. Then, in the next instant, his expression sharpened with fury. His eyes glowed blue, filled with something dangerously close to killing intent, and he told Subaru to take back everything he had blurted out that day about clearing the Cave of Thunder alone to Omar. Those words were nothing but arrogance born from ignorance, and he demanded that Subaru start a stream and publicly apologize. Subaru stayed calm and looked at Snyder without flinching, then pointed out that what Snyder had just said did not sound like a proposal at all. Snyder immediately denied it, making it clear that he was not demanding Subaru obey him on the spot. Instead, he declared that he would defeat Subaru properly in the upcoming tournament. And when that happened, Snyder said Subaru would finally be forced to recognize how immature he had been.
That would be the moment Subaru lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Subaru let out a tired sigh, clearly worn down by Snyder's stubborn, almost childish attitude, but in the end, he agreed. Subaru then laid out his own condition. If Subaru won, Snyder would have to hand over everything he knew about the Spirit Cave without hiding a single detail or leaving out even the smallest piece of information. And since Snyder was the one who had started this confrontation, Subaru made it clear that this much should be considered the bare minimum. Snyder laughed as he rose from the table, his confidence completely unshaken as he turned to leave. He told Subaru that there was no problem with that condition because losing was not even a possibility in his mind, especially not against some boy pretending to be Narukami Subaru. After Snyder walked away, Subaru slowly stood up from his seat as well. His expression settled into something sharper and more serious as he began weighing everything that had just happened. Subaru understood one thing very clearly. Snyder was not the kind of opponent he could afford to underestimate or brush aside. Those 10 years Snyder had spent chasing the Cave of Thunder had not been empty time. Every bit of that obsession had turned into experience, and with that thought hanging in the air, the focus shifted to the building of Azure Sky Entertainment Company. Inside Azure Sky Entertainment Company, Hatsuka's friend sat watching the stream while checking notification after notification. He already knew that more than 10,000 people were expected to attend the tournament, especially because the prize waiting at the end was a relic. With a reward like that, it was obvious the turnout would be ridiculous. He was certain that if this tournament had happened back when he was still on the 3rd floor, he would have entered at least once just for the chance. As he looked over the list of contenders, he admitted that Subaru was unpredictable and dangerous in his own way, but the other fighters were far from weak. Snyder, in particular, stood out as a proven high-yield investment for betting, and the man's finger was already moving towards Snyder's name. With so many participants involved, the outcome seemed almost obvious to him, even if the odds only offered a tiny return. Professional bettors cared more about reliability than chasing huge profits. He was just about to pour all his money into the bet, even while thinking to himself that gambling was the fastest road to destruction, when his tablet suddenly lit up with a call from Hatsuka. Without thinking, he tapped the receive button, but the moment the call connected, he jolted so hard that he flung the tablet onto the table, where it slammed down with a loud bang shaken. He immediately complained that Hatsuka had scared him half to death. For a second, his mind raced, and he started wondering whether Hatsuka had somehow been watching him. But even if she was spying, he decided it did not really matter. Instead of dwelling on that, he tried to sound casual and asked Hatsuka what she was doing. Deep down, the man was terrified, wondering how Hatsuka could possibly have discovered that he had started betting again. He even imagined that she might have planted a listening device somewhere in his office, or worse, somehow in his ear. On the other end of the call, Hatsuka could only wonder if this guy had completely lost his mind. Hatsuka spoke gently and told him that she had something to ask. Then she asked what he was doing, not in real life, but inside that app where he kept spending his credits. The man froze in shock when he realized Hatsuka herself was actually planning to place a bet. When Hatsuka said she intended to bet on Narukami Subaru, the man was left completely speechless. In his mind, he wondered if she had gone insane and whether she understood how valuable credits really were. Then the focus returned to Hatsuka herself, beautifully dressed and composed, her appearance drawing attention with effortless confidence. Hatsuka asked if he was trying to say that Narukami Subaru was going to lose. Hearing the challenge in her voice, the man quickly clarified that it was not about underestimating Subaru. Before any serious bettor calculated odds, he explained, they had to compare fighting styles, strengths, weaknesses, and payout rates. He went on to explain that Omar Snyder no longer belonged in the category of ordinary third-floor players. His strength had already climbed far beyond that level. Some people even said Snyder had accomplished more on the 3rd floor than the original Subaru ever had. To him, there was simply no way a streamer who had only recently arrived could defeat a man who had been grinding non-stop for 10 years. To the man, Subaru winning sounded like something out of a fairy tale. But as he kept talking and talking, Hatsuka only grew more irritated and wanted him to shut up. Finally, she asked whether he was willing to bet against her with his entire month's paycheck on the line. The man agreed right away, almost too quickly. But at that same moment, Hatsuka sensed a heavy, serious presence nearby. It came from a cloaked individual crossing her path. Hatsuka turned her head, her attention snapping toward that figure, and then she abruptly ended the call, leaving the man hanging before the deal could even be finalized. The man stared in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. Who was that cloaked person? Why had Hatsuka hung up without warning? And why had she suddenly shown interest in gambling in the first place? As those questions piled up in his head, another possibility began to bother him. He started wondering whether something had happened behind the scenes that could actually change the odds. The focus then shifted to the busy marketplace, where Snyder was walking through the crowd with one of his subordinates close by. The subordinate brought up Subaru, clearly curious about what their captain thought of him. Snyder answered with confidence, saying that Subaru was not some complete amateur and that the boy at least knew how to handle himself. Even so, the subordinate carefully suggested that because Subaru was more capable than expected, their captain might actually end up losing. That comment clearly irritated Snyder, though he did not immediately snap back. Instead, he clenched his teeth and forced out his answer, saying that after meeting Subaru face to face, he was absolutely certain there was no way he would lose. For Snyder, defeat was unthinkable. More than anything, he could not allow himself to be beaten by a child. But while Snyder moved through the marketplace, the same cloaked individual from before was watching him from a distance, quietly observing every step he took. That cloaked person was none other than Rina. The moment she focused on Snyder, she immediately realized that the mana surrounding him was no joke. Rena thought to herself that if she wanted to obtain the shoes, she would eventually have to defeat Snyder as well. Still, she had confidence in her own strength, and a quiet smile appeared on her face. From there, the day of the tournament finally arrived. All around the venue, seats were filling one after another as people poured in to watch the battles unfold. Inside the Eternal Coliseum, Subaru walked slowly toward the main arena, each step carrying him closer to the center of everyone's attention. The moment Subaru opened the gate, a wave of noise crashed over him. A massive crowd filled the stands, cheering loudly for the contenders who were about to fight. The audience was thrilled to see Narukami Subaru appear in person. The name alone was enough to send excitement rippling through the entire Coliseum. Many of them still could not believe that the streamer everyone had been talking about was actually standing there before their eyes. And now that streamer was truly competing in the tournament. Voting had finally closed, and Subaru had been ranked second among the candidates most likely to win. Naturally, people immediately started wondering who would take in first place. Then, from the opposite side of the arena, another gate opened. Through it stepped the enormous figure of Omar Snyder, his presence instantly drawing every eye toward him. A powerful, confident aura surrounded Snyder as he entered, making it clear why so many people saw him as the favorite. But the instant Snyder noticed Subaru, he turned his face away, refusing to meet his gaze directly. The crowd exploded into cheers for Snyder. Among the spectators were countless beautiful women, many of them dreaming of the chance to meet him even once in their lives. Since Snyder was famous for his stamina, the entire Coliseum roared like a massive soundbox, shaking with the force of the crowd's excitement as fireworks burst upward into the sky. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the center of the arena. She thanked the audience for their patience, then introduced herself as Mizuhara of the Blue Zone, announcing that she would be hosting today's tournament. Mizuhara explained that the tournament would be split into two stages, the qualifiers first, followed by the main event. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the reveal of the grand prize meant for the champion of the main event. The prize was a pair of shoes once worn by Soya himself. They were a symbol of the Blue Zone's pride, a legendary relic known as Terralila. As the beautiful shoes floated above the arena, gleaming where everyone could see them, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Mizuhara confirmed for everyone that the shoes were genuine, leaving no room for doubt about the value of the prize. Subaru stared at Terralila, his gaze fixed on the relic floating before him. Then, in a quiet voice meant for his deceased friend, he told Soya to wait for him, because Subaru had sworn that he would reclaim those shoes. Up in the audience, Hatsuka was watching closely, and not far from her stood the cloaked woman Rina. As Hatsuka looked toward the arena, her face slowly flushed, the emotion rising in her cheeks before she could hide it. In Hatsuka's eyes, Narukami Subaru was finally about to take the first step toward restarting the dream he had once carried. But then her gaze drifted back to the cloaked woman nearby, and Hatsuka suddenly realized something important. This was not the first time she had seen Rina. This time, Rina had a Narukami mask covering her face, though the mask she wore now was a striking red, and with every second that passed, the anger radiating from her only seemed to grow sharper and heavier. The moment Narukami Subaru stepped onto the field, he finally activated his live stream. The reaction came instantly, exploding like a storm. Cheers rose from every direction, and the screen in front of him was swallowed by a flood of messages. In only a blink,
The viewer count shot past 3,000. The number climbed so quickly that even Subaru could barely keep up with what he was seeing. Subaru gave the camera an awkward smile, looking a little embarrassed, and apologized for vanishing without giving anyone any warning beforehand. But instead of complaining, the chat burst into laughter. Viewers told him they were already watching him, both in the stadium and through the live stream, doubling the screens and doubling the excitement at the same time. Only then did Subaru fully understand just how fired up everyone was. The chat raced by faster than his eyes could follow, messages piling over each other in complete chaos, and just as he struggled to find the right response, a sudden roar erupted from the stands, followed by a huge notification flashing across the screen. 30,000 credits had been dropped all at once. Subaru froze for a heartbeat, stunned by the amount, and then he felt his blood begin to surge with excitement. With a wide grin, Subaru drew his demonic sword, its dark and ominous aura rippling through the air around him. He bowed slightly toward the camera and thanked his viewers sincerely for their overwhelming support. At that exact moment, Mizuhara let out a light, confident laugh and officially announced the start of the tournament. Firecrackers burst across the sky, scattering brilliant flashes of light overhead as the entire Coliseum filled with thunderous noise. As the echoes began to fade, Mizuhara slowly opened a green portal before everyone's eyes. Its surface shimmered and rippled like liquid emerald, and the world around them started to change. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air itself began to vibrate, and the entire arena started reshaping into something new. A vast green aura spread outward in all directions, swallowing the stadium whole. For a brief moment, the crowd fell silent, struck by the sheer scale of what was happening. Then the stands erupted again, this time with shock, disbelief, and a trace of fear. This was not some ordinary spell being cast for show. This was a phenomenon on an entirely different level, the kind of power people would normally expect only from true blue zone elites. Even Subaru felt a chill slide down his spine. He knew very well that abilities on this scale were not built overnight. They demanded merciless training, frightening talent, and years of mastery. By the time the transformation finished, the arena no longer looked anything like it had before. Above him, the sky now glowed a deep green, scattered with countless shimmering stars. Then a notification appeared in front of Subaru's eyes. The message confirmed what Subaru could already feel in his bones. He had officially entered the preliminaries. From high above, the entire stadium could now be seen sealed inside a massive green spherical barrier, completely cutting it off from the outside world. Within that barrier, the battlefield had transformed into a vast, forest-like zone, thick with life, shadows, and hidden danger. Moments later, the tournament rules rang out across the entire arena. If a participant died, they would be eliminated. Everyone except oneself was an enemy, and the round would not end until the number of survivors had been reduced to exactly 1,000. Subaru's expression tightened when he saw that the number of participants had passed 10,000. Cutting that down to 1/10 was not going to be a simple matter. That was when it truly sank in for him. This was a solo battle where no alliance could be trusted and no mercy was guaranteed. Subaru reasoned that during the early stages, no one should be targeting him specifically, so he decided to conserve his strength for now and observe the battlefield carefully. But then the chat suddenly dropped a bombshell on him. Viewers told Subaru that killing one opponent would earn him 1 credit. Subaru blinked in surprise, but before he could even fully process that, another message appeared. Another viewer matched the offer, pushing the reward to 200 credits per kill. The numbers kept climbing as the chat grew louder and wilder by the second. Then came the final shock. Anyone who defeated Omar Snyder would receive an additional 10,000 credits. Subaru stared at the screen, completely at a loss for words. His heart pounded hard in his chest, as one thought echoed through his mind. Just how many credits did these people actually have? But before Subaru could dwell on it, a sharp chill crawled up his spine. His instincts screamed danger. Someone was behind him, close enough to be only an inch away. An assassin-type adventurer had slipped through the chaos, timing his approach perfectly and gambling everything on one clean opening, but that opening never came. Subaru moved as though he had already seen the attack before it happened. Subaru twisted his body with effortless precision, and the blade missed him by only a hair's breadth. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had known from the start that targeting Narukami Subaru right away was practically suicidal, reckless beyond reason. But greed had clouded his judgment because 200 credits per kill were floating around Subaru like bait. What the assassin failed to realize was that Subaru had already drawn his demonic sword the instant that killing intent brushed against him. The blade
hummed softly, almost as if it were eager to strike. The assassin's gamble was over before it had even truly begun, and time moved on through blood and chaos. The number of survivors steadily fell. 9,500, 9,000, 8,500. Screams echoed through the forest-like arena, and the preliminaries began revealing their brutal true nature. Elsewhere in the transformed battlefield, a single figure advanced with overwhelming presence. It was Omar Snyder moving forward like a war hero, crossing a battlefield whose ending had already been decided. Small-time players barely even entered his field of vision. Snyder's gaze was fixed on only one name, Narukami Subaru. His resolve did not waver in the slightest, and if it became necessary, Snyder was prepared to fight until death. Without warning, an attack suddenly flew toward Snyder. At the very last instant, he shifted his body to the side. The arrow sliced past him, grazing through the air where he had been a moment earlier. Snyder turned his head just slightly and immediately spotted the attacker. An archer was hidden deep within the bushes. The archer's heart sank the moment Snyder looked his way, because he had been completely convinced that his shot was perfect. The archer had believed he had finally found the perfect chance to strike, but he had overestimated himself before Snyder could even make a move. More figures began emerging from the shadows behind him. It was a group. They had planned the ambush carefully, coordinating their attack with one simple goal in mind: bring down Omar Snyder together and carve their names into the history of the third floor. But a few among them still had enough sense to recognize danger. After seeing how effortlessly Snyder had avoided the arrow, they immediately whispered that they needed to retreat. They knew this had been a mistake, and a fatal one at that, but stupidity often shouted louder than reason. Some of the attackers scoffed, laughing and cursing Snyder openly. They ignored the warnings, claiming this was only a numbers game. Then they mocked him as nothing more than an old relic, a man who had rotted away on the third floor for 10 years. To them, Snyder was a man whose strength must have faded long ago. The focus narrowed on Snyder as he stood completely still, calm and silent. Then he finally spoke, admitting that their plan itself was not entirely bad. They had simply chosen the wrong opponent to test it on. One arrogant man stepped forward with a sneer and told Snyder he was talking far too much for someone who was about to die. Those ended up being his last words. In a single instant, his head was severed cleanly from his body. The severed head spun through the air as a fountain of blood erupted behind it, spraying across the ground and staining the forest floor with a scene of pure horror. Silence dropped over the remaining men. They froze in place, and even though they had just witnessed it with their own eyes, their minds refused to accept what had happened. Snyder had killed the man with a spear from an impossible distance, and now that same spear spun in Snyder's hand, rotating in a perfect circle as if it weighed nothing at all. The air itself trembled around the spinning weapon, visible waves spiraling outward with lethal pressure. Snyder looked at the attackers coldly and spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of countless battles. He told them he had seen punks like them more times than he could count, and in front of him, they were no different from ants. After saying that, Snyder brought the spinning spear to a sudden stop, and in the next instant, his body erupted into motion. Snyder blurred forward, launching himself straight into the group and attacking every single one of them. There was no hesitation in his movements and not a single wasted step. One after another, their bodies were torn apart, crushed, pierced and shattered until they were barely recognizable. Blood soaked into the forest floor as their screams were cut off almost as soon as they began. What should have been a coordinated ambush ended in complete annihilation. When it was finally over, Snyder stood alone among the remains, calm as ever. Then he said for anyone still watching to understand one thing clearly: shortcuts did not work in the tower. Tricks, numbers, and borrowed confidence meant nothing here. In a place like this, only a person's own strength could keep them alive. At that moment, Omar Snyder no longer looked like an ordinary human being. With his spear spinning effortlessly in his hand, he seemed more like a devil given flesh, and that single motion alone was enough to crush the fighting spirit of anyone nearby. The people watching from the hall could only stare in stunned silence, their throats dry and their eyes fixed on the screen. No one could look away. As the broadcast stayed locked on Snyder, showing him carrying out a slaughter so one-sided, it barely resembled a battle. Every movement of Snyder's spear was clean, exact, and terrifyingly polished. His techniques wasted nothing, cutting down enemies with a precision that felt almost inhuman. Even when one of the attackers' so-called leaders desperately shouted that this was only an exam and that everyone needed to calm down, his voice did nothing to change the situation. Everyone there already understood the truth. This was no longer a fight at all, it had become an execution. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the viewing hall, Rina watched the broadcast in silence, her face hidden behind Narukami Subaru's mask. As Rina followed Snyder's movements through the screen, her posture tightened and her expression beneath the mask grew far more serious. Among everyone competing in the preliminaries, Snyder was clearly standing on an entirely different level. If a player like him continued climbing the tower, there was no doubt that he would eventually force his way into the highest ranks. But Rina's concentration suddenly snapped. Her mood immediately soured the moment Hatsuka's voice reached her ears. Hatsuka looked as lively and beautiful as ever, shouting with bright, cheerful energy as she urged Subaru to fight harder and mocked his enemies for acting like cowards. Every single word grated on Rina's nerves. Hidden beneath her cloak, Rina clenched her fist, irritation building quietly inside her. Rina noticed that Hatsuka was staring intently at Subaru's stream. At the same time, Hatsuka's gaze shifted toward the cloaked girl who had so casually mentioned Narukami Subaru by name. Hatsuka tilted her head a little, curiosity flickering across her face. She wondered whether this cloaked woman actually knew Subaru. Then, almost immediately, Hatsuka smiled. Hatsuka quickly brushed the idea aside, assuming the cloaked girl must simply be another fan of their boy. When Rina heard that misunderstanding, she silently accepted it, relieved that Hatsuka had given her such a convenient excuse. As usual, Hatsuka slipped into her cheerful rambling. With a proud tone, she declared that she had been a fan for 20 years, then casually introduced herself as Hatsuka. But beneath Hatsuka's bright chatter, there was a clear purpose. She was trying to draw out the cloaked girl's name in return. Rina froze for a moment, caught in an awkward situation she had not expected at all. Then the focus shifted once again. A system update flashed across the screen showing that 13,342 survivors remained. The match was drawing close to its end with only a few minutes left before the preliminaries concluded. Back inside the forest, Subaru moved quietly between the trees. Subaru tilted his head slightly, wondering how many opponents he had taken down so far. The chat answered almost immediately. 98 kills. Subaru raised an eyebrow and slowly looked over the area around him. The forest felt noticeably emptier now. The number of players had clearly dropped, and Subaru could sense that the preliminaries were nearly finished. And yet, as usual, his greed started to stir. 200 credits per head suddenly felt surprisingly underwhelming. Even after killing 98 people, he still would not quite reach 20,000 credits. Subaru clicked his tongue in mild dissatisfaction. Then a sharp idea flashed through his eyes and a dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. If the remaining players would not come to him on their own, then he would simply make them come. With that thought, Subaru prepared to reveal his location and lure in more enemies to raise his kill count even higher. The chat exploded in disbelief. Everywhere else in the arena, players were desperately hiding, suppressing their presence, and praying they could survive the final moments of the preliminaries. And yet Narukami Subaru was doing the exact opposite. Without even a trace of hesitation, he was openly drawing attention to himself. Viewers called him insane, reckless, and practically suicidal, but none of them could look away. Subaru lifted his demonic sword, and thunder answered. Black and yellow lightning coiled around the blade as his thunder skill activated, roaring like a living beast. With one swing, Subaru sent the demonic sword cleaving forward. Trees split apart cleanly in a perfect straight line, collapsing one after another as though reality itself had been sliced open. The shockwave tore through the forest with brutal force, shaking the ground beneath it and sending the impact ripping through everything in its path. That single attack shook the entire arena. There was no way to hide it, and no one inside the battlefield could pretend they had not felt it. On the far side of the battlefield, Omar Snyder sensed the surge immediately. That burst of energy slammed into Snyder's awareness like a bright beacon in the dark. He did not need even a second to think about who it belonged to. There was only one person who could unleash power like that, Narukami Subaru. At Snyder's feet lay the bodies of those who had thought they could outsmart him. Fools who believed numbers and cheap tricks could close the gap between themselves and true strength. The last fool who had tried to ambush Snyder collapsed as Snyder drove his spear straight through the man's chest. As the body fell, Snyder's eyes ignited with a sharp blue glow, and dense killing intent poured from him without restraint. Rage surged through his body as the realization struck him he had finally found Subaru. But then Snyder froze. Standing directly in front of him, as if he had been there all along, was Narukami Subaru himself. The air between them crackled violently because Subaru had tracked Snyder's energy just as easily. With a calm grin, Subaru spoke first, telling Snyder it looked like Subaru had found him before Snyder found Subaru. The chat went absolutely wild, messages flooding the screen as viewers became fully convinced that Subaru would crush Snyder and walk away with an easy 10,000 credits. To the viewers, Subaru's victory felt inevitable. But Subaru knew the truth was not that simple, and Snyder understood it just as clearly. Both of them could feel it.
The pressure between them was heavy, and the weight of each other's presence pressed down like a storm. They were standing on the same level. One mistake could mean death, and neither of them could afford to look down on the other. Then Snyder laughed, sounding genuinely pleased. There was no reason to drag things out any longer. In the heart of that green-lit forest, Narukami Subaru and Omar Snyder stood face to face, their killing intent colliding like violent storms as their duel prepared to begin. But even while the tension between them reached its peak, the timer continued moving forward. Only 1,202 survivors remained? Subaru understood the rules all too well. By the time the preliminaries ended, only 1,000 participants would still be standing. That was exactly why Subaru had no intention of letting this fight drag on any longer than necessary. He needed to finish it quickly. Unfortunately, Omar Snyder did not give Subaru even the smallest opening. One spear thrust after another flew straight towards Subaru's face with merciless precision. There was no warning, no hesitation, only relentless attacks designed to kill. Each time, Subaru barely managed to evade at the final instant, slipping away from death by the narrowest possible margin. Even so, cold sweat began to spread across Subaru's body as he saw what happened behind him. Every spear strike that missed him obliterated the trees in its path, reducing thick trunks to broken debris. The destructive force was terrifying, and Subaru understood immediately that if even one attack landed, it would be fatal. Snyder, on the other hand, still had room to breathe. With enough participants still alive to keep the preliminaries going, time was on his side. As the seconds passed, Subaru continued studying Snyder's movements with sharp focus. That was when Subaru realized something crucial. These spear attacks were not skills at all. They were pure technique, refined to a frightening level. There was no flashy energy and no obvious activation sign. If Subaru took his eyes off the spear's tip for even a single instant, he would die. Once again, Snyder began spinning his spear. It rotated so quickly that it looked like the blades of a helicopter tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Subaru immediately felt that something was wrong. The spear was reaching distances it should not have been able to reach, and the air pressure alone surged outward violently, slamming into Subaru's body and nearly knocking him off his feet. Subaru braced himself, tightened his stance, and guarded his core, barely managing to stabilize his body before another slash came flying at him. Without hesitating, Subaru activated the Demon Blade and poured his stamina into it. Power surged through him instantly, his strength rising in direct proportion to the stamina being consumed. At the same time, Subaru activated Greed Scale Level 4, using it to suppress the Demon Blade's secondary effects before they could tear his body apart from the inside. Even with that boost, Subaru only barely managed to counter the attack, deflecting the slash just enough to send it ripping off in another direction. He seized the tiny opening and jumped into attack, but the moment he moved, he realized Snyder was already 2 steps ahead of him. Snyder's spear was already moving, charging straight towards Subaru's chest with lethal intent. Subaru refused to back down. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body sideways and launched a spinning kick aimed directly at Snyder's face. Snyder deflected Subaru's kick with effortless control. In the same breath, he struck back with a vicious slash, trying to overwhelm Subaru completely. Even then, Subaru forced himself to hold his ground. Subaru steadied his posture and clashed head-on with Snyder's spear, meeting it with his demonic sword. Steel screamed against steel as Subaru pushed forward, countering attack after attack. Every collision sent shockwaves through his arms, and his stamina drained away at a frightening speed. At last, after one especially brutal exchange, Subaru found the timing he needed. He poured his strength into a decisive strike, forcing Snyder to retreat a step and finally breaking the rhythm of Snyder's relentless assault. For the first time since the fight began, Subaru managed to steal a brief moment to breathe. But across from him, Snyder stood perfectly calm. There was not even the faintest trace of exhaustion on his face. Snyder tilted his head slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. What he could not understand was why Subaru still had not used his thunder skill. After watching Subaru fight for this long, Snyder was already certain of it. Subaru possessed that power, and there was no mistaking it. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Snyder asked Subaru directly. Subaru drew in a deep breath, steadying his body and cooling his mind, then answered in a calm voice that using thunder during the preliminaries would only be a waste. After all, Subaru said, this match was going to end soon anyway. There was no reason to spend that card here. Those words struck Snyder like a blade, aimed straight at his pride. Snyder glanced across the battlefield and saw that only 1,007 survivors remained. Hearing Subaru casually say that using thunder against him would be a waste made Snyder grind his teeth, rage tightening every muscle in his face.
Snyder's eyes looked as if they were about to burst from their sockets. He could not tell whether Subaru was deliberately stalling for time or simply refusing to take him seriously, and that uncertainty only made his anger burn hotter. Without another word, Subaru and Snyder rushed at each other again, their weapons colliding as the duel resumed. This time, however, Subaru read the attack perfectly and deflected Snyder's spear cleanly. The instant their weapons met, Subaru felt the difference. It was clean, precise, and flawless. Behind his mask, Subaru let out a quiet laugh to himself. What was wrong with this guy? Was Snyder seriously going all out during the preliminaries? Snyder, meanwhile, was burning with fury. But no matter how heated their battle became, the survivor count continued to fall in the background. One after another, participants were eliminated until the number finally reached 1,000. That exact count signaled the end of the preliminaries. The moment the announcement echoed across the battlefield, every fight was forcibly stopped. Snyder and Subaru both halted and stepped back, each of them forcing their battle instincts down as the system intervened. Snyder broke into a smile and told Subaru to be ready the next time they met. Subaru, on the other hand, felt a faint bitterness settle inside him. He had been so close. Now he would have to wait even longer before claiming those 10,000 credits. As if responding to that thought, a system notification appeared, informing all remaining players that they were being transferred to the waiting room. The surroundings shifted. The waiting room was a vast virtual space, filled with floating windows and glowing notifications drifting through the air. As Subaru looked around, several messages appeared before him, announcing that every player had been given a 30-minute break before the next round. Only then did Subaru truly check his own condition. His hands were trembling. The realization sank deep into his chest. Snyder had pushed him right to the edge. That fight had been far more dangerous than Subaru wanted to admit, and if it had continued even a little longer, the result might have changed completely. That was when Subaru remembered something important. He was still live streaming. When he opened the chat, countless messages were already racing across the screen. Many viewers were disappointed that the time limit had cut the fight short, but when Subaru checked the viewer count, his eyes widened slightly. There were 11,000 people watching. Subaru clearly remembered what Hatsuka had told him. 10,000 viewers was known as the streamer's wall. Once a streamer broke past that number, they could truly survive in the industry. And now, more than 11,000 viewers were watching him continuously. Subaru smiled. For the first time, he felt that he had genuinely captured real attention as a streamer. Even his clash with Snyder had turned into a positive result. But now that Subaru properly understood Snyder's strength, one question would not leave his mind. How could someone as powerful as Snyder have failed to clear the Cave of Thunder? The focus shifted again. This time arriving at the secret hideout of Blue Eyes. Inside, one of Rina's companions was clearly starting to lose patience. He leaned back with irritation written across his face. Boredom slowly eating away at him. He wondered what he was even doing with his life. Every day felt like the same dull cycle, training, eating, and then watching Narukami Subaru's live stream. And yet, even while complaining he could not stop watching, from what he could see, Omar Snyder currently had the upper hand. That much was undeniable. Still, something about it did not make sense to him. Why was a person like Snyder still stuck on the third floor? More than anyone, Snyder should have known that the lower the floor, the harder it became to close the level gap. At the same time, the man also understood something else. If there was one thing Subaru clearly possessed more of than Snyder, it was thunder. And if Subaru truly had talent equal to Snyder's, then the moment Subaru fully mastered that thunder skill, the balance between them would collapse. That single power could have allowed Subaru to turn the entire fight around. But from what Rina's companion had seen, that was clearly not the situation. He had watched the fight carefully. Subaru had not been casually holding back. Subaru had been struggling. In a direct confrontation, Omar Snyder had pushed him all the way to his limit. The focus returned to Subaru as a flood of mission complete notifications appeared before his eyes, one after another, each one accompanied by the sound of credits being transferred. In total, Subaru received roughly 20,000 credits as gifts. Like a greedy man, afraid his fortune might vanish if he hesitated, he immediately started pressing accept on every single reward. He had no shame about it. If rich viewers wanted to hand out credits, Subaru would gladly take them, while still feeling genuinely thankful. Once everything settled and his balance stabilized, Subaru made his choice. He spent 80,000 credits to upgrade the greed skill to level 5, leaving himself with only 16,000 credits remaining.
The skill ranked up and its effect became clearly defined. It could now suppress the self-inflicted drawbacks of skills or items used by Subaru with the strength of that suppression scaling according to the skill's rank and level. The next enhancement would require 160,000 credits. Subaru exhaled slowly, thinking that maybe now this skill was finally worth using. Meanwhile, the audience began growing restless. On screen, Subaru had gone completely silent. No comments, no movement, nothing at all. Viewers started wondering what kind of strategy he was planning, and their curiosity only grew with every passing second. The focus shifted once more. The green arena still glowed faintly beneath the artificial lights, but night had now fallen over the battlefield. Mizuhara stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Soya's shoes. A frown formed on her face as she wondered whether it was really true that a thief was planning to steal them. Mizuhara swallowed, her unease becoming harder to hide. She wondered if this had something to do with Narukami Subaru. Kurokawa calmly corrected her. Kurokawa said, it was not just about Subaru. It concerned both Subaru and Snyder, but even that was not the most serious part of the problem. Before Mizuhara could press any further, the focus shifted yet again. This time, it returned to Hatsuka and Rina. Rina was visibly shocked, her attention fixed on Hatsuka. Why was such an overwhelmingly powerful woman sitting in a place like this? The contradiction gnawed at Rina's senses, making her more guarded by the second. Hatsuka sensed the tension between them and understood that she needed to respond carefully. She reached up and began removing her mask. In an instant, Rina's expression changed completely. She straightened slightly, trying to regain control of the situation, and introduced herself as Tommy. Tommy explained that being called Miss felt a little embarrassing. Hatsuka blushed faintly in response. But even as her cheeks colored, her gaze remained steady and sharp. Hatsuka then pointed out something far more important, something completely abnormal. Aura was leaking from Tommy's body. Just from that alone, Hatsuka could tell the truth. This woman had trained for a very long time. Hatsuka's eyes sharpened further as she immediately noticed that Tommy's face had been created through a disguise technique. Rina was stunned. How had Hatsuka seen through the disguise so easily? Annoyance crept into Rina's expression as she began questioning who Hatsuka really was. And as Rina subtly tested just how much Hatsuka could perceive, a chilling realization struck her. Rina realized in an instant that her cover had been seen through completely. For a brief moment, a cold thought crossed her mind. Had Hatsuka been sent by Kyo Itsuki to assassinate her? But the way Hatsuka stood there was far too relaxed, far too open for someone acting as a hidden killer. Instead, Hatsuka only smiled at her as if she already understood and calmly said that Rina must have her own reasons for keeping herself hidden. After all, the stronger a person became, the more secrets they usually had to bury beneath the surface. Still, Hatsuka did not leave her words vague for long. With that same unreadable smile, she made her real question clear. She wanted to know whether Rina had come all this way to interfere with the tournament. The moment Rina heard that, the look in her eyes shifted completely. Even while keeping her disguise intact, she wondered in silence what Hatsuka planned to do if the answer was yes. But as soon as Rina gave her response, something inside Hatsuka seemed to snap. Hatsuka's calm expression twisted into something frighteningly unstable. Her smile stretched wider than before, almost unnaturally, as she declared that if Rina had truly come here to cause trouble, then she would stop her no matter what it took. In that same instant, violent red energy burst from every part of Hatsuka's body, surging outward like a storm and flooding the area with pure killing intent. The pressure was so intense that even the air around them seemed to tremble. At that exact moment, the focus shifted over to Narukami Subaru before anyone could make another move. A bright system window suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The break was over. The instant those words flashed across the system window, the entire space surrounding the participants began to transform once again. The world around them warped, twisted, and reshaped itself as though the arena itself was being rebuilt from nothing. Then, without giving anyone time to adjust, another system window opened immediately after. The finals were now beginning. The moment that announcement appeared, startled voices erupted from every direction at once. What the hell? We were right next to each other the whole time. I couldn't hear a single thing. Confusion spread through the participants, but before anyone could fully understand what had happened, a massive arena finished forming right in front of them. This enormous battlefield would become the stage for their next match, and as everyone stared ahead, a huge system window opened before them. The final round would be held in a territory capture format. The rule was simple. At first glance, capture the enemy's territory. All the participants fell silent as they stared at the glowing words hanging in the air. At the same time, the host's voice echoed clearly across the entire arena and began explaining the rules. So, what exactly was territory capture? Once the match began, every player would be assigned their own territory. Only 2 people at most could enter a single territory at one time. From there, they would have to defend what belonged to them, steal from others, and hold their ground while taking over the territories of rival players. If a player defeated the opponent inside a territory, that territory would immediately become theirs. And when the time limit finally ran out, the winner would be the player who controlled the greatest number of territories. As the explanation reached its end, the host's voice sharpened with anticipation. Just who would become the new owner of Teleria? That answer would be decided in 2 hours. The moment those words rang out, the ground beneath everyone suddenly shuddered, then locked firmly into place as if the entire arena had accepted the beginning of battle. Then, the host's voice rang out one more time, loud enough to cut through the tension covering the battlefield. The finals had officially begun. The view pulled far back, revealing the full scale of the arena. A vast battlefield stretched out in every direction, filled with 1,000 players preparing to clash in the final match. And among that sea of competitors, one figure stood out clearly, Narukami Subaru. As Narukami Subaru looked over the battlefield, his expression remained calm, almost calculating. Just as he expected, nobody was making the first move. If someone started fighting right away, they would only be able to claim a single tile at most. But the more time passed, the more valuable each victory would become. Later in the match, defeating just one player could mean taking over far more territory at once. Waiting before acting was the obvious standard strategy. And then, in one explosive burst, several players were defeated almost instantly, falling, one after another, before they could even understand what was happening. A lone figure charged across the battlefield, cutting through everyone in his path with overwhelming momentum. That figure was none other than Narukami Subaru. By the time the dust settled, Narukami Subaru had already seized control of numerous territories. Standing proudly amid the ground he had just conquered, Subaru wore a sharp grin and spoke as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. He would have liked to claim he was following the standard strategy, but in reality, he was earning 300 credits per person. At the same time, on the opposite side of the arena, the focus shifted to Schneider. With his long spear in hand, Schneider pushed forward without slowing down for even a second. He captured one territory after another through sheer overwhelming force. To Schneider, the players gathered in this arena were barely obstacles at all. Anyone unlucky enough to cross his path was eliminated almost immediately. Just watching Schneider advance was enough to terrify many of the nearby participants. Fear spread across the battlefield before he even reached them, as if his presence alone was crushing their will to fight. One man stared at Schneider with his entire body trembling and shouted desperately, begging him to wait because he had not even done anything yet. But before the man could finish his sentence, Schneider struck without the slightest hesitation and ended him on the spot. Then, the view shifted behind Schneider, revealing the path he had already carved through the battlefield. The ground behind him was covered with countless bodies, and blood was splattered across the battlefield in every direction. Standing in the middle of that carnage, Schneider remained completely still. A terrifying aura poured out from him, pressing down on everyone nearby like an invisible weight. Suddenly, Schneider noticed movement from another direction. A body collapsed to the ground, falling lifelessly into view. At the same time, the routes being carved through the arena by Schneider and Narukami Subaru became clear. The two of them stood far apart from one another, yet their eyes locked across the distance. Their gazes collided with the sharp intensity of drawn blades. Between them, the players still occupying the remaining territories continued fighting desperately, completely unaware of the dangerous tension building above their heads. Narukami Subaru kept his eyes on Schneider for a brief moment. Then, without warning, he changed his route entirely, moving along a different path and heading straight into another fight instead of confronting Schneider directly. The instant Schneider noticed Subaru turning away, rage twisted across his face. His killing intent surged even higher as he shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why Subaru was going that way and whether he was trying to run from him. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru continued forward as calmly as ever, not even bothering to look shaken. Then a flood of comments suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Some viewers teased him, asking what was wrong and whether he wanted to talk things out, while others yelled for him to just fight Schneider already. Without stopping his advance, Subaru answered in the most casual tone possible. Not right now, he still had credits to farm. More comments immediately poured in after that.
Viewers called him unbelievable, while others joked that he was farming aura instead of just territory. Then the focus shifted once again. Blood dripped steadily from the edge of Narukami Subaru's sword. He had already cut down many opponents, and yet another territory had just fallen under his control. As Subaru stood there, his face remained calm, but his thoughts were sharp and focused. He silently realized that the overall level of floor 3 was far lower than he had expected. He had not imagined that the gap between himself and Schneider would feel this enormous. Then, without warning, a system window opened directly in front of Narukami Subaru. Player Don Chow had entered his territory. There were now 2 players inside the area, which meant Subaru was prohibited from moving to another territory. Before Subaru could react any further, a man stepped straight into his territory and blocked his path. The man gripped his weapon tightly, keeping everyone else at a distance as he advanced with careful, measured steps. His eyes stayed fixed on Subaru as he confirmed the name in front of him. Narukami Subaru. Almost immediately, comments began flooding into Subaru's stream again. The viewers quickly recognized him. Wasn't that Don Chow from the Blue Zone? Some even remembered that he was supposed to be one of Schneider's subordinates. Don Chow let out a slow breath tension, showing in his voice as he said he would probably get yelled at for beating Subaru here. Narukami Subaru looked straight back at him and calmly replied with only one thing: Blue Zone. At the same time, Subaru raised his sword and pointed it forward. His stance made it perfectly clear that he was ready to fight. But Don Chow did not give him time to settle in. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he suddenly charged forward and shouted an apology and advanced to his captain. In the very next instant, Don Chow thrust his long spear straight towards Subaru. At the last possible moment, Subaru slipped out of the attack's path. He moved backward just enough to avoid the spearhead, narrowly dodging the deadly point as it cut through the air in front of him. Don Chow burst into loud laughter and immediately followed up with another attack, launching himself forward again with frightening speed. Once again, Subaru dodged the strike, but this time his movement was different. As Don Chow's spear swept past him, Subaru swung his sword and struck directly against the weapon. A sharp metallic sound echoed through the air as his demonic blade carved through with one clean slash. Don Chow's weapon was sliced cleanly in half. For a split second, Don Chow could only stare, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. He could hardly process what had just happened. His weapon, the one he had been holding so firmly moments ago, had been split perfectly in 2. The broken halves of the weapon dropped to the ground, and Don Chow collapsed along with them. Before he could even try to move again, Narukami Subaru stepped forward. He placed the edge of his demonic sword against Don Chow's throat, the cold blade pressing firmly against his skin. Then Subaru shifted the upper edge of his blade against Don Chow's neck and drove the sword down with brutal force, piercing straight through his body in one clean motion. Blood burst out and scattered across the ground. But Subaru's face barely changed as he spoke in a calm, almost casual voice. He took back what he had just said. Captain, that single word lingered over the scene, and the final image was impossible to miss. Blood spreading everywhere. Don Chow's blood staining the battlefield. Once the brief fight came to an end and the blood finally settled, Narukami Subaru frowned slightly, looking down at Don Chow as if he still could not understand him. Then he muttered under his breath, wondering what was wrong with that guy. Almost immediately, his stream erupted with comments. The viewers reacted all at once to the one-sided battle they had just witnessed. Some started calling Don Chow a one-slash-swordsman, as if he had earned a title just by getting dropped in a single exchange. Others were even harsher, saying he was not even on the level of a swordsman tier and was just straight-up trash. But before Subaru could move on from the territory, another system notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Player Schneider had entered his territory the instant those words flashed across the window. Everyone watching the stream lit up with excitement. The viewers understood immediately what that meant. After all the waiting, all the teasing, and all the dodging around the battlefield, a real fight was finally about to break out. Suddenly, a furious voice thundered from behind him, packed with rage and murderous pressure. Schneider shouted Subaru's name, and Narukami Subaru instantly turned around toward the source of that voice. Standing there was Schneider himself, spear already in hand, body lowered into position, prepared to attack without wasting another breath. The moment Schneider lunged forward, his voice turned cold as he said he had finally caught Subaru. His attack came so suddenly that Subaru was clearly taken by surprise, but even with that split-second disadvantage, Subaru managed to lift his demonic blade just in time and catch the strike before it could break through. Their weapons collided with terrifying force, and the impact exploded through the territory like a violent shockwave. The ground beneath them trembled as if the battlefield itself had been struck. An enormous amount of energy energy erupted from both fighters at once, surging wildly from their bodies and weapons. The pressure filling the area became so heavy that anyone nearby would have felt as though the air had been ripped from their lungs. Schneider did not give Subaru even a moment to recover. He pressed forward with relentless attacks, each strike landing with a weight and power far beyond anything Subaru had faced in the tournament so far. As Schneider continued driving his spear forward, his anger boiled over and he roared at Subaru with everything he had. He shouted for Subaru to use thunder already, warning him that if he refused, the very next attack would kill him. Their fight grew more intense with every passing second. Blades slammed together again and again, sparks and raw energy bursting out with each collision. But little by little, the balance began to shift, and Narukami Subaru was forced backward under Schneider's overwhelming strength. Step after step, Subaru's feet slid across the ground as Schneider pushed him farther away, refusing to let him regain his footing. Then, right in the middle of the clash, Subaru suddenly crossed over the boundary line. He retreated straight into another territory, slipping out of the fight at the last possible moment. Narukami Subaru slowly drew his sword back toward himself, forcing down the killing intent that had begun to rise around him. When Schneider saw Subaru pull away, he let out a mocking scoff, his face twisting with obvious irritation. He asked if Subaru was planning to run again, but Narukami Subaru did not answer him right away. Instead, Subaru tightened his grip on his weapon and stood his ground. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold, steady, and completely unwavering. Running was something only the weak did. The moment Schneider saw what Subaru was holding, his eyes widened in disbelief. Subaru was materializing elemental power directly into the shape of a weapon. Even the viewers were stunned, wondering if something like that was actually possible. Narukami Subaru began walking toward Schneider, and with every step, the black thunder spear in his hand crackled louder, black lightning snapping violently through the air. Subaru stopped just short of him and asked in a calm voice whether this still looked like running. Schneider swallowed hard, his confidence wavering for the first time, and answered honestly that it did not. Subaru gave the faintest nod, as if accepting that response, and then told Schneider he had one more question. Now that Schneider was standing face to face with that terrifying thunder power, would he be the one to run away? Even Schneider could feel fear slowly creeping into his chest. Sweat rolled down Schneider's face as the pressure of Subaru's power bore down on him. And yet, despite the fear tightening around him, his eyes burned with stubborn determination. Schneider thought to himself that if he could break through this power, then this time he could finally surpass it. At that moment, a smile spread across his face, and with that smile, a memory from the past began to rise in his mind. The scene shifted into that memory. Schneider was standing together with his subordinate, Don Chow. Don Chow hesitated for a moment, looking as though he was choosing his words carefully, before asking if he could say something a little rude. Schneider glanced over at him and replied casually. Schneider told him that asking permission like that was already rude. Don Chow scratched his head awkwardly, but still continued. He said he had always wondered why Schneider was so obsessed with the Cave of Thunder. With Schneider's strength, he should have been able to reach floor 5, or even floor 6 without much trouble. Schneider let out a short laugh. Schneider said that who really knew the answer to something like that? Men like him, the kind who became too fixated on a single thing, usually ended up forgetting the reason in the first place. As he finished, his smile faded just a little. Don Chow stared at him in disbelief, clearly unsatisfied, and asked what kind of answer that was supposed to be. Schneider's expression then turned serious, and he explained that at its best, something like that could be called conviction. At its worst, it was nothing more than obsession. Schneider paused for a moment, then continued in a firmer voice, but there was one thing he could say for certain: whether he managed to overcome it or failed, the result would change his entire life. His gaze hardened as he said that was exactly why he could never allow himself to give up. The memory faded away, and the battlefield returned to the present. Schneider looked straight at Narukami Subaru, his voice now chillingly calm, and said that Subaru might just become his second obsession. As those words left his mouth, Schneider began spinning his spear at terrifying speed. The air around Schneider screamed as violent energy gathered and churned around him. In the next instant, he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, and then Schneider vanished from where he stood, completely wrapped in his raging aura and overflowing power. Schneider reappeared as a blur of motion, charging straight toward Narukami Subaru at unbelievable speed. Subaru stepped forward to meet him, his expression firm, and spoke without hesitation. To acknowledge Schneider's 10 years of grinding, Subaru would not hold back. In the very next instant, Subaru's speed exploded to a whole different level. He disappeared from his position and launched himself straight toward Schneider. The Black Thunder spear in Subaru's hand unleashed a terrifying surge of power.
with black lightning screaming violently through the air around him. At the same time, Schneider charged forward at full speed, pouring out his own power without holding anything back. Then their weapons collided head-on. The impact released a terrifying wave of energy blasting outward like a massive shockwave across the battlefield. This time, neither Schneider nor Narukami Subaru restrained themselves in the slightest. Both of them poured every ounce of strength they had into that strike, each determined to overpower the other. The sheer force of their clash tore the ground apart around them. Cracks ripped through the battlefield, the terrain warped under the pressure, and chunks of earth rose as their energies slammed against each other. It felt as though the arena itself could no longer withstand the storm of power flooding through it. And then a massive explosion erupted. Thunder roared without end as blinding energy surged in every direction. Dust, lightning, and raw force filled the air until the entire battlefield disappeared from view. For a moment, nothing could be seen at all, only raging thunder, violent energy, and swirling debris swallowing everything around them. Then, the focus shifted away from the battlefield, returning to Rina and Hatsuka as the two stood face to face, silently staring each other down. Rina kept her eyes fixed on Hatsuka, still trying to understand what kind of person she was. Then all of a sudden, Hatsuka spoke up with a calm but firm expression. Hatsuka said it was because she was Narukami Subaru's manager. The moment Rina heard that, she was completely stunned. Her eyes widening in pure disbelief, Hatsuka gave a small smile and continued as if what she had just said should have been obvious. Hatsuka explained that if the tournament got wrecked, Narukami Subaru's stream would take a serious hit too, and there was no way she could simply stand back and let that happen. Rina stared at her with a childish, exaggerated look of shock. Still unable to believe what she had just heard, Rina blurted out in disbelief, asking if Hatsuka was really his manager. To her, it sounded so unbelievable that she could hardly accept it. Hatsuka immediately answered that it was true, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and pride. She complained that getting the position had been an absolute nightmare, saying she had to push past all those blind idiots who opposed her along the way. After hearing that, Rina became even more amazed. Her shock quickly turned into admiration, and she looked at Hatsuka with sparkling eyes, saying that it was incredible and that she had always watched Narukami Subaru's streams like crazy ever since the Wolf Warrior fight. Hatsuka froze for a moment after hearing that, then leaned forward in surprise, asking if Rina was an old school fan and whether that meant she had originally been a Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru fan too. The two of them were still caught up in their excited conversation when all of a sudden a massive explosion appeared on the screen in front of them. The entire screen trembled violently from the force of the impact. It was the same tremendous blast that had shaken the battlefield moments earlier, powerful enough to swallow everything in its path. That explosion had been created by the final attacks of Narukami Subaru and Schneider crashing together head-on. Because of that overwhelming collision, the screen was now filled with blinding light and thick smoke, leaving the entire battlefield impossible to see clearly. After witnessing that enormous blast, both Rina and Hatsuka were left completely stunned. For a brief moment, neither Rina nor Hatsuka could get a single word out. Their eyes stayed fixed on the screen, and the shock on their faces made it clear that even they had not expected something this intense. At the same time, worry began to spread across Hatsuka's face. Her heart pounded faster as one anxious thought after another rushed through her mind. What was going to happen now? She could no longer make sense of the situation, and everything felt as though it had completely slipped out of control. At last, in a trembling voice, she muttered that there was no way this could be happening. At that moment, the view shifted back to the battlefield. The thick curtain of dust and smoke slowly began to thin, revealing what remained after the terrifying clash between the two fighters. Narukami, Subaru, and Schneider gradually came into view through the haze. At first glance, it almost seemed as if that massive attack had failed to harm either of them. Energy still crackled and spread wildly through the air around them, making the entire atmosphere feel heavy, distorted, and unreal. But as the smoke cleared further, the truth finally became visible. Blood was pouring from Schneider's mouth, and half of his body had been blown away. That single sight was enough to prove just how unbelievably powerful Narukami Subaru's final attack had truly been. On the other side, right in front of Narukami Subaru, Schneider finally lost every last bit of strength he had left to keep standing. Schneider's body gave out completely. He dropped to his knees first, then collapsed forward onto the ruined ground. And yet, even after unleashing such a devastating strike, Narukami Subaru himself stood there without a single visible injury. The moment Narukami Subaru was declared the winner, brilliant fireworks burst across the sky above the arena. In the next instant, the entire stadium exploded
with excitement. Narukami Subaru's fans, and even plenty of people who had not supported him before, were swept up in the joy of the moment. Cheers thundered through the air as the crowd shouted his name at the top of their lungs, celebrating the incredible victory they had just witnessed. Hatsuka looked overjoyed as well. A bright smile spread across her face, and she turned toward Rina, wanting to share that happiness with her. But the moment Hatsuka saw Rina's expression, she noticed something was off. Rina did not look happy like everyone else. While the arena erupted in celebration around her, Rina stood there with a distant, complicated expression, as if the victory had placed a heavy weight on her heart instead of bringing her joy. Deep inside her mind, Rena could only think in disbelief that this really could not be happening. In the end, the person who would take the grand prize was Narukami Subaru. At that very moment, the focus cut back to the host, who stepped onto the stage again and raised her voice for another announcement. The host announced it once more for everyone to hear. The glorious winner of the tournament was Narukami Subaru. As soon as his name rang out again, the crowd grew even louder, and news of Narukami Subaru's victory began spreading everywhere at once. The excitement rushed outward like wildfire, sweeping across everyone who heard it. Narukami Subaru himself had now arrived inside the arena, and right after that, the host continued speaking with even more enthusiasm. Next came the moment everyone had been waiting for. With the tournament now decided, the grand prize was finally brought forward. The host proudly introduced the legendary shoes that had captured everyone's attention from the beginning. The long-awaited prize was finally about to be presented to the winner. After seeing all of this unfold, Rina suddenly made up her mind. Without saying a word to anyone, Rina quickly left the arena, flying away from the scene and heading somewhere else entirely. It was as if Rina could no longer bear to remain there and watch. Hatsuka turned her gaze toward Rina with concern, clearly unsettled by her sudden departure. She could not understand why Rina would leave at a moment like this, and a faint trace of uneasiness appeared on her face. At the same time, the grand prize was finally placed into Narukami Subaru's hands. As Narukami Subaru lowered his gaze to the shoes, a wave of old memories suddenly rose up from deep inside him. 20 years had passed as that thought crossed his mind. His vision blurred and Narukami Subaru was pulled back into the past. In that memory, a boy was shouting angrily inside a room, completely losing his temper. He snapped at everyone around him, demanding to know why they had touched his shoes after he had clearly told them not to. He demanded to know who had warned them, ordering the culprit to confess right away. His anger was obvious as he yelled towards someone off screen, unable to hold himself back. Just then, a guy walked up from behind and spoke as casually as if nothing had happened. He asked what was wrong with Toshiya, teasing him for losing it again and calling him cranky. Then, completely relaxed, he added that the meal had really hit the spot. He even said he was full, and at that moment, something shocking became impossible to ignore. On that guy's feet were the exact same shoes that had now become the grand prize. The instant the boy saw them, his anger exploded completely. The boy shouted in disbelief that those were his shoes. Then he charged forward, furiously attacking the guy without holding back. As he struck, he yelled that he had warned him 1,000,000 times not to wear them because they would lose their shape. His kicking style was incredibly unusual, sharp, and fierce in a way that stood out immediately. With those powerful kicks, he completely wrecked the guy standing in front of him. Nearby, the old Blue Zone team sat watching the entire mess unfold, witnessing the chaos as it happened. Then the memory faded, and the scene returned to the present. Narukami Subaru was back in the arena, holding the shoes in his hands around him. Excited voices began commenting, joking that the broke Narukami Subaru was finally starting to become an item carry player. Others immediately pointed out that those shoes had to have an insane resale value. Just then, the host began speaking to Narukami Subaru again, but before the host could continue, Narukami Subaru spoke first, making his stance clear. He was not selling them. The host blinked in surprise, then explained that the viewers were saying the shoes would probably sell for an extremely high price if he put them up. The host added excitedly that the price could reach a few 100,000 credits, maybe even something close to 1,000,000. But Narukami Subaru answered calmly and firmly that no matter how much the shoes were worth, he had absolutely no intention of selling them. At that moment, a loud voice echoed through the arena, shouting for Subaru to sell the shoes to him. The person told Subaru to name any price, promising to pay whatever amount he wanted. And if Subaru preferred items, he claimed he had even better things stored away in his warehouse. Another voice quickly jumped in right after that, offering 2,000,000 credits without hesitation. Then the offers began climbing even faster. Someone raised it to 2.1 million credits, another pushed it to 2.5 million with extra items, and then the numbers jumped to 3 million, then 4 million. Offers flew in from every direction as the crowd grew more and more desperate to get their hands on the prize. Narukami Subaru listened to the chaos in silence for a moment. Then he gave them only one answer: buzz off. Suddenly, black thunder energy began gathering in the sky above the arena once again. The power was not quite as overwhelming as the thunder he had unleashed before, but even this smaller surge still carried a terrifying pressure. Cold lightning crashed down from above, spreading a chilling force across the entire arena and making the crowd fall tense all at once. Narukami Subaru's voice rang out with absolute authority as he made himself perfectly clear. He would never sell the shoes, not even for 10 million credits. At the same time, cold energy poured from his body, spreading through the air like freezing mist. The pressure was so intense that even the host struggled to stay steady, nearly losing her balance under the sheer weight of Subaru's aura. After barely recovering herself, she turned back toward the audience with a tense smile and spoke again. The host told the crowd that there they had it. But before anyone could say much else, Narukami Subaru suddenly turned around and announced that he was leaving. He immediately started walking away, and even though the host called out to stop him, she had no way of holding him back. Narukami Subaru walked away from the stage with Vansis in his possession, leaving the arena behind as he disappeared from everyone's view. The scene then moved outside, slipping between towering buildings and into a narrow alley tucked away from the noise of the arena. There, standing in the shadows, were two members of Blue Zone. One of them was a serious-looking boy, while the other was a girl standing beside him. Both of them had clearly been watching the tournament closely from start to finish. The boy was the first to speak, and even now, his voice still carried a trace of shock. He admitted that Narukami Subaru had really gone ahead and won the whole thing. It was so far beyond what he had expected that he could hardly hide his surprise. The girl beside him smiled brightly, almost proudly, and asked if Narukami Subaru was not amazing. After all, he had won against Schneider of all people. Then she glanced at the boy with curious eyes and asked what he thought, wondering whether Narukami Subaru might eventually become like the real Narukami Subaru. That girl's name was Hanamaki Hiyori. The boy answered with a calm, uncertain who knows, refusing to give a clear opinion. Hearing that Hanamaki Hiyori grew thoughtful and said that lately people had been saying things like, if the original Subaru could do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it too. The boy frowned the moment he heard that. Original? New? He asked what that was supposed to mean. Hanamaki Hiyori then explained that this was what people had started calling the two of them. Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru was the original, while the streamer Narukami Subaru was being called the new one. But the boy clearly hated that way of putting it. His expression stiffened and he snapped that it was stupid. To him, even the order was backwards. If people were going to compare them at all, then it should be the other way around. If the new Subaru could do something, then the original Subaru could do it too. Hanamaki Hiyori tilted her head in confusion and asked if that was not basically the same thing. The boy immediately shook his head and said it was not even close. Hanamaki Hiyori let out an annoyed sigh. She complained that he was such a pain, saying this was exactly why Blue Eyes fanboys were the worst. She even pointed out that she could see him mumbling under his breath the entire time. But then, without warning, her mood changed completely, and she leaned closer with her eyes shining. Hanamaki Hiyori asked what he thought would happen from here on out. Unable to hide how excited she was as she spoke, her face turned red, and she began blushing heavily. Meanwhile, the boy's irritation became even more obvious, and he clenched his fist tightly. No matter what happened next, the boy reminded her that they still had a job they were responsible for. Their priority had not changed. They needed to catch the shoe thief. After saying that, the boy immediately started walking ahead without waiting for her, leaving Hanamaki Hiyori behind in the alley. She panicked when she saw him moving off and quickly called after him. Hanamaki Hiyori hurriedly asked if he was sulking, then shouted for him to wait for her as she rushed to catch up. At that moment, it became clear that those two were not the only ones in the alley. Many other Blue Zone members were gathered there as well, all waiting in the same place. One by one, they began moving forward together, clearly heading toward a shared objective. Then the focus shifted back to Narukami Subaru. Narukami Subaru was walking forward with the shoes in his possession, while more than 11,000 viewers watched his stream in real time. Comments continued pouring in from every side, with some viewers saying the whole situation felt strangely old school. Other comments immediately pushed back, warning that this was a forbidden topic, while some simply admitted that the style was not really to their taste. As Narukami Subaru walked, the name connected to those shoes quietly surfaced in his mind: Toshiya. Then, in a softer voice, he said that even if things had turned out like this, he was still glad he had been able to come into contact with Toshiya again. After that, Subaru turned his attention toward the viewers and sincerely thanked them for the missions. He told them that because of their support, the pain in his heart had not felt quite as sharp. While the chat continued filling with endless messages, Narukami Subaru opened the item window and checked the details of the shoes. The item name was Artilleria. Its rank was unique, and it required level 30 or higher to equip. It increased movement speed by 25% and jump power by 15%. These were the shoes of Hermes, the Free Thief, and they granted the skill Cloud Stride twice per day, with 2 uses currently remaining. The uses would reset every day. Looking over the item screen, Narukami Subaru muttered that he should take a closer look, but just then a call came in and he answered it. A worried voice immediately came through from the other side, calling him Narukami-san and asking if he was still streaming. The caller said they had spotted someone suspicious. The caller added that they had a bad feeling about her. Narukami Subaru's expression sharpened at once and he asked what was going on. At the same time, the view shifted to a crowded area packed with people. Among the moving crowd was Rina, blending in while struggling silently with her own thoughts. Inside her mind, Rina wondered what she was even doing, standing right in front of Toshiya's shoes. But if things had already come this far, then she believed she had no other choice. She moved forward with the crowd for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Then Rina's thoughts turned cold, carefully sharpening into a plan that no one around her would notice. She decided that she would have to slice Narukami Subaru's ankles clean off. With that dangerous resolve hidden beneath her calm exterior, Rina blended back into the crowd and continued moving forward. The scene then shifted to a magnificent villa, grand and quiet compared to the chaos of the tournament. The view moved slowly inside, where Narukami Subaru was seen entering. Hatsuka was already there waiting for him. The moment she saw Narukami Subaru step inside, she called out his name. The two exchanged a few words, and with a gentle smile, Hatsuka congratulated Narukami Subaru on winning the tournament. Then Hatsuka added that she had already ordered one for him too. She explained that she figured Narukami Subaru would be tired after everything, so she had chosen something non-alcoholic. But Narukami Subaru's expression turned serious right away. He showed Hatsuka the message she had sent him about a suspicious person and asked what that message was about. The suspicious person Hatsuka had been talking about turned out to be none other than Rina. Hatsuka became slightly flustered as she answered, her tone nervous as she tried to explain herself. She took a breath, gathered her thoughts, and said that she had met someone strange in the stands. Subaru repeated her words back to her. Someone strange. Hatsuka nodded and explained that it had been a female player hiding her face behind a Narukami mask. Hatsuka continued, saying that at first she had thought the woman seemed shady, but as they talked, the two of them gradually opened up to each other. The woman turned out to be one of Narukami Subaru's fans too. Because of that, Hatsuka said they never ran out of things to talk about. But then, the moment Narukami Subaru won, the woman's expression changed completely. According to Hatsuka, she looked like someone who had just been dumped by her boyfriend. Hatsuka looked puzzled as she added that if the woman were truly Narukami Subaru's fan, there was no way she would make a face like that after his victory. And right after that strange reaction, Rina disappeared. As Hatsuka spoke, a faint blush rose on her face. Even so, Hatsuka kept explaining. She said she tried following Rina just in case, but Rina was ridiculously skilled at hiding her presence. One thing was certain, Rina was no ordinary person. Narukami Subaru thought quietly to himself, someone skilled enough to hide from Hatsuka and someone who still called herself his fan. Then Subaru spoke aloud, recalling the moment when Hatsuka had asked whether Rina was a fan of Narukami Subaru. Hatsuka quickly interrupted, saying she knew because Subaru had already mentioned that part. Subaru calmly corrected her, making it clear that he was not talking about himself. Hatsuka understood what he meant and continued. Hatsuka realized Subaru meant the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru. She explained that Rina's reaction to that question had been hard to describe. It was not exactly a yes, but it was not a no either. Rina had definitely not denied it. Hatsuka paused, trying to find the right way to put it. After a moment, she finally said softly that Rina's reaction had felt nostalgic. The instant Narukami Subaru heard that word, his entire expression changed. Without saying another word, Subaru abruptly stood up from his seat so fast that the chair behind him toppled over and crashed to the floor. He rushed out of the hotel immediately, moving before Hatsuka could even fully react. Hatsuka was left stunned by his sudden behavior, calling after him and telling him to wait, repeating his name again and again. But Subaru did not stop. The scene cut away, revealing a wide view of the city beneath the night sky. Then Rina appeared, sitting quietly somewhere away from the crowd. A faint smile touched her lips as she murmured to herself that she had figured as much. Rina continued speaking, and this time her voice carried a cold, sharp edge. She said that Kyoju had gotten dull. The focus then shifted into a side alley where a spare person and a magician were standing. Looking at the two figures in front of her, Rina clicked her tongue in clear irritation. If they were going to come after her, they should have done it themselves. Did they seriously believe a rookie like that could ever be enough to take her down? And on top of that, Narukami Subaru had actually gone and won the entire tournament. The focus then cut to Narukami Subaru himself, sprinting down the street at full speed. Someone watching him from nearby muttered in confusion, wondering where Subaru was running off to in such a hurry. Was he riding the high of his victory with dopamine flooding his brain or something? But Subaru did not slow down for even a single second. The focus returned to Rina, who was now calculating the situation with a cold, measured look in her eyes. She murmured that she would need minus 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds would be more than enough to snatch it. As Rina said that, memories from the past rose inside her mind. She remembered speaking to a white-haired person and reassuring them that there was no need to worry. Those shoes were the thing Toshia had treasured most, and Rina would never let anyone else take them. The present returned, and Rina clenched her fist tightly in frustration. After making such a bold declaration and coming all this way, she hated that she still could not bring herself to go that far. Rina looked deeply troubled, her expression strained as her voice trembled slightly beneath the weight of her hesitation. Honestly, Narukami Subaru did everything exactly like the dead Subaru. The dead Subaru that thought alone seemed to twist painfully inside her. Rina grabbed her head with both hands and dropped down where she stood, shouting in frustration for it to be enough already. Then Rina snapped that she did not care anymore. Her expression hardened again as she declared that if Narukami Subaru joined Blue Zone, she would not let him off easily. Turning away, she began to leave and added coldly that next time she would cut off his neck. Not his feet! But then Rina suddenly stopped walking. After a pause, she slowly turned back, and in a quieter voice, she admitted that someday she wanted to talk to him. If Rina could see Narukami Subaru's face and speak to him directly, maybe it would feel like meeting the real Subaru again. She stood there for only a brief moment, and then in the next instant, she vanished from the spot as if she had teleported. It all happened with unbelievable speed. The focus cut back to Narukami Subaru, who was now completely exhausted after running through the city at full force. Subaru thought to himself that Talaria had been used as bait to lure out Blue Eyes. And if Rina was skilled at sneaking in, then what if she had come to take Toshia's shoes back and had deliberately hidden her presence the entire time? Subaru kept running as those thoughts raced through his mind even faster than his feet could carry him. He could sense Shigeru's magic from the ice flowers. If that was true, then could it mean that all four of them were still alive? That possibility shook Subaru deeply, but he immediately forced himself to regain control of his emotions. No, he had to calm down. It was far too soon to jump to conclusions. But knowing Rina's personality, if Toshia's keepsake was right in front of her, there was no way she would simply sit still and do nothing. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, shouting Subaru's name. Subaru turned slightly and saw Hatsuka rushing toward him. Hatsuka hurried over, a little out of breath, and asked with visible concern if he was okay. After all, he had suddenly bolted out of the restaurant without explaining anything. A faint blush colored Hatsuka's face as she looked at him. Subaru answered quietly that he had only thought the suspicious woman might be someone he knew. Hatsuka's eyes widened as she asked if he meant that suspicious person. Subaru said yes, but then added that it was probably someone else after all. Even though Subaru said that, uncertainty still lingered in his voice. Hatsuka lowered her gaze for a moment, looking a little downcast before softly calling him Narukami and admitting that what she was about to say was difficult now. The two of them stood face to face. For a brief moment, the air between them seemed to freeze. The atmosphere felt intense and strangely beautiful, as if the city itself had gone quiet around them. Then Hatsuka looked Subaru straight in the eyes and said bluntly that he did not have any friends, did he? Subaru was completely caught off guard. Subaru said nothing at all. He simply went silent, and Hatsuka continued teasing him, adding that he definitely did not have any female friends either. After a short pause, Subaru turned slightly away from her and calmly said they should go back. Subaru began walking away from the spot. Hatsuka tilted her head and called after him in a playful tone, asking if she had offended him. The scene shifted to another part of the city, where a quiet street lay under the glow of the streetlights. In that stillness, someone was waiting. It was none other than the masked spearman. Beside him stood the magician, who was clearly getting restless. She complained while looking at him, saying her feet hurt, she was hungry, and she was bored. The magician kept pestering him, telling him to say something already and asking if they had let their target slip away. She stared at him the entire time, but at first the masked spearman did not answer. His eyes stayed fixed on the screen in front of him. Finally, he calmly said no, then tilted the screen toward the magician so she could see it too. The magician frowned and asked how he could be so sure. The masked spearman answered that Itsuki had just contacted him through the screen. The message on it was simple. They were pulling out. The magician reacted instantly, her face tightening in disbelief. Pulling out just like that? She snapped that he had to be kidding, especially after they had waited there for so long. The masked spearman explained that Itsuki had said if their targets had really come, there was no way they would have allowed someone else to walk away with that prize. Hearing that, the magician's expression shifted, confusion spreading across her face. She started to ask what that meant, and the masked spearman continued calmly. It meant they had worried for nothing. Itsuki had also said that if it really had been them, they still would have come, even knowing full well it was a trap. The magician looked at the masked spearman seriously now, her earlier complaints disappearing. She began to ask if the people they were trying to catch really were who she thought they were. But the masked spearman did not answer. He simply remained silent. The magician pressed him further, asking if he had not said it was only some baseless rumor. The masked spearman let out a small breath and admitted that he had been hoping that was the case too. But if Itsuki was willing to go this far, then the rumor might actually be true. The rumor that Narukami Subaru died because Blue Eyes betrayed him. Then the scene cut away once again. Now, Narukami Subaru stood alone on top of a tall building in the city, gazing up at the moon above him. The night wind blew softly around Subaru, brushing through the quiet rooftop air. Subaru looked down at the screen in his hand and wondered if this was the reason everyone had stopped showing themselves. On the screen, bold headlines were displayed one after another. Blue Eyes had dispersed. Did Narukami Subaru die because of his comrades? Guildmaster Kyoju gave no comment regarding the internal strife. Was internal conflict the real cause behind Guildmaster Kyoju's withdrawal? The truth behind that day, standing alone beneath the moonlight, Narukami Subaru remained silent as those words stirred the thoughts swirling deep inside his mind. 20 long years had already passed since that day. By now, Kyoju was probably standing somewhere far beyond Subaru's reach, in a place he couldn't even begin to touch. A quiet, bitter frustration settled deep in Subaru's chest, but his face barely changed. If a newbie player like him truly wanted to catch up to Kyoju, then ordinary effort would never be enough. He needed something rarer, something far more special. Something like the spear he had revealed during the tournament. Subaru's fingers tightened ever so slightly as flashes of that battle crossed his mind. For a long time, he had managed to recreate the one-time legendary item he had used on the second floor, the Thunder Spear. Back then, Subaru had honestly believed he understood thunder completely. Its terrifying speed, its destructive power, the way it surged and flowed. He thought all of it was already in his grasp. He had convinced himself that he had mastered it from top to bottom. But now, as he looked up at the endless night sky stretching above him, that belief quietly began to crack. Subaru had thought he knew everything there was to know about thunder. But the more he faced reality, the clearer it became he was still nowhere near mastering its true nature. Thunder was a tremendous power. One even gods and giants had once coveted, and it was also a force humanity had seized with its own hands, using it as a weapon to rise up and fight back against them. As the darkness of night slowly faded around him, Subaru's thoughts sank deeper and deeper, pulling him toward a truth he had never properly faced before. Maybe all this time he had never truly been using thunder the right way at all. That realization shook him more than he wanted to admit. Thunder couldn't be only about raw destruction or overwhelming speed. There had to be something deeper beneath it, something essential he had failed to notice. The Cave of Thunder. If Subaru could clear that dungeon, then maybe he would finally uncover the clue he had been missing. Hidden, there might be the true secret of thunder and the method he needed in order to become stronger. Morning arrived, and the view shifted completely. Soft light poured through the tall windows, spilling across a breathtaking breakfast table, laid out with elegance, comfort, and quiet luxury. Beautifully prepared dishes sat neatly arranged across the table. In the warm golden sunlight, faint steam curled upward from the food, making the peaceful scene feel almost unreal. Compared to the tension from the night before, the atmosphere was almost too calm. Yuika sat at the table, but her eyes carried a distant look, as if her mind was still wandering somewhere else. Yuika was still thinking about what had happened last night. Her expression slightly unfocused. When a voice came from across the table, she barely reacted. "What? I can't hear you." The employee sitting opposite her lowered his head a little and muttered, "I'm sorry for getting full of myself." Yuika blinked, finally snapping back into the moment. "Sorry, I wasn't listening. Say it again." The man's patience cracked as he raised his voice in frustration. "I said, I'm sorry, Jorge, that's enough, right? At least pretend you can hear me." Yiika leaned back with an easy, teasing smile, not looking the least bit moved. Sorry, the voice of a broke loser who blew all his bets can't reach me. The man immediately grew desperate. I already paid you the money. Do you even understand how much I wagered from today's payout? I can't even pay my electricity bill now. Yuka, no, big sis, please, I'm begging you. Yuka's eyes stayed cold as she looked at him and answered without a hint of mercy. You really think sweet-talking me is enough to get out of this? In a panic, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Then what do you want me to do? Should I act like a dog? Woof, woof. Yika cut him off instantly. Stop, that's disgusting. Her expression sharpened at once. Then after a short pause, her tone shifted. Yuika leaned forward, just a little, her gaze locking onto him as she said, then can you do me a favor? The look in Yuika's eyes made one thing painfully clear. This wasn't going to be some tiny request. Behind that smile was calculation, and beneath her casual tone sat something deliberate and serious. The scene changed again. This time, the setting was the inside of a bar, dimly lit and quiet, with soft music drifting through the background. The door opened, and Narukami Subaru stepped inside. Subaru had come here for an important reason, to meet someone, and the man waiting before him was someone he recognized right away. It was Schneider. Subaru walked forward without hesitation and calmly stopped beside him at the counter. Without wasting a second, Subaru signaled to the bartender and said, I'll have what he's having. The bartender gave a polite nod, as you wish. Then he wrote down the order and moved away to prepare the drink. Subaru glanced at the glass sitting in front of Schneider, then raised an eyebrow. Cheap beer? Seriously? So even a famous guild can be this stingy? Schneider let out a quiet breath, still not turning to look at him. It's always been like this. Back when we had too many members, my wallet dried up instantly every time I treated everyone. Now I'm so used to this taste that other booze doesn't even do anything for me. Subaru turned slightly toward him. You always paid for everyone? Schneider gave a faint smile, one that carried more old memories than amusement. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be able to face them, would I? They all went along with my selfish push to challenge the Cave of Thunder. He paused as if those memories had risen right in front of him, then continued. I was poor too, but back then, everyone was. We couldn't even imagine getting support from a guild the way people do now. And with our skill level, hunting wasn't exactly easy either. The two of them lifted their wooden cups, lightly clinked them together, and each took a drink. The dull knock of wood against wood echoed softly through the quiet bar, lingering in the air for a moment. Schneider kept his gaze lowered toward his cup as he spoke on. You needed credits just to take the exam, but if you died halfway through, you'd lose what little you had and end up even worse off. For players like us, hunting was the only choice left. He stopped for a brief moment, then continued in a lower voice. That day was the same. We went out hunting like usual, trying to scrape together enough credits for the exam fees, or at least raise our levels. Even by a little, Subaru's eyes narrowed slightly. That day, Schneider's hand tightened around his cup. Yeah, that day, we ran straight into a sky serpent. 7 inexperienced players like us didn't stand a chance against something like that. What do you think happened in the end? A heavy silence fell between them before Schneider answered his own question. 4 people died. My teammates, no, my best friends. Even after all those years, the anger and regret in Schneider's voice had not faded. If anything, saying it out loud only made the pain sound sharper. His jaw clenched hard. It was obvious he still blamed himself, still hated the fact that he had survived when he couldn't save them. Subaru watched him closely and asked, did they hate you for it?
Schneider let out a bitter laugh. Hate me, you bet they did? His face darkened as he added, I heard it so much my ears almost bled.
All at once, Schneider grabbed his head with both hands, his fingers digging into his hair as though he were trying to crush the voices inside his skull. His breathing grew uneven, and the calm mood of the bar shattered in an instant. What the hell was so important about the Cave of Thunder? He shouted, his voice cracking beneath years of buried guilt. This all happened because of you? If you hadn't been so damn stubborn, your best friends wouldn't have died. How come you're the one who's still alive? Those words were no longer aimed at Subaru. They were echoes from Schneider's past, accusations that had followed him for years. Those voices had never truly stopped. Even now, they kept playing inside Schneider's head, repeating the same blame over and over. Narukami Subaru was taken aback. The outburst came so suddenly that, for a moment, he could only stand there and stare at Schneider. The intensity of his regret, his guilt, and the hatred he carried toward himself made the air around them feel painfully heavy. It was unsettling to watch Schneider sink deeper into that old wound before he could completely lose himself to the memory. Subaru quickly spoke up and stopped him. That's enough already! Schneider slowly lowered his hands, but his head remained bowed. When Schneider spoke again, his voice had turned rough and hoarse. What? Pitying me now? Narukami Subaru answered without raising his voice. Anyone else would have given up after something like that.
Schneider let out a hollow laugh.
Give up? They died because I invited them. If I gave up here, then what would happen to the ones who died? Their sacrifice would be meaningless. His eyes hardened, filled not only with grief, but with the stubborn resolve that had refused to break.
That's why I've been obsessed with the Cave of Thunder all this time. Not that I expect you to understand. Schneider paused, then turned his gaze directly towards Subaru. But thanks to you, I finally saw hope. Subaru met Schneider's gaze in silence. Schneider drew in a slow breath, and when he continued, his voice had grown steadier than before. I'll tell you now. Schneider was finally ready to reveal what the Cave of Thunder truly was. But before his words could sink in, the view shifted away, moving to a completely different residence. Inside that room, the light was low, and the air felt painfully tense. A man stood frozen in place, staring ahead as if he had just seen something he absolutely could not believe.
No way, he muttered, disbelief tightening across his face. Did Kyoju really figure it out?
For the first time, doubt crept into his expression. Maybe he had underestimated Kyoju too much? The man standing there was Rina's companion, the white-haired man. His face darkened as the thought struck him harder. If Kyoju had already prepared a way to see through Rina's stealth technique, then this was no small mistake. Frustration surged through him all at once. He clutched his head tightly, pressing his fingers hard against his temples. For a brief moment, his entire body looked shaken, as if the situation had truly thrown him off balance. But in the next instant, his mood changed completely. The uncertainty vanished from his eyes, replaced by a sharp, burning rage. A violent wave of power burst out from his body, spreading through the room like a storm that had suddenly broken loose. Kyoju Itsuki, don't think you're getting an easy death. As the white-haired man released that terrifying power, everything around him froze solid in an instant. The air turned bitterly cold. The furniture crystallized where it stood, frost crawled across the walls, and every object in the room was locked beneath ice all at once. Then his gaze dropped toward his phone. On the screen was a message from Rina casually saying, "Sorry, I couldn't get back the shoes." I mean, no biggie, right? The white-haired man's expression twisted in pure fury. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted, his voice cutting through the frozen room. At that exact moment, a system notification suddenly flashed into view. Narukami Subaru had started a live stream. The stream opened immediately, and comments began pouring in one after another. Viewers flooded the chat with excited questions, wondering what was happening today, whether something huge was about to go down, and if Subaru was heading somewhere dangerous. Another system panel appeared on the screen. Finger Licking Good had gifted 10 credits. Right after that, a highlighted comment popped up asking, "Are you challenging the Cave of Thunder today?" Narukami Subaru looked straight into the camera, his expression calm and steady. "Yes, we're clearing a dungeon. That's why I went live." In only a few moments, the viewer count shot upward and 5,000 people had already joined the stream. Just then, a voice called out from behind Subaru. "Excuse me, you're the streamer Narukami Subaru, right?" Subaru turned his head toward the man and answered evenly, "Yeah, that's me." The man's eyes widened with excitement as he stepped closer. "Whoa, what a coincidence," he said, his voice filled with energy. "We got a request to clear the Cave of Thunder for one brief moment." The air around them felt strangely charged, almost like fate had stepped into the room. Subaru's livestream chat immediately exploded with reactions, and the viewer count climbed even higher as everyone sensed that something big was about to happen. Subaru looked at the man with a calm face, but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. The Cave of Thunder again. This was no longer only his personal goal. It was beginning to feel like the first step towards something much larger. Soon after, the rest of the party came into view. Their team leader turned toward Narukami Subaru and said, "If you're on a quest too, maybe we can team up." Narukami Subaru immediately glanced down at his screen. A message from Yuiko is still displayed there, warning him clearly, "Narukami, those people are a party hastily put together just to ride on your clout." After reading Yuika's message, Subaru raised his eyes back to the team leader and asked in a calm voice, "What exactly do you mean by that?" But before the leader could explain himself, two girls from the group stepped forward and answered in his place. "We'll also be accompanying you to the Cave of Thunder," they said, trying to sound useful and confident. "I'm sure we can be of help. It's not like we're trying to ride your coattails or anything, Mr. Narukami." For several seconds, the air went completely silent. That awkward tension settled over the group so suddenly that even the team leader seemed to lose a little of his composure. Narukami Subaru listened to what they had said without interrupting. Then he took a long, controlled breath and finally answered, "I understand." Let's do our best. Hearing that, the team leader immediately looked relieved. He smiled and reached out for a handshake, saying, "That's the best decision you could have made." Narukami accepted the handshake, but his voice stayed firm as he added, "If you say you're here on a request, then there isn't much I can do about it. It can't be helped." That's just how the system works. The moment those words left Subaru's mouth, the team leader's smile faltered and confusion spread across his face. "Huh? What did you just say?" the team leader asked. Narukami Subaru met his gaze directly and made his meaning unmistakable. "However, let me make one thing very clear. You are merely traveling companions. You are not my allies." Right after that, the view shifted again, revealing a flag fluttering in the open air. Beyond it stood a magnificent city, grand in scale and full of movement, with the energy of a bustling kingdom spreading through its streets. This was the meeting point on the outskirts of the Conrad Kingdom. As the gathered crowd filled the area, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Hey, isn't this way too many people?" A giant man covered in heavy tattoos looked around in disbelief and continued, "There's no way this many mercenaries would gather just for the Cave of Thunder." "What, E-rank? That guy Raymond, I thought even if he lacked skill, he at least had a decent eye for talent." The man's presence alone made it clear he wasn't ordinary. He was Damon, an S-rank mercenary of the Conrad Kingdom. Damon turned his attention toward Narukami Subaru and said, "You're Outworlders, aren't you? No wonder people like you tend to treat your own lives like they're disposable." Hearing that, Narukami Subaru responded in a cold voice. "Should we turn these guys into vultures too?" At the same time, countless comments were flooding through the livestream chat, reacting wildly to the rising tension. In the middle of that uneasy atmosphere, Narukami quietly muttered, "The scent of blood is intense." Damon suddenly snapped his gaze toward the people around him and shouted, "What are you fools standing around for? Move it." But as Narukami Subaru thought it over, something deeply unsettling became clear to him. That smell wasn't monster blood. It was human blood. The stench wasn't coming from any nearby creature. It was coming from Damon's own companions, and just as that disturbing realization settled in, the scene shifted again, this time to another meeting point on the outskirts of the Osman Kingdom. There, two groups were standing face to face. One side belonged to Schneider, while the other was led by a man confronting him directly. Schneider's expression darkened as he demanded, "What did you say?" The opposing team leader answered sharply, "Has your hearing gone bad? I told you to pull half your men out. We're taking part in this raid." The man's name was Palayman, and he came from the Blue Zone. Schneider narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this Kyoju's instruction?" Palayman immediately corrected him in a firm, arrogant tone. "That's Guild Leader Kyoju to you. It's because you messed up, isn't it? Since you let precious guild assets get taken, it's only natural that the guild leader is keeping a close eye on you." As those words hit him, Schneider's anger began to rise. His voice turned icy as he answered, "Are you trying to say that wouldn't have happened if it were you?" Palayman only shrugged, dismissing him without concern. "Don't go out of your way to state the obvious. It's pathetic to spend 10 years on the 3rd floor, only to lose to a rookie who just arrived. Besides, if it were me, I wouldn't waste 10 years of my life in a place like this." Those words immediately ignited Don Chow's fury. Gripping his spear tightly, Don Chow stepped forward and shouted, "What was that? Just because the captain is staying quiet, you think you can." But Palayman simply turned his back on them and began walking away, waving one hand dismissively as he said, "You should be grateful that I came here. This time we might actually succeed in conquering the Cave of Thunder." Don Chow was still seething, his anger burning hot as he turned towards Schneider and asked, "Boss, should I go stop him?" Schneider didn't even flinch. In a calm voice, he replied, "Leave him. This raid party is mostly packed with rookies anyway, so replacing a few of them won't be a problem. Besides," Schneider added, his eyes narrowing with quiet resolve, "he did say one thing that was right." Don Chow looked completely baffled. "Huh? What part of that nonsense could possibly be right?" Schneider's gaze sharpened, and with firm determination in his voice, he said, "This time we will succeed in conquering the Cave of Thunder." With Schneider's declaration still hanging in the air, the view shifted once again, carrying the tension forward into the next scene. Now, Narukami Subaru was moving ahead. With Damon and his team, the group advancing together toward the dangerous dungeon that waited in the distance. As they continued forward, Subaru's live stream chat kept racing with messages. Viewers pointed out that he wasn't going in solo this time, that he had ended up with a team, and more than a few of them were clearly irritated by the whole situation.
Damon walked at the front of the group, his eyes sweeping carefully over the area ahead. After a moment, he muttered, "Still, this really is a strange place."
The fact that the door only opens at fixed intervals feels way too artificial. Damon continued, his suspicion clear in his voice.
Then he lifted his gaze and pointed ahead. Look there. The view shifted toward the entrance, revealing the place they had all come to challenge. That was the Cave of Thunder. Damon kept speaking, his tone turning more serious as the entrance came into full view. Normally powerful, lightning strikes the entrance non-stop, Damon explained. It's built so no one can enter except during very specific windows of time. Throughout the entire walk, Narukami Subaru had stayed mostly quiet, watching everything closely and taking in every detail. The leader of the team accompanying Narukami Subaru stepped forward and asked Damon, "How many times have you been to the Cave of Thunder?" Damon answered without hesitation, "This will be my 3rd time, and fewer than 10 mercenaries have ever challenged the Cave of Thunder and made it back alive. I'm one of them." The man stared at Damon in disbelief. "And yet you still keep challenging it?" Damon gave a dry snort. "Don't be stupid. Unlike you lot, I don't have spare lives to throw away." His harsh tone immediately made the comment section react with irritation. Even so, the team member kept pressing him. "Then why are you coming with us?" Damon answered right away, as if the reason had been fixed in his mind for a long time. "There's only one thing I'm looking for, the traces of Thunderbolt. Once I get my hands on those, I can finally say goodbye to this job for good. I've had more than enough of this mercenary life, always standing neck and neck with death." The man still didn't look convinced, and after a brief pause, he asked another question. "So you have no intention of going all the way to the end?" Damon's expression hardened immediately. Who in their right mind would go that far? "You're only acting relaxed because you don't know anything about this place." Narukami Subaru listened to every word in silence, carefully weighing the meaning behind their exchange. Then Damon glanced towards Subaru, his voice turning cold. "Especially you, E-Rank, don't do anything unnecessary. If you're going to die, just hurry up and die quickly." Right after those chilling words, the sharp roar of thunder split the air, and the Cave of Thunder came into focus. Everyone stopped in place, staring at the cave entrance as distant thunder crackled and rumbled, filling the air with a heavy electric pressure.
Damon casually held a squirrel in one hand as he addressed the group. The lightning should stop and the entrance will open in about an hour. Narukami Subaru watched him quietly. Then without warning, Damon tossed the squirrel toward the cold edge of the cave entrance.
The instant it crossed the boundary, a violent bolt of lightning crashed down and struck it out of the air. Damon turned back toward the group as if he had just proven a simple point. Did you see that? If you don't want to end up like that thing, stay where you are and rest until then. The live stream chat exploded at once, with viewers insisting that what Subaru was about to attempt had to be impossible. But just then, Narukami Subaru stepped forward. Damon immediately raised his voice and mocked him from behind. "Hey, E-Rank, were you even listening?" But Subaru ignored him completely and kept walking straight toward the entrance. In Subaru's mind, the situation felt strangely familiar. This was similar to the trial at Mount Millennium on the 2nd floor. Around him, the others began to panic as they watched him approach the danger. "What does that guy think he's doing? Does he have a death wish?" Someone shouted. "Wait, Mr. Narukami!" And the moment Narukami Subaru placed his hand against the door, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. The Heart of Thunder was resisting the Gate of Thunderbolt. A second panel appeared right after it, showing that Subaru was resisting the status ailment, electrocution. Then another message flashed before Subaru's eyes. The Gate of Thunderbolt was judging his qualifications. At that instant, an overwhelming surge of lightning energy burst from the entrance. The pressure alone forced everyone else down to their knees, leaving them struggling just to breathe. They stared at Narukami Subaru in disbelief, unable to understand how he was still standing.
Another system window appeared before him. Lightning was reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt. The Heart of Thunder was reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt as well.
Even under that violent pressure, Narukami Subaru stayed firmly rooted in place. Blinding bolts of lightning surged around his body, lighting up the entire area in flashes of white and blue. Then, at last, the final system message appeared. The Gate of Thunderbolt vanished, and the hidden traces of Thunderbolt revealed themselves. With that, the lightning stopped all at once. The fierce energy faded from the air, and the Heart of Thunder dropped to the ground with a heavy sound. Every pair of eyes locked onto it in shock, and Damon was no exception. Only moments earlier, Damon had said he was searching for the traces of Thunderbolt. And now the very thing he had been chasing was lying right in front of Narukami Subaru. How does he have that? Damon muttered, disbelief twisting across his face. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he drew his weapon and prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru held the Heart of Thunder in his hand and wondered silently whether it had been waiting all this time for someone with the right qualifications to appear. But suddenly, from behind him, a massive X-shaped slash tore through the air and came straight for him. At the last possible second, with almost no room left to dodge, Subaru twisted his body just enough to deflect most of the blow. Even so, the attack still grazed him, and blood began dripping from his shoulder. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before him. Narukami Subaru had been attacked by a member of his own raid party. A counterattack penalty would not be applied. Damon smirked at Subaru and said, "You got lucky just now. Hand that over." Narukami Subaru looked back at him with a calm, steady gaze and replied, "And why should I do your bidding?" Damon's expression turned cold as he answered, "You guys are outsiders. Things from this world should belong to us locals." That's just how it works. I mean, even if you're not from this world, you're still scared of dying, aren't you? Hearing Damon say that, Narukami Subaru fell into quiet thought. Even if dying in the trial didn't mean dying for real, the pain itself still felt completely real, without the slightest bit of mercy. Even if death here wasn't permanent, the fear, the shock, and the mental scars would still remain. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of energy began radiating from Damon's body. Damon's presence grew heavier and more threatening as he declared, "When death is standing right in front of you, anyone would become pathetic. We're used to killing outsiders." The ordinary members of the raid immediately began to panic. "Wait, you're joking, right?" One of them stammered, "Damn it, so the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries killing players were actually true? I shouldn't have come here." One of Narukami Subaru's teammates desperately called out to him, trying to stop the situation from spiraling further. "Narukami, let's be rational about this and talk it out with them." But in the very next instant, blood splattered across the ground. Narukami Subaru had already made his move. One of Damon's men lay defeated behind him, and Subaru calmly stepped forward. His expression remained steady and completely unshaken. Subaru looked at them all and said calmly, "Well, now I've got an excuse." Then, without wasting even a second, Narukami Subaru dashed forward and closed the distance to another mercenary. Before the mercenary could even understand what was happening, Narukami Subaru struck him down with the same terrifying speed. As the man's body collapsed behind him, Subaru's voice turned ice cold. "Let's turn these guys into vultures too." Damon's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. "No way!" Panic began clawing through Damon's mind. Narukami Subaru was supposed to be E rank, so how could he move like this? What was this insane strength? But while Damon was still trying to make sense of it, Narukami Subaru had already closed the distance between them. In the next instant, Narukami Subaru launched a direct attack straight at Damon. Damon barely managed to withstand it, but the sheer force of the blow still drove him back. Subaru looked at him with calm, cutting eyes and said, "So not dying in one hit is supposed to be your S-rank pride?" Damon gritted his teeth, rage twisting his face. "You tricked me, you bastard! Who the hell are you?" He lifted his massive blade, preparing to unleash a full-powered counterattack. But before Damon could even swing it down, Damon's arm was severed cleanly from his body. A scream of agony tore out of him as he stared in horror at what had just happened. A demon blade user, even through the pain, Damon snarled with bitter resentment. "You coward! You only got stronger by relying on weapons." Narukami Subaru's eyes stayed cold, without the slightest trace of sympathy. "Don't lump me together with trash like you. If you're that mad about it, save up some money and buy one yourself." "Actually," Subaru added, his voice flat and merciless, "I guess you won't need to anymore." Damon tried to spit out another insult, but before the words could fully leave his mouth, Damon's head was cut cleanly from his body. As silence fell over the battlefield, a system window appeared in front of Narukami Subaru. Narukami Subaru had defeated Damon. The entire raid party stood frozen where they were, their faces drained of color. No one could believe what they had just witnessed, and a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Narukami Subaru slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining mercenaries. In a steady, almost casual voice, he asked, "Do you want this too?" One of the remaining men trembled so hard he immediately raised both hands. "No way, that belongs to you, Lord Narukami." The livestream chat erupted at once, viewers flooding the screen with comments about Narukami Subaru's overwhelming strength, with some even starting to call him a lord. The entire mood of the comments changed in an instant. The doubt and criticism from earlier had been swallowed by shock and awe. Soon after, the Cave of Thunder came into view once again. Everyone stood before the entrance, staring at it in tense silence. Then Narukami Subaru spoke calmly to the group. "All right, let's move." With those words, Narukami Subaru started walking toward the cave, and one by one, the others followed behind him without daring to object. A girl hesitated, glancing at Narukami Subaru's back before quietly asking, "Is it really okay for us to follow him?" The blue-haired boy beside her looked ahead and replied, "What do you mean?" She lowered her voice, clearly uneasy. "It's just, he's obviously not normal." The blue-haired boy gave a small shrug and answered, "We'll be fine. As long as we don't pull anything stupid like those guys did. And as long as we don't mess with him first, Narukami Subaru can't really do anything reckless. Streaming is basically a popularity business, he added, keeping his voice low. People like Narukami Subaru have to stay on decent terms with regular users like us. Then with a cautious look, he added under his breath, as long as those posts don't get exposed. Just then, everyone's attention snapped forward and their expressions changed in an instant. From up ahead, a massive pack of wolves came charging straight toward them, their numbers overwhelming as their growls echoed through the cave entrance. Several team members began shouting in panic, "Our rear is blocked, the front too," but there was nothing here when we came in. As confusion spread through the group, Narukami Subaru suddenly remembered something Schneider had once told him. Schneider's warning echoed clearly in his mind. The first thing Narukami Subaru would run into inside the Cave of Thunder would be the Thunder Wolves, and just like Schneider had said, they had appeared right on cue. Countless Thunder Wolves filled the path ahead, their bodies faintly crackling with electricity. There were far too many of them. If Narukami Subaru tried to fight every wolf one by one, he would burn through his stamina long before reaching the end. Remembering Schneider's words, Narukami Subaru stepped forward without hesitation and charged straight into the swarm around him. The rest of the team struggled desperately, swinging their weapons as the monsters closed in from every side. One of them shouted in alarm, "Narukami, are you leaving us behind?" But Narukami Subaru wasn't abandoning them. His eyes were focused ahead, and Schneider's voice continued to echo through his mind. There was one way to cut down the time. Normally, when someone imagined a pack boss, they would think of the biggest beast in the group. But Thunderwolves were different. The smallest one was the real boss, and there it was, the Thunderwolf boss, smaller than the others, standing quietly behind the mass of wolves and watching instead of rushing in blindly. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru sliced through the Thunderwolves, blocking his path with swift, precise strikes. One after another, the Thunderwolves fell before him. Narukami Subaru kept pushing forward relentlessly, carving a straight path through the swarm toward the true boss. At that moment, Narukami Subaru activated the special ability hidden within his shoes. A system window appeared before him, informing him that the cooldown for the side effect had begun. Another message followed immediately. Narukami Subaru could now walk through midair for 3 seconds. Without the slightest hesitation, Narukami Subaru accelerated forward at incredible speed, his steps no longer tied to the ground beneath him. As he moved through the air, one thought quietly crossed his mind.
Toshia, so this is how you always felt, huh?
Ahead of Narukami Subaru, 3 Thunderwolves leapt forward to intercept him, but he surged past them like a blur, moving so fast they couldn't even react in time. In the next instant, Narukami Subaru had already reached the boss. Sensing the danger, the Thunderwolf boss attacked first, unleashing a powerful strike that knocked him down from midair. Narukami Subaru came crashing toward the ground. But even then, he didn't lose control with remarkable composure. He twisted his body and landed firmly instead of collapsing. Cold energy began to radiate from him as his resolve sharpened. An eye for an eye, thunder for thunder. His thunder was before that thought could fully take shape. Narukami Subaru launched his counterattack, and the force behind it was far beyond any ordinary strike. With one decisive slash, Narukami Subaru split the Thunderwolf boss cleanly in two. A system window appeared before him. Narukami Subaru had defeated the Thunderwolf boss. The frenzy of the Thunderwolves decreased. All around the battlefield, the remaining wolves began to hesitate. Their ferocity visibly weakened, their growls fading as an uneasy silence slowly returned to the cave. Another system window appeared before Narukami Subaru. He had leveled up, his strength increased by 1, his agility increased by 1, and his stamina increased by 1. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was still struggling against the remaining wolves. One of them shouted desperately, "Damn it, there's no end to them!" But Narukami Subaru remembered Schneider's words with perfect clarity. Once the boss was defeated, the battle was already won. From that moment onward, Narukami Subaru became their boss. Then, something unbelievable happened. Every Thunderwolf stopped attacking at once. One by one, the wolves turned toward Narukami Subaru and gathered in front of him, lowering their bodies in clear submission. 2 more system windows appeared before him. Narukami Subaru had subdued the Thunderwolves. He could now command the Thunderwolves within the Cave of Thunder. With that, the entire pack completely stopped attacking the remaining team members. The blue-haired boy stared at the scene in utter shock, his voice catching in his throat. What just happened? Narukami Subaru didn't answer him. Instead, he looked straight ahead and spoke firmly to everyone. Let's go deeper. Move out. As Narukami Subaru began walking forward, the entire pack of Thunderwolves moved with him, following his lead like loyal beasts under his command. The others could only stare after Narukami Subaru in disbelief, whispering among themselves as they tried to understand what had just happened. None of them could make sense of why every single Thunderwolf was now obeying him so completely. Then Narukami Subaru began moving forward again, each step powerful, calm, and steady, as if the entire pack behind him was only natural. As Narukami Subaru advanced deeper into the cave, he spoke in a composed voice. There should be a good spot around here. Then he turned slightly toward the wolf beside him and gave a simple command. Now howl. At Narukami Subaru's signal, every Thunderwolf lifted its head at once. Their howls erupted together, loud and piercing, echoing through the cave and spreading far across the area. The purple-haired man and his entire team froze in shock at the sight. Unable to hold back his confusion and anger, the purple-haired man shouted, "Narukami, what are you doing?" At that very moment, several flying monsters appeared in the distance. Drawn by the wolves howling, they shifted direction and began heading straight toward Narukami Subaru's group. Realizing how dangerous this was, the purple-haired man and his companion rushed forward in panic. "Please stop. You'll draw every monster here. What are you thinking?" But even as they shouted desperately, Narukami Subaru didn't so much as flinch. With a cold, confident tone, Narukami Subaru answered, "A surrounded hunt. This is how I do things." As those words left his mouth, he released his demonic blood, and an intense aura spread out from his body. Then Narukami Subaru added calmly, "You don't need to worry about me. I've got the Thunderwolves. I'll manage." His answer only made the others look even more shaken. The purple-haired man immediately snapped back. "No, wait. Then what are we supposed to do?" Narukami Subaru continued walking forward, then briefly turned his head back toward them. His voice was even, but there was no warmth in it. "I told you from the start, didn't I? You're just tagging along. Survive on your own." The moment Narukami Subaru said that, everything around them descended into chaos. Monsters rushed in from every direction, attacking from all sides at once. The fight for survival began instantly, with panic and battle cries filling the cave. Then the view shifted away from the battlefield. Elsewhere, someone was watching the entire scene unfold through Narukami Subaru's live stream. A girl beside him looked at the screen with concern and asked, "Should we really let him do that?" The yellow-haired man answered calmly, without taking his eyes off the stream. The streamer made his call. "It is what it is." Still, the girl hesitated. Her expression remained uneasy as she murmured, "But still, this is kind of..." On the screen, the battle inside the cave had become brutally intense. The Thunderwolves were fighting alongside Narukami Subaru, clashing violently against the monsters swarming in from every direction. After watching for a moment, the yellow-haired man took out a device and said, "Yeah, normally he'd get flamed to hell for pulling something like this. But this time is a special case." Right after that, a screen appeared, filled with lines of information and data flashing across it. The view returned to the yellow-haired man as he explained in a calm voice. "A hitchhiking tour. They're solid proof, so there's no reason to suspect anything else. Honestly, those people are nowhere near strong enough to clear the Cave of Thunder by themselves. It's basically a free taxi ride. Who wouldn't want to jump on?" At the same time, the screen showed the people inside the cave running in terror, fleeing desperately as monsters chased them down without mercy. Watching the chaos unfold, the woman beside him spoke with worry in her voice. "Do you think the viewers will see it that way too? Even if it's troublesome, maybe letting them tag along would have prevented messy backlash." The yellow-haired man paused for a moment, then replied, "Maybe if it was just this one time." The woman looked at him again, her concern deepening. "You don't mean..." The yellow-haired man continued in a firm, matter-of-fact tone. "If word gets out that Narukami Subaru's taxi is free, people won't leave him alone. Let them ride once for nothing, and next time they'll swarm him like ants." Narukami Subaru is making an example out of them. He's teaching everyone not to even think about leeching off him. As the yellow-haired man said that, the scene returned to Narukami Subaru, who was charging forward at incredible speed, cutting down monster after monster without hesitation. Right in front of Narukami Subaru, a system screen suddenly appeared, announcing that he had leveled up. Another screen followed immediately, showing that 1 point had been added to 3 of his stats. As the battle continued, monster blood splattered across Narukami Subaru's mask. Around him, the ground was already littered with the remains of the creatures he had defeated. Standing there in the middle of all that chaos, Narukami Subaru remained completely unfazed and spoke in a cold voice. "No complaints about this being a solo run now, right?" Meanwhile, the livestream chat was overflowing with reactions. countless viewers typing at once. Some viewers were stunned by the ruthless scene in front of them, while others praised Narukami Subaru's overwhelming strength and terrifying efficiency. No matter how loudly the chat reacted, Narukami Subaru stood calmly amid the aftermath of battle. Surrounded by fallen monsters and the scent of blood, he spoke again with a chilling warning in his voice. If anyone tries to leech off me again, be ready for this. After that warning, the view cut back once more to the same screen. The yellow-haired man was still sitting beside the girl, but this time he burst into loud laughter, almost unable to control himself. Yet beneath that laughter, his eyes remained sharp. In his mind, the yellow-haired man was already analyzing Narukami Subaru's actions. Narukami Subaru wasn't shallow enough to ignore how his words would hit the audience. That meant every movement he made and every line he spoke had been calculated. Still smiling, the yellow-haired man admitted aloud, "I have to say it. He's top tier as both a player and a streamer." The view then shifted to another screen where a contact name appeared. Nagging boss. The call connected and Hatsuka appeared on the other end.
Hatsuka answered casually, sounding like she was in the middle of something. "Chief, I'm busy right now, so I'll..." But before she could finish, the yellow-haired man cut in. "It's about Narukami Subaru."
The moment Hatsuka heard Narukami Subaru's name, she paused. Her tone changed immediately as she asked, "What about him?" The yellow-haired man replied, "Just answer one thing. Did you tell Narukami Subaru about the tag-along recruitment post?" Without hesitating at all, Hatsuka answered, "Yes, I told him." Hearing that, the yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly. "I see. So this whole thing was your plan from the start?" Clearly annoyed, Hatsuka snapped back at once. Plan? If you're gonna start talking nonsense, I'm hanging up." And with that, Hatsuka immediately cut the call. The yellow-haired man stared at the disconnected screen, genuinely surprised for a moment. Then he turned toward the girl beside him and asked, "You saved a copy of that forum post, right?" The girl nodded without delay and answered, "Yes, it's all prepared." A faint, confident smile appeared on the yellow-haired man's face. "Then it's our turn to make them understand that Narukami Subaru has a powerhouse agency backing him." The scene shifted again, this time returning to the tower. The Thunderwolves charged forward at incredible speed, tearing through the battlefield like a living storm. But then all at once, the view changed to a different location. There, Blue Zone's guild was being completely overwhelmed. The situation had turned so disastrous that they looked as if they were on the verge of being wiped out entirely. In the middle of the chaos, the team captain shouted, "Schneider!" At that moment, Schneider and his entire team stood nearby, watching the battle unfold as panic and disorder erupted all around them. One of the opposing captains, visibly frustrated and furious, stepped forward and shouted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Are you mad because I joined the raid squad or something?" But Schneider didn't react at all. His expression stayed calm, almost indifferent. Then, without warning, Schneider spoke quietly. "I found you." In the very next instant, Schneider pulled out a small knife and threw it forward with incredible speed. The blade tears through the air at terrifying speed, moving so quickly that the eye can barely follow its path. The other captain sees it happen and immediately shouts in disbelief, his face twisting with shock, "That bastard, you gotta be kidding me!" But before his outrage can even finish leaving his mouth, the knife is already slammed straight into the wolf boss's head. A violent surge of energy erupts from the creature's body the moment the blade lands, and the massive wolf collapses under the force. The opposing captain freezes for a second, staring like he can't believe what he just witnessed before clicking his tongue in frustration. "Come on. I thought you were finally making a real move, but it was just one lousy mob." Schneider only tilts his head a little, his expression cold and unimpressed. Are you talking to me? That answer only makes the captain angrier. His face tightens and he steps forward with his temper rising. "You've been picking fights with me this whole time." "Fine. Then let's settle which one of us is actually..." But before the captain can finish his challenge, Schneider cuts him off with calm precision, his eyes steady, sharp, and completely unshaken. The wolves, the instant Schneider says it, every wolf on the battlefield suddenly stops moving. The chaos that had filled the air just moments earlier dies all at once, leaving behind a strange, heavy silence. Everyone around them is stunned, glancing from one person to another, completely unable to understand why the attack has suddenly stopped. The opposing captain's eyes widen as he tries to make sense of the situation, but nothing about it adds up. Finally, he snaps and calls out sharply, "Hey, what the hell did you just do?" Schneider doesn't look even slightly interested in arguing with him, much less explaining everything properly. In a calm, almost dismissive voice, he simply replies, "You really don't understand a single thing about the Cave of Thunder." And it's not only you, Schneider adds coldly, making it clear that his judgment goes far beyond the man standing in front of him. The higher-ups in Blue Zone are just as clueless. After saying that, Schneider starts walking forward without giving their reactions the slightest attention. His back turns to them as he adds almost casually, "You should turn back right now." Unless, of course, you want to make a fool of yourself in front of all your subordinates. The other captain's pride is clearly wounded, and anger makes his voice stumble. "Why, you bastard?" But Schneider doesn't even bother to respond. His expression stays exactly the same as he keeps moving forward, leaving them behind as if they were never worth another thought. The focus then shifts once again, moving away from Schneider and back to Narukami Subaru. Right in front of Narukami, the enormous Thundermaw boss lunges forward, its massive body driving toward him with crushing force as it prepares to strike. Narukami doesn't retreat. He plants himself firmly in place, facing the charging monster head-on, completely ready for the battle. Then, in the very next instant, Narukami explodes forward with incredible speed, closing the gap almost faster than the monster can react. Without the slightest hesitation, he drives a lightning charged attack directly into the beast's wide-open mouth. The blow is overwhelming. The Thundermaw boss is swallowed by the impact and destroyed almost instantly. As the dust and energy begin to settle around him, Narukami remembers Schneider's earlier words, "I made it that far pretty smoothly." "It only took me about 3 years," Schneider had said, "but that was when I finally realized something. The real Cave of Thunder only begins from there." Now, standing in the silence after the fight, Narukami looks ahead and sees an enormous, imposing gate waiting before him. The gate's presence alone feels heavy, almost like it stands between two entirely different worlds. Narukami stares at it for a quiet moment, then murmurs to himself, "So this is what Schneider was talking about, the true Cave of Thunder." At that exact moment, a system window suddenly appears in front of Narukami. The glowing message displays clearly before his eyes, "You are entering the first gate of Thunder." Immediately after that, another screen appears following the first without delay, beginning the Thunder trial. As the massive gate begins to open little by little, Narukami Subaru stands still and watches in silence. His thoughts remain surprisingly calm as he takes everything in. Up until this point, the Cave of Thunder honestly hadn't felt all that different from an ordinary dungeon. As he observes the changing space ahead, that realization settles clearly in his mind. The heavy doors groan as they slowly part, revealing the path beyond. Narukami keeps watching carefully, and Schneider's explanation comes back to him again. According to Schneider, this was the place where everything truly changed. At that exact moment, another system window appears in front of him, its message shining across the air. "You have entered the first gate of Thunder." A second message follows immediately after it. The trial of Thunder will now begin, and as Narukami steps forward, the entire atmosphere around him transforms completely. The sky overhead twists into something unnatural, warping like the world itself is bending. Then in the distance, a massive and bizarre dragon-like figure begins to appear. Its size is so enormous, and its presence so overwhelming that it hardly feels real at all. It looks almost like a living image painted directly across the sky. Narukami narrows his eyes as he stares at it, and one thought settles in his mind. From here on out, on the live stream, the viewers are completely stunned by what they are seeing. Just the scale of the creature alone is enough to shake anyone watching from the other side of the screen. At that moment, Schneider's earlier warning echoes again in Narukami's mind. "The first gate of Thunder, it took me over 5 years to get through that place." So, how long do you think it'll take you? The scene snaps back to the present as another system message suddenly appears before Narukami. Assessing your thunderclap qualifications, high above him, the words hang in the air as the pressure continues to build. The dragon's enormous eyes seem to focus directly on Narukami, locking onto him as though they are judging his very existence. Then a deep voice rolls through the space, echoing like thunder rumbling across a distant sky. Thunderclap is the earth-shaking roar when lightning strikes, but that roar too is still a part of thunder. Either way, it carries the same power. So if you're asking whether the Cave of Thunder's reward has anything to do with my thunder, Narukami's thoughts stay cautious and honest. "Honestly, I still have no idea. Even if it's the same element, that doesn't mean the skill itself will work the same way." As that voice fades away, the energy surrounding Narukami begins to grow stronger. A cold, overwhelming force spreads across the area, gathering together and condensing into something enormous. Right before Narukami's eyes, that power takes shape as a colossal thunder dragon, radiating a level of strength far beyond anything he has faced so far. A system screen appears once again, revealing the name of the being before him, Judge of Thunderclap, Ragnell. Narukami slowly lifts his gaze toward the towering entity above him. Even under the crushing pressure pouring down from Ragnell, his eyes remain steady. He can feel that something decisive is about to happen, and just then Schneider's warning rises again in his memory. You're the one who defeated Greg, the wolf warrior, right? But you'd better not even think about trying to take down Ragnall. Back in the present, the pressure around Narukami grows heavier, almost suffocating. Narukami grips his head for a brief moment, feeling the full weight of the situation pressing down on him. But instead of fear, a faint spark of defiance shows in his expression. What do you take me for, Schneider? He mutters, staring straight up at the thunder dragon above him, prepared to face whatever comes next. One glance is enough to understand the truth. This is not an opponent someone can simply defeat. That thought passes through Narukami Subaru's mind as he looks up at the overwhelming presence before him. At the same time, Schneider's words echo once more in his memory, clear and heavy with warning. Ragnall's trials are different every single time. Sometimes he makes you endure tens of millions of lightning strikes. Other times he seals away all 5 senses and traps you in pitch black darkness. And sometimes he summons a massive monster and forces you to fight it head on. Back in the present, the massive thunder dragon looms high above Narukami, its voice rumbling through the air like the sky itself is speaking. Are you the one who will challenge the trial of thunder? Narukami doesn't hesitate for even a second. He looks directly at the dragon and answers in a firm voice, yes! The thunder dragon slowly descends closer to him, and its presence becomes even more suffocating as it studies Narukami with growing interest. Most intriguing, Ragnell says. You have already proven countless qualifications. Take out what you have in there. The instant Ragnell's command leaves his mouth, something strange begins to stir. Deep inside Narukami's pocket, a faint surge of thunder energy leaks out by itself, crackling softly as tiny sparks ripple into the air. Narukami feels the reaction immediately, and his brows draw together in suspicion. The trace of Thunder Schneider never said anything about this happening. He reaches into his pocket and pulls the object out. The moment its glow appears in the open, the thunder dragon lets out a low sound, as if it understands exactly what it is seeing.
So you opened the thunderclap gate and entered on your own. Narukami keeps the glowing object in his hand, then raises his eyes toward Ragnell and asks, wasn't there anyone else besides me who had one of these?
Like that bearded guy with the spear, for example? Ragnell answers without any hesitation, his deep voice remaining calm as he corrects Narukami's assumption. He did not enter by opening the gate. He merely happened to pick up a stone that had formed from the dungeon's condensed energy. After hearing that explanation, Narukami quickly puts the pieces together in his mind. Now that Ragnell says it, it actually makes sense. Since Narukami is the only one who possesses thunder, then this reaction could only happen to him. Then Ragnell gives his judgment without the slightest delay, his voice dropping into a tone that leaves no room for argument. Now I shall impose your trial. Swallow it. That alone is your trial. At that very moment, a system window opens in front of Narukami, revealing the details of the object resting in his hand.
Trace of thunder. Rank category, a crystal left behind after thunder roared through the skies. Narukami stares down at the glowing crystal, and for the first time, a conflicted look crosses his face.
This thing is insanely valuable, right? Am I really supposed to just use it like this? He says out loud, his voice carrying a rare trace of hesitation as he weighs the choice in front of him. At the same time, his thoughts start racing. Passing the trial doesn't automatically guarantee that the reward will be better than this crystal. When he thinks about it that way, swallowing something so precious almost feels like throwing it away. But then Narukami's expression slowly hardens as he forces himself to look at the bigger picture. He had been saving this for the next trial from the very beginning, and if he backed down now after coming this far, it would be an embarrassment to him. Narukami Subaru mutters under his breath, his eyes still locked on the crystal glowing in his palm. But almost immediately, that thought sharpens into something heavier. No, it would not only disgrace Narukami, it would also be an embarrassment to Blue Eyes. The moment that realization settles in, his hesitation vanishes completely. Without giving himself even one more second to waver, Narukami lifts the crystal to his mouth and swallows it. Right away, a system window flashes open before him. You have swallowed the trace of thunder. Another message follows almost instantly. The gate's trial will now begin within your body. The moment those words appear, a violent burst of thunder energy explodes inside Narukami. The power floods through every part of his body, raging wildly as if lightning itself has been released through his veins. The pain is unbearable. His muscles lock up, his breath breaks apart, and a sharp, overwhelming force tears through him from the inside. Unable to hold it back, Narukami screams as the thunder continues ripping through his body. Then everything abruptly shifts. A soft, cozy room comes into view, warmly lit and peaceful, creating a stark contrast to the brutal chaos Narukami is enduring. This is Hatsuka's room, and she is watching the live stream with her full attention fixed on the screen. Hatsuka's face is filled with shock and worry as she blurts out, "Does he even know how much that stone was worth?" And Narukami is really obsessed with money too. I hope he's okay. Just as her concern deepens, her phone suddenly begins to ring. She glances down at the screen and sees Kiyoharu's name displayed there. Without wasting any time, Hatsuka quickly answers the call and says, "Hello, Kiyoharu?" From the other end of the line, Kiyoharu's voice comes through calmly. "I'm about to arrive?" Hatsuka sounds a little surprised when she hears that. "Already? Well, I guess it is close to you." Then she pauses, hesitating as though there's something else she wants to say, but cannot quite force out. Kiyoharu notices the silence and asks, "What is it?" after a brief pause. Hatsuka finally manages to speak, her voice softening with guilt. "I'm really sorry," but before she can continue, Kiyoharu cuts her off firmly. "Forget it. Just keep your promise. Okay? If you come asking for it later, I'm not handing it over. No means no. I called to make sure you understood that there's no turning back now. All right, good luck with the monitoring." With that, Kiyoharu ends the call. Hatsuka slowly lowers her phone, her eyes still resting on Kiyoharu's name displayed across the screen. Her expression gradually turns more serious as if the weight of his words is finally sinking in. Then the focus shifts once again. Now Kiyoharu himself comes into view. His face is tense and troubled, like he is carrying the weight of something important on his shoulders. Even the air around him feels heavy and uneasy. A system notification appears. Floor 5, Burning God Forging. Before Kiyoharu stands a massive, majestic palace, ancient and imposing, filled with a presence that feels almost overwhelming. He gazes at it in silence, his eyes reflecting both old memories and quiet resolve. Then, in a low voice meant only for himself, Kiyoharu murmurs, "Never thought the day would come when I'd return here." After that, the focus returns once more to Narukami Subaru, who is still trapped in the middle of the brutal trial. A system window appears in front of him again. The message repeats the condition clearly. The trial of thunder will now begin within your body. In the very next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning crashes directly into Narukami, surging through his entire body like a violent storm. His body jerks from the impact, and for one brief instant, it feels as though everything inside him is being torn apart. Then, little by little, Narukami's eyes snap open again. Another system message appears before him. The trace of thunder has settled into your body. Your mana has increased by 1, but Narukami is given no time at all to recover. A new warning flashes immediately after, accumulating fatigue. Your fatigue has reached 67, your mana has increased by 1, the strain continues to climb. Another alert appears, your fatigue has reached 73. At the same time, Narukami feels something strange deep inside his body, a sharp and unnatural pulse running through his veins. His thoughts tighten as he realizes something is wrong. No, this is the opposite of what happened last time. It feels as if something is blocking the flow of his magic instead of helping it move. The pain grows stronger, spreading through every part of him. Then another system message appears. The trace of thunder spreads through your entire body. Narukami can barely move now. His body refuses to obey him properly, as if the thunder inside him is taking control of his limbs. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Narukami thinks, "I can't move the way I want." The thunder's heart and the trace of thunder, are they reacting to each other? Confusion mixes with the agony as another thought flashes through his mind. Wasn't the Thunder's Heart supposed to be an equipable item? Before Narukami can fully understand what is happening, another surge of lightning crashes down from above and strikes his body with brutal force. The energy rips through him again, pushing him even closer to his limit. Another system update appears, showing his mana increasing once more until it reaches a total of 81. By now, Narukami has fallen to his knees, barely able to keep himself upright beneath the crushing pressure. His breathing comes out heavy and uneven, and his body trembles as the overwhelming energy tears through him. Looking inward at the power changing inside him, he mutters with difficulty, "It looks similar, but it's completely different from the trace of thunder." Narukami, Subaru grits his teeth as a sudden realization strikes him. When Ragnell told him to swallow it, maybe that command had not only been about the trace of thunder, maybe it was also a hint telling him to swallow the Thunder's heart. The moment that possibility takes shape, Narukami moves without wasting another second. He takes the Thunder's heart and swallows it as well. The instant it goes down, everything changes. A tremendous surge of energy erupts from Narukami's body, and this time, it is not just one force, but two distinct powers bursting out at once. White Thunder and Golden Thunder begin flowing outward together, twisting around each other as they intertwine, expand, and steadily grow stronger. The intensity continues to rise with every passing moment, building higher and higher without slowing down. Even Ragnall watches closely, observing the transformation without interrupting it. Inside Narukami's body, something begins to change. Deep within him, a new form starts taking shape, slow but unmistakable, as if the two powers are forging something entirely new. Then Ragnall finally speaks, his Thunder's voice carrying a quiet sense of acknowledgement. "So, you have finally noticed." As the process continues, something begins forming inside Narukami's body. A dense core of power slowly manifests within him, gathering thunder energy into one concentrated source. The moment Narukami realizes what is taking shape inside him, awe flashes through his mind. So this is the Thunder's Heart. Ragnall looks down at him, and there's a strange mix of amusement and disbelief in the dragon's gaze. "You did not even know how to use it," Ragnall says, his voice rumbling with dry judgment. "What a complete waste of treasure. Still, there's value in discovering the truth with your own hands." Narukami, still shaken from the pain he just survived, snaps back in frustration, his voice rough from the strain. "You've got to be kidding me. I almost died back there, but..." Ragnall remains completely unfazed, as though Narukami's complaint means nothing before the scale of the trial. The Thunder Dragon simply continues, "The previous wielder of thunder could not handle this power. But this time, I have high hopes." As Ragnall's words echo through the space, an overwhelming amount of energy pours into Narukami's body once again. Only now, the feeling is different from before. This time, the power no longer feels like it is tearing him apart from the inside. Instead, it begins to settle, stabilizing within him and strengthening Narukami from deep within his core. One system window after another starts appearing in rapid succession. The skill level of Thunder LV3 has increased, then another flashes immediately after it. Thunder LV4. The messages continue, each one marking the surge of power rising inside him. Thunder LV5, and then finally, a new notification appears before Narukami. The skill rank of Thunder has risen to S. The power inside Narukami surges into an entirely new realm, far beyond what it had been before. Then the focus shifts away. Schneider, the opposing captain, and both of their teams are still gathered in the same area as before, but the moment Schneider looks around, his expression tightens. Something about the place feels wrong. "It's not here," Schneider says quietly, his eyes scanning the empty space. "The painting is gone." Hearing Schneider's words, Dawn Chow looks around uneasily, suddenly noticing the strange emptiness in the area. "Captain, doesn't this place feel kind of empty? Or is it just me?" Schneider's gaze sharpens as the missing piece finally becomes clear. In a low, serious voice, he says, "The dragon is gone." Dawn Chow looks around once more, and then his eyes widen as he finally catches on. "Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. Did you erase it, Captain?" Schneider immediately shakes his head and answers calmly, "I did not even take the test." Someone other than us must have entered this place and done it. The moment those words sink in, Dawn Chow's face fills with shock. What? Someone besides them had come here. Dawn Chow's thoughts immediately jumped to one possibility. Don't tell me was it Narukami Subaru, but what could Narukami possibly have done to make the dragon disappear? Before Schneider can answer, the Blue Eyes team captain cuts in impatiently, clearly focused on something else entirely. Dragon painting, dragon tattoo, whatever it was, I don't care. If Narukami Subaru has already passed through here, then we need to hurry. The Blue Eyes team captain's voice grows sharper. Are you really fine with him grabbing all the rewards before we even get there?
Schneider turns his eyes toward him, his expression hardening with a hint of irritation. Do you really think I came here just for the rewards? The captain hesitates, suddenly losing some of his confidence. But Schneider does not let him finish. Instead, he steps forward, and for once, his voice carries a rare spark of excitement. There has finally been a change. Someone other than me has actually reached the end of the Cave of Thunder. As Schneider moves closer to the captain, his tone lowers, carrying a dangerous edge that makes the air around them feel tense.
Right now, I'm flying higher than ever, so do not even think about ruining the mood. The captain immediately backs down, lifting one hand slightly as if to calm him. Okay, fine, I get it.
Don Chow steps in and places a hand on the captain's shoulder, trying to settle the tension before it gets worse. There's no need to rush. I fought that guy once in a tournament. The captain glances at him, confused. So what? Don Chow's expression turns serious as he continues. What I'm saying is, even Narukami Subaru wouldn't be able to get through what's waiting ahead that easily. The captain frowns, not fully understanding what Don Chow is trying to say. But before the captain can press him any further, Schneider raises his voice and addresses everyone around him at once. Stay sharp. If we want to witness the first historic conquest of the Cave of Thunder, then the bare minimum requirement is surviving. Hearing Schneider say that, the captain thinks to himself, so this guy is not even planning to clear it himself. Then, what the hell is waiting for them up ahead? Not long after, the group finally arrives before another enormous door. The door stands silently in front of them, radiating an ominous pressure that makes the entire group tense. Schneider steps forward and begins opening it, saying, "Beyond this door lies the end of the Cave of Thunder." Then, after a brief pause, Schneider adds in a quieter voice, and right now, Narukami Subaru is probably already beyond it. As the massive door opens, a system message appears before every member of the group. You have entered the second gate of Thunder. The moment they step inside, a vast hall stretches out before them. At the very center of the hall stands a throne, imposing and mysterious, as though it has been waiting there for a challenger. A message is written clearly upon it. Please take a seat on the throne. The entire team begins moving forward slowly. They carefully scan their surroundings as they advance, staying alert for even the smallest sign of danger. But no matter how carefully they look, nothing around them makes sense. The hall is quiet. Too quiet. After studying the area for a while, Schneider's expression darkens. He's not here, Schneider says in a low voice. The Blue Eyes team captain looks around the empty hall, clearly confused. What now? Schneider answers calmly without taking his eyes off the surroundings. I said Narukami Subaru is not here. The captain, already irritated by Schneider's constant focus on Narukami, snaps back at him. You've been going Narukami this, Narukami that nonstop. Give it a rest already. He probably just sat on that throne and moved on ahead. But Schneider immediately shakes his head, his voice firm and certain. No, that should not be possible. The captain frowns at him. And why do you think that? Before Schneider can fully answer, the group takes another step forward. In that instant, a system window appears before them. You have trespassed upon the domain of the throne. At the same time, a blinding light begins to shine from above. A powerful force descends rapidly, crashing down in front of the group with overwhelming pressure. Everyone freezes in place, staring at the terrifying energy gathering before their eyes. Then another system message appears. The Night of Thunder has appeared. The group stares in disbelief, and someone mutters in confusion. The Night of Thunder? A boss monster? Another voice follows, uneasy and unsure. Why does a monster look like a human? Schneider steps slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the figure forming inside the light. In a serious voice, he says, "You cannot move forward unless you defeat the Night of Thunder." Then, after a short pause, Schneider adds quietly, his voice heavy with memory. That is him. This is the wall I face, the one no one could ever surpass Peleus. The name hangs heavily in the air, and for a brief moment, the focus slips back into the past. Schneider is seen speaking with Narukami Subaru, explaining everything he knows about the opponent waiting within the Cave of Thunder. And that was the name he introduced himself with. Schneider had said, apparently, it was the first time he had ever told a challenger his name. Narukami, curious about the connection, asks, they're not just two different people with the same name, right? Schneider thinks for a moment before replying, both are trials tied to thunder. It makes the most sense to assume they are the same person. Narukami still isn't satisfied with that answer, so he presses Schneider a little further, trying to understand the connection. Even so, Narukami asks, his curiosity sharpening, why has something this important never come to light before?
There are plenty of people who already know about Peleus. Schneider looks back at him and answers calmly. But I'm the only one who knows the Knight of Thunder's actual name, Schneider says. And even then, I didn't understand who he really was until that moment. Your thunder skill and that Knight of Thunder are definitely connected in some way. That's exactly why this matters. The focus snaps back to the present. Schneider stands in the vast hall once again, staring at the figure as it fully takes shape before him. In his mind, a quiet thought passes through. I was hoping he would appear before I arrived this time. But now, right in front of them, the Knight of Thunder, Peleus, steps forward. His presence is overwhelming and a powerful surge of energy pours from his body, filling the entire space with pressure. Then Peleus speaks in a deep, commanding voice that rolls through the hall. You've come again. Seeing Peleus standing there in front of him, Schneider's eyes narrow. Schneider studies Peleus carefully and asks, "You were waiting for someone else, weren't you?" Peleus looks back at him with calm, unreadable eyes and replies, "You catch on quickly?" Schneider doesn't waste a single moment. He immediately follows up. "Then did you meet the one you were waiting for?" Peleus answers without hesitation, "No, not yet." The moment Schneider hears that, he slowly draws his weapon, preparing himself for battle as he says, "Then let's see." At the same time, the Blue Eyes team captain shouts to his own members, "Block off his escape." The members rush forward all at once, spreading out as they try to surround Peleus and trap him from every direction. From behind them, Schneider instantly realizes what they are about to attempt, and his voice cuts through the hall in warning, mindlessly charging in will. But before Schneider can even finish that sentence, Peleus has already moved. With one effortless strike, Peleus cuts through all of them at the same time. The attack is so fast and so overwhelming that none of them even has a chance to react. In the blink of an eye, they are completely wiped out. Schneider watches the result, clicks his tongue slightly, and mutters, "Cheap tricks like that don't work against the Knight of Thunder." Even after seeing that terrifying difference in strength, the Blue Eyes team captain still refuses to back down. Struggling to force himself back onto his feet, the captain glares at Peleus and shouts, "If Schneider won't do it, then I will." With that, he charges straight ahead and launches a direct attack. But the instant the captain's sword meets Peleus, the blade shatters completely, breaking apart as if it had never stood a chance. Before the captain can even understand what just happened, Peleus's weapon is already pressed against his throat, bringing the fight to a complete stop. The focus shifts away from the hall and returns to Narukami Subaru, who slowly opens his eyes after some time, finally regaining consciousness. Still dazed and trying to steady his thoughts, Narukami mutters under his breath, "How long was I out for?" A system notification appears in front of Narukami, glowing clearly in the air. "Won't sleep till you've cleared. It is gifted 100 credits. Along with the gift, a message appears right after it. I'm sick of seeing you pass out, so the next time you do, make a collab with Narukami Subaru." Narukami reads the message and pauses for a moment, his thoughts beginning to turn. Well, the collab with Hawkeye ended up becoming great publicity. And if it's a collab with Narukami Subaru, someone with such a huge audience, wouldn't that be even better? Narukami looks down at his own hands, gives a small nod and says, "Okay, count me in." Right after that, a status window appears in front of him, showing his current level. Level 37. Narukami carefully scans through the rest of his stats, and as he checks each number, his expression grows a little more serious. The amount is pretty worrying. Narukami mutters quietly, then he takes a deep breath, steadies himself and says, "All right, let's shake it off and keep going." The focus shifts back once again to Peleus. He is just about to deliver the final blow and end the fight, but at that exact moment, Schneider suddenly steps in and blocks the attack. The impact rings out through the hall, and without wasting even a heartbeat, Schneider and Peleus clash head-on. Their battle erupts instantly, and the intensity between them rises to a completely different level. Watching from a distance, the Blue Eyes team captain stares in disbelief and mutters, "So this is the difference of 10 years. When Don Chow hears that, he lets out a faint scoff and replies, "Come on, did you seriously think the guild didn't trust Schneider and sent you here instead? You're nothing but a tool, bait meant to provoke the captain's pride." Meanwhile, the fight between Schneider and Peleus keeps growing even more intense. Every exchange between them shakes the surroundings. Their movements are so fast and so powerful that most of the people watching can barely follow what is happening. The Blue Eyes team captain watches in shock, unable to tear his eyes away from the battle. Under his breath, he mutters, "Narukami Subaru. He beat Schneider, didn't he? On the battlefield, Peleus suddenly unleashes an incredibly powerful attack straight toward Schneider. Schneider manages to block it, but the force behind the strike is enormous. His whole body strains under the pressure, and it becomes painfully clear that even he is struggling to keep up. Then, in the middle of the clash, disaster strikes. One of Schneider's arms is cut off, even so Schneider refuses to fall, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to endure the pain. Schneider steadies himself again, but deep in his mind, the truth is impossible to ignore. I still can't do a damn thing against Peleus. How many more minutes can I hold out? 2 minutes at best, not even a second longer. Just then, several other fighters rush in to support Schneider. They leap toward Peleus from different directions, trying to overwhelm him with a coordinated attack. But it changes nothing. With one effortless strike, Peleus defeats all of them at once, brushing them aside as if they are nothing. Without slowing down at all, he continues advancing, straight toward Schneider, ready to finish the fight. Seeing Peleus coming, Schneider's thoughts sharpen all at once. Schneider knows there's no time left and no room for hesitation. In that case, he thinks, tightening his grip around his weapon, I'll put everything on this one strike. Then Schneider rushes forward. Schneider's attack lands cleanly, his blade striking directly against Peleus's body, but the result leaves him stunned. The strike does not leave even the slightest scratch. It is as if Schneider's all-out attack meant nothing at all. Peleus calmly steps forward, raising his weapon to end the battle, and says, "You've grown quite a bit." Peleus is just about to bring down the final blow, but suddenly an overwhelming surge of energy erupts across the battlefield. A massive explosion bursts outward, forcing both Schneider and Peleus to be thrown back. The entire hall shakes violently under the force of the impact. For a moment, everything is swallowed by blinding light, roaring energy, and complete chaos. Then, from within the heart of the explosion, a figure slowly begins to emerge. Narukami Subaru steps out. His presence feels completely different now, and the power surrounding him has clearly risen to a level far beyond what it was before. The air around Narukami crackles with intense energy, stronger than anything they have seen from him earlier. Even Peleus reacts, his eyes narrowing slightly as he says, "Narukami Subaru." Narukami takes a step forward and silently signals Schneider to stay back without the slightest hesitation. Narukami summons his demonic blade into his hand, the weapon appearing as if drawn straight out of the crackling thunder around him. A violent surge of thunder energy bursts from Narukami's body and spreads outward in every direction. At the same time, Peleus releases his own power as well, and both of them stop holding anything back. Terrifying waves of energy erupt from both sides, slamming into each other with enough force to shake the entire space around them. The air itself feels like it is being torn apart by their clashing thunder. Then, in a single instant, Peleus vanishes from where he stood and reappears directly in front of Narukami. Peleus launches a powerful attack without any warning, but Narukami reacts just in time. He blocks the strike head on, though. The impact is enormous, pushing him back slightly as their powers crash together at close range. As their thunder energies grind violently against each other, Peleus speaks again, and his voice carries a strange sense of familiarity beneath its calm strength. "It has been a while, my benefactor." Narukami keeps his stance firm, blade raised against Peleus, and replies evenly, "I've heard the story." Watching from the side, Don Chow looks completely lost, his eyes darting between Narukami and Peleus as he blurts out, "What exactly is going on here?" At that moment, Peleus slowly lifts his hands and removes his helmet, revealing his face for the first time as he looks straight at Narukami. With calm certainty in his voice, Peleus says, "I'm not sure whether you remember my face, so allow me to greet you properly. It is me, Peleus. I did not know where you disappeared to after that day, but I believe that if I came here, I would meet you again eventually." Narukami stares at Peleus, trying to take in everything he has just heard. Then he asks quietly, "How much time has passed since then?" Peleus looks back at him with steady eyes and says, "You really are an otherworlder. I cannot say exactly how long it has been, because after 100 years or so passed, I stopped counting." Hearing that, Narukami Subaru is left stunned for a moment. Inside his mind, Narukami tries to piece together what this means. The Thunder Trial is supposed to be a virtual test, something challengers can repeat as many times as they want. So how is Peleus still able to remember Narukami? While Narukami struggles with that question, Peleus continues speaking, his voice steady but carrying a quiet weight. "After I learned of the existence of otherworlders, I began to think, perhaps you were not someone from this world either?" Narukami narrows his eyes and asks directly, "What happened to the villagers? And why do you look like this now?" For a brief moment, a heavy silence settles between them. Then Peleus finally answers, and his tone carries the burden of everything he has lived through. After you left, the giants' invasion continued, and in the end, the village was destroyed. I was the only survivor. Peleus pauses for a moment, then continues, his voice becoming firmer with determination. I swore that I would become strong, just like you. My benefactor, I searched for the power you once wielded. I kept searching until I finally found my way to this cave. As Peleus speaks, the air around him begins to tremble, and his power slowly rises. At last, I found it. But the price of reaching for that power, for someone like me who lacked the qualifications to seek something so great, was far heavier than I ever expected. Peleus' voice darkens as he reveals what it cost him. I lost both of my eyes. I could no longer see. Then I was cursed, unable to take even a single step outside this cave. All I could do was remain here and wait. Wait for the day you might return. As Peleus speaks, a terrifying aura erupts from his body, his power surging wildly and filling the entire space with overwhelming pressure. Then, in a deep and solemn voice, Peleus gives Narukami his final request. My benefactor, this is my final wish. I beg you, please grant this pitiful man before you eternal rest. When Narukami hears those words, his gaze lowers slightly, and the weight of Peleus' request settles over him. In his mind, Narukami quickly checks his condition. My fatigue is already close to the limit. If I don't want this fight to drag on, then I'll have to go all out from the start. At that very moment, an immense surge of energy begins gathering inside his body. A system window appears in front of Narukami, charging the Thunder's heart. Another warning follows immediately after. Your fatigue has reached 78. Even so, the power building inside Narukami continues to rise without slowing down. Lightning bursts outward from him, and his aura grows more intense with every passing second. Then Narukami looks straight at Peleus and speaks with firm resolve. Very well, I will grant your wish. In the next instant, Narukami and Peleus both release their full power. Their thunder energies collide violently, creating a terrifying clash that shakes the entire domain with a destructive force greater than anything seen before. The focus shifts, and Rina appears as she walks toward her base. Her thoughts already uneasy, she quietly thinks to herself that he is probably going to be angry. It is not even that Rina failed to retrieve it. The real problem is that she chose not to. As that thought weighs on her, her expression turns anxious and troubled. Just then, Rina lifts her gaze toward the base ahead, and her entire body freezes in shock. The whole structure in front of her has been completely encased in ice. Seeing the frozen base, Rina mutters weakly, "Oh, he's definitely mad." After that, she opens the entrance and looks upward, only to notice countless sharp ice shards hanging above her. As Rina steps forward, the ice shards suddenly begin falling rapidly from above, crashing down toward the ground around her. Startled and overwhelmed, she shouts, "This is way too much. Are you trying to kill me?" Then Rina looks ahead and sees someone stepping out from inside, his entire presence radiating anger. The sight alone terrifies Rina, and she immediately panics. Flustered and desperate, she blurts out, "You're right. I should pay with my life now. Wait, no, I sincerely apologize." The white-haired man looks at her coldly and says, "You let him have it on purpose, didn't you?" Hearing that question, Rina quickly tries to deny it. "No." But the white-haired man presses her again, his tone leaving no room to escape. "Just say it straight." Rina hesitates for a moment before finally admitting it.
"Oh, yes."
The white-haired man stares at Rina and asks her one more question. "Why did you do that?" Still nervous and stumbling over her words, Rina explains, "I didn't see his face, but everything he did felt exactly like Subaru, so I thought it might be okay to let him have it. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything bad." After hearing Rina's explanation, the white-haired man falls silent. For a moment, he looks slightly troubled, as if her words have left him unsure of how to respond. But then the white-haired man turns away and begins to leave. As he walks off, he says calmly, "I see. Well, it's true that I put you through a lot too, since you made it back safely. Let's call it even." Rina looks after him, still unsure whether she heard him correctly, and asks hesitantly, "You'll forgive me?" The white-haired man answers calmly. But his next words are not exactly what she hoped for. "Put the house back to normal." The moment Rina hears that, irritation bursts through her fear, and she shouts back in frustration, "You're the one who wrecked it." Then the focus shifts again. The cold, chilling energy of the area fills the view once more. Members of the Blue Zone team look around in confusion and disbelief, unable to understand what they are seeing. And one of them mutters, "Is this really the third floor?" After hearing their answer, Don Chow responds with a grave expression, making it clear there isn't even the slightest opening to exploit. At that same moment, the focus shifts forward, where Narukami, Subaru, and Peleus are already locked in a battle so fierce and terrifying that the air itself seems to tremble around them. The pressure hanging over the fight is suffocating, as if every clash between them is weighing down the entire battlefield. Watching carefully from the side, Schneider narrows his eyes and points out the one flaw Peleus can't overcome. His greatest weakness is the fact that he cannot see. Then the fight erupts at full force. Narukami Subaru rushes in without giving Peleus a moment to breathe, unleashing attack after attack in a relentless barrage that keeps pushing the battle forward. Peleus answers in kind, sometimes swinging his sword with brutal precision, and other times driving in with powerful kicks that cut through the space between them like heavy, crushing blows. Even while dodging and trading strikes in the middle of that chaotic exchange, Subaru isn't fighting blindly. His eyes stay sharp and his mind keeps working, searching for a way to break through Peleus' defenses. Subaru thinks to himself that if he can erase his presence, even for a moment, he might be able to create the opening he needs. Just then, a glowing window flashes into view before his eyes, warning him that his fatigue has already reached 81. Across from him, Peleus remains completely confident and declares that this level of pressure means nothing to him. But in that exact instant, another attack tears through the air and comes flying straight at him with tremendous force. Peleus reacts immediately, deflecting the incoming strike with ease before turning his focus back toward Narukami Subaru. Subaru glances over his shoulder and quickly realizes that the attack came from Schneider. Seeing the timing of it, Subaru gives a faint but approving response and says it was perfectly placed. That single impact had not been meaningless at all. The force behind Schneider's strike was enough to completely blow away one of Peleus' arms. Even after losing an entire arm, Peleus doesn't panic or waver. Instead, he stays frighteningly calm and simply says that he still has one arm left. But when Peleus faces forward again, ready to continue the fight, he suddenly notices something strange. The space in front of him is empty, and Narukami Subaru is no longer standing there. A moment later, Subaru's voice rings out from another direction as he calls to Peleus and says that he is right there. At the same time, a system window appears before Subaru, announcing the activation of Cloud Stride. The ability allows Subaru to step across the air itself, granting him the power to walk in midair for 3 precious seconds. Using that brief window, Subaru moves through the sky and closes the distance from above. His next attack surges with freezing cold energy and crackling lightning, both powers twisting together into one devastating blow. The strike lands with overwhelming force, cutting through Peleus so completely that his body is split apart into pieces. In his final moments, Peleus speaks not with hatred, but with a calm and respectful voice. He apologizes to his benefactor, saying he is sorry for causing trouble all the way until the very end. With those last words, Peleus offers his gratitude to Narukami Subaru. Soon after, his true soul rises from the shattered remains of his body, and a bolt of lightning crashes down on that very spot before the battlefield finally falls into silence. The battle is finally over, and the monster has been completely defeated. As everyone stands there, taking in what just happened, a throne appears before them. Narukami Subaru and the others all turn their attention toward the throne. Subaru's gaze stays fixed on it, but before he can move forward peacefully, someone suddenly drops down from above and attacks him with a sword. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Subaru immediately wonders who would dare attack him at a moment like this. The attacker reveals himself to be none other than the current leader of the Blue Zone team. The Blue Zone captain shouts in anger, demanding to know what makes this fight any different from Schneider's earlier one. From behind him, Don Chow calls out in disgust, accusing him of being a coward and using filthy tricks. The captain ignores Don Chow completely and turns toward the people around him instead. Raising his voice, he yells that this is their only chance while Narukami Subaru is exhausted, urging everyone to attack Subaru all at once. Some of the people nearby begin to hesitate, visibly shaken as they consider the captain's words. Seeing that wavering, he keeps shouting even louder, desperately trying to drag more of them onto his side. He snaps at them, asking if they are even listening, then points out that Narukami Subaru is the man their so-called great captain has been chasing all this time. The captain pushes them to kill Subaru right there and settle everything once and for all. But the people the captain expected to back him up do not move. One by one, their silence makes it clear that none of them are willing to support him. On the other side, Narukami Subaru watches the captain without saying a word, growing more anxious. The captain thinks to himself that Subaru still isn't showing any sign of using thunder, which must mean he is close to burning out. If there's any chance to take advantage of that weakness, it has to be now. Then all at once, he turns towards Schneider. The captain shouts at Schneider, demanding to know why he is just standing there. He tells Schneider that this is his chance to finally take revenge, but Schneider remains completely still, offering no reaction at all. Schneider doesn't move a single step. The captain keeps pushing him, saying the opportunity is right in front of him, and that is when Schneider finally snaps back in anger. Schneider fires back, asking what exactly the captain expects him to do with his injured arm. He tells the captain not to drag him into this, and hearing that response, the captain visibly stiffens, shaken and confused. The captain stammers, asking what Schneider means and bringing up the reward, then warns that the guild will not stay quiet about this. Schneider, still calm and collected, answers that the captain is spouting nonsense. The reward obviously belongs to Narukami Subaru, and besides, Schneider only joined Blue Zone in order to conquer the Cave of Thunder. Schneider makes it clear that he doesn't care at all about the guild's internal affairs. Hearing those words, the captain's expression worsens because he finally understands that Schneider has no intention of helping him. With no other option left, the captain quickly turns his attention back to Narukami Subaru and calls out his name. Then, trying to twist the situation in his favor, he suddenly makes Subaru an offer. The captain tells Subaru that he has an incredible deal for him. Join Blue Zone, and in return, he will hand over every reward from the Cave of Thunder. Not only that, he promises Subaru treatment on the same level as a semi-ranker, insisting that this isn't empty talk, but an official guild offer. At the same time, however, the captain is thinking that his original plan was to claim Thunder for himself and secure that position personally. But now that things have turned out this way, the captain realizes he has no choice. For the moment, his best move is to tie Narukami Subaru down and bring him under Blue Zone's control. The captain keeps pressing forward, trying even harder to persuade Subaru. He says that with this offer on the table, there's no reason for them to remain enemies anymore. But Subaru only looks at him with a cold, unreadable expression and asks what made him think Subaru would ever accept. In the very next instant, Subaru moves without the slightest hesitation. His attack flashes cleanly through the air, slicing straight across the captain's neck. The Blue Zone captain's body loses strength immediately and collapses right there on the spot. Everyone present sees it happen, and shock spreads through the entire group as they stare at the fallen captain in disbelief. No one moves for a moment, the silence growing heavy in the aftermath of Subaru's strike. After that, Narukami Subaru turns his attention elsewhere and calls out Schneider's name. The moment Subaru says Schneider's name, Schneider's teammates tense up and prepare themselves for a fight, but Schneider stops them before anything can happen and says that more importantly, he wants to know what lies beyond them. Subaru asks Schneider if he plans to come with him. Schneider gives a slight smirk and asks if Subaru is scared, then turns toward his own team and orders them to withdraw. His teammates are stunned when they hear the order, but Schneider continues in a firm voice. He tells them that this will be his final command as their captain. Then Schneider adds that it is also his last request to them as his comrades. Hearing those words, his teammates become emotional, and one of them quickly steps forward to hand him a knife. Schneider accepts the knife and says there's one more thing. Then, after making a mark on his own leg, he asks how that should be as proof. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru has already turned away from the others and begun walking forward, heading straight toward the throne. From behind him, Schneider calls out that everything has been settled. With that, Narukami Subaru continues advancing toward the throne without looking back. Everyone behind Subaru, including Schneider, watches him in complete silence. The moment feels tense and almost unreal, as though the entire battlefield is holding its breath. At last, Subaru reaches the throne. Without hesitation, he lowers himself onto it and takes a seat. But the instant Subaru sits down, something feels wrong. A strange pressure begins to gather around him, and an unfamiliar, powerful energy presses in from every side. A system window suddenly flashes into view before Narukami Subaru, its cold message declaring that he has seated himself upon the unused Thunder Throne. The moment that message appears, a strange new energy begins to twist around Subaru, curling through the air and wrapping around his body from every direction. Subaru's condition deteriorates almost immediately Immediately, his face tightens, his body strains against the force, and it becomes clear that both his mind and body are being pushed into a dangerous state. It looks as though Subaru wants to rise from the throne at once, but his body refuses to obey him. The crushing pressure holds him down, completely pressing harder and harder with each passing second. Just then, the door at the far end of the room begins to open slowly, and from beyond it, a shadowy figure steps inside. Nothing about this person is revealed right away. Yet even with the entire area drowning in that overwhelming pressure, the man walks forward as if it means nothing to him. With red hair and armor covering his body, his presence alone makes it obvious that he is no ordinary opponent. The red-haired man fixes his gaze on the one seated upon the throne and speaks in a calm voice, admitting that in his current state, he still cannot withstand the power of thunder. Because of that, he says he cannot take the seat for himself, but someday he will return as a vessel worthy of the throne, and he came here only to deliver those words to his father. Everything the man says only deepens the mystery, leaving the meaning behind his words impossible to grasp. Without offering even a single explanation, he simply turns away and begins walking back the way he came. As the red-haired man leaves, the pressure around the Thunder Throne grows even more violent, as if his departure has made the force spiral out of control. Subaru is driven all the way to his limit, desperately enduring the weight crashing down on him. The power becomes so intense that even the structure beneath the throne starts to split apart, cracking and collapsing under the strain. Then, in the very next moment, everything is swallowed by a massive explosion that tears through the entire area. The whole place is thrown into chaos, with broken debris scattering everywhere and the air filled with the aftermath of destruction. Yet somehow, after all of that, Narukami Subaru is suddenly standing in a completely different place, as if he has been moved there without warning. He looks around in confusion, then mutters under his breath, wondering if the viewers were unable to see that sudden cut either. Right after that, another window appears in front of Subaru. At the same time, his live stream is still running and the comments section is overflowing with viewers reacting non-stop. Subaru doesn't waste any time. He reaches out and grabs the item in front of him, and the instant he does, a system window appears, announcing that he has cleared the Cave of Thunder. The next message reveals that Subaru has obtained the Hollow Heart of Thunder. Immediately afterward, even more notifications follow, confirming that he has leveled up 3 times. His strength, stamina, and agility each rise by 2 points, while his concentration increases by 3. Then another window appears telling him that he can receive AP from the Central Guild, while the strange item he just picked up remains in his hand. The Hollow Heart of Thunder is still a complete mystery. Its rank, effects, and true nature are all hidden, and Subaru keeps staring at it with a thoughtful look before muttering that the reward feels kind of awful for a test that difficult. Then Subaru pauses, looking at the item again as a thought crosses his mind. He wonders if it might be the same kind of object as the Thunder's heart. At that moment, Schneider finally speaks up, clearly still confused by everything that just happened. He asks what that was and what exactly took place, while Subaru answers calmly that the item appeared from the dust. Schneider studies the object and asks Subaru what it is supposed to be. Subaru answers honestly that he has no idea, and hearing that, Schneider looks a little surprised before giving a faint smile and saying that even Subaru doesn't know. Schneider lets out a tired little reaction, almost amused despite himself, and mutters that this is truly troublesome. Then Schneider says that if he wants to see the results of the 10 years he spent chasing this goal, he will have no choice but to watch Subaru's stream. Subaru, wearing a serious expression, answers that those results are only the beginning. Subaru asks if Schneider will be leaving this floor soon as well. Then, as Subaru starts walking away from the area, he casually adds that if Schneider is going to watch, he should at least send some donations. Subaru then remembers something else and casually says that he still has to take care of the missions. Behind him, Schneider calls out in disbelief, asking if that is really the first thing Subaru plans to do after clearing the Cave of Thunder. He says Subaru truly is a strange one, and right then, several system windows open in front of Subaru one after another. The notifications begin appearing in sequence. One window announces that a mission has been completed, and that Mission Villain has gifted Subaru 20,000 credits. Then another window follows announcing another completed mission and revealing that Safe Assets has gifted him 10,000 credits. After receiving such a huge amount of credits, Subaru looks genuinely pleased, Turning his attention back to the live stream audience, he thanks everyone who stayed and watched until the very end. Subaru then wraps things up, saying that this will be all for today's stream. The moment those words leave his mouth, the live stream comes to an end, and the view shifts to another location. In that place, a screen displays the message that Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. There, the white-haired man is watching together with Rina. He remarks that this is always how things go with Subaru, and Rina answers with a weary expression that it is honestly exhausting. The white-haired man then asks what she thought, and when Rina looks confused and asks what he means, he clarifies that he is asking about seeing Narukami Subaru in person. Rina thinks for a moment before admitting that the masked streamer did resemble him. Rina admits there was a resemblance, but she insists there is no way that person was actually Subaru. As she stands up and starts to walk away, she suddenly stops in place and turns back toward the white-haired man. Rina says that this is what he wanted to hear, isn't it? Since no one can even see the streamer's face through the mask. She had also wondered whether Subaru might truly be hiding his identity. Hearing that, the white-haired man quietly admits that he already knows. But Rina continues saying that she was hopeful at first too. Still, after thinking about it calmly for even a moment, the idea starts to fall apart. Her first reason is simple. Subaru hates being the center of attention. Because of that, Rina says there is no way Subaru would willingly live stream himself like that, practically turning his own image into a product and even going so far as to wear his own signature mask. Then Rina gives her second reason. With the way the tower system works, no one can simply restart the trials from the first floor unless they somehow reincarnate like a character in a manga. So if that streamer really were the real Narukami Subaru, he would have to satisfy both of those impossible conditions at the same time. The white-haired man answers calmly that such a thing would never happen. Rina simply agrees with him, and with that, the scene shifts to floor 5, Buren Godforging. Soon after, the main area of Godforging comes into view, revealing the heart of that powerful domain. Godforging is an incredibly influential force within the world of Buren. Among martial artists, its strength and authority are so great that it stands second only to the Martial Alliance. It is a place that symbolizes martial power itself. And it is also the very place where the blue-haired man grew up. At that moment, a group of soldiers can be seen escorting someone forward. The person being led through the area is the same man Hatsuka had spoken with earlier. As the soldiers guide him onward, the man speaks with a trace of irritation, saying they are making him look like some kind of criminal. One of the guards responds formally, asking what he said, and the blue-haired man quickly brushes it aside by saying it was nothing. He tells them to forget it as the guards continue leading him forward. One of them then warns him to refrain from unnecessary comments and says that if he has something to say, he should tell his lordship directly. Hearing that, the blue-haired man lets out a quiet remark. The blue-haired man murmurs that he never would have expected this. At the same time, he thinks to himself that since Hatsuka is the kind of person who never asks for favors, it must have been serious if she came to him for help, which is exactly why he came here. Before long, a massive door comes into view ahead of him. As the blue-haired man walks toward it, his thoughts continue to turn uneasily in his mind. He wonders whether he can truly hold his ground in front of that person. Then he steps into the room alone. And as he crosses the threshold, one name and title weigh heavily in his mind. That person is the Lord of Godforging, one of the tower's top-ranked high rankers and the #2 figure in the martial world, Untenkyoku. The blue-haired man greets Untenkyoku with respect, lowering his head slightly as he says it has been a while, and asks whether his lordship has been well. Untenkyoku responds in a calm, almost familiar tone, telling him there is no need to act so stiff. Untenkyoku tells him to call him uncle, just like he used to. It is then revealed that this man is rank 6, the Lord of Godforging, Untenkyoku. The blue-haired man nods obediently and answers, "Yes, uncle." Untenkyoku then turns the question back on him, asking how he has been doing as well. The blue-haired man keeps his posture polite and answers simply saying that he has been well. Untenkyoku continues in the same composed tone, mentioning that Azure Sky Entertainment has become quite an impressive company. After a short pause, he adds that lately, a young warrior named Narukami Subaru has been drawing a great deal of attention. The blue-haired man is clearly caught off guard by that remark. His expression shifts with confusion as he asks when Untenkyoku even found out that he was working for Azure Sky Entertainment. But Untenkyoku responds indifferently, saying that such a detail does not matter. Still unsettled, The blue-haired man tries to argue that it might not matter to Untenkyoku, but before he can finish the sentence, Untenkyoku calmly cuts him off and tells him they should change the subject. Then Untenkyoku continues speaking, letting the conversation move in the direction he had intended from the beginning. His voice remains calm, but the weight behind it is impossible to ignore. Untenkyoku says the blue-haired man must have had a reason for returning here alone, then asks whether he came to deliver Yuika's answer. The blue-haired man nods and answers that he heard it directly from Yuika herself. But the instant he says that Yuika refused, the entire mood inside the room changes. The air turns sharp and heavy as if the room itself has tightened around them. A terrifying energy begins to pour from Untenkyoku's body, filling the space with a pressure that feels almost suffocating. Untenkyoku's presence alone becomes overwhelming as he slowly repeats the word refusal. A dangerous curiosity then slips into his voice as he calls it interesting and asks whether the blue-haired man even knows what question Yuika's answer was meant for. The blue-haired man answers honestly that he does not know. Hearing that, Untenkyoku's eyes sharpen, and he asks if the blue-haired man truly came all the way here without even knowing that much. The blue-haired man quickly explains that Yuika only told him to pass along one thing. She refuses. After all, Yuika is his irreplaceable friend. The moment those words leave his mouth, Untenkyoku slightly reigns in the terrifying force radiating from him. His expression settles back into a more controlled look, and he says that the blue-haired man is nothing more than Yuika's messenger. But the blue-haired man shakes his head and adds that it is not exactly like that. He only came because he lost a bet before he can finish properly. A crushing wave of pressure suddenly slams down on him. The force is so overwhelming that the blue-haired man can barely get a word out, his body trembling as he struggles to stay upright beneath it. Untenkyoku's energy surges again, even more frightening than before. In a cold, commanding voice, Untenkyoku tells him to listen carefully to his message as well, and to make sure he delivers it exactly as spoken. The pressure keeps growing heavier, crushing the blue-haired man until blood begins to spill from his mouth. Even then, Untenkyoku continues without showing the slightest hesitation. Untenkyoku warns that if Yuika continues acting on her own, she will pay the price. His voice turns even colder as he adds that this warning includes the place she is staying and every single person connected to her. With that threat hanging in the air, the view shifts back to Earth where rain is falling steadily. Beneath a building, two people stand together while the rain continues outside. Hatsuka looks through the stats displayed in front of her, lets out a small sigh of relief, and then asks the yellow-haired man if he was the one who led all of this. Hatsuka looks at him with genuine curiosity and asks how he managed to pull something like that off. The yellow-haired man answers casually, saying he investigated everything himself. He pulled an all-nighter and went through the details one by one until he found what he needed. He explains that public opinion was not very favorable at first, with people wondering whether those players had not simply jumped on the trend, but had actually been trying their best. So he made sure to spread the truth that they were not skilled players at all, but trolls. He tells Hatsuka that she does not need to blame Narukami Subaru for any of it, because what Subaru did was the right call, plain and simple. Hatsuka answers calmly that she is not blaming Subaru because before she is his manager, she is his fan. Hearing that the yellow-haired man looks at Hatsuka and tells her to keep being that way. A manager, he says, should always be the streamer's biggest fan. His tone softens a little as he continues, saying that Hatsuka has seemed far more alive ever since she was assigned to Narukami Subaru. Back when she first joined, she always looked gloomy, but now she takes initiative at work and she even smiles more often. Then he adds that streamers really do matter. He admits that streamers are important, but tells Hatsuka that his subordinates matter just as much to him. He hopes they can keep moving at this pace and work together for a long time. Hearing all of this, Hatsuka feels awkward because the way he speaks to her makes it feel like he is treating her like a child, leaving her uncomfortable despite his good intentions. The yellow-haired man notices the look on Hatsuka's face and asks what that expression is supposed to mean. Still embarrassed and unsure how to respond, Hatsuka quickly says that it is time for her to leave, so she will head out first. Outside, the rain is coming down hard. Seeing that the yellow-haired man calls after Hatsuka and tells her to take an umbrella with her, but Hatsuka is already too embarrassed to stay there any longer, and without even turning back, she says she does not need it. She tells him to leave her alone, then complains that bringing only one umbrella is exactly the kind of disappointing thing he would do. Elsewhere, Narukami Subaru sits staring at the blue orb resting in his hand, his eyes fixed on it as he sinks into deep thought. Subaru mutters that he still has no idea how he is supposed to use it. It is not as if he can simply try swallowing the thing, but that strange cut only he was able to see keeps lingering in his mind. He remembers what happened on the second floor when he encountered the giant and found the answer he had been searching for. Subaru wonders whether meeting that person again would help him figure something out. Just as that thought crosses his mind, a knock sounds from the door. From the other side, Hatsuka's voice calls out, announcing that she has arrived. Hearing her, Narukami Subaru answers calmly and tells her to come in. Outside the door, Hatsuka is already blushing intensely, her cheeks flushed bright red before she even steps into the room. A moment later, both Hatsuka and Subaru are inside the room together. Feeling nervous and completely out of place, Hatsuka says that they really did not have to meet here, while Subaru answers casually that going outside in the rain would have been a hassle. Hearing that, Hatsuka's thoughts begin racing. Being alone with Subaru inside his private space makes her imagination run a little too far, and the situation becomes even more awkward for her. Trying to pull herself together, Hatsuka forces a smile onto her face and shifts back into a more professional tone. Hatsuka explains that once Subaru finishes the trial on floor 4, he will finally receive an official rank as well. Because of that, she begins giving him a quick explanation of how the ranking system works. Narukami Subaru looks at Hatsuka as she begins her explanation, listening quietly from across the room. But deep down, Subaru is already thinking that he probably knows more about the ranking system than almost anyone there. Back when he was in the guild, he even researched the mechanics behind ranking in detail. Hatsuka explains that once a player reaches floor 5, the system automatically assigns a rank to every single player. From there, a system process begins, calculating that player's placement based on several different elements. The exact method behind the calculation has never been fully revealed. Still, there are some general standards people know about, with trial performance being the most important factor. On top of that, the system also considers the player's influence on their world, their reputation among other players, and their battle results against people who are already ranked. In the end, the ranking is basically decided by a complicated mixture of many different factors, with some parts still vague and messy even to the people trying to study it. That is the conclusion most people have reached so far. After finishing her explanation, Hatsuka closes the laptop in front of her and looks at Subaru with curiosity, saying she is honestly interested to see what rank he will receive, especially since his reputation has been rising so quickly lately. Hatsuka adds that viewer reactions are also included as part of the criteria. Speaking honestly, she says that when it comes to streamers who have grown at such an incredible speed, even within their agency, Narukami Subaru is the only person who comes to mind. Then Hatsuka suddenly remembers something else. After hesitating for a moment, she brings up the collaboration with Narukami Subaru that Subaru promised his viewers before and asks if he could possibly reconsider it. Subaru looks at Hatsuka and asks plainly why he should reconsider. Hatsuka explains that Narukami Subaru has another nickname, one that sounds far more ominous, the Destroyer King. Hearing that title, Subaru responds with a hint of disbelief, saying that Narukami Subaru did not really seem like the kind of person who would have such an intense nickname. Hatsuka nods and continues, saying that Narukami Subaru is incredible in a lot of ways. He has collaborated with more than 20 streamers so far, and every single one of them ended up disappearing. The strange part is that the collaboration streams themselves were all successful. They pulled in strong numbers, the viewers reacted well, and there never seemed to be any obvious reason for those streamers to vanish afterward. Subaru listens to Hatsuka's explanation without interrupting, then narrows his focus and asks the most obvious question. If the collaborations went well, then what exactly is the problem? Hatsuka's expression turns uneasy as she answers. She says it almost feels like some insane curse or jinx, because anyone who collaborates with Narukami Subaru eventually ends up falling straight into hell. Hearing that, Subaru's eyes sharpen slightly. Subaru questions whether Hatsuka is truly sure Narukami Subaru himself is not the real cause of it. Hatsuka pauses, unsure for a moment, before saying that he probably is not, since Narukami Subaru has been with their company for a long time. After hearing everything Hatsuka has to say, Narukami Subaru does not hesitate for long. He simply gives his answer and says they should go ahead with it. The scene then shifts to floor 3, where Narukami Subaru arrives at the Central Guild to settle the matter from the Cave of Thunder. Subaru has already started his live stream, and more than 11,000 viewers are watching as he moves forward through the guild. While walking, he calmly tells the audience that he is heading out to settle things now. At the counter ahead of him,
A staff member looks up and begins handling the process in a formal manner. The staff member tells Subaru to present his mercenary license along with the proof that his quest has been completed. Subaru immediately takes out his license and hands it over without saying anything extra. The moment the staff member sees what is written on it, his expression changes completely. His eyes widen in disbelief and his voice starts to shake. The staff member stutters as he reads the details aloud. An otherworlder, E-rank, and the Cave of Thunder. He can hardly believe what he is seeing and asks if it can really be true. After checking it properly, he finally confirms it in shock. He mutters in disbelief that someone actually cleared the Cave of Thunder. Then, without wasting another second, he stamps the document, and immediately afterward, a system window appears announcing that Subaru has completed the quest to conquer the Cave of Thunder. The reward is then displayed before him. Subaru receives 300,000 AP, and another message confirms that he has cleared the Conrad Kingdom's trial. A new window follows right away, informing Subaru that the conditions have been met and asking whether he wants to end the trial. With the trial cleared, Narukami Subaru moves forward without hesitation, advancing toward the next stage of the tower, the 4th floor. The instant Subaru arrives, the world around him changes completely. Floor 4 opens before him in breathtaking beauty, so dazzling and unreal that it almost feels like stepping into another dream. This is Floor 4, Elysium, the place where more players get stuck than anywhere else. It looks like a world pulled straight from a fairy tale, overflowing with enchanting scenery that can captivate anyone the moment they enter. The charm of Elysium is so powerful that many players forget the goals and dreams they once chased. Instead of climbing higher, they choose to remain in this paradise forever, which is exactly why the floor came to be known as Elysium. Narukami Subaru walks through the streets of Floor 4 while taking in the beautiful surroundings. As comments from countless viewers continue flooding the screen in front of him, he calmly says that this will be it for today's stream. After that, Subaru continues walking until he stops before a grand palace. He looks up at the magnificent building and casually remarks that it looks fancy. At that moment, Hatsuka approaches Subaru and asks why he is not going inside. Subaru hesitates a little, looking at the palace again, then admits that the place feels somewhat out of his league. Hatsuka answers with confidence, reminding Subaru that he is already a solid mid-tier streamer. She tells him to make sure he gets proper rest, and Subaru then shifts to a more practical concern, asking what they should do about his streaming schedule going forward. Subaru brings up things like the trial start date and what kind of content they should plan next. Hatsuka, looking a little flustered and shy, says she will compile everything and let him know soon. Just then, another voice calls out to Hatsuka from nearby. The voice continues, saying there is somewhere he wants to stop by first, then lightly points out that Hatsuka is late. Hatsuka quickly apologizes, explaining that work has been piling up. The scene then shifts to the blue-haired man, who responds to her in a familiar, slightly teasing tone. The blue-haired man tells Hatsuka to stop acting like that because apologizing so stiffly does not suit her. Then he brings up the time they spent in the forest behind God Forging, saying moments like this really take him back to when they were kids. He remembers how they used to get so absorbed in playing that before they even noticed dusk had already fallen. Then Hatsuka's bodyguard would appear out of nowhere, hurrying her to return home. Hatsuka listens quietly, unable to respond as the blue-haired man continues. He says he always thought they had grown up long ago, but in the end, maybe nothing has really changed since those days. Then the blue-haired man tells Hatsuka that her father knew everything. Hearing this, Hatsuka is completely shaken. He continues, saying her father knew where she was and what she was doing. After a short silence, Hatsuka softly says that maybe she should quit this job. The scene shifts again, this time to the Blue Zone Guild House on Floor 8. Inside, a man sits in front of a screen filled with streaming messages, with a troubled expression on his face. The man watches the messages continue to pile up and mutters that the situation is becoming troublesome. More messages appear on the screen, and he murmurs that there has been another rejection. It is then revealed that this man is Akari Genji, the sub-guild leader of Blue Zone. While speaking through a call, Akari Genji addresses the guild leader and says the matter concerns Narukami Subaru's recruitment. Akari Genji then states that they are moving on to the next phase of the plan. Immediately afterward, a window appears in front of Narukami Subaru, showing that Mission Valiant has gifted him 100 credits while asking what the plan is this time. Even in that moment, Subaru's observation remains sharp. He stays silent for a while, thinking through the situation calmly, before finally speaking and saying that he understands.
Subaru explains that progress on this floor depends entirely on physical stats, so his plan is simple. He intends to climb as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the viewers begin reacting in the comment section. One viewer comments that the path ahead is extremely long, while another points out that this is supposed to be Subaru's first time here and wonders how he knows so much. Similar reactions continue spreading through the chat. On Subaru's side, another window appears in front of him. This time it tells him to pay 3,000 credits. As soon as Subaru pays, his body slowly begins to change, adjusting and strengthening itself for what comes next. Then a new message appears, announcing the start of the 4th floor trial. The system welcomes Subaru to the Forest of War. From there, the rules become clear. 8 players are divided into 2 teams of 4. And those teams must fight in a small-scale war. The battlefield is laid out like a strategic arena with 3 main lanes, top, mid, and bottom, along with a jungle area spread between them. Each player has to defend their own lane from enemy attacks while raising their stats by hunting enemies or defeating soldiers along the way. The objective is simple and brutal. Destroy the enemy's base. The team that manages to destroy the opposing base claims victory. It is also revealed that the 4th floor trial can only be cleared after a player reaches the challenger rank through repeated wins, making it a long and demanding climb. After the explanation ends, a system window appears in front of everyone with an important update. Subaru has been assigned the rank of Bronze 3, and all of his stats are adjusted to 50% to match that rank. Narukami Subaru appears again, listening carefully as more details about the trial continue to unfold. Players gain points by winning matches against the opposing team, and little by little, those points allow them to climb higher through the ranks. After hearing the full explanation, Subaru calmly concludes that reaching the top will take at least 6 months. The system then lays out the complete ranking path: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and finally challenger. After hearing the explanation, Subaru quietly thinks to himself that for some players, the 4th floor trial becomes a wall they can never break through, even after spending their entire lives trying. Soon after, another system window appears before him, delivering the final instructions. The message states that the trial will only end once Subaru earns enough points to reach Challenger. To climb that high, he must defeat enemy players, win battles, and keep raising his rank. The victory condition is just as direct. Destroy the enemy base, and the match will be won. With that, the scene shifts, and Narukami Subaru's 3 teammates for his very first match finally appear before him, marking the true start of his battle on the 4th floor. The moment the 3 of them arrive, their eyes immediately land on Subaru's Bronze 3 rank. All 3 of them react inwardly with disbelief, wondering if they seriously have to play alongside someone ranked that low. Their frustration is easy to understand, just from the way their expressions tighten. Every one of Subaru's teammates is ranked in Platinum, and just like in any competitive game, low-ranked players are often judged before they even get a chance to prove themselves. They are looked down on, underestimated, and blamed in advance, and that exact atmosphere is now forming around Subaru. But then, the girl on the team pauses and asks if he is that famous Narukami Subaru. Before the girl can explain any further, a muscular bodybuilder-type man cuts in with a dismissive tone, saying that Narukami Subaru died a long time ago. The girl quickly shakes her head and corrects him, saying she does not mean that Narukami Subaru, but the streamer. The bodybuilder scoffs the moment he hears the word streamer, irritation clear in his voice. He asks whether being a streamer somehow gives Subaru permission to ruin other people's games, then declares that having a bronze player on their team means they have already lost. Even after hearing those openly insulting remarks, Narukami Subaru remains completely calm without even raising his voice. Subaru looks straight at the bodybuilder and says that if all he plans to do is complain, he might as well quit right now. That single response instantly sets the man off, and he snaps back in anger, demanding to know who Subaru thinks he is talking to. Sensing the tension between them about to explode, the girl quickly steps in to calm things down. She tells them not to fight with their own teammates, reminding everyone that they are on the same side for now. Even if the situation is a little disadvantageous, she says they should still give it their best, then assigns each person a lane and asks Narukami Subaru to handle the jungle while supporting the team. She looks at Subaru and asks if he understands how the role works, as if trying to make sure he at least knows the basics before the match begins. The jungle role is then made clear. One player must move through the jungle, influence every lane, and decide where support is needed most, making it one of the most strategic positions on the battlefield. But in Subaru's case, it is obvious they are not giving him that role out of trust. They are simply too nervous to leave a bronze player alone in a lane. The bodybuilder mocks Subaru again, asking if a bronze player even knows how to time a gank properly.
Before the situation can grow any worse, the system's announcement echoes across the battlefield. The system declares that soldiers will spawn in 30 seconds and wishes everyone good luck. Soon after, the bodybuilder turns away and heads down his chosen path alone. As he walks, the bodybuilder keeps muttering irritably to himself, calling Subaru cocky for someone in bronze, and wondering if Subaru really thinks being a streamer makes him special. He grumbles about Subaru's outdated mask as well. But when he looks ahead, he suddenly notices a player from the opposing team. Narrowing his eyes, he recognizes the enemy as an archer and thinks he has the elemental advantage. The bodybuilder tells himself that since the matchup favors him, he will have to carry this fight on his own. But across from him, the archer simply watches him with a faint, confident smile. In that instant, the strange confidence in the enemy's expression makes it clear that something is not right. The bodybuilder has unknowingly advanced too far, leaving himself wide open. The moment he realizes how exposed he is, his expression changes and the trap finally becomes clear to him. He curses under his breath, realizing that the enemies had baited him. Right after that, an opponent suddenly charges forward at terrifying speed, rushing straight toward the bodybuilder with the obvious intention of finishing him in one strike. The enemy's attack comes in fast and clean, aiming to end the exchange instantly. But at that exact moment, something completely unexpected happens. A powerful lightning spear drops from above and crashes down into the battlefield, cutting off the enemy's attack entirely. And the one who unleashed it is obvious. The enemy who had charged forward so confidently is erased in an instant. On the other side, the archer is completely caught off guard. Shock spreads across his face as he looks around in confusion, asking where the attack came from. But before he can even finish reacting, another strike lands on him. In the very next instant, the archer is eliminated as well without getting any real chance to fight back. Watching the sudden reversal unfold, the bodybuilder thinks to himself that at least one person on their team seems to know what they are doing, but the moment he turns around to see who saved him, his entire body freezes. Standing right behind him is Narukami Subaru, a cold, crackling lightning spear gripped in his hand. Before, Subaru had not been able to use his powers properly, but now he controls them with frightening efficiency and sharp precision. The scene then shifts to another part of the battlefield, where a player is shouting desperately for everyone to retreat to the turret, but before he can escape to safety, a thunder trap suddenly activates beneath his feet. The moment the trap triggers, a violent surge of lightning erupts from the ground and strikes him with overwhelming force. The attack is so destructive that he is eliminated instantly. A system window appears immediately announcing the result. Narukami Subaru has defeated Rod. Another announcement follows right after it, stating that Narukami Subaru has defeated Clientry as well. Meanwhile, Subaru remains calm, simply standing there and watching the battlefield unfold, while the viewers follow everything in real time and flood the chat with their reactions. Off to the side, the bodybuilder starts preparing himself again, trying to regain his composure after what just happened. Seeing him move, Narukami Subaru looks over and wonders aloud what the man is even doing. After witnessing Subaru wipe out the enemies so quickly, the bodybuilder stands there stunned and mutters, unable to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, the comment section is overflowing with viewers talking nonstop about Narukami Subaru's performance.
Subaru, still as calm as ever, looks at the bodybuilder and asks what is wrong. He tells him to hurry up and clear the minions so they can push the turret, adding that the man is moving slower than a bronze player. Hearing that, the bodybuilder snaps back to reality and quickly answers that he understands.
Just then, another system window appears before Subaru. Mission Vellini registers a new mission offering 20,000 credits if Subaru can clear the 4th floor within 1 month. Right after that, the battlefield is thrown back into fierce motion. A series of back-to-back fights erupts between Narukami Subaru's team and the opposing side. In the middle of all that chaos, another viewer sends credits and registers a mission of their own. The mission comes from Narukami Subaru Love, who declares that they will bet 20,000 credits on that same goal. By this point, Subaru is completely controlling the entire battlefield. He cuts down multiple enemies by himself, overwhelming the opposing team with brutal speed and one-sided dominance. As the battle continues, more and more viewers begin sending credits his way. Donations of 10,000, 20,000, and even 50,000 credits appear one after another, with viewers supporting Subaru and placing their bets on his success. At last, after a relentless chain of clashes, Subaru's team completely crushes the enemy team and brings the match to an end. A large screen appears over the battlefield, announcing the final result.
The enemy base has been destroyed, and the match is over. Immediately afterwards, Subaru receives his rewards. He earns 147 points and is promoted from Bronze 3 to Bronze 2. Then another window pops up right after that. A viewer angrily complains in the chat, telling Subaru not to mess with him. But despite the irritated tone, the viewer still donates 100 credits and registers a new mission. The mission condition is harsh. If Subaru loses even one match, he has to refund every credit that viewer has ever donated. But if Subaru manages to reach Challenger without suffering a single loss, the viewer promises to give him 50,000 credits. Seeing the challenge, Narukami Subaru takes a slow breath while the chat explodes with reactions, everyone buzzing over the risky high-stakes mission. After a brief pause, Subaru gives his answer in the same calm tone as always. He accepts the challenge without hesitation, saying they should do it. With that, the same viewer immediately sends another donation. Then the scene shifts away from the battlefield and moves to a completely different place. There, a girl faces her viewers and begins introducing herself to the people watching her stream. She says her name is Dettel and that her streamer handle is Mizumega. Then, with a strangely hollow honesty, she admits that she cannot cry when she wants to, and she cannot even laugh when she wants to. But the moment those words leave her mouth, her expression crumples and tears start spilling out before she can stop them. Still sniffling, she forces herself to keep talking, admitting through the embarrassment that she is exactly what people would call a dead channel streamer. On the stream screen, the numbers make the situation painfully clear. Only about 50 viewers are watching her broadcast right now. Even so, she tries to lift her voice, put on a brave front, and speak as if she still has everything under control. No, I'm being serious this time. I really feel like I can win today. Why do none of you believe me? She insists, trying to sound offended rather than desperate. Then, as if making a dramatic promise to her tiny audience, she declares that she will keep streaming until she reaches Diamond. But despite that confident announcement, deep inside, her real thoughts are nothing like the cheerful act she is putting on. In her mind, she grumbles bitterly, wondering what these viewers even know. If she were not streaming, she tells herself she would have climbed to Challenger ages ago. The only reason she keeps playing with them is because she has no other way to earn money. Almost right away, she pushes those ugly thoughts down, stretches a smile across her face, and lets out a small, awkward laugh. You guys are so mean. Come on, let's focus and get back into the game. And just as she says that, her full team lineup appears before her. The match screen settles in front of her, clearly displaying the players gathered on her side. Among those teammates is Narukami Subaru. The second she spots him, her gaze locks straight onto the mask covering his face, and she blurts out in surprise, "Wait a second. That mask? You're the new Subaru, aren't you?" Narukami Subaru, however, does not react to her at all. He does not answer, does not turn toward her, and does not give her even the slightest bit of attention. When she notices his rank, irritation immediately rises inside her. She curses her luck in silence, thinking that of all possible teammates, she ended up getting matched with a silver. If only she had run into him later, she thinks he could have been useful material for a good promotion instead. Just then, the same person who had previously given Narukami Subaru a mission appears once again, and this time he offers one to her as well. The condition is incredibly simple. All she has to do is lose. In exchange, he promises to give her 30,000 credits. The instant she hears that amount, her mood flips completely. Her face lights up with a bright smile as she cheerfully says, "Safe asset, Sam. Thanks for the mission." Still smiling though, clearly trying to look calm and professional, she turns her attention back toward the team and says, now everyone stay calm." At that exact moment, the system screen flashes in front of all of them. The message announces that Gormak has defeated Detol. Narukami Subaru watches the situation unfold in silence, his eyes taking in each detail as he carefully pieces together what is happening. As he observes the flow of the match, a quiet thought passes through his mind. It seems the time has finally come for him to run into them. The scene shifts again and Detol is shown throwing herself back into battle, facing off once more against a member of the enemy team. But the result does not change. She is defeated again, and her body is forced back to the spawn point as the respawn takes effect. Even after she returns, there's barely any time to recover. The same opponent reaches her again almost instantly and cuts her down once more. Watching the same thing happen over and over, Subaru's eyes narrow with suspicion. "That's some obvious trolling," he says, his voice low and sharp. Not just anyone could throw themselves away like that on purpose.
He wonders who Deadall really is beneath the surface. As his grip slowly tightens around the hilt of his sword, the pieces finally fall into place. His expression grows colder, and he mutters, "I see." So that's what's going on. Then his focus sharpens even further. Safe asset. Sam, don't worry. With that quiet declaration, Subaru draws his sword from its sheath. The instant the blade slides free, a fierce, icy light bursts from the steel. The glow spreads with a chilling intensity, giving the weapon an overwhelming presence that makes the air around him feel colder and heavier. Then, with absolute confidence in his voice, Subaru declares, "Those credits, you bet on the other side, I'll make sure they stay perfectly safe." Soon after, Goromak appears directly in front of Narukami Subaru, standing with a fierce look in his eyes. He stares Subaru down and speaks with a mocking edge in his voice. "You're that streamer, Narukami Subaru, aren't you?" "Did someone give you a mission to fight me one-on-one?" Goromak asks, clearly trying to provoke him. Subaru only smirks a little and answers without the slightest hesitation, "Too bad. It would have been nice if there really were a mission like that." Goromak scoffs, amused by the reply, and mocks him right back. "Even if there was, you'd fail it anyway." His tone grows heavier and more certain as he speaks, his confidence pressing down like a threat. This is the forest of war. There's no chance a diamond would lose to a silver here. Silvers are trapped under a 75% stat penalty. Subaru listens without flinching, completely unmoved by Goromak's attempt to intimidate him. Then, with a calm expression, he replies, "If stats decided everything, no one would bother calling this an exam." Those words strike Gorimak's pride like a spark hitting dry wood. His face twists in anger, and without wasting another breath, he activates his ability, Golem's Arm. The ground beneath them begins to shake violently behind Goromak. Enormous stone arms force their way up from the earth, gathering and locking together with crushing power. The entire battlefield trembles as if the land itself is reacting to his rage. Huge rocky limbs rise into the air one after another, each one radiating brute strength. Gorimak releases more of his aura, and the pressure around him grows so heavy that the space between them feels almost suffocating. His furious voice echoes across the battlefield as he glares down at Subaru. "Your viewers have been spoiling you too much. Looks like it's made you pretty full of yourself." The gigantic stone arms finish forming behind him, looming over Subaru like weapons ready to fall at any second. Gorimak raises his voice even higher, asserting his dominance with every word. "But let me welcome you properly to the 4th floor, kid." Faced with such an overwhelming ability, Narukami Subaru falls silent for a brief moment, thinking it over before he speaks in a calm, measured tone. Body transformation, that's definitely not the kind of skill you see often on the 4th floor. As Subaru says this, golden lightning begins to flicker across his body, crackling wildly over him as though answering his will. His expression turns cold and intensely focused. In a low voice, he continues, "And it just so happens I had something I wanted to test out too." There is a chilling certainty behind his words, like he has already decided how this fight is going to end. Subaru makes it clear that everything he is about to unleash will be done with the power of this new heart, and Gorimak should brace himself properly before facing it. Then, with a faint but piercing look in his eyes, Subaru adds, "I've been looking forward to the day we'd meet again." The moment those words leave his mouth, Subaru lifts one hand toward the sky. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning tears down from above, crashing toward the battlefield with terrifying force. The air itself trembles from the impact, vibrating violently as the overwhelming power flashes and fades. On the other side, Gorimak braces himself with everything he has, pulling together his stone arms and transformed body to endure the strike, but taking that enormous surge of lightning head on proves far more devastating than he expected. The sheer force of the attack leaves Gorimak in a terrible state, his body straining beneath the pressure as he shouts in confusion, unable to understand what kind of power Subaru just unleashed. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru begins walking forward. At that moment, a system window appears in front of Subaru, announcing that the Lord of Thunder's trial will now begin. With his demonic blade gripped in his hand, Subaru keeps advancing, fully prepared to continue the fight. In a strange way, it almost looks as if he is simply farming ore now, using the entire battle as a chance to grow even stronger. After witnessing all of this, Gorimak tightens his grip on his weapon and growls whatever it is as he prepares himself for combat. In the very next instant, Gorimak launches everything he has into a full force attack. Every
Every stone around him answers his command, surging forward at incredible speed. Countless rock projectiles tear through the air, rushing towards Subaru from every direction at once. And yet, even with that overwhelming barrage closing in, Narukami Subaru does not move a single inch from where he stands. Right then, system windows open before him, displaying that Heart of Thunder resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. At the same time, another message appears, showing that Wedge of Greed LV6 also resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. Narukami Subaru thinks to himself that the Heart of Thunder and the Wedge of Greed really are reacting together at the same time. Just then, yet another system window appears, announcing that the penalty from the Lord of Thunder has been reduced by 30%. Without losing even a fraction of a second, Subaru bursts forward at incredible speed, slipping through the storm of incoming stones as he charges straight into the attack. Subaru's footwork is so sharp, so clean, and so perfectly timed that the flying stones never even graze him. No matter how many chunks of rock cut through the air toward him, every single one misses by a hair. As Subaru continues pressing forward, his mind stays perfectly calm. He quietly thinks that for the time being, this much power is already more than enough, and in the very next instant, he closes the gap completely, appearing right in front of Gorimak before his opponent can react. The sight of Subaru reaching him so easily sends a visible jolt through Gorimak. His face stiffens, and for the first time, a faint trace of fear slips into his expression. Subaru seizes that opening without hesitation, swinging his demonic blade and releasing a brutally powerful strike. Gorimak has no choice but to pour every bit of strength he has into defending himself. The moment their forces collide, the impact erupts between them with terrifying intensity, shaking the air and rattling the battlefield around them. But even after bracing with all his might, Gorimak still cannot withstand the raw power packed into Subaru's attack. The force of the blow sends Gorimak flying backward, his body hurled across the battlefield before crashing down at a distance. His condition is clearly getting worse, and he struggles just to regain his balance. Gorimak slams his golem arms into the ground to stop himself from falling any farther, forcing his body back into position. Even then, he grits his teeth and mutters that Subaru's attack is not as impressive as he expected, but despite saying that, he does not back down. In the very next moment, Gorimak gathers his strength again and charges forward with even greater speed, pushing his power as far as it can go. As he surges ahead, a system window appears before him, displaying that Gorimak's stat correction has reached 200%, filling him with renewed confidence. Gorimak declares that his arm, strengthened by the Forest of War, is now stronger than a diamond. At the same time, new system windows open in front of Narukami Subaru, announcing that the Lord of Thunder has answered his call. Another message follows immediately, revealing that Narukami Subaru has now been acknowledged by the Lord of Thunder. Even after seeing that message, Subaru's expression remains completely steady. A quiet sense of readiness settles over him as he fixes his gaze on Gorimak. Then, in a calm and decisive voice, he says, "All right, preparation complete." And with that, both of them launch toward each other at incredible speed. Powerful energy bursts from both of their bodies, smashing against the air around them as they close in. The pressure is so intense that it feels as if this single collision might decide the entire battle. In the next instant, they pass each other in a blinding flash, and waves of crackling lightning spread across the battlefield, filling the area with a cold, overpowering force. After the clash, Gorimak remains standing in stunned disbelief. His voice shakes as he mutters, unable to accept what just happened. How could he, of all people, take an attack from a mere silver? Right then, the very arms Gorimak had been so proud of, the ones he claimed were harder and stronger than a diamond, begin to split apart at first, only thin cracks spread through the stone. But then the damage races across them and the massive limbs start crumbling piece by piece. On the other side, Narukami Subaru stands with energy glowing around his body, his posture calm and unshaken as he looks straight at Gorimak. In a steady voice, he says, "I told you, didn't I?" Stats aren't everything in an exam. The moment Subaru says that, an enormous bolt of lightning crashes down directly onto Gorimak. The strike lands with devastating force, tearing further into his already battered body and leaving him completely overwhelmed. A system notification appears, announcing that Narukami Subaru has stopped Gorimak's kill streak. Elsewhere, Dettel watches everything unfold through her own system window, frozen in place as the message sinks in. Shock spreads across Dettel's face as she stares at the screen, unable to understand what she is seeing. What on earth is going on? She says, her voice filled with disbelief, and here I threw away my pride to carry him. Her frustration mixes with confusion, but before she can fully process it, another notification appears. The new message announces that Narukami Subaru has slain Libri. Then, almost immediately after, another one appears, saying that Narukami Subaru has slain Sinyal. Then yet another notification follows, declaring that Subaru has slain Johan. As the victories pile up one after another, Detol is left completely shaken, her eyes locked on the non-stop stream of messages. Her disbelief quickly twists into anger. She clenches her teeth, her face tightening as the frustration finally boils over. "That's enough," she snaps, and then, unable to hold herself back any longer, she suddenly shouts at the top of her lungs. Her anger bursts out all at once. "Stop messing with me! You guys were the ones who kept egging him on. Anyone would have done it if 30,000 credits were on the line." Then her voice drops, becoming small and shaken as the weight of the situation finally catches up to her. Quietly, she mutters, "It's over." Right after that, one final window appears on the screen, confirming that the match has ended. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru calmly speaks to his viewers, his voice relaxed and casual, as if the intense battle that just happened was nothing unusual at all. Well then, that's it for today's stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, for a while. I'm planning to stream every day. As Subaru finishes speaking, another notification appears in front of him. The system announces that Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. With that, the scene changes. Narukami Subaru is now walking alone along a quiet street. The fierce tension from the battlefield has disappeared, replaced by a calm, almost peaceful nighttime atmosphere. Just then, a voice calls out from ahead of him saying, "Welcome back." Standing there waiting for him is Hatsuka. Subaru looks at her with mild surprise, noticing how late it already is. "It's already this late. Were you seriously waiting here the whole time?" Hatsuka gives him a gentle smile before answering, "We promised that I'd give you a summary of the schedule, didn't we?" she says softly. Subaru gives a small nod, acknowledging that she is right. "That's true, but Subaru begins, though he does not get to finish." Hatsuka cuts in before he can continue, her tone becoming a little more earnest. "I really wanted to give it to you today. And besides, there was something I wanted to talk to you about." Subaru tilts his head slightly, his curiosity showing in his expression. "Something you wanted to talk about?" At those words, Hatsuka's face begins to change. A trace of uneasiness settles over Hatsuka, like she has been holding this feeling in for a long time. Then she says, "Your streams have been doing really well lately, haven't they?" Her voice carries both admiration and worry as she continues, reminding him that he had 13,000 concurrent viewers just a little while ago. "Everything is going so well," Hatsuka says, but then she hesitates, and the emotions she has been trying to keep under control start to show, but for some reason watching you makes me feel anxious. As the words leave her mouth, her composure begins to crack, and her feelings spill out more honestly than before. Narukami Subaru looks at her with a hint of confusion in his eyes and asks, "Are you drunk?" Hatsuka immediately shakes her head, rejecting the question without hesitation. That doesn't matter right now. Her voice turns more serious as she struggles to explain what she means. "It feels like you're being chased by something." "No, maybe it's more like you're the one chasing after something." After saying that, Hatsuka looks directly into Narukami Subaru's eyes, searching his face, as if trying to find an answer hidden beneath his calm expression. "I've been wondering about this for a long time. Are there circumstances you're dealing with that I don't know about?" Subaru pauses for a moment after hearing her question, then answers quietly. "I can't answer that, at least not right now." Hatsuka listens to his response without interrupting. Then, unexpectedly, she smiles, almost as if she had already known that would be his answer. "That's exactly what I expected," she says. For some reason, deep down in here, Hatsuka lightly places a hand over her chest, her voice trailing off as something slips out of her mouth. The same faces him then, as if drawn by the thought, she suddenly reaches out and places her hand on Subaru's shoulder. But at that exact moment, something slips loose from her grasp. A letter falls from her hand and drops to the ground between them. The instant Hatsuka sees it, her expression changes. Unease flashes across her face, and she quickly bends down, moving in a hurry to pick the letter back up. Inside her mind, confusion echoes sharply. She wonders if she really just said the word face out loud. Narukami Subaru steps forward, naturally trying to help her, and asks in a gentle voice, "Are you okay?" But Hatsuka immediately stops him, her voice suddenly tense and urgent. "Don't come near me. Just pick that up and go home, please." No longer able to keep herself together, Hatsuka sinks down where she stands and starts vomiting. Her condition is clearly worsening right in front of him. The scene cuts away abruptly, taking us to a different place entirely. There, a cold and matter-of-fact voice can be heard speaking. "Yes, Vice Guildmaster. If words don't work, you want us to drag her back by force. Is that what you mean?" After a brief pause, the same voice continues in a casual tone, almost as if the matter barely concerns them at all. "I guess I'll just treat this like I'm taking a little vacation," the voice says with a dry, uninterested tone, and then the person behind that voice is finally revealed. ranked 50,845th, a player from Blue Zone. His name is Shiro Yuhi. He keeps walking forward with a sharp look on his face, clearly annoyed by the situation, and grumbles under his breath as if every step is a waste of his time. I was so close to reaching the 8th floor too. Shiro Yuhi mutters bitterly, his frustration leaking into every word. Did I really have to go out of my way and come all the way down to the 4th floor for this? His tone is full of irritation, like this entire assignment is nothing but an annoying chore forced onto him. After walking for a while, Shiro Yuhi finally arrives in front of a huge, luxurious hotel. He stares up at the expensive-looking building with visible annoyance, clicks his tongue, and says, seriously, every single thing about this pisses me off. But the moment Shiro Yuhi steps inside, the irritation on his face suddenly shifts. A girl is sitting there calmly, her posture quiet and composed, yet there is something strangely captivating about her presence. Her identity is not made clear right away, but she looks completely at ease, almost as if she has been waiting for someone to arrive. The instant Shiro Yuhi sees her, he pauses for a brief second. Then, with a casual change in attitude, he corrects himself and says, actually, I take that back. Right then, the girl quickly lowers the device in front of her, the same device that had just been playing Narukami Subaru's livestream. Compared to what happened the night before, Hatsuka seems to be doing much better now. Even so, faint traces of uneasiness still linger on her face as though something deep inside her has not fully settled. Just then, the seat in front of Hatsuka slowly slides back, and a man's voice speaks to her. All alone, Miss Hatsuka, startled by the sudden approach. Hatsuka looks directly at him and asks, have we met somewhere before? The man Shiro Yuhi calmly sits down across from her and answers without any hesitation. No, this is the first time we've met. So what's your name? Hearing that, Hatsuka does not answer right away. Instead, she studies him carefully, watching his face and his attitude with growing caution. Almost immediately, Hatsuka senses that something about Shiro Yuhi feels wrong. Without wasting another second, Hatsuka rises from her seat and speaks firmly. I don't see any reason why I should tell you that. I'm busy, so excuse me. Hatsuka has only just begun to walk away when Shiro Yuhi suddenly appears right in front of her, blocking her path before she can leave. A subtle wave of energy releases from Shiro Yuhi's body, stopping Hatsuka where she stands. In that instant, her thoughts race with confusion. Hatsuka wonders when he even got up from his seat and how he managed to move in front of her so quickly. Wearing an easygoing smile, Shiro Yuhi says, hey, don't be like that. Then he softens his tone, puts on a charming expression, and adds, I just saw a beautiful flower and I couldn't walk past it. I'm not some shady guy, Shiro Yuhi says, holding out a card toward her. Hatsuka glances down at it, and in her mind, she cannot help but think that this person is unbelievably creepy. Even so, Hatsuka's eyes stay fixed on the card in his hand. Written on the card are the words Blue Zone 7th floor player Yuzi Joe. After watching Hatsuka's reaction, Shiro Yuhi smirks faintly and says, I saw your eyes light up just now. It's only natural for an ordinary girl to be drawn to a talented guy. His voice carries quiet arrogance, as if he has already decided exactly what kind of person Hatsuka is. Hatsuka, clearly unimpressed, looks straight at Shiro Yui and asks, why is a Blue Zone sub-ranker in a place like this? Shiro Yui lets out a small chuckle and brushes the question aside. Come on, don't ask boring things like that. Don't you have anything that could help us get a little closer? There is a playful edge in Shiro Yuhi's voice, but it only makes Hatsuka feel more uncomfortable. Without hesitation, she steps forward, her expression turning cold. Then I guess there's no need for us to keep talking. Seeing her about to leave, Shiro Yuhi is visibly caught off guard. Wait a second. He blurts out, quickly reaching forward and grabbing her hand. Hatsuka's expression hardens instantly. She jerks slightly, her voice sharp with irritation, as she says, don't touch me so casually. Know your limits. For a moment, tension hangs heavily between them. Then Shiro Yuhi's eyes narrow a little as he changes the subject. What you were watching earlier, Shiro Yuhi says, slowly, carefully watching her reaction, does it have something to do with that streamer? The question makes Hatsuka freeze for a split second, surprise flickering across her face. Is he talking about Narukami Subaru? Hatsuka's thoughts race silently as Shiro Yuhi continues, his tone now carrying obvious mockery. You were staring at the screen like you were obsessed, but he's just some fake stuck on the 4th floor, isn't he? Cosplaying as the outdated Narukami Subaru and everything. Shiro Yui's words become sharper and more provocative, as if he is deliberately trying to get under Hatsuka's skin. Her eyes narrow at that, and without holding back, she fires back at him. Can someone from Blue Zone really afford to talk like that? Hatsuka's voice now carries a clear challenge, but Shiro Yuhi does not back down at all. Instead, he looks straight at her and replies bluntly, what? Do you think everyone in Blue Zone worships Narukami Subaru or something? Hearing that, Hatsuka immediately pushes back, her voice firm and unshaken. I'm not saying you have to respect him, but trash talking him like that is wrong. Blue Zone is the successor to Blue Eyes, you know? There is real conviction in her tone now to Hatsuka. This is not just a small argument, it is something she truly believes. Shiro Yuhi, however, looks completely unimpressed. He gives a faint scoff before replying. How long are you going to stay trapped in something? From 20 years ago. These days, there are plenty of players far better than Narukami Subaru or Blue Eyes, and one of them just happens to be standing right in front of you. Shiro Yuhi's confidence borders on pure arrogance, as if he genuinely believes he stands above everyone. Hatsuka just mentioned that is finally enough to push her over the edge. Get over yourself already. Hatsuka snaps back. Just because the Blue Eyes members are gone, her words cut off, but her anger does not. Her emotions begin to surge visibly, and a faint red energy starts leaking from her body, making the air around her feel heavier. Shiro Yuhi steps closer, completely unfazed by Hatsuka's reaction. His voice lowers as though he is about to reveal something important. You really think that? He asks quietly. This is classified information that only a few people in Blue Zone know, but it'll be in the news soon enough. Shiro Yuhi pauses deliberately, watching Hatsuka's face before dropping the bombshell. There's a scoop going around that one of the Blue Eyes members teamed up with demons and is still clinging to life. The moment those words reach Hatsuka's ears, she is completely stunned. For a second, her mind goes blank, unable to process what Shiro Yuhi has just said. At that exact moment, the scene shifts. Narukami Subaru's live stream appears on the screen. On it, Subaru casually says, "Wow, it's already this late." All right, that's it for today's stream. The broadcast ends and the view changes again, this time returning to the 4th floor, Elysium. Narukami Subaru walks alone along a quiet path, his footsteps faintly echoing through the empty surroundings. His expression remains calm, but his mind is clearly working. He reflects that his stream has become stable, now drawing more than 15,000 viewers. Not a bad pace, honestly. Subaru thinks as he continues forward, but then in the stillness of the alley ahead, a figure suddenly comes into view, standing directly in his path. It is none other than Shiro Yuhi. However, Narukami Subaru does not give him even a glance. Without slowing down or acknowledging him, Subaru simply walks past as if Shiro Yuhi is not even there. That is when Shiro Yuhi speaks from behind him, his voice casual but clearly intentional. "Got a minute, Junior?" Subaru stops in his tracks. Slowly, he turns around and his expression sharpens with obvious annoyance. "Junior, who the hell are you?" Subaru asks bluntly. Shiro Yuhi smiles, completely unfazed by Subaru's hostility. Rather than answering properly, he goes straight to the point, speaking as if he is doing Subaru a favor. "Junior, why don't you join Blue Zone now? We'll give you benefits no one else can match." The moment Subaru hears that, his expression turns cold and utterly uninterested. Another recruiter, Subaru mutters in a flat, bored voice. Shiro Yuhi gives a small laugh and says, "I heard you've turned them down a few times already, huh?" Well, I get it. You want to raise your value first. Everyone thinks like that in the beginning. Shiro Yui's voice carries a mix of amusement and condescension, as though he believes he understands Subaru completely. Then Shiro Yuhi continues, "But here's some advice from a senior. Everything in moderation." He takes a step closer, his tone growing more persuasive. "I'm not saying you have to join us right this second, but at least show your face. After that, just leave the rest to the Vice Guildmaster. You won't regret it." Subaru looks at Shiro Yuhi for a moment, clearly unimpressed, before asking bluntly, "Who even is your Vice Guildmaster?" Shiro Yuhi's smile widens slightly, as if he has been waiting for Subaru to ask that. "A 9th floor high ranker, Ikari Genji," he replies with confidence. Then, with a hint of surprise in his voice, Shiro Yuhi adds, "You don't know him?" Hearing that name, Narukami Subaru pauses for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as a thought crosses his mind. "Ikari Genji?" Subaru thinks that lapdog who used to trail after Kyojo actually made it all the way to the 9th floor and became Vice Guildmaster? That thought does not impress Subaru at all. If anything, the idea sounds almost laughable to him. Meanwhile, Shiro Yuhi stretches one hand forward, acting as if Subaru should naturally accept the offer being placed in front of him. Shiro Yuhi's voice grows firmer, his patience clearly starting to thin. "Don't tell me you don't even understand what a huge opportunity this is. But before Shiroyuhi can continue, Subaru abruptly stops his hand in midair. His eyes are cold, his tone sharp, and there's not a trace of interest in his voice. I have zero interest in your deals, so get lost. The rejection lands harder than Shiroyuhi expects, and for one brief second, he is genuinely stunned. No one speaks to Shiroyuhi that way, but Subaru is not finished. With an almost dismissive attitude, he throws in one more cutting remark, and that becomes the final blow to Shiroyuhi's pride. After being insulted like that, there is no way Shiroyuhi is going to walk away quietly. In an instant, his expression darkens and the air between them shifts into something sharp, tense, and dangerous. Subaru does not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he looks at Shiroyuhi with calm annoyance and says, "Is this really how someone who was just trying to recruit me is supposed to act?" Shiroyuhi tilts his head slightly, and all the friendliness from his voice disappears. I don't remember ever recruiting anyone. His fingers tighten around the grip of his sword as his true intent begins to show. A clear wave of killing intent spills out from Shiroyuhi. "Either way, Junior, if you don't come with me, you're dead." The moment those words leave his mouth, he swings his blade. A powerful slash tears through the air. But by the time it lands, Subaru has already vanished. Moving with lightning-like speed, Subaru reappears some distance away, completely unharmed. Standing there calmly, he looks back at Shiroyuhi and says, "Blue Zone cares more about its public image than anything, doesn't it? Are you seriously planning to cause a scene right in the middle of the city?" Shiroyuhi's energy begins surging violently, growing heavier and more oppressive with every passing second. A faint smirk forms on his face as he answers, "Good question. Why do you think I bothered coming here personally?" Then, in a low voice, Shiroyuhi speaks a single word, "Cyrus." Instantly, a red-colored window materializes in front of them, glowing ominously in the air. The system announces that Narukami Subaru is being pulled into the space of Cyrus. More system windows appear one after another, each flashing with unsettling effects. Subaru's sense of balance decreases by 40% and all of his reaction speeds are reduced by 30%. The world around them begins to twist as the ability takes hold, cutting them away from the outside. Now, inside that altered space, Narukami Subaru and Shiroyuhi stand face to face, glaring at each other through the distorted atmosphere. The air turns suffocating, heavy enough to press against their bodies. This is no longer a simple clash in the street. As the fight begins inside the isolated space, the danger surrounding Subaru grows even more intense. Narukami Subaru quickly analyzes the situation, keeping his thoughts sharp even under pressure. This is a field-type silent skill that blocks sound and vision. Shiroyuhi has cleared trials 3 floors above him, and Subaru is already worn down from non-stop tests. His condition is far from ideal, but he knows hesitation will only make things worse. At that moment, another system screen appears before Subaru. It shows his power rapidly climbing, his thunder abilities intensifying, his demon blade strengthening his stamina, and every one of his stats steadily rising. Feeling that surge spread through his body, Subaru narrows his eyes with determination. He realizes he has to end this quickly. Without wasting even a second, he bursts forward at incredible speed, closing the distance to Shiroyuhi in an instant and launching a direct attack. But just as Subaru's strike is about to land, Shiroyuhi's voice cuts through the space, calm and almost mocking. Getting in close isn't a smart move. After all, it makes everything easier to hear. Subaru's attack connects, or at least it seems to. In the next moment, Shiroyuhi's body begins to fade away, dissolving like it was never truly there in the first place. Immediately, another red system window flashes before Subaru's eyes. The system warns that the curse of hallucination has been amplified. Subaru has acquired the status ailment fear, and all pain he receives is increased by 100%. Another effect follows immediately. Subaru's senses are dulled by 50%. As he forces himself forward, the world around him distorts even further. One Shiroyuhi becomes many, spreading across Subaru's vision like countless copies breaking away from the original. Illusions begin surrounding Subaru from every direction, making it nearly impossible to tell which figure is real and which one is only a trick. Then Shiroyuhi's voice echoes from all sides at once, filling the domain. "Once you've stepped into my domain, there's no escape." Subaru clenches his teeth and gathers every bit of focus he has, trying to break through the overwhelming deception around him. Even when he concentrates all his power into a single point, it still is not enough. His frustration grows as the illusions refuse to shatter. Shiroyuhi's voice returns cold and absolute, "Because everyone here is me, and I am everyone." The scene suddenly shifts outside, where Hatsuka sits alone, waiting quietly. Hatsuka glances around, and a faint trace of concern crosses her face. Subaru's stream has already ended. Since the stream is over, Hatsuka thinks Subaru should have come back by now. She had been waiting because she wanted to apologize for what happened before. Her thoughts drift uneasily, and then she remembers the words that arrogant man had thrown at her earlier that day. No matter how hard she tries, she cannot stop thinking about what that smug guy said that morning. Hatsuka's expression tightens. She had not expected Blue Zone to move this aggressively, especially not so soon. Guildmaster Kyojo once fought alongside Narukami Subaru back in his prime. Hatsuka pauses, conflicted by that thought. Honestly, if Subaru joined Blue Zone, he might actually be able to learn a great deal there. Besides, Hatsuka does not even know what will happen to herself from this point on. If she thinks only about Subaru's future, maybe letting him go would be the right thing to do. But in that very moment, a deafening flash erupts nearby, shocking everyone in the area. All eyes turn toward the source of that overwhelming burst of power. Hatsuka's heart skips a beat as she stares at the surge, her voice trembling with sudden realization. Narukami. As the tension reaches its peak, the scene cuts again, this time revealing Shiro Yuhi's status window and displaying his stats in full detail, making it painfully clear just how dangerous and overwhelming his power really is. Then, the true nature of Cyrus becomes clear. It is a space designed to completely shut out all outside interference. In other words, once someone is trapped inside, their chances of survival are practically zero. At that moment, Narukami Subaru is fighting alone against countless clones of Shiro Yuhi. Shiro Yuhi explains the real terror of this space. Inside his domain, Subaru's physical abilities are suppressed, while every bit of pain Subaru feels is amplified to the limit. The thunder you're so proud of becomes completely useless here, Shiro Yuhi says, his voice filled with confidence, which means there's no way you can defeat me. You chose the wrong opponent. Just then, a screen appears before Narukami Subaru with a critical warning. The system informs Subaru that his fatigue has reached 84. At the same time, Subaru's condition starts worsening little by little, breathing heavily. He realizes the situation and thinks to himself that Blue Zone has analyzed him down to the smallest detail. If he uses thunder in this place, Subaru knows he will definitely collapse afterward. He has no choice now. He needs to hold back on thunder and rely instead on his instincts and items. With that decision made, he prepares his next move. Gathering what little strength he has left, Subaru activates Cloud Stride. Moving swiftly through the distorted space, Subaru begins cutting down the countless illusory clones surrounding him one after another. As Shiro Yuhi watches this unfold, he silently thinks to himself, "It is impressive that Subaru has managed to endure this long inside Cyrus." But even so, Shiro Yuhi sees it as nothing more than Subaru buying a little extra time. Even while that thought lingers, Narukami Subaru continues pushing forward, slicing through one clone after another. With every step he takes, something about his movements begins to change. Subaru's speed and agility now feel completely different from before. Sharper, cleaner, and almost unnatural. Watching him move like that, Shiro Yuhi is caught off guard because Subaru is doing all of this without using thunder at all. On the other side, Subaru keeps advancing straight towards Shiro Yuhi. His eyes have turned completely red as if his mind has slipped into an entirely different state. Even while countless enemies surround him from every side, Subaru's movements carry a strange, unwavering certainty. He is not swinging blindly anymore. The way he advances makes it feel as if he has already seen through the illusions and found the real Shiro Yuhi hidden among them. Seeing Subaru move with that kind of confidence, Shiro Yuhi's expression twists for the first time. A sharp realization hits him, and he mutters under his breath, "I messed up." At that very moment, a spear of thunder begins forming in Narukami Subaru's hand, crackling with fierce energy. With his gaze locked forward and not a hint of hesitation in his voice, Subaru declares, "I've already found you. Now try to escape." The attack shoots forward at terrifying speed. Subaru cuts straight through every clone standing in his way, tearing past the illusions one after another as he closes the distance in a single breath. But just as Subaru's strike is about to connect, Shiro Yui's voice cuts in sharply, filled with disbelief. "You shouldn't even be in any condition to move properly, right?" Shiro Yuhi snaps, unable to understand how Subaru is still pushing forward. But Subaru does not stop. Instead, Subaru answers in a calm, almost cold voice. "Thanks to the handicap thunder gives me, I'm already used to fighting under pressure." And then the truth is revealed. Subaru has activated the mark of thunder. He steadies his body, preparing for another strike, and this time the pressure around him grows even more dangerous. The force behind Subaru's next attack is on an entirely different level from before. Without the slightest hesitation, he launches himself forward and lands the strike directly on Shiroyuhi. The impact shocks Shiroyuhi to his core. For one brief moment, even he cannot fully grasp how Subaru managed to break through and hit him. Then a notification flashes across Shiroyuhi's screen. The mark of thunder has been carved into him, and from that moment on, his movements are being read. Shiroyuhi narrows his eyes, staring straight at Subaru with irritation rising in his gaze. You've barely learned thunder and you're already acting this high and mighty? A faint smile slowly spreads across Shiroyuhi's face, carrying a mocking edge. But whatever, you're already under the curse of hallucination anyway. The instant he says that, everything around them begins to change. All the clones surrounding Subaru begin to distort, their shapes twisting as they merge together. The entire battlefield feels unstable, as though the space itself is warping out of control. It is as if reality is bending under Shiroyuhi's command, folding and twisting into something far more dangerous than simple illusions. As Shiroyuhi watches the transformation unfold, he speaks with quiet excitement in his voice. Now the real show begins. He amplifies the power of his card of hallucination even further, and what Subaru had once seen as countless separate illusions begins turning into something much worse. Those scattered illusions fuse together into one terrifying form, a single massive creature born from all of them. The fused creature towers over the battlefield, unnatural and oppressive, its enormous body formed from the countless illusions that had surrounded Subaru. As that overwhelming presence takes shape, Shiroyuhi's voice echoes again from beyond it. The dulling of your senses is only the beginning. This is the real horror of the curse of hallucination, as Shiroyuhi's words echo through the distorted space. The dark creature reveals its full form, now far larger than before, and towering over Subaru like a living nightmare. Its presence alone feels suffocating. The truth behind the curse becomes cold and clear. It makes the target believe they are fighting the thing they fear most. No matter what enemy is actually standing in front of them, their mind twists it into the opponent they believe they can never defeat. Then, as if proving the curse's power, Shiroyuhi gives one final command. Take a good look. And there, standing before Narukami Subaru, is Kyojo. The figure's voice is heavy and absolute as it says, I am your sorrow, your hatred, and your fear. I am everything you're afraid of. The moment Subaru sees Kyojo before him, a violent surge of emotion crashes through his chest, rage, shock, and fear all striking him at once. Subaru's thoughts tremble as he mutters the name Kyojo. From the side, Shiroyuhi watches the reaction with clear amusement and casually remarks that for a little game, this turned out to be more entertaining than he expected. Meanwhile, the fused illusion of Kyojo slowly extends one hand towards Subaru, its massive presence looming over him like an unavoidable judgment. The movement is slow, deliberate, and almost inevitable as the illusion reaches for Subaru and speaks. If you submit now, I won't hold you responsible. In the next instant, the illusion grabs Subaru. Its grip tightens with crushing force, squeezing him as though it intends to erase him completely. Subaru struggles inside its grasp, his body trapped under immense pressure. Even so, he forces his head up and speaks, his voice strained but still unbroken. Thanks, you reminded me. At those words, something in his expression begins to change. Determination cuts through the fear in Subaru's eyes as he continues. No matter what happens, I'm never joining Blue Zone. I'd be betraying those guys. Then, using every bit of strength left in him, Narukami Subaru shouts from the depths of his chest, I have a reason why I absolutely have to survive. Right after Subaru's declaration, another red system window appears in front of him. The system warns that Subaru's fatigue has reached 90. Even as his condition worsens, his thoughts become sharper, pushing him toward a desperate decision. Subaru thinks that if he drives his fatigue all the way to the absolute limit and forces his body to endure beyond what it should be capable of, he can withstand the Lord of Thunder for about 10 seconds. At that very moment, an immense surge of cold lightning begins crashing down onto Subaru's body. The power is overwhelming and violent, surging through him with enough force to feel as if it could tear him apart from the inside. And yet, Subaru refuses to fall, gritting through the pain. He steels his resolve and admits to himself that this is a gamble, but he has no other choice left. A system window flashes before Subaru's eyes, announcing that the Lord of Thunder now dwells within his body. From that instant, the countdown begins. 7 seconds remain. Narukami Subaru tightens his focus, enduring the unbearable strain as he prepares to ride out every remaining moment. For the time I have left, I'll push through with the Lord of Thunder. Lightning begins bursting from Subaru uncontrollably, crackling across his entire body and even streaming from his eyes, as if he himself has become a living embodiment of thunder. Subaru's entire presence transforms, becoming fierce, unstable, and overwhelmingly powerful as he forces himself through each passing second of that limit. And then, at last, the time runs out. A new system window appears. The system announces that the Lord of Thunder has cut off its own output. In an instant, the raging lightning surrounding Subaru disappears. Now standing there and breathing heavily, Narukami Subaru lifts his head and looks straight ahead at the massive illusion of Kyojo. From somewhere inside that towering figure, Shiro Yuhi's voice echoes out. His voice is filled with mockery and confidence. What? No last struggle at all. Guess that's all you're capable of. Then I'll go ahead and finish this. But just as Shiro Yuhi moves to end the fight, something suddenly interrupts him. A figure begins walking forward through the distorted space. Shiro Yuhi's expression changes immediately as he stares at the newcomer, both confused and alarmed. "How did you get into my space?" he asks. The figure is Hatsuka. Her voice is calm, but the anger behind it is sharp as she commands. Let go of his hand. At that moment, the atmosphere shifts again. Hatsuka looks genuinely furious, and her presence alone disrupts the flow of the battle. The moment Shiro Yuhi sees her, he remembers her from earlier that day, surprise flashing through his thoughts. You're that girl from this morning. Confusion deepens inside Shiro Yuhi as the realization hits him. Cyrus is not a space that any normal player should even be able to perceive. Just then, another system window opens, announcing that the target of the curse of hallucination has changed. Almost immediately, yet another notification appears in front of Shiro Yuhi. It warns him that his mana is insufficient, and the skill effect cannot be applied. The moment Shiro Yuhi reads that message, frustration takes over him completely. The situation he had controlled so perfectly begins slipping through his fingers, and for the first time, the balance of the fight starts turning against him. Unable to hold back his anger, Shiro Yuhi snaps, furious that this had to happen now of all times. But before Shiro Yuhi could even get the rest of his words out, a fresh system window abruptly flashed into view, cutting through the moment like a warning. The effect of the hallucination curse had finally come to an end. In that very instant, the false world around them shattered completely, the warped battlefield cleared away, and there on the ground, Narukami Subaru lay collapsed, his body finally visible again after the illusion broke apart. Narukami Subaru looked absolutely terrible. His body seemed emptied of strength, his breathing weak, and every part of him gave off the impression that he was barely clinging to consciousness after everything he had just been forced to endure. Meanwhile, Shiro Yuhi was still trying to make sense of the sudden interruption. His eyes shifted toward Hatsuka, his face tightening with suspicion as he demanded an answer from her. "How did you even find this place?" He snapped. Then his expression sharpened even more. No more importantly, why are you here at all? Hatsuka didn't hesitate for even a second. She answered him directly, her voice steady and clear. I'm his manager. Shiro Yuhi's eyes narrowed at once, distrust written all over his face as he stared her down. Manager, Shiro Yuhi repeated, his voice turning colder. So the two of you were tricking me this whole time? Hatsuka's expression hardened immediately, her anger rising to the surface as she shot back. Don't twist this around. You never asked, so I had no reason to tell you. For a brief moment, Shiro Yuhi only smiled, as if he were trying to brush off the humiliation. He spread his arms slightly to either side, gave a careless shrug, and answered in an almost lazy tone, whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. Shiro Yuhi continued, his confidence returning. Now that you've walked into my domain, you're trapped here like rats. But before he could press any further, Hatsuka cut him off with one small, deliberate gesture. Her voice came out sharp, firm, and completely unshaken. Too bad for you? But that little trap of yours has already been torn wide open. The moment those words reached him, Shiro Yuhi's expression visibly faltered. His face changed, and deep inside, panic began crawling up through his chest. The Vice Guild Master had specifically ordered him not to let anything about today's incident leak outside. What the hell? Shiro Yuhi thought, his mind racing. Realizing that the situation was slipping far beyond his control, he quickly forced his attitude to shift, trying to pull everything back before it completely fell apart. When Shiro Yuhi spoke again, his voice was calmer, smoother, and far more calculated. Looks like there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Let's all settle down and talk this through. What do you want? Credits? Items? Just say the word. But Hatsuka ignored him completely and moved straight toward Narukami Subaru. She dropped down beside Narukami Subaru, without hesitation, carefully helping him up and supporting his exhausted body, as if nothing else mattered. Then, without even turning back to look at Shiro Yuhi, she said in an icy voice, "I don't want anything from you, so hurry up and get lost." Hatsuka continued in the same firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. She told Shiro Yuhi to pass the message to Blue Zone and make sure they stayed away from Narukami Subaru for good. Hearing that, Shiro Yuhi's thoughts began to spiral, and a heavy dread settled over him as he realized just how badly things had gone wrong. If I let Narukami Subaru leave now, he'll just start streaming again. Shiro Yuhi thought anxiously, his nerves tightening. There's no way someone like him is going to keep quiet about what happened today. Blue Zone will dump all the blame on me. The thought struck Shiro Yuhi like a weight pressing down on his chest. Then an even worse possibility followed right behind it. And if that happens, I'm definitely getting thrown out of the guild. That fear alone was enough to push him past the breaking point. Shiro Yuhi clenched his fist and ground his teeth together, desperation twisting across his face. I clawed my way up here with everything I had, he told himself, his pride and fear feeding into the same dark decision. As his resolve hardened, he slowly drew his weapon, and his intent became painfully clear. If killing both of them was what it took to protect his position, then that was exactly what he was prepared to do. And now some nobody from the 4th floor thinks he can ruin everything? Shiro Yuhi thought bitterly, "There's no way I'm letting you escape like this." With that final thought burning in his mind, he launched himself forward in a sudden, violent attack. But before he could even reach them, the entire situation changed in a flash. Hatsuka moved. Her reaction was so fast and so precise that it was almost impossible for the eye to catch. In one clean motion, she intercepted Shiro Yui's attack, and in the very next instant, his body was cut cleanly into two. The speed and brutality of the counterattack left Shiro Yuhi completely stunned. Even in his final moment, he couldn't understand what had happened, how Hatsuka had done it, or when she had even started moving. Narukami Subaru, who had watched the whole thing unfold right in front of him, slowly pushed himself upright. Just as shaken by what he had seen after the fight ended, so suddenly a thick silence settled over the area. After some time passed, Narukami Subaru and Hatsuka made their way over to a nearby bench and sat down quietly. Neither of them spoke right away, as if both were still trying to process the violent turn everything had taken. Eventually, Narukami Subaru broke the silence. Even though his voice stayed calm, there was no hiding the curiosity behind it. "So basically, you're a former ranker who dropped out at the exam on floor 8? Hatsuka answered simply and without dressing it up, "Yes." Hearing that, Narukami Subaru gave a small nod and understanding slowly crossed his face. "I see," Narukami Subaru murmured, almost like he was piecing everything together for himself. Then he glanced back toward the spot where the fight had ended and added, "No wonder a floor 7 player didn't stand a chance." Hatsuka looked genuinely troubled now, her usual calm shaken for once. A faint layer of sweat had appeared on her face, and unease showed clearly in her expression. She hurried to explain herself, her voice coming out almost offensive. "I thought you were in danger, so I had no choice but to step in. Please don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster." There was real worry in Hatsuka's voice, as if she feared Narukami Subaru might see her differently after witnessing that overwhelming strength. But Narukami Subaru answered without the slightest hesitation, his tone calm and full of awe instead of fear. "A monster? Not at all. I'm just overwhelmed because your strength was way beyond anything I imagined. Where did you even learn a drawing technique like that? I honestly thought you were using thunder or something." Narukami Subaru added, still trying to wrap his head around what he had seen. His words carried no fear at all, only pure astonishment. Hearing that, Hatsuka's tension eased a little, and a small smile tugged at her lips. "That's what you're focusing on?" Hatsuka asked, sounding almost amused by his reaction. But Narukami Subaru didn't stay on that topic for long. His curiosity shifted again as he looked at her and said, "By the way, Hatsuka, you seem to know that guy?" Hatsuka responded quickly, as though she wanted to clear up the misunderstanding before it grew any larger. "He suddenly approached me this morning," she explained. "He was acting way too familiar, and I almost punched him right then and there. But I held myself back so it wouldn't cause trouble." Narukami Subaru raised an eyebrow. "Trouble?" Hatsuka nodded, and her expression turned serious again. "Apparently, Blue Zone is trying to poach you again. If they came at you with ridiculous terms, you might actually start wavering, right? I couldn't let myself become the person holding you back if that happened." Her voice softened slightly, revealing the concern hidden beneath her blunt words. "But I was careless," Hatsuka admitted, her face tightening with frustration. "Even if you ever say you want to join a guild like that, I'll absolutely oppose it." Narukami Subaru answered with a small dry remark, "At this rate, it looks like I wouldn't be able to join them even if I wanted to." Hatsuka drew in a deep breath, clearly feeling the weight of the mess they were now in. She ran a hand through her hair, her brows furrowed, as she tried to figure out their next move. "After messing things up this badly, what are we supposed to do now?" Hatsuka muttered, frustration obvious in her voice. Then, forcing herself to think practically, she added, for now we have to report this to the agency. Right. But before she could think any further, Narukami Subaru suddenly spoke up and cut into her thoughts. I've got an idea, Narukami Subaru said. The moment Hatsuka heard that, she turned her eyes toward him at once, her full attention locking onto him as she waited to hear what he had in mind.